Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 639 to Chapter 653. In King Wen's old residence, Suyu listened to the book Spirit read. He ate barbecued meat and drank good tea. He was originally calm, but now he couldn't help but gossip. Who is Zhou Wu? King Wu. Wasn't King Wu called Taishan, but Zhou Wu. It was easy for him to think of King Wu. Suyu actually wanted to ask what King Wen was called, but it wasn't appropriate. If he asked Little White Dog and the others, they might not tell him his name directly. Also, what year was the 9th year of Yong'an? Little White Dog, who was eating barbecued wings, wagged its tail. It's King Wu. Suyu's brows rose up. What about Taishan? Taishan is also King Wu. King Wu's real name is Zhou Taishan. After he was conferred the title of King Wu, Master called him Zhou Wu. Master said that Taishan has many meanings and he didn't let King Wu take advantage of him. Many meanings? What did it mean? After thinking for a long while, Suyu bit a wing. Old time aunt, King Wen was so petty. His name was like that, but you still had to call him by his title. Is there a huge difference between King Wu and King Wen? Suyu was confused. Little White Dog ate and thought about how to reply. After a while, it said, anyway, he can't beat Master. He is still very strong, stronger than the other kings and half-emperors. That meant that King Wen was stronger. He was much stronger than the other kings and half-emperors. Senior, do you know about King Wu? Suyu called King Wu Old Zhou, but he was also King Wu. If he said Zhou Wu, Suyu would easily confuse him with Old Zhou. King Wu? Little White Dog seemed to be reminiscing. It had been too many years since anyone mentioned this title. As it thought about it, it bit down on the wings and said, I know, this was a human race expert before Master and the others established the imperial court. The White Dog deliberated for a moment before saying, at that time, Master and a few other lords had just risen to power. At that time, the all heavens were also very chaotic. The human race was very powerful at that time, but they were not the strongest overlord of the all heavens. Martial Emperor was one of the top 3 experts of the human race at that time. Later, something suddenly happened to the human race, and many experts died. It was said that they were killed by Martial Emperor. The Little White Dog wagged its tail and said, I remember that one day, Lord Martial King came to find Master and said that the Martial Emperor was killing indiscriminately, using the blood of human experts to establish a supreme foundation. He wanted to kill the Martial Emperor. After that, King Wu left. Master waited for him to leave. He seemed to say that it might not have been King Wu who killed him. In any case, that's about it. Later on, Martial Emperor was defeated by Lord Martial King. It was also after that Lord Martial King's strength became known to the all heavens. Later on, during the king conferral, he was conferred the title of Martial King. A martial monarch was a human expert from the immemorial era. It was indeed a human. A very powerful existence. At least in Suyu's opinion, he should be a genius like himself. He was an existence with 720 apertures opened. It was hard to say how many times he had tempered his body. He didn't know if he was as powerful as himself. Such an existence was no match for King Wu, and in the end, King Wu was easily suppressed by King Wen. King Wen was no match for the human emperor. Inhale, how powerful was the human emperor, whether it was King Wen or King Wu? There were actually some legends about them, including the Time Master. Only the human emperor was rarely mentioned. They didn't know how strong he was, and how powerful he was. Senior, can you tell us about the human emperor? The human emperor, the Little White Dog thought for a while and shook its head. I'm not familiar with him. I've seen him a few times, but I can't say too much. It's a taboo for venerables, and Master won't mention these things. In private. That was true. No matter what, the human emperor was their superior, and he probably wouldn't mention too much in private. In terms of strength, is he stronger than King Wen? I think so. The Little White Dog said uncertainly, I'm not sure about this. Master is very powerful, but Master might not have fought with His Majesty the human emperor before, so I'm not sure about this. Alright. Suyu let go of this thought. At the side, the book Spirit's reading sound rang out again. It was just some ordinary records. Some were similar to a diary, while others explained some cultivation knowledge when one was interested. The Universal Tao scripture wasn't all about cultivation. It was a very complicated book. Sometimes, it would even mention some gossip. For example, when Zhou Wu appeared for the second time, it was because King Wen despised him. He was invited to his third wedding, but he didn't want to go. In the end, King Wu personally brought his third wife to his wedding, so King Wen could only attend the wedding banquet. Complicated, in the ancient times, in some of King Wen's records, he felt that it was quite fun. As he listened and waited for King Wen to explain the great Tao, Suyu fell into a state of enlightenment. Everything has a Tao. The so-called Tao is a kind of rule, a kind of restriction. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. There are many loopholes in the creation of the world, and the great Tao makes up for the flaws. Suyu ate and thought about this. The great Tao, the rule, was actually to make up for the flaws of the world. This was King Wen's enlightenment. For example, the Tao of space. The world opened up too much, and walking was too tiring. Therefore, the rule of space was born, allowing one to walk faster. Alright, this was Suyu's own enlightenment. In fact, it was also some improvement that latecomers pursued. I felt that there was no fire in this world, so I gave birth to the rule of the Tao of fire. I felt that I wanted to take a bath, but there was no water, so the Tao of water appeared. These might not have existed at the beginning of the world. Some ideas arose in Suyu's mind. He listened quietly and comprehended. Gradually, a Shunwen appeared. He didn't know if it was a natural Shunwen, but it didn't matter. At this moment, it was fine as long as the Shunwen was born naturally. Tao. Yes, a very macroscopic Shunwen, the Tao of the Great Tao. The 31st Shunwen was born. In the Sea of Will, the Shunwen circled one by one. The newly born Shunwen was a second stage Shunwen. It was the same as the natural Shunwen, skipping one stage. The white dog glanced at Suyu and quickly looked away. Instead, it looked at Little Furball, who was also secretly eating chicken wings. Little Furball was a little drunk again. Seeing that Suyu was still comprehending, the white dog said, "Bean Bun." No, Little Bean Bun. It had seen Bean Bun before, but it didn't know how to call it Little Furball. At this moment, it could use the name of Bean Bun to call it Little Furball. Little Furball looked at it in a daze, a little confused. The white dog quickly said, "You and Bean Bun are the same. You are actually born with the great Tao. Others need to open up the Tao and fuse the Tao, but you don't need to. You are the true favorites of heaven and earth. You might be the great Tao that has transformed into a spirit, or you might be a peerless powerhouse that has fallen, and a wisp of your spirit is attached to the great Tao. No matter which it is, your cultivation speed is countless times faster than ordinary people." Furball was in a daze. It nodded its body. Yes, our God-Eater race is full of geniuses, even more so than Xianxia. So, you can't always only know how to eat when you cultivate. The white dog explained, if you keep eating, you actually don't know why you become stronger. You have to comprehend your own Tao. What Tao did you transform into, do you know? Furball shook its body. It didn't know. The white dog wagged its tail. As expected, it was another stupid ball. It could only recall its master's words. After thinking for a while, it said, "You should constantly try and comprehend. Your race will devour Shunwen, devour the Sea of Will, but not all of you will devour the Tao. Devouring is only because you are the embodiment of the great Tao and lack the supplement of some nomological power. Shunwen is very attractive to you, but it doesn't mean that you are the Tao of devouring." Furball seemed to understand, but not really. "I feel that my daddy, my mommy, and I are all the Tao of devouring, isn't that so?" The white dog seemed to know what it was thinking. It shook its head, "No, devouring is only an external manifestation to replenish the nomological power. In essence, there will definitely be a difference, even if it is only a little. In this world, there are no two completely identical Taos. They might be similar, but they won't be completely the same." Then what am I? Furball was puzzled. The white dog shook its head, "I don't know either. Because you haven't shown your great Tao, I can't see it either. But if you want to show it, then you have to comprehend it yourself and find out what Tao you are." Oh. Furball also sank into contemplation. After following Suyu, it wasn't that it didn't know anything. It understood in its heart. In other words, it was still ignorant. It didn't know what its essence was. If it only ate Shenwen, some Shenwen wasn't to its liking. Only by discovering its essence of the great Tao could it focus on improving itself. It stepped into the Sun-Moon realm. Its speed was very fast. It hadn't been long since it was born, but because it followed Suyu, it ate a lot of good food and forcefully advanced to the Sun-Moon realm. However, it was the same as Suyu, completely clueless about the great Tao. According to the white dog, this race was the true darling of heaven and earth. Because they were born with the Tao, in other words, as long as this race was slightly smarter, the great Tao would be open. Not to mention anything else, they would be able to walk all the way to Tao integration. Or rather, it wasn't Tao integration, but the eternal peak that the white dog mentioned. Only by stepping into the great Tao and perfecting the great Tao would there be some difficulty. The God-Eater race could be considered the kind that opened their own Tao. At this moment, the little furball fell into deep thought for the first time in its life. What Tao was it? It only knew how to eat and smell. What was it good at? What was it? Could it be the eating Tao, or the sleeping Tao? The little furball actually didn't care too much about its own strength. It was quite easygoing. However, because it was weak now, the fragrant fragrance didn't even call for it to fight anymore. Its breeding garden seemed to be about to run away. This made the little furball feel a sense of crisis. Its big daddy and mama also seemed to have their eyes on the fragrant fragrance. Would they be snatched away in the future? This was something that had to be taken care of. Hence, it still had to become more powerful. At this moment, the furball was thinking about its Tao. Meanwhile, Suyu had outlined the 31st Shenwen. After thinking for a moment, he used the God-expanding hammer that he hadn't used for a long time and struck the Sea of Will again. He suppressed his will, stabilized his divine aperture, and strengthened the Shenwen. It had been too long since he had used it. Because the God-expanding hammer was a little unable to keep up with the rhythm. When he used the God-expanding hammer, the white dog seemed to have sensed something. Its voice sounded beside Suyu's ear. "Are you hitting your head?" "Yes." "That hammer of yours." The white dog seemed to have seen something again. After thinking for a moment, it said, "I feel that this might also be a kind of embryonic form of the great Tao. You can comprehend it more. Or you can also transform into a Shenwen." Suyu was taken aback. He opened his eyes and looked at the white dog. "Transform into a Shenwen?" The white dog said matter-of-factly, "The Shenwen is a form. Yours should also be a kind of embryonic form of the great Tao. It's essentially the same as the Shenwen." Suyu said in a deep voice, "Senior, if I transform the God-expanding hammer into a Shenwen, in the future, when my 99 Shenwen are formed, can I only fuse them all and transform them into King Wen's Tao? In that case, will these Tao be useless?" "That's not true." The white dog said again, "If you walk on Master's great Tao and only extract some of the rules in the Shenwen that belong to Master's great Tao, the Shenwen will still be there, and the rules will still be there." It wanted to explain more clearly, but it didn't know how to put it. It was the book spirit who stopped reading and explained, "Human Emperor, you have to understand something. In this world, apart from the Bean Bun clan, no other Shenwen is pure. This includes the innate Shenwen that you understand. It's just that relatively speaking, it's purer. The purer I'm talking about is the type of rules. For example, the penetrate divine character that human master used before. It contains a large amount of spatial nomological power, but there are also some other nomological powers within it, and a portion of them is the nomological power of Master's great Tao. When you and the Shenwen become one, Master's great Tao will extract all the rule power that belongs to this Tao. As for the Shenwen, it actually still exists. You can actually still comprehend the Tao that belongs to these Shenwen." Suyu understood. In other words, King Wen's great Tao won't extract all the Shenwen's power. Instead, it will extract the power that belongs to this Tao. "I understand now." The book spirit smiled and nodded. "That's right. Human Emperor is actually a very smart person. There are some things that you can understand with just a hint." Suyu smiled and said, "Senior, please don't laugh at me." However, he did understand now. Even if the 99 Shenwen eventually fused into a great Tao, they actually still existed, and he could continue to comprehend other Shenwen's Tao. That God-expanding hammer is essentially a Tao. Therefore, I can turn it into the Shenwen. The little white dog nodded. Yes, and I think this Tao is not bad. Because it seems to involve a bit of the rule power, so you fell into deep thought. That's right. The God-expanding hammer is actually quite special. This thing's effect is really good. If it's on the same level, one strike of the hammer can instantly destroy your sea of will, the rule power, so you fell into deep thought. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, I think I understand a little. The God-expanding hammer. I know why it can purify the Shenwen and the sea of will. This is a special great Tao that can target the rule power and great Tao. He exhaled and said, let me try. If I condense this God-expanding hammer into the Shenwen, I should be able to directly turn it into the sun and moon Shenwen. The little white dog nodded and said, not only that. Actually, if you want to comprehend the Shenwen, there are many ways. On the other side, the book spirit smiled and said, actually, if Human Emperor really wants to outline a large amount of Shenwen, there is a shortcut. Human Emperor, have you thought of it? Suyu frowned slightly. What did I think of? The book spirit reminded, the essence of everything is the rule power. Whether it's the Shenwen or the battle technique, it's also good. Boom, Suyu's mind went blank. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide and suddenly smashed his fist on his head. He said in annoyance, yes, I'm stupid. I know, I understand now. Suyu was extremely annoyed. I'm really stupid. I even borrowed the natural talent of another race before. Yes, natural talent, rules, great Tao. I understand now. When a kind of battle technique becomes a natural talent, it is actually the embryonic form of a kind of great Tao. I know a lot, I know countless kinds of battle techniques. I know countless kinds of natural talent techniques. This is actually a kind of rule. Could it be that I can transform it into the Shenwen? Suyu inhaled and said, no, it's not that simple. Origin Qi and the Shenwen are not connected. I understand, the heaven gate, yes, open the heaven gate, connect the heaven gate. Suyu's eyes were bright. When I connect the heaven gate, and my primordial spirit becomes one, I can comprehend the natural talent technique into the Shenwen, outline it into the Shenwen, or even the sun-moon tier Shenwen. Because my origin Qi is very strong, my battle technique is very strong. The book spirit nodded and said with a smile, Human Emperor finally understands. The reason why we didn't mention it before was actually because the primordial spirit is not connected. Actually, it is still very difficult to convert. However, if Human Emperor can open the heaven gate, then under the conversion of the primordial spirit, the natural talent technique that Human Emperor mentioned is actually a kind of embryonic form of the rules, and can transform into the Shenwen. A natural talent technique is a kind of rule. Suyu was shocked. I know many kinds of natural talent techniques. The little white dog, however, shook its head. No, you don't know many. I know you do, but you borrowed Little Master's book. The natural talent technique in that book is actually just some fragments of the rules that Little Master collected himself. It is not complete, and you can't use it, so you actually can't comprehend much. After saying so, it looked at Suyu. You also have a book, and it seems that you are also walking the same path as Little Master. Actually, you can comprehend more on your own. Use your own book to comprehend these rules that you have collected. This is what truly belongs to you, and not always using Little Master's book to comprehend. Suyu was dazed. The next moment, he nodded seriously. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. In this way, as long as I open the heaven gate and connect the heaven gate, I can actually think of a way to convert a lot of Shenwen into Shenwen's great Tao and quickly reach the Tao integration realm. At this moment, Suyu found a way, a shortcut. Thinking of this, Suyu said again, Senior, the reason why no one on the Tao of warriors, especially the Tao of warriors of the human race, can reach Tao integration is because they don't have a natural talent technique. Beside him, the book spirit said with a smile, actually, I've looked at it. Although the powerful cultivators of the human race are proficient in all kinds of battle techniques, in essence, they are all walking the same Tao. The Tao of the body. The book spirit explained, some of them are proficient in spear techniques, some are proficient in saber techniques, but they haven't opened their primordial spirit apertures. In essence, they are all strengthening their bodies. Therefore, they are all walking the same great Tao, the Tao of the body. This is an incomparably huge great Tao, but I've looked at it, this Tao. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach Tao integration because there are too many people walking it, and they are all injured. Once again, Suyu learned a secret. It turned out that the current human warriors were all walking the same Tao, the unified Tao, the Tao of the body. The book spirit continued. Actually, it wasn't like this in the past. In the past, even warriors would walk different Taos. For example, if you cultivate saber techniques, you might walk the Tao of the saber. If you cultivate spear techniques, you might walk the Tao of the spear. However, now, the cultivation methods seem to be unified, and everyone is cultivating the 3 movement techniques. When the 3 movement techniques are cultivated, the saber, spear, sword, and halberd are all abandoned, and the body is king. In this way, after stepping into the Tao integration realm, everyone is fusing with the same Tao. He shook his head and said, in this way, the Taos will overlap. Under such circumstances, it will be too difficult to take that step. Suyu frowned and said, Senior, I know the art of war fusion. Isn't the art of war fusion also a Tao? No, it's not the same. The book spirit shook his head again. The Tao of warriors is the Tao of warriors. How can it be the same Tao? Weapons come in all shapes and sizes. When they fuse with the Tao, they are actually different weapons, and their Taos are also different. For example, I saw that monkey who was beating people with a big stick. The Tao he fused with was that stick, and not just the Tao of the body. Therefore, he has a very high chance of fusing with the Tao. So you suddenly understood. Therefore, even though the weapons used by the human race come in all shapes and sizes, in reality, everyone's energy is not focused on the weapons, nor are they walking the Tao of the battle techniques. Instead, they are all focused on strengthening their bodies, so they are all unified Taos. Yes. The book spirit nodded again. It's not just the human race. I've looked around, and it seems like all the other races are walking the 3 movement techniques. When the 3 movement techniques are cultivated, their Taos are unified, and there is hope for them to fuse with the Tao, because their Taos are not damaged. However, if they want to take that step forward, it will be very difficult. He shook his head regretfully. I don't know why there are so many people walking the unified Tao. This is cutting off everyone's hope of taking a stronger step forward. If this goes on, in a few years, they will all be cultivating the 3 movement techniques. In the future, there will be no more cultivators above the Tao integration stage. Humans whose Taos were damaged couldn't even reach the Tao integration stage. As for the Wan nation, their Taos were still relatively complete, and they could fuse with the Tao. However, they couldn't do anything above the Tao integration stage. Suyu said, because the 3 movement techniques are the only movement techniques. If they walk the other Taos, they will be punished by the rules. The book spirit was a little confused upon hearing this. The little white dog was also surprised. The rules don't allow it? Yes. The little white dog blinked. Why? You're asking me? Suyu felt helpless. I don't know either. The little white dog's tail wagged. Could it be that the Wan nation did this? The human race wouldn't do this, right? Could it be that they are afraid that the human race will become stronger? The little white dog was also confused. Suyu quickly said, Senior, if they walk the other Taos now, will there still be hope for the human race to fuse with the Tao? He looked at the book spirit. The little white dog didn't see anyone else, but the book spirit still knew. The book spirit thought for a moment and said, according to what you said, they will be punished if they walk the other Taos. However, some of the human race have already fused with the Tao. However, I see that many people's 3 bodies have been shattered. The shattering of 3 bodies means that part of the Tao integration stage has been shattered, and it is very difficult to repair. The 3 bodies are actually the bearing of the Tao. Shattering one body is equivalent to losing a part of the Tao. So you hurriedly said, then, can they walk the weapon fusion technique again? The book spirit pondered for a moment. Yes, they can. The shattering of 3 bodies will allow them to withdraw from the original Tao of the physical body. However, you said that they will be punished if they walk the other Taos. but they are now stronger than the sun and the moon. The punishment of the Tao integration stage may not be able to do anything to them. Suyu quickly said, the key is how to convert the Tao. I think that the current human race cultivators probably don't know how to convert the Tao. He added, also, apart from the weapon fusion technique, are there any other ways to prove the Tao? The book spirit nodded. Of course. The Shenwen Tao is the most direct. The Shenwen Tao is the closest to the Tao. It is the embryonic form of the Tao. Walking the Shenwen Tao is the easiest way to become strong. That was the strongest Tao in the past, but it is also extremely difficult. The book spirit continued, the second is the weapon fusion technique you mentioned. This is also a Tao that many people walked in the past. There are thousands of Taos, and the degree of overlap isn't too high. There are thousands of weapons. If you really want to focus on one, for example, a hammer, an axe, a wooden staff, an iron staff, they are all different Taos. This way, fewer people will fuse with the Tao, and you will become stronger. Moreover, if a Tao doesn't have a master of the laws, you will have a chance to step into the master of the laws realm. The master of the laws was the same concept as the Tao integration stage Suyu mentioned. Suyu nodded. Are there any others? Third, the 3 movement techniques. You know about them. Fourth, open your own path. This is very difficult. Most people can't do it. Fifth, switch Taos. Suyu was startled. Switch Taos. The book spirit nodded. Actually, it's about the same as the other methods. Cultivators with 3 movement techniques can also walk this path. I looked around. Many cultivators with 3 movement techniques use treasures from the human sovereign era as vessels to carry the power of the laws. The book spirit explained, everyone is walking the body Tao now because they haven't comprehended the Taos of those objects. For example, I took a look, and it seems like someone is using something from someone else's body as a carrier. Suyu took out a strand of dragon coiling wood. The book spirit nodded. Yes, that's it. It seems to be the hair of a peerless powerhouse. This powerhouse must have mastered a great Tao. If you're not the master of the body Tao, you can actually comprehend this powerhouse's great Tao and reach the Tao integration stage at the very least. Of course, if this person is still alive, you won't be able to become a master of the laws. This was switching Taos, no longer walking the body Tao, but the undamaged Tao mastered by someone else. Suyu's eyes flickered. What you mean is that this strand of hair actually belongs to a martial emperor, and a martial emperor has also mastered a great Tao. His Tao may not be damaged, perhaps it's still perfect. If you use this as a vessel, or use it as a weapon, and comprehend the Tao within, you can walk the Tao of a martial emperor, right? Yes. The book spirit smiled. This way, you can avoid the body Tao. Suyu pondered for a while, then said, then, who has mastered the body Tao? Why is it damaged? The great Tao of the fleshly body. That's an ordinary great Tao. Ordinary great Taos are very powerful, and have existed since the creation of the heaven and earth. I don't know who controls it, but the great Tao of the fleshly body is very powerful. At the side, the little white dog added, yes, the body Tao is a Tao that leads to the heavens. Back then, many people walked this Tao, including some human kings. They might not have mastered a great Tao, but they reached the end of the body Tao, which is the Tao integration realm. In fact, their strength is not weaker than some masters of the laws. Suyu sucked in a deep breath. So you're saying that some of the human kings back then weren't masters of the laws, that is, at the great Tao level? They were at the Tao integration realm, but they relied on the Tao integration to battle the great Tao. Yes. The little white dog nodded. That's right. Because the body Tao is too powerful. Now it's damaged. Perhaps many human kings died, and too many people died on this Tao, causing it to be damaged. It was constantly attacked, shattered, and its power was extracted. Suyu understood, the human race had suffered heavy losses, and many human kings had died. Back then, many human kings had walked the body Tao, which caused this Tao to be damaged, and they could no longer step into Tao integration. Suyu continued, so, if you don't pursue the Tao integration realm, you can comprehend the Tao of others. For example, if I use the Celestial Emperor's head as a vessel, I can comprehend the celestial emperor's Tao. The little white dog looked at him in surprise. Why do you have such an idea? Why do you insist on using someone else's head as a vessel? Although this analogy made one speechless, the little white dog still nodded and said, yes, and it's easier for you to comprehend the Tao of the same race. It's much more difficult to comprehend the Tao of others. So you took a deep breath, then exhaled. So, there are two ways for the human race to step into Tao integration. First, the art of war. Second, change your Tao. Change to the Tao of a peerless expert, such as a martial emperor, but it will cut off your path of retreat, right? Yes. The little white dog nodded. Actually, in the later stages, you can also open your own Tao. In the early stages, you can borrow someone else's Tao and merge with their Tao. Of course, there's another way. If you kill the master of the laws, then you have a chance of walking this Tao and controlling it. The little white dog continued, also, if you walk someone else's Tao, you'll be restricted. If this master of the laws is still alive and you fight him, you won't be able to extract the power of the Tao, because the Tao is under his control. Suyu laughed. That doesn't matter, because he's the master of the laws. If he really wants to deal with you, you won't be able to defeat him. That's true, the little white dog nodded. You're in conflict with the master of the laws, and you're walking his Tao. You're no match for him, so it doesn't matter if you can borrow the power of the laws or not. At this moment, Suyu had some thoughts. A martial emperor, the Tao of the physical body was damaged, so it was very difficult for everyone to open their own Tao. Even if they fused with the art of war, they might not be able to easily step into the Tao integration realm. However, the martial emperor's Tao was definitely the master of the laws, so he definitely had his own Tao. Moreover, his Tao wasn't weak, so it was possible to walk his own Tao. Suyu had quite a bit of dragon coiling wood. If he forged it into a vessel and walked the martial emperor's Tao, he might be able to avoid the punishment of the laws. Various thoughts rose in Suyu's mind. After a long time, he thought of himself. Suyu said, so my best method is to open the gate of heaven and transform my battle technique into Xinwen. I'll quickly step into the Tao integration stage. The little white dog nodded. Then I need the great heavenly cycle art. Seniors, don't you know how to do it? The little white dog shook its head. It didn't know how to do it. The book spirit said, we don't know how to do it. Master didn't record it either. Suyu took a deep breath. Someone knows how to do it. The martial emperor should know how to do it. So, if I want to find the great heavenly cycle art, it's best if I meet the martial emperor. Perhaps I can obtain the cultivation technique. Then, the gate of heaven will be unblocked, the primordial spirit will become one, and the battle technique will transform into Xinwen. I'll completely fuse with the 99 Xinwen battle techniques and begin to integrate the Tao integration left behind by King Wen. This will be my path to becoming invincible. At this moment, the path ahead suddenly became clear, step by step, he could at least reach Tao integration or even grasp the Tao. Of course, after grasping the Tao, that would be another matter. After all, this Tao was left behind by King Wen. Who knew if this Tao of King Wen was powerful or not? What if he met an expert in the future and couldn't beat him with one Tao? During the last title change, the human king of the human race, the 100 Battle King, was said to have reached a level comparable to the ancient human king. Suyu guessed that the other party was not at the great Tao realm, but at Tao integration of the body. At that time, the Tao of the body might still be very powerful. The 100 Battle King had reached the end of the Tao of the body and was extremely powerful. However, he was still killed, so there were many secrets in the myriad worlds. The martial emperor, at this moment, Suyu fell into deep thought. Should I go to the starry mansion? But the martial emperor had gone crazy. I can only see his heavenly cycle origin aperture technique and divine cycle technique. I know all of these, but I can't see his great heavenly cycle art. I can only communicate with him. He was beaten into this state by the martial emperor. Can he even pay attention to me? More like killing me, but he might really have to meet him, or even talk to him, and see if he could make the human race integrate with his Tao. Otherwise, if the human race rashly integrated with his Tao, he might play some tricks, and the human race might be in trouble. After chatting with the little white dog and the others, Suyu soon had a clear idea about the future, about cultivation, and about strengthening himself. So, I must first transform Shenwen into a battle skill. Then, I will activate the regulations and strengthen Shenwen, so that Shenwen can reach the level where it can integrate with the Great Tao. So, I will first meet the Martial Emperor and ask about the heavenly cycle art. Then, I will think of a way to fleece the regulations and strengthen Shenwen. Finally, I will step into an invincible state. All of a sudden, the path was clear. After understanding all this, Suyu was suddenly enlightened, and he smiled. A moment later, he comprehended the God-expanding hammer and vaguely comprehended something. After listening to the book spirit's recitation for a while, he activated the flame of inheritance. Just like that, when Suyu finished eating the wing and comprehended it, the hammer in his mind transformed into a Shenwen. Hammer, very powerful, this thing, Suyu had been nurturing, directly turning into the sun and moon Shenwen. After eating the wings of the golden-winged great rock, the immense power of the divine character also stimulated the newly born Tao character, and it advanced rapidly. Before long, it finished eating the wings, and the divine character also entered the sun-moon tier. 32 Shenwen, they were all sun and moon Shenwen. At this point, Suyu still had 67 Shenwen left that he had not outlined. Perhaps if he listened to the books here, he might spend a few years or a few decades, and Suyu also had hope of completing the outline. However, Suyu was a little impatient. Transform Shenwen into a battle skill. This was the most shortcut that he had heard today. The number of talent skills that he knew was not ordinary. As long as he could comprehend them and transform them into Shenwen, his 99 Shenwen could completely be quickly resolved. The premise was that his primordial spirit had become one. Martial Emperor. Suyu's eyes flickered, and the next moment, he asked, "Seniors, do you know Martial Emperor's name?" It was not good for him to keep calling him Old Zhou. Martial King's surname was Zhou, and so was the great Zhou King. It was not appropriate to call him Old Zhou, the little white dog thought for a while before saying, "I don't really remember. Master seems to have mentioned once, the same surname as Lord Martial King?" F***ck, Suyu cursed inwardly. It couldn't be, his surname was Zhou again. Did the surname Zhou have so many elites? Martial King, Martial Emperor, Great Zhou King. Why are there no elites with the surname Su? I'm not convinced. The little white ball did not think much and said casually, "Zhou is a common surname since the creation of the world. Legend has it that the ancestor's surname was Zhou. No, he was called Zhou, so most of the people with the surname Zhou were descendants of the ancestor. This is also just a legend because Zhou represents the perfection of heavenly cycle." Suyu gasped. There was such a saying. No wonder the surname Zhou was powerful, so it was the surname of the ancestor of the human race since the creation of the world. In the future, human elites could only have the surname Su. Suyu secretly made up his mind. Yes, surname Su. The sound of reading was still reverberating. Suyu was thinking about something. Even though he hadn't comprehended Shenwen yet, the ethereal voice of the book spirit still made him feel very at ease. Of course, an old man reading was still a bit lacking. Transforming into a young girl. Blue sky, Suyu subconsciously thought of Lan Tian. Forget it, just pretend I didn't think about it. Now that he saw a woman, he thought of blue sky. Shuddering, too terrifying, Suyu seriously suspected that blue sky had traumatized so many bachelors in the invincible realm. He was afraid of women. This guy was really a troublemaker. Just look at Silkworm Destruction King. He might not be able to find a Tao partner in this life or the next. Wan Tianxing was also a bachelor. Perhaps it was because of blue sky. He would transform into a peerless beauty and seduce you, but, you know what he was like in the past. How could you not be afraid? Suyu shivered. Women, forget it. Everyone in the world has the surname Su. My father might be able to complete this mission. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Suyu drank his Tao integration stage tea and listened to the sound of reading. His mind was a bit empty. Gradually, he fell asleep. In fact, Suyu hadn't slept for a long time. He didn't need to. He hadn't slept since the day he stepped into the All Heavens battlefield. He had even rested a few times when he first entered the academy. As for the nightmares of the past, he didn't dream anymore. But today, he listened to the sound of reading, drank tea, and gradually fell asleep. Dreaming, he hadn't dreamed for a long time. Today, Suyu entered a dream. Dream realm. When Suyu saw that familiar dreamland, he knew that he was dreaming. It was a very strange feeling, but he didn't break out of the dreamland. He wanted to see what he would see in his dream today, since he hadn't dreamt in a long time. Who will kill me? In the past, people came to kill me. Can they kill me now? What a joke, I'm so powerful, I can kill those guys in the dream realm in the past with a single slap. In the past, even an ordinary person like me could run a few steps. Suyu judged that killing the demonic beasts in his dreams was trash. At most, the sun and moon would explode. He was waiting for the monster to come. But not this time. There were no monsters in the gray world. Suyu was surprised. Not going to kill me? Are you scared of me? He guessed that the dream he experienced earlier should be from the Book of Time. Some of the remnant wills of the experts who were killed might have leaked out, causing the Book of Time to be damaged. This was the reason why the dream appeared. The reason why the races that appeared in the later stages were weaker was most likely because the remnant wills of the strong had seeped out first, and then the remnant wills of the weak. According to his calculations, even if he were to appear now, he would be a weakling. As Suyu was thinking, the dream space suddenly shook. A faintly discernible shadow appeared, illusory and illusory. It could be vaguely seen that it might be a woman. Had he been influenced by something? Why did everyone look like a woman to him? It was just a shadow. Suyu was a little confused. The shadow seemed to have its back facing him. It was faintly discernible. It seemed to be very tired and uncomfortable. You came, Suyu frowned. You are too weak, continue fighting. Continue fighting. The shadow seemed to be panting violently. Suyu was startled. Who? Time Master? Suyu mumbled in a low voice. Was it Time Master? I can't hold on anymore. Big Brother is also about to die. We are waiting for you. I want to go home. I am so tired. I'm so tired. I miss home. Sorry. I really can't hold on anymore. I want to go back. Ride Fat Ball. Has it grown up? The voice was intermittent. The shadow seemed to be sobbing. Gradually, the shadow dissipated without a trace. In the dream space, there seemed to be something dripping down. Suyu was incomparably shocked. He suddenly stretched out his hand and caught the falling thing. Holding it in his hand, in an instant, he felt an extremely strong sense of sorrow. He could feel it. That seemed to be the sound of someone crying. He was a bit absent-minded. Someone was crying. She said that she missed home. Phew. Suyu suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes. His eyes were glistening with tears. He was crying. No, he was affected by the dream space. That intense emotion had interfered with him. Suyu was incomparably aghast. He was extremely powerful, but at this moment, he was actually disturbed by the dream space. He opened his eyes as if nothing had changed. However, Little White, who was snoring at the side, suddenly woke up. It suddenly looked at Suyu with a strange look in its eyes. Gradually, some light flickered with some surprise, some uncertainty, and some anticipation. You, what did you see? Where did you go? Where did you go? Suyu was stunned. I was here. I fell asleep. Little White was a little impatient. No, you are here, your body is here, but your consciousness has disappeared. Where did you go? Suyu said, I had a dream. I dreamt of a shadow. It might be a woman. She said she missed home. She said she wanted to ride Fat Ball. She asked if Fat Ball had grown up. She said she was fighting. She said Big Brother was dying. She said she was tired. Sob, sob, sob. At this moment, Little White suddenly burst into tears, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, the entire sky darkened. The sky above King Wen's former residence was completely dark. Sob, sob, sob. Little Mistress misses me. Like a child, the sobs echoed throughout the world. Little Mistress misses me. I haven't grown up yet, I can't ride her. Sob, sob, sob. The cries sounded like the cries of blood. Little White's sadness affected everyone. Master, Little Mistress is gone. They're gone. I'm watching the house. They're gone. They're not coming back. They're in danger. sob sob sob. At this moment, Suyu's emotions fluctuated violently. He was once again disturbed. Beside him, the drunken little furball was also disturbed at this moment, and big drops of tears rolled down his face. Where are you? Where are you fighting? I'm going to find you, Little White whimpered. It looked at Suyu and choked, where is little mistress? Suyu's tears also flowed down. He couldn't stop them. The entire world was crying. Beside him, Book Spirit and Tea Tree were also disturbed. Perhaps they were sad to begin with, but at this moment, their faces were also covered in tears. Suyu quickly said, I don't know. She said I was too weak. I think I picked up a tear. Suyu suspected that the tear in the dream did not exist. He quickly checked himself, and the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He was sure that there was nothing in his hands the moment he woke up. However, at this moment, something suddenly appeared in his palm. He opened his palm and looked. It was a crystal clear tear. Sob sob sob, Little White suddenly cried even more sadly. As for Suyu, his emotions fluctuated violently. The intense sorrow once again infected him. The tear in his hand was filled with longing, sorrow, and helplessness. The little white dog's emotions also infected Suyu, causing his tears to flow uncontrollably. How many years has it been since I cried? Suyu was also helpless. What was going on? Little White sobbed for a while. It looked at the tear in Suyu's hand and choked, it's little mistress, it's the book of time. It's that book that brought back little mistress's tears. She missed home, she was fighting. She encountered danger. Where are you? Little White sniffed, but it could only track Suyu's body. That was brought back by the book of time. This was an afterimage left behind 15 years ago, a tear. That year, Time Master wanted to go home. That year, she said she was tired and she couldn't hold on anymore. Suyu was aghast. Time Master didn't die, Kingwen didn't die, 15 years ago. Could it be that something major really happened 15 years ago? Time Master and Kingwen might not have died. They encountered a strong enemy, and they kept fighting. Was this book of light sent back at the moment of death, or was it sent back by Time Master when she was alive? What did all of this signify? Who could deal with Time Master and Kingwen? Was there such a strong expert in the universe? Many thoughts rose in Suyu's mind. This time, if he didn't sleep, could it be that he would never see this scene? Suyu's expression became solemn. Tears were still falling. Soon, he looked at Little White, Senior. He raised his hand, and in his hand, there was a tear. Time Masters, the little white dog choked with sobs as it stared at the teardrops. After staring for a while, it sobbed and said, keep it. This was left behind by little mistress. Maybe, you can use it in the future, maybe you can find little mistress. As it sobbed, it suddenly looked at Suyu. Can you sleep for a while longer? Suyu was embarrassed. I can't sleep now, oh. Little White nodded, wagging its tail, and there was a loud bang. Suyu fainted. When Suyu woke up again, Little White's face was full of hope and disappointment, no longer crying, but said pitifully, no, your will is still there, you didn't disappear just now, you just fainted. Suyu smiled bitterly, yes, I fainted, I was knocked out by you again, you knocked me out twice. If I didn't see you crying so sadly just now, I would definitely remember this grudge. You are the first person to knock me out twice. Dog, Little White looked at Suyu, lying on the ground, a little disappointed, and stopped wagging its tail. After a while, it said, Little Mistress, didn't die, right? Suyu didn't know, but at this moment, he couldn't say much, so he nodded, definitely not, that strong. There is still Kingwen. NN. Little White nodded, then said expectantly, Little Mistress will come back soon, right? N. Suyu nodded. This dog definitely couldn't be provoked now. Suyu didn't know what would happen to a dog that could watch over the Time Master for more than 100,000 years if he destroyed its hope. The sky was still dark. Before this, the sky was incomparably bright. The darkness in the sky gradually dissipated a little. Little White looked at Suyu and suddenly said, you only saw it once? N. Why didn't you sleep before? Suyu was helpless, I was always fighting, I didn't have the chance to sleep even if I wanted to, and I couldn't sleep either. Oh. Little White looked at him for a while, then said, "Little mistress cried?" "Well, probably." "Oh." At this moment, Suyu felt that he had to be careful when talking to this little white dog, feeling that it was showing signs of going crazy. Little White lay on the ground, its tail no longer wagging, not knowing what it was thinking. After a long time, it suddenly stood up, then ran into the house. A moment later, it came out with something in its mouth. "This is Master's Heaven and Earth Inkstone, which Master used to write books." Little White placed the inkstone in its mouth in front of Suyu, its dog face full of desire and expectation. "This, Master killed a very powerful guy, then peeled off the opponent's armor to refine it." Suyu looked at the inkstone beside him, frowned and said, "This is a divine weapon?" "I don't know." Little White said eagerly, "I only know that Master has brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This is Heaven and Earth Inkstone. I see that your great Tao inheritance is like a brush. Master's brush may be formed from this great Tao. You have the aura of paper on you, but it's broken. The rest should be with Yunling Mo. Where is Mo?" Little White thought and quickly said, "I don't know where Mo is. Maybe in the Star Mansion, maybe in the Dead Souls world. Go look for it." Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone are Master's 4 great treasures. If you gather them, maybe you can master the 4 great Tao. It looked longingly at Suyu. "Can you cultivate well?" Suyu was embarrassed. "I've always been working hard." "Then you cultivate well and then collect the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Master may have left behind 4 inheritances, you only obtained 1 of them. Ink and paper should all have inheritances, and this Heaven and Earth Inkstone should also have one. It might also have a great Tao, the great Tao of the guy Master killed. You can use it yourself, or give it to someone else. You have to work hard, okay?" Suyu was even more embarrassed. "Senior, this. I really work hard." "Right, Senior, why don't you use it yourself?" Little White shook its head. "The great Tao must be suitable." "I'm not suitable, otherwise I wouldn't have opened the path in the past. Since Master passed it on to you, you should be able to. Master might have passed it on to more than just you. You obtained the brush's inheritance, and Yunling grasped the paper's inheritance, but he shouldn't be the person Master was waiting for. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Master of the laws by now. I've given you the inkstone's inheritance, and also the ink's inheritance." Only now did the little white dog tell Suyu everything it knew. Yes, the little white dog hadn't said anything before, probably because it thought that it was enough for Suyu to have 1 inheritance. But now, it had told him everything, 4, not just 1. At this moment, Suyu thought of a person, Lu Hong, Ink, of the 4 great inheritances. Ink's inheritance hadn't appeared. Lu Hongyi wanted to run to the Dead Souls realm. This fellow, could he have obtained Ink's inheritance? Or perhaps he knew where Ink's inheritance was, so he wanted to go to the Dead Souls realm to take a look. For great Daos. Suyu sucked in a breath. Just how many great Daos did this Kingwen control? Would a person like him really die? What kind of powerful enemy had he encountered that he hadn't returned after 100,000 years? He looked at the Heaven and Earth Inkstone on the ground. This precious treasure was given to him by the little white dog just like that. He hesitated for a moment and picked up the inkstone. The moment he picked it up, it was as if he saw a ferocious beast roaring and swallowing him. Suyu was startled. The next moment, when he looked again, it was just an ordinary inkstone. The little white dog said beside him, "I don't know how to let you inherit this inheritance. Look for it yourself. You should be able to find it." The little white dog said again, "You can also be considered the inheritor of this inkstone. In fact, since you came in, you should be considered the inheritor. I just saw that you have a master's brush, and you haven't really grasped it, so I thought that maybe there could be another person who can also come in and take away this inheritance." So you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior, are you saying that if I come in, I can actually take away this Heaven and Earth Inkstone?" "Not really." The little white dog shook its head. "Master didn't say, but I think it can be given to someone else. I see that you aren't a bad person, so I can give it to you." "If you are, I won't give it to you." He had been given the good guy card, so you took a deep breath. Everything that happened today set off great waves in his heart. However, at this moment, he held it in. He really couldn't think too deeply about these things. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he would be. The time Master and Kingwen had encountered a powerful foe, and had fought for 100,000 years. He didn't dare to imagine, and 15 years ago, in an unknown place, they fought. They might have lost, and the Time Master might have died. The Book of Time flew back, carrying a drop of her tear, hoping to return home. Or, at the last moment, with some hope, hoping to find someone to save them, but, what a joke, heavens, how strong were the Time Master and Kingwen, it was unknown how many great Daos they had grasped. One inherited 4 great Daos, and the other slaughtered the heavens, refined the Book of Time, and wanted to open another heavens. In such a situation, you want me to save them? Stop messing around. Now that he had grasped a great Dao, it was enough to sweep through the myriad worlds. Even the upper realm might not have a great Dao realm powerhouse. Suyu took a deep breath, and then another. He kept the heaven and earth ink stone in his hand. The next moment, it entered his mind. There were more and more treasures in his mind. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He had a brush, an inkstone, and paper. Apart from the ink, he had everything else on the heaven hunting list. There was also the Time Master's Book of Time, the Human Master's Holy Master's Medallion, and the record of civilization that he had refined himself. Now that he had killed Suyu, even the Master of the Laws would be pleasantly surprised by these spoils. And Suyu was just the sun and the moon. Suyu looked at the white dog again. Then, Senior, are you willing to go out now? Perhaps? The white dog shook its head. I can't. I can't go out. I have to look after the house. I can't leave this place. If I leave and don't return for more than 3 days, the house will be gone. It doesn't matter if the flowers die. In truth, Suyu still wanted to persuade the white dog. He hadn't thought of doing so before, but since something had happened to the Time Master and the others, perhaps. The white dog shook its head again. I really can't. The house can't leave without me. Not only will the flowers die, but if I leave with the Master and young Master, the house will be in turmoil. If I leave and don't return for 3 days, the house will be washed away into the depths of the river of time, never to be found again. After saying that, it looked at Suyu again. If you're really in trouble, I can go out, but I must come back within 3 days. Suyu understood, so that was how it was. It wasn't just because of the flowers. This place was in the middle of the river of time and couldn't be moved. Once the white dog left, there would be no one to suppress it, and this place might be washed away. Then King Wen's former residence would be gone. The white dog had clearly made some concessions. It could leave at the critical moment, but it had to return within 3 days. Before that, it wasn't prepared to leave. Suyu's dream made the white dog a little anxious. Suyu nodded. A moment later, the white dog said impatiently, Suyu, leave. Huh? Suyu was just about to listen to the reading when the white dog said again, if you listen and drink tea here, you might be able to step into the Master of the Law's realm in 100 years. But, it's so slow. Didn't you say you wanted to find a cultivation method? Off you go. Then go find Master's ink inheritance. Suyu, hurry up and leave. Before this, the white dog wasn't in a hurry. It didn't care how long Suyu stayed. But now, it was getting anxious. Hurry up and leave. If you don't fight, don't search for treasures, don't be impatient, how can you improve so quickly? The white dog said, the book spirit and the tea tree aren't serious about cultivating. This time, I won't let them leave. I want to supervise their cultivation. When they're stronger, if you come looking for them, I'll let them go out to help you. As it spoke, it turned to look at the tree in the courtyard. Big Blockhead is about to become a spirit. If he does, I can let him out too. The book spirit will be reading to Big Blockhead these days. I won't read to you. If I read to you, how long will it take for you to become stronger? The white dog was getting anxious. Suyu felt helpless. Before, the book spirit had told him to stay here as he pleased. Sure enough, the young master was much more important than him. Fine, that was normal. It wasn't like he was raising a dog, it was urging him to hurry up and open the gate of heaven, so that he could transform into Shenwen and quickly advance. Actually, Suyu hadn't planned on staying for too long, but he'd wanted to stay for a few more days to listen to the book spirit's reading. As for now, forget it. He'd learned everything he needed to know and gained a lot. Perhaps it was time to make another trip to the starry mansion. At this moment, Suyu was shaken. There were too many things he didn't understand. How the primordial era was destroyed might have something to do with the battle the Time Master had mentioned. They were fighting. Were there only these two, or were there many people? What about the Emperor? What about the King of Martial Arts? Were they all dead, or were they still alive? But they were also fighting. It had been 100,000 years. What kind of battle could last for 100,000 years? At Suyu's level, the stronger he was, the faster the battle would be. Unless the two sides were evenly matched and the battle would not stop. 100,000 years. Wouldn't this battle be earth-shattering? Even in the upper realm, it would probably be a tie, right? A drop of tear, a heaven and earth ink stone, Suyu thought to himself. These were two unexpected gains today. The white dog was impatient. Suyu didn't say anything more. He got up and said, "If that's the case, I'll go out." The white dog didn't ask him to stay this time. It nodded. "Okay, you can go out." Suyu was helpless. He thought for a while and finally asked, "Let me ask you a question. Is there a suppressive force in the human realm? Can it be activated?" The white dog quickly recalled and said, "Suppressive force. Is it to limit the strength of outsiders?" "Yes. It existed many years ago, but it disappeared later. After Master and the others won, it disappeared. Because many people have mounts and friends who come to visit. It's not good to suppress them. And when they come on a pilgrimage in the Wan, it's not good to suppress them. So Master and the others removed the suppressive force." The white dog quickly said, "The suppressive force is actually a great Tao rule. I don't know which one it is exactly. In the beginning, it should be ownerless. Later, I don't know if His Majesty the Human Emperor or Master controlled it. I didn't ask. In any case, it's either Master or His Majesty the Human Emperor. If you want to activate it, I'm afraid you'll have to step into the Master of the Law realm to have any hope of activating it." Fine. In fact, when he learned that Shunwen was a rule, Suyu had already guessed it. The human emperor or king Wen probably didn't expect the human race to have such a day. In the past, because they had many mounts and friends, the Wan came on a pilgrimage. In order to show the majesty of the human race, they removed the suppressive force. Now, the human race was in trouble. Then, I understand. Suyu grabbed the still crying furball. It was very strange. Why was it crying now? Really, the little white dog stopped crying. What a useless fellow. Seniors, then I'll leave first. With that, Suyu was about to leave, but the little furball suddenly cried. I know, I must have mastered the crying Tao. I'm crying so hard. What the hell, you're crying? The white dog also looked at it strangely. Of course not. You cried, but there was no great Tao vibration. How could that be? Then I can't stop crying. Oh, the white dog's eyes were apologetic. You're too weak. You're not as strong as Suyu. Suyu cancelled it out, but you're still affected. You'll be fine after 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days, at this moment, little furball really wanted to cry. Why are you treating me like this? Am I very weak? Fine, I'm quite weak. So I didn't master the crying Tao, Suyu wanted to laugh. Forget it, I won't laugh anymore. This little dog is about to die of sadness. If I laugh anymore, what if it gets angry? Then I'll take my leave. Suyu didn't say anything else. He walked away feeling refreshed. After entering this time and sleeping for a while, he felt much more relaxed. As for the Time Master, forget about this, it has nothing to do with me, at least not now. What do you mean go and rescue? What a joke. I can't even defeat Tao integration stage cultivators, let alone great Tao cultivators. After a while, Suyu disappeared into the waterfall of time. The white dog looked at him expectantly for a while. Soon, it turned its head. Bare One's teeth looked at the book spirit and tea tree and said angrily, read, hurry up and read. Book spirit, tea tree, if you don't read and become stronger, I'm going to feed you to Big Wood. You're too stupid. The book spirit was speechless. You can talk about tea tree, but don't talk about me. I'm very intelligent. Forget it, Fat Ball is really anxious and angry. Let's read. After a while, the sound of reading resounded throughout heaven and earth. The book spirit began to read, and Tea Tree listened obediently, not even going to take a bath. Fat Ball was angry. As for Suyu, he stepped out of the waterfall of time. It felt like a lifetime had passed. The inside and outside seemed to be different space-time. He had only stayed for a day, but he had gained a lot. As soon as he came out, it was drizzling. The entire human realm was cheering. The drizzle fell on Suyu. Suyu raised his brows slightly. Essence energy rain, so small, how stingy, what is the King of Great Zhou doing? I asked you to rain, but you didn't make it rain heavily. Instead, you made it drizzle. Are you playing with artistic conception? Suyu disappeared instantly. In the next moment, he appeared in the void. In the sky, the King of Great Zhou was working with a few invincible martial artists. Weak and feeble, are you afraid of the essence energy rain densely covering the human realm? He also sensed Suyu's arrival and revealed a slight smile. The meaning was clear. Look, I listened to you and made the essence energy rain. This operation was unprecedented, right? As for Suyu, he looked at the King of Great Zhou with a cold face. This is the essence energy rain? So small? CKU. The King of Great Zhou's smile was slightly stiff. No, this is the essence energy rain that covers the human realm. If it is too big, it will drain the human realm of essence energy. Although many eternal martial artists died in the human realm, the essence energy is not so thick that it turns into rain. So you thought about it. Forget it. I will not argue with you. This old fellow is still very strong. What if he really angers me and fights to the death? Then forget it. So you did not say much and quickly said, King of Great Zhou, what do you think about the King of Great Qin switching to the weapon fusion Dao? The King of Great Zhou's smile disappeared and he frowned slightly. Switch to the weapon fusion Dao. He frowned and said, it is true that old Qin's physical body is injured, but he is cultivating the warrior Dao. If he switches now, he will have to start from the beginning. He continued, furthermore, the Myriad worlds do not support any Dao other than the three bodies Dao. So you frowned, I know, but why can the Demon Emperor step into Dao integration? He also cultivates the three-body movement Dao. It is not the same. The King of Great Zhou explained, we both cultivate the three bodies Dao, but they do not cultivate the Dao of the human race. We are of different races and cultivate different Daos. It is difficult for us to merge their Daos. So you did not say anything and quickly said, then, the King of Great Qin can cultivate the weapon fusion Dao, right? He has experience and is proficient in spear techniques. I think he should improve very quickly if he steps into the Dao of spear techniques, right? The King of Great Zhou nodded. The main thing is the punishment of the rules. If he cultivates the weapon fusion Dao now, he will definitely encounter powerful punishment of the rules. So you wanted to say something but the King of Great Zhou said, don't say that you can bear it. Furthermore, you can't bear it, you are not a cultivator. So you shook his head, no, if I impart the weapon fusion Dao to the King of Great Qin, then I will be the karma one. As he said that, Suyu raised his brows, forget it, I have to find Xianxia and the others to inherit the weapon fusion Dao. It might be troublesome for them to pass it to me. No need, let's wait a little longer. Wait, the King of Great Zhou looked at him. Wait for what? Suyu did not say anything. Wait for me to merge with my Dao. I have merged with my Dao. If I use the Book of Time, I should be able to bring people into the lawless land, which is the former residence of King Wen, right? Suyu instantly had an idea. That was it. Now, he could not bring people in unless he could activate the defense of the Book of Time. The book spirit was different from the tea tree. These two were the spirits within it. Furball was different too. Maybe I can bring people to the lawless land to avoid the punishment. Suyu had a plan, therefore, he could temporarily delay the matter with the King of Great Qin and the others. The key was that he had to step into the Dao merging realm as soon as possible. Shenwen was still the best. Shenwen was the law. From the beginning, it was the great Dao of laws. Therefore, he was not allowed to use other Daos to step into eternity. However, Shenwen probably could not stop it. Rules could not stop rules. With this thought, Suyu turned and left. Where are you going? The King of Great Zhou asked. Suyu was so mysterious now that even the king of Great Zhou felt that he wasn't as deep as Suyu in front of him. Was he pretending to be deep? To step into the Tao merging realm. Suyu said without turning his head, King of Great Zhou, take care of the human realm. There's no need for me to care about these trivial matters. I'm leaving. I'll also pay a visit to the experts of the various races. You, the King of Great Zhou, was speechless. You're running away just like that? Then, when are you returning to the human realm? I don't know. Then if there's nothing else. King of Great Zhou, ask what you should and ask less about what you shouldn't. With that said, Suyu had already disappeared. Before long, the King of Little Zhou walked over and smiled. Did you suffer a setback? His elder brother rarely suffered setbacks. Yet, he encountered a weirdo like Suyu. He only cared about what he said and left after he was done. He did not want to listen to the King of Great Zhou's nonsense. No matter how capable the King of Great Zhou was, he could not deal with such a person. The King of Great Zhou did not say anything. He looked in the direction that Suyu left and exhaled softly. This guy did not take away the third fragment. He was still thinking that Suyu should be preparing to use this to bait the Heaven Supervisor, but he did not. What was this guy thinking? He looked in the direction of Mount Starfall with some doubts. Suyu came out so quickly. Did he gain anything? He had only stayed for a day and his aura had stabilized. However, he did not seem to be much stronger. Tao merging, the King of Great Zhou murmured in his heart. You found your Tao merging? Suyu did not care about that. He stepped on the air and entered the twin sacred abode. At that moment, many people were building a new sacred ground. Suyu did not waste time and quickly found Zhu Tiandao and Xiaoyi, who were almost fighting. The two of them were overseers here and did not even care about the abode. The moment Suyu arrived, Zhu Tiandao sent a voice transmission. Second brother Xia is embezzling resources and secretly subsidizing the Xia province. On the other side, Xiaoyi sent a voice transmission. Second brother Zhu wants to be corrupt. He learned from his elder brother and stole the vessel. Weren't the two of you fine previously? Suyu was speechless. He could not be bothered to say more and said quickly, where are the things I wanted previously? I'm going out for a while. Xiaoyi looked at Zhu Tiandao and Zhu Tiandao looked at Xiaoyi. After exchanging glances, they each took out a storage ring. Suyu took it in his hands and looked at it. Good lord, it was really even, everything was split in half. These two, forget it, you guys can continue to make trouble. Suyu stepped on the air and left. Xiaoyi said hurriedly, I have something to do. We'll talk later. Suyu disappeared instantly. He ran very fast. As soon as he left, Xiaoyi snorted coldly. Second brother Zhu, did you complain just now? Same to you. Zhu Tiandao sneered. Second brother Xia, what do you have to compete with me? Fight with your head? After thinking about it, I decided that I could be the Wen King. As for you, you just need to be my assistant. I've killed an invincible. Have you? He was speechless. Xiaoyi was helpless. Damn it, so what if I haven't killed an invincible? What's so great about killing an invincible? I can't be bothered with you, Zhu Tiandao chuckled. Second brother Xiaojia wanted to compete with him? Too inexperienced. My eldest nephew killed an invincible. Treat it as a tribute to me. At the side, Xiaoyi sighed and said bleakly, his talent is not good. I can only rely on my eldest nephew. My eldest nephew is still amazing. My eldest nephew stepping into Eternal Realm level 9 is just around the corner. My eldest nephew is now in control of the military. My eldest nephew. Zhu Tiandao glanced at him and said faintly, you were beaten by your eldest nephew before. My eldest nephew, you were beaten by your eldest nephew before. Xiaoye's face was livid. Zhu Tiandao sneered. What fight? If you talk nonsense again, I'll repeat it for you 10,000 times. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. Defeated, F*CK, this bastard, I'll make you pay sooner or later. On the All Heavens battlefield. Suyu walked out. At this moment, the All Heavens battlefield was slightly silent. Although the human race army had killed their way out of the human realm, the important thing was that Wan's army had retreated. No opponents, even the itinerant cultivators who usually wandered around were few. A bunch of people had died yesterday, so not many people dared to come out now. Of course, there were some courageous ones. Many invincible cultivators had died, and some were truly courageous. There were opportunities only when there was danger. With so many invincible cultivators dead, would the essence blood of invincible cultivators be left behind? Would they be able to pick up a carrier? If not, they could pick up a heavenly soldier or some minced meat from an invincible cultivator's corpse. Suyu was not interested, but for the Sor Ling Yun, even a little minced meat from an invincible cultivator's corpse was a treasure. At this moment, Suyu did not care about those small fries. He quickly traveled through the void. As he traveled, he sank into the records of civilization and searched through memories. Heavenly King Jin's. Suyu collected many corpses this time, including those at the Dao integration realm. He was not in a hurry to look at them. Instead, he mainly looked through Heavenly King Jin's memories. Suyu was also curious about this descendant of the Hell King. How much hatred did he have with King Wen, or was it greed? Was it because of King Wen's great Dao inheritance? Greed was easy to understand. He might know something about King Wen's 4 great inheritances, so everyone would covet them. Hell King was not weak. He was one of the 4 extreme human monarchs, so he might really know something. Suyu immersed himself in memories. He saw many things. When he was young, Heavenly King Jin was very talented. He was born in the 10th tide, but he was not born in the human realm. This surprised Suyu. Heavenly King Jin was not born in the human realm, but in the All Heavens battlefield. He was born when the All Heavens battlefield was sealed, about 20 years before the human realm passageway opened. That was a historical remnant in the Star Sea. That place was extremely secretive, and the key wasn't the historical remnant. Suyu wasn't interested in it. What he was interested in was Heavenly King Jin's father and mother. When the All Heavens battlefield was sealed, there weren't many people who could survive in the All Heavens battlefield. The battlefield was sealed, and the Yuan Qi was exhausted. Only powerful existences like the Heaven Supervisor Marquis could protect the Hunting Sky Pavilion. Heavenly King Jin's father was an expert, so needless to say, his mother was not weak either. In Heavenly King Jin's memories, he had seen his father and mother very few times. His father was a mixed blood, but Heavenly King Jin didn't know much about his mother's situation. They had only seen each other once and talked for a few years before not seeing each other again. Heavenly King Jin lived in the All Heaven battlefield for 20 years. 20 years later, the passage to the mortal realm opened and his father brought him into the mortal realm. They were also the first batch of experts to sneak into the human realm. Then, his father left to search for the tomb of King Wen. This was his mission: search for the tomb of King Wen, seize the tombstone, and kill the people of Marquis Shou Wen's bloodline. After that, Heavenly King Jin didn't know his father's situation. He was like an ordinary human, wandering in the mortal realm in that turbulent era. He participated in the war and made some friends, but he knew that he wasn't a pure-blood human. He was a mixed blood. His ancestor was famous, Jail King, one of the 4 extreme human kings of the human race. However, his ancestor and King Wen didn't get along. King Wen was one of the spiritual leaders of the human race, while his ancestor, Jail King, wasn't. Heavenly King Jin didn't show anything. He fought with a group of people, defending against one. Until one day, his father found him. He was in a hurry. He told him that Marquis Shou Wen's bloodline still had experts. He had alerted them and fought once, but he wasn't able to suppress them. This was out of his father's expectations. In his father's opinion, the mortal realm was sealed, and almost all the eternal realm experts had died. Marquis Shou Wen's bloodline should have no experts left. In the end, Xianxia was still alive. After that, his father came again and told him that he probably wouldn't be able to hide from Xianxia. He was actually a bit weaker than Xianxia. However, he was determined to get the Wen tombstone. Thus, he told him that he had exchanged the blood of a prodigy called Wang Hu. Once he disappeared and died in battle, he shouldn't expose his identity again. So you had actually guessed and seen all of this. What happened next was simple. Heavenly King Jin's father didn't return, and Heavenly King Jin's bloodline was also exchanged by his father. However, their bloodline had a mission: to sever King Wen's inheritance. to not allow King Wen's inheritance to appear, to seize the Wen tombstone. This was because their ancestor, Jail King, had passed down the words that they couldn't allow King Wen's bloodline to appear in Wan. They couldn't and couldn't, that was the ancestral teaching. In Heavenly King Jin's memory, there was a very deep sentence, "Don't give King Wen a chance to return." This was the ancestral teaching. And at this moment, when Suyu heard this in his memory, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Don't give King Wen a chance to return, don't let King Wen's inheritance appear, and before this, the Time Master left some words, saying that she was fighting with King Wen and needed help. Of the 4 great inheritances left by King Wen, only the Heaven and Earth Ink Stone was with the little white dog. The other 3 great inheritances weren't passed down. Were there too few geniuses, or was there someone obstructing them, including the Heaven Hunting Board? Why was it broken? Was it really King Wen's doing? Since he was preparing to inherit the inheritance, he shouldn't have done this, right? Then how it was broken was a bit of a problem. Did the Heaven Supervisor know? Was it because the Heaven Hunting Board was broken that the Heaven Supervisor couldn't obtain the inheritance? And the Heaven Supervisor might know something, so he had been trying to gather all the fragments. The Jail King's bloodline didn't allow King Wen's inheritance to appear. Is this to cut off his backup plan? Suyu thought to himself. What role did the Jail King play in the disappearance of the Time Master and King Wen, and mixed blood, mixed with the bloodline of a half-step sovereign of the demon race? Did the Jail King collude with the Demon Emperor? Thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind. This Heavenly King Jin didn't know either, but he did know one thing. There were still people in his bloodline, but they were not in the lower realm, but in the upper realm. There were still people in this bloodline, and this bloodline only had one goal, to stop King Wen's inheritance from appearing. Ominous thing, this was the definition of the Wen tombstone. This was because the bloodline of the Wen Shou Marquis, or rather, the bloodline of the War Monarch, had always been targeted by the Jail King's bloodline because of this. There were actually only 2 places where King Wen's inheritance was made public, the Heaven Hunting Board and the Wen tombstone. The Heaven Hunting Board was broken, but the Wen tombstone was not. Therefore, these 2 bloodlines had actually fought a lot. Xianxia appeared in the human realm with the Wen tombstone because he couldn't solve the secret of the Wen tombstone. The human race was getting weaker and weaker, so Xianxia had to find a way to solve the mystery of the Wen tombstone. There are still people in the upper realm. I wonder if they are still alive. Suyu thought to himself. According to the teachings of Heavenly King Jin's father when he was young, if his father couldn't complete this task, Heavenly King Jin would continue. If Heavenly King Jin didn't complete this task, then when the upper realm opened, this bloodline would continue. Jail King. Suyu murmured. Interesting, this guy might have something to do with the disappearance of King Wen and the others. As for where Heavenly King Jin's mother went, Suyu was also thinking about it. He had also seen his mother in Heavenly King Jin's memories. She was very mysterious, and she gave Suyu a feeling that even Heavenly King Jin's father was a little wary of her. She might be even more powerful. Dao integration, but Wan's Dao integration was about to come out. Female Dao integration. Spirit Empress and Phoenix Empress are both Dao integration. Could it be one of them? Or was it someone else? Forget it, who cares about her? If I don't meet her, I'll kill her all the same. Maybe she's already dead. Heavenly King Jin didn't know much. Apart from the ancestral behest, he didn't know anything else. In fact, he hadn't done anything in the past few years. He only added fuel to the fire in the dark. Burning Sea was indeed instigated by him, but it wasn't very obvious. He only guided it slightly. Heavenly King Jin controlled a few sun and moon sovereigns, but not many. Last time, when Burning Sea was exposed, almost all of those sun and moon sovereigns had died. The remaining few were all by his side. So you didn't need to worry about this. The King of Great Zhou and the others would naturally take care of it. Killing the Shenwen faction was Heavenly King Jin's main goal in recent years. Unfortunately, after Yi Beishan's death, the Shenwen faction kept an incomparably low profile and refused to leave Xia province no matter what. No matter how much they were suppressed, they wouldn't budge. Lu Wenyan and the others didn't go out, and the southern boundless border people all went missing and pretended to be dead. It wasn't until Suyu entered the university that the Shenwen faction caused a huge commotion again. When Heavenly King Jin wanted to suppress them, it was already too late. Yi Badian, Suyu continued to look through the memories. After looking for a while, his heart trembled slightly. Yi Badian, according to Heavenly King Jin's memories, this cheap grandmaster that was about to disappear from his memory wanted to kill Yi Badian not just because he wanted to prove his Tao. Yi Badian could only prove his Tao with his physical body. The Shinwen Tao was too difficult, almost impossible. Others felt that Heavenly King Jin killed Yi Badian because he wanted to prove his Tao. That was not the case. Even if Yi Badian proved his Tao, he would only be a physical body cultivator. The Shinwen Tao was too difficult. The reason why Heavenly King Jin wanted to kill Yi Badian was because Yi Badian was too overbearing and high-profile. He accidentally exposed himself. Dead spirit revival. Suyu's heart trembled slightly. Yi Badian was killed not because he wanted to prove his Tao, but because Yi Badian was an overbearing madman. He was researching about dead spirits, or rather, he was researching this matter with Xianxia, bringing back dead spirits. Yi Badian knew about dead spirits. He had been to the ancient city and interacted with dead spirits. Yi Badian had even secretly entered the dead spirit realm. Not only was he researching, he was also doing it with Xianxia. Yi Badian wanted to bring back a dead spirit expert. Why would it be related to dead spirits? Suyu was extremely surprised. From Heavenly King Jin's memories, he vaguely knew that Yi Badian wanted to bring back a student of King Wen's lineage. Therefore, in order to not give Yi Badian a chance, he tried to kill Yi Badian. Suyu frowned. Heavenly King Jin didn't know much. But he knew that he couldn't let Yi Badian succeed, so he acted in advance. As for other things, there weren't many descriptions in Heavenly King Jin's memories. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly shuttled through the void and rushed back. Xiao Longwu, yes, Xiao Longwu seemed to know something. He also wanted to explore the dead spirit realm. It seemed to be related to some of Yi Badian's research. But Xiao Longwu didn't care too much about this matter. In Heavenly King Jin's memories, he paid more attention to Xiao Longwu. Even when Xiao Longwu tried to prove his Tao, he actually wanted to kill Xiao Longwu, but he didn't succeed. Suyu's speed was extremely fast. Soon, in a military camp, Suyu quickly tore through the void and appeared. In the tent, Xiao Longwu also quickly appeared. He looked at Suyu with some vigilance. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Greetings, Sacred Lord. Xiao Longwu, on the other hand, was rather polite. He had thought that a strong enemy had come to attack. Prefecture Master is too polite. Suyu didn't say much. He quickly landed and said, "Let's go in and talk." Okay. Soon, Suyu and Xiao Longwu entered the tent. Xiao Longwu wanted to report the situation, but Suyu wasn't interested. He directly said, "Prefecture Master, I have a question. Back then, you went through the passage to the Sky Destroyer City, right?" Xiao Longwu was surprised. Why did he ask this? But he still nodded and said, "I went through once. But I didn't kill many dead spirits. The dead spirit king came back and seriously injured me. I had to retreat." Prefecture Master Xia, why did you go to the Dead Souls realm? There was no point in going to the Dead Souls realm for no reason. Xiao Longwu explained, "I just wanted to see the situation. The human race's situation isn't very good. I once saw a document in Xiaojia's warehouse about dead spirits. When I was studying at the Civilization Academy, my teacher, Wanfu Prefect, used to discuss some dead spirits with Uncle Master Yi. I vaguely remember that Uncle Master Yi once mentioned that now that the inheritance of the Shinwen sect has been cut off, he wants to go to the Dead Souls realm and see if there's a chance to bring back a human cultivator from the Shinwen sect." Bring back? Suyu said, "How? Dead or alive?" Xiao Longwu looked at Suyu in confusion. "Dead spirits, of course." Suyu frowned. No. First, how would he know where to find a Shinwen cultivator from the Shinwen sect, and a human one at that? Second, dead spirits don't recognize anyone. Even humans can't get in touch with them because their memories are incomplete. Third. Xiao Longwu listened quietly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Well, I don't really care. I just went to take a look. I don't know much about dead spirits." Wouldn't the dead spirit king remember his kindred? He really didn't have much contact with the dead spirit king. Suyu nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would he too and the other human dead spirits sit by and watch the war? They're only helping us now because I reached an agreement with him. Is that so? Xiao Longwu thought for a while and said, I actually just wanted to see if I could meet a human dead spirit and talk to him to get some help. After the Heavenly Destroyer City was defeated, I gave up on this idea. I don't know much about the specifics. My teacher might know something. I vaguely remember Uncle Master Yi saying that if we can bring back that human dead spirit senior, the situation will be much better. Su Yu. Wan Tianxing didn't tell him about this. Did he not care, or what? Forget it. I'll ask Wan Tianxing. Although I don't know where he is now, is it that hard to find him? In the next instant, Su Yu's voice shook heaven and earth. Wanfu Prefect. Come and meet me. I have something important to discuss. We'll discuss how to destroy the Wan. Then, we'll attack the other races. Xiao Longwu was taken aback. Is this how you find people? What can I say? This guts? No, Su Yu was gutsy to begin with. He had become very arrogant now. He had just killed a Dao integration stage cultivator yesterday, and the other races were still licking their wounds. He didn't know if his words would frighten Wan. This fellow was truly unbridled, and Su Yu's voice also quickly reverberated. At this moment, experts quickly appeared in the various great realms. Immortal world. In an ancient hall. At this moment, Tiangu sat in the center of the hall. Below him were the talisman monarchs who had returned from the upper realms. A group of people were talking when someone came to report anxiously. Report. Speak. Tiangu frowned. The expert who came to report said with some fear, My Majesty, Su Yu has appeared in the battlefield of all heavens. He leads an army of 10 million humans, and his voice shakes the heavens. He is looking for Wan Tianxing to discuss attacking the various great realms. Tiangu frowned slightly. Soon, his will shot out into the world. The next moment, he attached it to the entrance of the realm channel. As soon as he went out, he heard Su Yu's roar. Tiangu's face was cold. He looked at the talisman monarch beside him. The talisman monarch's face was pale. He coughed. The ruler of this tide is quite arrogant. My lord, should we seal the realm? He called him Lord Tiangu because Tiangu had been in charge of the immortal race since the first tide. He was indeed their senior and their leader, even if they had stepped into the Dao integration realm later on. Tiangu frowned. On the human side, the only one with Dao integration stage battle prowess is the King of Great Zhou. I wonder if Su Yu will be suppressed if he comes to the immortal world and borrows someone else's power of Dao integration. I feel that the human race won't dare to rashly invade our realm. Would Su Yu dare? On the human side, only King of Great Zhou would have Dao integration battle power if he entered the realms. Many of the invincible human cultivators were injured. If they invaded the realms now, even if the human race won, they would most likely be crippled. This wasn't the outer realms. The human race had almost died when they ambushed the Heavenly Abyss tribe, let alone the immortal fiend god world. Was Su Yu purposely trying to scare them? The talisman monarch nodded. Then does my lord mean that he is purposely trying to scare us? Probably. Tiangu said indifferently. It's most likely to force the various races to start a war under the Eternal Realm. He wants to train the human race's soldiers. Saying so, he sneered. Satisfy him. Is a human army of 10 million very many? How many suns and moons can he cultivate? How many eternal realms? The talisman monarch nodded. Below, Jade Monarch, Xianxia, Wind, and Thunder Monarch were all present. At this moment, Xianxia asked, My emperor, can the various races only defend their realms now? She was a little unwilling. The celestial race had suffered too many losses in the past few wars. Now, they were forced to defend the celestial world. After all, the celestial world still had Dao integration cultivators from the upper realm this time. Tiangu did not speak. The talisman monarch said, Bear with him for now. When the power of the realm's nomological laws dissipate, the human race will die. This is just the final madness of the human race. Xianxia could only nod and think. Senior talisman monarch, have the upper realm humans all perished? Almost. The talisman king smiled and said, During the previous title change, during the 100 Battle Kings incident, the old humans barely survived. Their foundation was depleted, and not many of them were left. After years of continuous encirclement and suppression, only a few of them are left, trapped in a dangerous place. Xianxia nodded. This was a good result. Unfortunately, not all of them were exterminated. Tiangu frowned. There are still survivors? If I remember correctly, during the last tide change, most of them died, right? Why are there still people alive? The Talisman Monarch said helplessly, there are too few of them, like mice burrowing everywhere. It's not easy to find them. The remaining humans are scattered into dozens of forces, scattered all over the place. After so many years, we've killed 99% of them. Not many are left, but, my lord, you also know that there are conflicts among the various races at this time. The remaining humans are all in a dangerous place. None of the clans want to take the risk, so it's a stalemate. Tiangu snorted. The celestial and demon races, humph. It's not just them. The Talisman Monarch shook his head. After all, the human race once unified the heavens. There might be some old fellows in the upper realm who secretly helped the human race escape from encirclement a few times. It's hard to determine who it is. That's good, there should be a result this time. I previously guessed that the Iron Eaters and the other races might still support the human race. Some of the old fellows in the upper realm didn't believe it or were afraid of them and didn't want to act against them. Otherwise, they would have been settled long ago. Tiangu frowned slightly and said, I forgot to ask before. After so many years, have the few ownerless paths been captured? Is there a winner or loser? No. The Talisman Monarch shook his head and quickly said, however, Lord Immortal Xianxia has tracked them and is fighting with blood-severing Marquis of the demon race. Tiangu frowned. Immortal Xianxia doesn't walk the conventional celestial Tao. He doesn't study his own Tao but goes to see some ownerless path? What a waste of time. Why doesn't Sacred Marquis Yuan go? I told him last time that the Immortal Emperor Tao bears too many Daos and told him to withdraw and find another Tao. I've sensed him recently, and he's still here. What is he doing? The Talisman Monarch was a little embarrassed and coughed lightly. He's in seclusion. Seclusion? Tiangu frowned and sneered. What? You want to fight with me for the Immortal Emperor Tao? Yuan Sage is really ambitious. Why don't you look at your own talent and strength? When the boundary opens this time, let him learn from the human race's Daos and be the vanguard to fight to the death with the human race. If he dies in battle, it will save me some energy. If he doesn't die in battle, he will obediently withdraw from this Tao. The Talisman Monarch didn't speak. It wasn't good for him to get involved in this matter. Tiangu was also quite overbearing and wanted to force this Marquis to withdraw from his current Tao. How could it be so simple? However, if there were too many people in the Tao integration realm, it would indeed share too much. Tiangu and the other party weren't together, so it was normal for the other party to ignore them. Who didn't want to become the master of the Immortal Emperor Tao? Tiangu was angry for a while but didn't say anything else. Even if he said anything, the other party wouldn't be able to hear him. He quickly said, Suyu, we can't give him too much time to grow. There are still about 10 years before the 1,000-year deadline. After saying that, he quickly added, Han Xiang, go to the Life Realm secretly and tell Wuming to let the Life Realm help to wear down some of the power of the law. Jade King, secretly contact the various ancient clans and gather some councilman tokens to wear down the power of the law as much as possible and open the passage as soon as possible. Jade King nodded. Tiangu then said, did the councilman token I gave you consume a lot of energy? If it consumes a lot, take it and nourish it first. Jade King had an awkward expression and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the councilman token. I lost it. Tiangu instantly looked at him coldly, what did you say? I lost it. Jade King lowered his head, at that time, the God-Eater clan wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to explode in two, throw away the councilman token, and leave through the passage. Tiangu looked at him coldly. After a while, he said in a low voice, trash, unable to accomplish anything. After saying that, he said coldly, so you took it? Or did the God-Eater clan monster take it? This? I'm not too sure. When I left, I saw it being swallowed by the God-Eater clan. Tiangu frowned. Then it might have fallen into Suyu's hands. After a while, Tiangu said coldly, this time, I'm afraid many of the councilman tokens have been lost. The spirit race, the golden-winged Great Pung race, the dragon race, and the heavenly abyss race have all been lost. You also lost one. 5 councilman tokens are gone. He resisted the urge to scold someone. After a while, he said, in this way, it will be difficult to gather more than 50. As he said that, he couldn't help but scold again. Some idiots brought the councilman token to the upper realms. They couldn't gather all the councilman tokens and control some of the great Tao of rules. Otherwise, there would be no human race. Once they could control it, they could use some of the great Tao of rules of the councilman back then. Even if they couldn't take it for themselves, they could still use some of the great Tao of rules to punish them. For example, this time, they could completely punish the ancient city guards for not following the rules. On the original basis, they could increase the restrictions on the guards. If the guards attacked, they would be punished by the rules. They didn't need to do anything to force the guards to retreat. Unfortunately, 99 councilman tokens were very difficult to gather now. More than half was difficult. If they could gather more than half, it would be very good. Although they couldn't make new rules, they could dispel some of the rules' punishments. They could even dispel some of the punishment power in the realm passage. It would be difficult to dispel all of them, but now that the opening time was not far, they might be able to dispel the punishment power in the passage. Tiangu thought in his heart and looked at Jade King again. He was also angry. One was lost, he didn't give it to Jade King so easily. He thought that when Jade King returned, the councilman token would also be brought back. Jade King didn't dare to make a sound. Losing this thing, it was normal for Tiangu to be angry. Although the celestial race had more than one, it was still a big mistake to lose one after exterminating some ancient races. Tiangu sighed lightly and said in a low voice, forget it. Contact as many as you can and try to dispel the power of rules. Suyu is growing too fast. We can't give him any more time. Also, the Dead Soul's domain. Talisman King, go personally. Find a way to enter the Dead Soul's domain and go to East King Mansion. Something must have happened there. Marquis Qi Shan and the others might have been completely destroyed. Go to East King Mansion and contact him. Tell him to think of a way to deal with Hong Meng. Talisman King nodded and said, do you want to find Demonic Halberd? Demonic Halberd went there once before. I wonder if he contacted some old fellows. Tiangu thought for a moment and nodded. Then go find Demonic Halberd. At this time, if you still can't see the situation clearly, then you're an idiot. If the realm doesn't open, the human race has the advantage in the realm of Tao integration. That idiot Heaven Supervisor Marquis is too afraid of Monarch Wen. I can see that he's a bit restless this time. If he's taken care of by Suyu, or if he falls out with the humans again, then the trouble will be even greater. I understand. Talisman King nodded and said, Heaven Supervisor probably won't turn to the human race again, right? It's unlikely, but we have to be on guard. The 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures that Suyu brought with him this time might be related to Monarch Wen. I can see that the Heaven Overseer Marquis is extremely terrified. Suyu might have found Monarch Wen's ruins, and brought 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures out of those ruins. He might have other gains. Hurry up, don't give him any more time. Tiangu sighed softly. Suyu was growing too fast. From the beginning, when Suyu first appeared in the All Heavens battlefield, the celestial race sent Sun and Moon Supremes to kill him. At that time, he was only sore. The Tao King's disciple personally went to kill him, along with a dozen Sun and Moon Supremes. From various races. In the end, they all died. The second time was in Xinghong Ancient City. First, it was the Sun and Moon Supremes. Then, all the invincibles from various races went to kill him. The human race was unable to provide support at all. In the end, Suyu turned the tables and even killed several invincible third bodies. Then, there was the third time outside the Starry Universe Mansion. Many Tao integration stage super mighty figures had attacked to kill Suyu. Good heavens, he killed another group of invincibles. In the end, he used the existence of the Dead Souls domain and the Starry Universe mansion to intimidate the experts. The fourth time. Forget about it, a group of Dao integration cultivators died. This made Tiangu feel a little helpless. If the upper realm didn't open, this guy, Suyu, might really be difficult to suppress. The Talisman King didn't feel that much pressure. Instead, he comforted, "Sir, in the last tide, the 100 Battle King was so strong, but he was defeated in the end, not to mention Suyu. No matter how strong he is, even if he borrowed the Great Dao before, he is not at the level of the Great Dao 100 Battle King. The 100 Battle King was truly powerful." Wasn't he still finished? Tiangu didn't say anything. The 100 Battle King wasn't as treacherous as Suyu, not as insidious as Suyu, and not as ruthless as Suyu. Yes, not as ruthless as Suyu. The 100 Battle King also killed a lot, but the 100 Battle King wasn't ruthless enough to the human race. There were some things that Tiangu naturally knew. The 100 Battle King's final defeat, to be honest, had something to do with the human race. But Suyu, this guy was really ruthless. Don't look at him because he was young, he started by killing humans. Before he could even take flight, he had already killed a group of the human race's mountains, seas, suns, and moons. Suyu was also very vigilant. Except for people he was very familiar with, he had to guard against ordinary human powerhouses who approached him. This Tiangu also collected some information, and his suspicion was frighteningly serious. In the huge ancient city, the Great Star Ancient City was controlled by Suyu, so there should at least be some humans, and many humans went to seek refuge. In the end, Suyu didn't leave a single one, and the entire city lord's mansion only left a few humans. The 100 Battle King was defeated not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he wasn't vigilant enough, being killed in a trap, that was what he deserved. As for Suyu, you'd be lucky if he didn't kill you in a trap. Of course, it was normal for the 100 Battle King to not be vigilant at that time. The human race didn't have much internal strife, and the 100 Battle King was extremely powerful, so he received strong support from the human race from the very beginning. When the Millennium period came, the old antiques of the upper realm all supported him, and in order to make him stronger, many Dao integration stage cultivators volunteered to be cannon fodder, voluntarily fighting to the death, and died in battle. The 100 Battle King's path was smooth sailing. Such a powerful powerhouse was terrifying, but not as terrifying as someone like Suyu, who had been deceiving and killing his way up since he was weak. Suyu truly had no one to rely on, and he killed his way up from the bottom. When he killed his way up to the All Heavens battlefield, not even a single invincible being stood up for him. In the end, he unified the human realm and the ancient city. Such a guy was a bit lucky, but his own personality also played an extremely important role. Tiangu was worried about people like Suyu. Prosperous providence, undying in 100 battles, and every battle provided him with an opportunity to become stronger. If this kind of person didn't die, he might really be heaven-defying. The Talisman King had just descended to the lower realm and didn't know much, but Tiangu had been paying attention. Thoughts emerged in Tiangu's mind, and soon, he said, "Let's not talk about this. Everyone, quickly make arrangements. We can't just defend. If there's a chance, we still have to take the initiative to attack and kill Suyu." Yes. The group of immortal kings didn't refute. Killing Suyu was something everyone wanted to do. At the same time, Wan Tianqing, Suyu waited for Suyu. There was also a terrifying and difficult guy. Seeing Lan Tian, Suyu's head hurt. "Why are you here? They're really inseparable." Suyu didn't want to give Lan Tian a chance to speak. He said directly, "Manor head, do you know about the matter of the 5th generation resurrecting the dead?" Wan Tianqing thought for a moment. "I know a little. Why? Why didn't you say this before?" Wan Tianqing laughed. "I thought it was something big." He just said it casually. "That's hard to say." "Manor head, tell me, who is he going to resurrect, and how?" Seeing him take it seriously, Wan Tianqing remembered. After a while, he said he was going to resurrect a Wen King student. No, he didn't know it was Wen King before. He said it was the owner of the Shenwen battle technique in the Wen tombstone. He seemed to have taken the Wen tombstone to the Dead Souls realm once and sensed something. It might be the resonance of the Shenwen battle technique. According to him, there was a group of people who integrated their Shunwen battle technique into the Wen tombstone. They could find a way to extract it, then find the other party and integrate the Shunwen battle technique into the other party's Sea of Will, to awaken the other party. That's about it. Wan Tianxing said, but he died before he could do it. Later, we thought about it, but we couldn't enter the dead soul's realm, so we gave up. Then why didn't you tell me last time? Wan Tianxing had followed him to the dead soul's realm last time. Wan Tianxing said helplessly, last time, when the kings of dead souls were there, I saw that you didn't react. You probably didn't feel anything. If that's the case, it's useless to say it. If I told you, maybe you would take the Wen tombstone and go deep into the dead soul's realm to search. Isn't that courting death? Then he said, moreover, Yi Badian only said an idea, it might not succeed. Look at Hichu and the others, how much humanity do they have? If they can be resurrected, can the Hongmeng Guardian help him? Suyu nodded. After a while, he said, forget it, I'll think of a way myself. The Wen tombstone, right. Okay, I'll go look for it when I have time. At this point, Suyu didn't have anything else to ask. Seeing that Lan Tian was about to speak, he quickly said, I'm going to visit the Dao integration realm. If you need anything, just tell Manor Lord Xia. I'll be leaving now. Senior Lan, the Silkworm Destruction King is looking for you everywhere. Be careful, I'll be leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu instantly flew into the air and left. Lan Tian waited for him to leave before he said gloomily, little Suyu doesn't seem to like me anymore. I want to speak, but he won't even give me a chance. Wan Tianxing had a headache. Of course, who wouldn't have a headache when meeting you? Lan Tian grumbled, really, what Silkworm Destruction King is looking for me? It's been so many years, and he still can't get over it? Xiao Longwu asked curiously, what's the matter? What did it have to do with Silkworm Destruction King? Lan Tian said softly, nothing, someone is watching me. Heavenly Saint, let's go. With that, Lan Tian's projection disappeared. At this moment, in the void, the Silkworm Destruction King flew over and stared at the two of them. Xiao Longwu looked up and asked curiously, Senior Silkworm Destruction, what's wrong? Do you have a conflict with Lan Tian? Now that the eternal human race is injured, Lan Tian stole 3,000 phoenix eggs from the phoenix race, which is quite a big contribution. Senior, why do you have to stoop to his level? He wanted to mediate. How did these two get into a conflict? The Silkworm Destruction King stared at Xiao Longwu. Seeing that he really didn't know, he snorted and flew away. He saw that Suyu was here, and Lan Tian was also here. He was afraid that Suyu and Lan Tian would talk about this. As soon as Lan Tian arrived, he came. Luckily, he came early, he ran away, and Xiao Longwu was puzzled. Did these two have a feud? Suyu knew, but I didn't. What feud? Why didn't I know? Did Lan Tian have some conflict with the Silkworm Destruction King when he was pretending to be the Origin Demon Cult Master? For a moment, Xiao Longwu thought a lot. Should he find a chance to let the two of them sit down and talk? Why bother? At this time, it was best for the human powerhouses not to have a conflict. Xiao Longwu was thinking of making peace, but Suyu had no intention of doing so. He decided not to bother about the Silkworm Annihilation King and Blue Sky. Given the Silkworm Annihilation King's attitude, could he really kill Blue Sky? Maybe he still had feelings for him. Outsiders should not get involved in this matter, or else, it would be bad if they were in trouble in the end. This time, he didn't come out of the human realm for these things. He wanted to visit the various Dao integration realm races first. In the previous battle, the Iron Eaters, Gu Qi, Space, Primordial Giant, and the two balls had all contributed greatly. This time, he killed many experts, and those people did not even take the spoils of war. The various races more or less suffered some losses, so it was necessary to visit and build relationships. Don't make it seem like the human race did not care. Although the King of Great Zhou might have reached some agreement with the other party in private, this had nothing to do with Suyu. Suyu was the human master, Suyu had to strengthen the relationship with his subordinates, such as the King of Great Zhou. Turning the relationship with the King of Great Zhou into his own was the right way. No human master would let his subordinates get close to the various races and not care about it himself. Yes, Suyu was worried about the King of Great Zhou. Of course, it was not that he was worried that the king of Great Zhou would trick the human race, but he was worried that the king of Great Zhou would trick him. The human race needed Suyu now, and the king of Great Zhou was his subordinate. What if they did not need him one day, or perhaps someone from the upper world came down, and the king of Great Zhou felt that he was more suitable than Suyu to be the human master, or perhaps the king of Great Zhou was the subordinate of a certain human master, waiting for his boss to return. Everything was possible. Therefore, it was best to strengthen the relationship himself. First stop, the Iron Eater Beast Realm. Suyu was not in a hurry to go to the God Eater ancient race. He treated that place as his own territory, and he had been there once. He had never been to the Iron Eater Beast Realm. From a long distance away, Suyu put on the crown and took the initiative to verify his identity with the power of providence. The long golden robe that belonged to the human master draped over his body. His aura was strong, gentle, and filled with kindness. When he was still 100 miles away from the Iron-Eating Beast Realm, Suyu stopped and said in a clear voice, "Suyu of the human race has come to pay a visit to His Majesty the Iron-Eating Beast King." The sound reverberated. A moment later, a giant iron-eating ancient beast appeared in the Iron-Eating Beast Realm's spatial channel. It looked at Suyu and said in a simple and honest voice, "Human Lord, please wait a moment. I've already reported to His Majesty, and His Majesty said that he would personally come to welcome you." On one hand, he was being polite. On the other hand, he was being vigilant just in case. Suyu smiled and said loudly, "Your Majesty, you're too kind." On the other side, the huge iron-eating beast just smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, the spatial channel blossomed with light, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 giant iron-eating beasts appeared. This time, Suyu recognized the iron-eating beast king. It wasn't because of its size, but because it was also wearing a large crown on its head. It looked a little cute. Suyu laughed. On the other side, the iron-eating beast king also laughed and said, "Human Lord has come to visit. Sorry for the delay. Human Lord, please." Suyu stepped into the air. In an instant, he appeared in front of the many iron-eating beasts. The iron-eating beast king stepped aside and said with a simple smile, "Please." At this moment, the 7 or 8 iron-eating beast race powerhouses beside the Beast King all looked at Suyu. Did Suyu dare to go in? Although the human race didn't have the power to suppress them, once they entered the spatial channel, the iron-eating Beast King's battle strength would be even stronger. This race also had more than 10 invincible iron-eating beasts. Suyu seemed to have come alone. Even if he wasn't alone, the strength of the other races would be suppressed. Did Suyu dare to enter the spatial channel? Suyu didn't say anything and walked in. Seeing this, the iron-eating beast king also walked in and walked beside Suyu. The iron-eating beast king said with a simple smile, "Human Lord trusts our race. This is an honor for our race. However, Human Lord still needs to be careful. If you enter another realm rashly, there will still be some danger." After entering, he felt like he had been trusted. However, this also made him worried that Suyu would be too careless. If he was ambushed and killed in a small realm, it would be too easy for the entire alliance to collapse. If Suyu died, many Dao integration stage super mighty figures who had participated in the previous battle might choose to withdraw from this alliance. For example, that old turtle. Suyu smiled. "Your Majesty Beast King is too kind. I won't enter ordinary spatial channels. Even if I do enter, I won't do so with great fanfare. Furthermore, if something does happen, Your Majesty Beast King, please rest assured. Suyu still has some tricks up his sleeve." "That's true." The iron-eating beast king chuckled. "Human Lord has many tricks up his sleeves. Ordinary Dao integration stage super mighty figures probably wouldn't dare to recklessly attack Human Lord if they encountered him alone." Suyu nodded. At this moment, he had already walked out of the passageway. Suyu looked around and smiled. This realm was filled with lofty mountains and lofty ridges, and vital energy was abundant. There were huge, jade-green bamboos everywhere, and they covered the entire realm. One could vaguely see many smaller iron-eating beasts in the lofty mountains and lofty ridges. This was the first time Suyu had stepped into a small realm. Suyu also sighed with emotion. "This is the first time I've entered another realm. I've grown too quickly, and I originally wanted to take some time to explore other realms. It said that exploring different realms is beneficial for broadening one's horizons and improving oneself. Unfortunately, I never had the time. Beside him, the iron-eating beast king sighed with emotion. Human lord's aptitude is too powerful. In such a short period of time, you've surpassed the lifetime of countless living beings. Suyu smiled. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and silently began to comprehend. The iron-eating beast king was slightly puzzled and curious, but he did not interrupt Suyu. And Suyu was not putting on an act at this moment. He was truly enlightened. When he was very weak, he had heard people say that human experts liked to travel around different realms. They secretly went to different realms for sightseeing, not only to kill, but also to stay in some small realms for a long time. And at this moment, Suyu had some different insights. Suppression, yes, all realms had some suppression, but only the human realm did not, and only the human race did not. When humans entered different realms, there was no suppression. Then where did the suppression go? At this moment, Suyu's inheritance fire was burning, and his mind was clear as he silently comprehended. The moment he entered, he seemed to feel a force suppressing him, but soon, this suppressive force disappeared. How did it disappear? It seemed to be cancelled out by another force. Rules. Great Tao, Suyu murmured in his heart. The suppression of a realm should be a great Tao, perhaps a great Tao that belonged to his race, or even the common great Tao that each race had merged with. The power of this great Tao was especially obvious and rich in this realm. Suyu could feel that the iron-eating beast king beside him seemed to be resonating with the great Tao at this moment. In this realm, his strength was definitely stronger than outside. Because in this realm, it was closer to the Tao that belonged to them. Suyu was deep in thought. There was no suppression in the human realm. No, was it to make it convenient for the one to worship, or because the human realm experts felt that the human race needed to be inclusive, and not always merge with the same great Tao? A great Tao rule had always existed in the human race, and this would cause the human experts to gradually come into contact with and comprehend this Tao. It might be very strong at the beginning, but later, it might gradually weaken. Suyu was comprehending the Tao of the iron-eating race. The strongest aspect of the iron-eating race was their bodies. Did that mean that the Tao of this race was also the Tao of the body? Of course, it might not be the Tao of the body that belonged to the human race. As he comprehended and experienced, the Shinwen exploded and vibrated. At this moment, a group of iron-eating beasts beside Suyu looked at Suyu strangely, and then at the iron-eating beast king, as if saying, "What is this one doing?" As for the iron-eating beast king, it also looked at Suyu with a silly expression. What was this person comprehending? He had not discovered anything. He had lived in this realm for countless years, but he had not seen anything special or comprehended. The iron-eating beasts have 3 great talent skills. The 72 iron-eating castings is not a cultivation method, but a talent skill. There are also 2 talent skills, Devouring the Void and Sky-Shaking Strike. A talent skill represents a rule and a great Tao. This means that the iron-eating beast should actually control the power of 3 great Tao. Right now, I feel that more iron-eating beasts are comprehending the Heaven-Shaking Strike or the 72 forges of iron-eating beasts. However, very few iron-eating beasts are walking the path of void devouring. Suyu mused. He had not seen any iron-eating beasts using this talent skill. What did this mean? It meant that the iron-eating beast race had either given up on this Tao or didn't discover this Tao. Or perhaps, this Tao was damaged and could no longer be used. These 3 Taos should be the common Taos used by the iron-eating beasts in the past. In their bloodlines, the iron-eating beasts still had the law energy of this Tao. This way, Suyu could better understand how powerful the Book of Time was. Devouring the Void, just from the name, one could tell that it was very powerful. However, very few iron-eating beasts knew how to use it. Why was that? Was it hidden by someone? Perhaps, the secret was in this small world. Some iron-eating beasts might not be able to activate this talent skill even if they knew it. They might not even know about it. Suyu opened his eyes and looked at the iron-eating beast king. Your Majesty, is your race proficient in the Tao of devouring? The moment these words came out, the iron-eating beast king had a strange expression. Proficient, but not anymore. My race has records that in ancient times, there were many top-notch experts proficient in the Tao of devouring. There was nothing they couldn't devour. After ancient times, it became rare. Nowadays, some of the little fellows might be proficient in the Tao of devouring. However, they are all extremely simple devouring methods. They can still be used to eat things, but not humans. Suyu nodded slightly. The Tao of devouring should be one of the paths the iron-eating beasts took to prove their Tao. However, I don't know if this Tao still exists. After saying that, Suyu suddenly smiled. Is there any senior who is willing to lend the Su 2 drops of blood essence? This time, the group of iron-eating beasts in the surroundings became strange. 2 drops, that's a lot, Suyu smiled again. It would be best if it's the blood essence of an Eternal Realm expert. It doesn't need to be the same person, 2 is fine too. The moment these words came out, before the iron-eating beast king could reply, a fat iron-eating beast beside him said, I can lend it to you. Will human sovereign return it? Suyu smiled. No, but I can return some other treasures. Are you willing? Do you have food? Suyu smiled and took out a huge dragon tail. Do you eat this? The iron-eating beast king sucked in a breath. Dragon sovereigns? Yes, after Suyu said that, 2 drops of blood essence appeared in front of him. The fat iron-eating beast that spoke just now, who was moving slowly and naively, instantly appeared in front of him. The 2 drops of blood essence floated in front of him. He hugged the huge dragon tail and said naively, Is this mine now? The iron-eating beast king was speechless, Suyu also smiled. Of course. May I know senior's title? You can call me Father of September. The fat iron-eating beast smiled naively. You can also call me August. My father is called July, but he died a long time ago. In our line, from January to September. Suyu coughed. Is that so? Very good name, clear at a glance, no wonder September was called September. So this was its origin. The iron-eating beast king coughed dryly. My name is June. So, your grandson, September is your great-grandson? Fine, Suyu understood. The iron-eating beast king's line was not weak. They had so many powerhouses. September itself was not weak, but July was missing in the middle. As he was thinking, the iron-eating beast king said again, July died in the last tide. He looked at Suyu, and the naive look on his face faded a little. During the last tide flow, the King of 100 rose to power among the humans. My race was prepared to help the King of 100, and Chiyue obeyed my orders and went to the human realm to participate in the battle. She was killed after 3 days. It had been a long time. The iron-eating beast king was not that sad. He just sighed. So. I gave up. At that time, the human race was prosperous. The King of 100 was extremely strong. However, the powerful King of 100 suffered heavy casualties in every battle. Especially the non-human race. Many died in battle. Once the war started, 50% of the human race died, and 50% of the non-human race died. The human race had many powerhouses, but we did not. The iron-eating beast king shook his head. We were not afraid of death. However, we hoped that the King of 100 could reduce casualties in small battles. He was very strong, but he had many flaws. He wanted to gather all his power and turn the situation around. Therefore, in every battle, the 100 Battle King would always take the lead. Actually, he was a very good general, but he wasn't a very good ruler. When he fought, he was incomparably crazy, and he didn't care how many people died. He looked at Suyu again. Your human race is great. Qin King was very similar to him at first. Later on, things got better, but we were afraid. He said seriously, so during the great Qin King's reign, we Iron Eaters will not support him. Once the war started, the great Qin King and the others were too ruthless. Their participation in the war resulted in the deaths of many powerful beings on their side. This was unacceptable to the Iron Eaters. The Iron-Eating Beast King sent his son to participate in the war to represent his sincerity and alliance. The Crown Prince of the Iron-Eating Beast tribe also participated in the war, but he died in 3 days. Would he dare to fight with all his might under these circumstances? He would not. Even my Tao integration stage son died in 3 days. How could he expect the King of 100 to protect the other invincible beings of his tribe? Perhaps this tribe would soon be wiped out after participating in the war. Suyu was a little surprised to hear this. Then why did you choose to help me, Your Majesty? Suyu smiled. I don't think I'm that reliable. The iron-eating beast king chuckled. It's different. After you rose to power, very few people died in battle, be it the people around you or the mounts you subdued. You also like to fight on your own, but when you fight, I feel like you win 9 out of 10 battles. Not only that, but you have something more than the king of 100 battles, such as fairness. Fairness? Suyu was surprised. Was that so? The iron-eating beast king chuckled. When I say fairness, I'm talking about you and the people you're friendly with. You have a standard for everything. Those who support you are your people, and those who don't support you are not your people, even if they are also humans. Let's put it this way, the iron-eating beast king thought for a moment. For example, the God-Eater tribe and Xianxia's group. In your eyes, they should be more trustworthy than the king of Great Zhou and the others, right? Suyu thought for a moment before nodding. The iron-eating beast king chuckled. Then now, if you encounter danger on both sides, with Xianxia's group on one side and a few unfamiliar human eternal beings on the other, who will you save? You can only save one side. Suyu thought for a moment before replying, it's hard to say. Let's see who's more dangerous. Of course, unless those humans really can't die, it's most likely Xianxia's group. I encountered this situation before, so I chose to save the king of Great Qin's son instead of my teacher and the others. That's right. The iron-eating beast king laughed. So your choice, on one hand, depends on closeness. On the other hand, it depends on the results of the battle or necessity. The 100-battle king doesn't do that. He only looks at whether the other is a human or an outsider. This is the factor of the situation, it doesn't count. The iron-eating beast king thought for a moment before continuing, the 100-battle king is different from you. Ever since his rise, the humans have always supported him. That's why he's extremely friendly to them. For example, if a human sun moon and an outsider eternal were in danger, they would be on the human side. If he could save them, he would save the humans first. Unless he had the strength to spare, he wouldn't save the outsiders. At this moment, Suyu understood everything. He smiled. So that's how it is. That's normal, everyone's growth paths are different. If the humans had supported me from the start, I would still be sore, and they would treat me like their own child. If I encountered danger in the ancient city, and the invincible humans were willing to fight to the death for me, then I would also be friendly to them. I can do without the support of the outsiders, but I can't do without the support of the humans. The 100-battle king's choice isn't wrong. It can only be said that our growth paths are different, and our experiences are different. Suyu smiled. In the past, when I encountered danger in the Sky Destroyer Ancient City, and the second time in the Great Star Ancient City, only a few people were willing to save me. Xia of Goguryeo, Deming Wang, and the others were willing to save me. So, if a human expert encountered danger, I would definitely save Xia of Goguryeo and Deming Wang first, it's human nature. The iron-eating beast king nodded. So, we chose you. At the critical moment, I fought for you twice. I think the human sovereign will remember that, right? Suyu smiled and nodded. Of course. Then, my choice is natural. The iron-eating beast king smiled. I don't want my race to become the vanguard of the human race because of my choice and my participation in the war. This isn't the result I want to see. I help the human race because of the ancient treaty. On the other hand, one is wary of us ancient races that are friendly to the human race. And on the other hand, compared to the human race, I'm more wary of the immortals and demons becoming the rulers of the myriad worlds, and my race doesn't have the strength or foundation to become a ruler. Therefore, I will choose the human race. However, not every tideflow will choose. He looked at Suyu again and said, the previous 9 times, the 9 human sovereigns were almost the same. They all grew up under the protection of the human race, but you are different. You rose from the outside. As for the other 9 human sovereigns, they all rose from the inside. Perhaps it has something to do with the protection of human experts. Because every tide, there are human experts who survive. They choose a few geniuses from the beginning and nurture them. In the end, these people become human sovereigns. They are different from you. Suyu rose from the outside. He first became the overlord of the ancient city and occupied a place in the heavens. Then, he returned to the human race and took over the human race. At this time, Suyu had a better understanding of the changes of the 9 tides. It turned out that the previous few times were different from him. It could be said that the human sovereigns were predetermined. They were among those few candidates, that's right. If it weren't for him this time, according to the king of Great Zhou, the human sovereigns would not have been Suyu, but Xiaolong Wu, Zhu Tianfeng, Qin Zhen. One of these people could also be considered predetermined. These people would naturally be closer to the human race. When the war started, the human race would be first, and the alliance would be second. This was also normal. Suyu understood and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, don't worry. In my eyes, my friends, and those who support me those who oppose me, whether they are humans or Wan, are all enemies. I don't need too many opinions. Be it headstrong or selfish, I admit that it doesn't matter. This is what I want. When I say it, you listen. When I say it, you do it." Suyu's smile remained. "When I tell you to attack ancient heaven, you don't attack Ji Wu. Even if ancient heaven is more dangerous, you have to listen. I don't need you to discuss it with me. Attacking ancient heaven is dangerous, that's not something you should consider. I will weigh the pros and cons. You can suggest, but whether I listen to your suggestions or not is my business." Domineering. The iron-eating beast emperor laughed. Human sovereign's words are domineering. Domineering to the point that he was hinting, no, he was just short of making it clear, so you didn't care. At this time, as he swallowed the blood essence, he smiled and said, "Domineering or selfish is fine. That's not important. The human race, the ancient city, the Holy Land, I only need one will." "I say, you do." He said, "You tell me, I can only do it if I agree." Suyu said meaningfully, "Whether it's the Iron Eaters or the ancient giants, I didn't contact some of the races, and they didn't come for me, but right now, there is only one voice for the human race. Even if the ancient times return, I hope there will only be one voice." The iron-eating beast emperor looked at Suyu. Not only him, but the invincible iron-eating race around him also looked at Suyu. The meaning was clear: if you want to form an alliance, there is only one person. Not the human race, not the great Zhou king, the great Qin king, only Suyu. The iron-eating beast emperor's eyes flashed and he fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly said, "The iron-eating race's alliance is with Holy Lord Yu Huang, not human sovereigns. There could be countless human sovereigns, but Holy Lord Yu Huang only had one, Suyu." Suyu smiled, a bright smile. At this time, he suddenly punched and the void cracked. In the next moment, Suyu opened his mouth and swallowed the cracked void. Vaguely, a great Tao appeared. Of course, not everyone could see it, but at this time, the group of iron-eating beasts seemed to feel something. Suyu had swallowed the blood essence of the 8 months, borrowing the power of the 8 months to open a Tao, the Tao of devouring that belonged to this race. Suyu smiled, "Your race has another Tao that doesn't seem to have disappeared, but it feels like someone has sealed it." Suyu used the power of devouring again, void devouring. Talent. At this time, the talent of void devouring seemed to be more obvious in this world, more powerful. Suyu chuckled and said, "Interesting. I think the iron-eating race might have more Taos to choose from." The power of devouring was even stronger. The Book of Time borrowed the great Taos that the Time Master had collected, but at this time, this illusory great Tao seemed to draw out the real great Tao. The iron-eating beast world shook. In the void, there seemed to be a great Tao shaking, as if it had been sealed. The others did not see it, but in the eyes of the iron-eating beast emperor, a shocking scene appeared. In the void, a great Tao appeared, but this great Tao seemed to be sealed by something. It was a chain. After looking for a while, he was suddenly shocked, looking at Suyu, suddenly transmitting, "Chain, this. I seem to remember some rumors, chain. Imprisonment. No, this seems to be the specialty of an ancient human king, jail king?" Suyu sent a voice transmission. The iron-eating beast emperor was shocked, nodding. Yes, jail king. Suyu couldn't see it clearly, but he could vaguely feel it. He immediately smiled. Jail King, interesting, not bad. This person even sealed the great Tao of the iron-eating race. What was he trying to do? Weaken the human allies. Imprisonment great Tao. What a powerful ability. In that case, the strength of the iron-eating beast race might have been weakened. This race was born with 3 innate skills, but now, very few people could use Void Devour. Divine light suddenly erupted in Suyu's eyes. A bit of the power of Little White's blood erupted. He still had a drop of Little White's blood essence, but he did not use it at this moment, only taking a bit of power. He looked into the void and saw something. Sure enough, a thick great Tao seemed to be sealed by chains. It was struggling. Damn, if this was done by Jail King, this strength was also shocking. Sealing the opponent's great Tao, and at this moment, a few of the iron-eating beasts seemed to be a bit uncomfortable. The previous Bayu murmured, "Why do I feel like my strength is about to increase, but it is sealed?" The iron-eating beast emperor's eyes moved slightly, looking at Suyu. Bayu might be more compatible with this great Tao, but soon, he hesitated, but this great Tao is sealed, and even if it is not, it is more difficult to change great Tao now than before. The 3 movement techniques will restrict us. My race cultivates 3 movement techniques, and now we all walk the great Tao of the 72 iron-eating beasts, which is similar to the great Tao of the flesh. Suyu nodded slightly. The rule restriction was 1 point, and the other point was that the new great Tao was sealed. Suyu's eyes flickered, and he said, if this great Tao was sealed in ancient times, then the later rule restriction might not have restricted your race from walking this great Tao. The rule restriction of the 3 movement techniques might have been created later. The most important thing now is to undo the seal. Suyu said with a smile, since the great Tao has appeared, can your Majesty Beast Emperor undo the seal? The iron-eating beast emperor looked for a while, and suddenly, a great Tao also appeared above his head, instantly colliding with the great Tao of devouring. On the beast emperor's great Tao, an iron-eating behemoth held a large bamboo in his hand, hacking at the chain. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. However, the chain was stable, and it only trembled slightly. The iron-eating beast emperor was instantly depressed, and he said, no. Suyu fell into deep thought. No, in fact, there was a great Tao that might work, the little white dog's biting Tao. However, Suyu only had 1 drop of blood essence. The little white dog had only given him 3 drops, and he had already used 2. If he used any more, Suyu would have no more. Of course, he now had other Tao integration stage blood essences, such as the great golden-winged eagles and the dragon emperors. Suyu could actually also use them. However, none of them was as strong as the little white dog's. Should he use it or not? If he used it and undid the seal, the iron-eating tribe might produce another Tao integration stage. The iron-eating ancient beasts in the 8 moons seemed to be quite compatible with this great Tao. Suyu thought of this. The iron-eating beast emperor was not stupid, and he had seen this before. Suddenly, the iron-eating beast emperor turned to Suyu. Emperor Yu, if your majesty can unlock our race's great Tao of devouring, the iron-eating tribe is willing to fight for your majesty to the end. After saying this, he paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, only Emperor Yu. Suyu smiled. A drop of the little white dog's blood essence in exchange for the iron-eating tribe's full support might be worth it. In the next instant, a drop of blood essence erupted. Boom, in the void, the little white dog's great Tao appeared. However, at this moment, the expected suppression didn't arrive. In the sky, the little white dog howled and bit at the chains. At this moment, Suyu's aura was incomparably powerful. In the void, the chains and the little white dog were entangled. As for the great Tao of devouring, it was also struggling. At this moment, the iron-eating beast emperor also let out a low roar, and the great Tao transformed into bamboo again, striking at the chains. Rumble. At this moment, it was equivalent to the little white dog, the beast emperor, and the great Tao of devouring fighting against the seal left behind by the ancient Hell King. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The little white dog was truly ferocious. It crazily bit at the black chains, and countless chains began to break. The great Tao of devouring inside shook continuously. Rumble. The entire iron-eating beast realm seemed to be shaking violently. After a moment of stalemate, the void suddenly seemed to split open. With a loud rumble, a thick great Tao broke those chains. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear an extremely carefree roar. In the void, an incomparably huge iron-eating beast appeared. Hell King, even if you kill me, you won't be able to take away my Tao. The huge iron-eating beast roared crazily. I've unsealed it. In the next moment, the huge great Tao seemed to look down at the iron-eating beast emperor, at Suyu, as if it had understood something. The huge iron-eating beast phantom let out a roar that no one else could hear. Hell King killed me and robbed me of my Tao. I refused, and this Tao was sealed by him. Hell King has betrayed me. I have fallen. After saying that, it comprehended for a while. This world has changed. Ha ha ha, that's fine, change it then. I've unsealed it. The huge iron-eating beast had a slight smile on its face. In the next moment, it suddenly looked at August. Just as it was about to move, it suddenly hesitated. In the next moment, it looked at September, who was even further away. You shall inherit my Tao. Rumble, the huge great Tao that was as thick as a dragon instantly disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared in front of September. September actually didn't see anything. But at this moment, it seemed to sense something. In the next moment, its aura suddenly soared. September wasn't eternal, he had never broken through, but at this moment, its aura suddenly soared. In an instant, its aura surpassed eternity. September said in shock, my 3 bodies have been destroyed. I seem to be about to prove my Tao. How is this possible? He was fighting in the mortal realm, and his 3 bodies were also destroyed. But at this moment, it instantly fused with the great Tao and stepped into the Tao fusion realm, and at this moment, in the void, the blood tribulation appeared. Suyu frowned slightly. It was actually still affected by the blood tribulation. In that case, September's Tao fusion would still be punished and restricted. This was troublesome. Could September stop it? Just as Suyu was thinking about whether to stop this change, the huge iron-eating beast phantom appeared on the great Tao that had fused with September. Rules? Rules of the council? Restrictions? Ridiculous, although I'm dead, I'm not someone you can restrict. Boom, the great Tao shook heaven and earth, sweeping through the void. Rumble, a loud sound spread throughout the world. My descendant, fuse with the Tao and improve. As long as you improve faster than this blood tribulation and suppress it, the punishment of the rules can't do anything to you. This roar resounded in September's mind, and September's aura instantly skyrocketed. He was already very powerful. At first, he was comparable to a level 3 or 4 Eternal Realm expert. At this moment, his aura became stronger and stronger. He was fusing with the Tao, or rather, inheriting his ancestors' great Tao. Rumble, September seemed to understand something. He suddenly soared and swallowed the blood tribulation. He swallowed it, the Tao of devouring, he swallowed the blood tribulation in one gulp. The blood tribulation was born again, and September became even stronger. He swallowed it again, the blood tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, and so was September. His degree of fusion with that great Tao was extremely high. The great Tao chose September and gave up on him because of his high affinity. At this moment, September's aura was even faintly changing toward level 7 Eternal Realm, constantly devouring, constantly strengthening. The 2 sides were in a deadlock. As for Suyu and the iron-eating beast emperor, they both had solemn expressions. The great Tao still had some remnant will. This was something they did not expect, but it seemed to be a good thing. This remnant will actually took the initiative to help September fuse with the great Tao, which saved September a lot of time. Boom, September's aura transformed once more. He directly fused with the great Tao, which was different from others. Before, he hadn't corroborated his Tao, so he hadn't fused with it. Now, no other great Tao appeared. He directly fused with this great Tao that no one had ever fused with before. The remnant will was helping him fuse with it. Level 7 Eternal Realm, Level 8 Eternal Realm, Suyu felt his teeth hurt. Holy shit, this was even possible. If this was possible, then why couldn't the 4 great Taos left behind by King Wen directly fuse with each other? Was King Wen not as powerful as this fallen iron-eating beast emperor? It couldn't be, right? Or was there a drawback to forcefully fusing with them? As he thought this, the phantom above the great Tao suddenly looked at Suyu. This generation's human emperor? Don't even think about it, my descendants' future achievements are limited. If he forcibly fuses with this great Tao, he will at most become a master of laws, far less powerful than if he actively comprehended it. He has no hope of becoming a master of laws. and among masters of the laws, he will only be a bottom-feeder existence. I severed his hopes, but he doesn't seem to have much hope to begin with. The world has changed. At this moment, Suyu understood. The crux of the matter was, wasn't a master of the laws at the human king realm? What did he mean by controlling one Dao at most? Did he even know what the current situation was? As for that illusory figure, it was starting to dissipate. The aura of 9 moons was still growing stronger. The illusory figure gradually dissipated. Looking at the blood calamity that was still appearing in the void, 9 moons chuckled and flew into the void in the next moment. Boom! A tremendous explosion shook the world once more. The blood tribulation had suddenly collapsed. Just like when Ancient Sky and the others had taken action to suppress the blood tribulation, Ancient Sky had rushed in and destroyed the source of the blood tribulation. This phantom had done the same thing. It had consumed the last of its remnant will to instantly destroy the blood tribulation. The blood tribulation had dissipated, the phantom had vanished, the sky was clear and the air was clear. However, something had changed. After a moment, 9 Moon's dazed voice rang out, I seem to have become stronger. He held a large bamboo stick in his hand, a blank expression on his face. Suddenly, he swallowed it down at his father 8 Moon. 8 Moon was actually quite powerful, possessing the strength of a level 7 Eternal Realm Master. However, at this moment, he was suddenly sucked in by an incomparably powerful suction force. In the next moment, with a loud rumble, he slammed into 9 Moon's mouth. You be *starred, let me go. 9 Moon hurriedly stopped and murmured, I can actually eat my father in one gulp. That was amazing. He spat 8 Moon out with a look of shock on his face. 8 Moon somersaulted a few times before a large bamboo stick suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it toward 9 Moon. I'll let you eat me. Bam bam bam, 9 Moon was beaten into a corner. He fled like a madman. 8 Moon chased after him like a madman. Inhumane. This is too much. Meanwhile, on Suyu's side, the iron-eating beast emperor suddenly had the urge to cry. He looked at Suyu. 9 Moon seems to have advanced to level 9 Eternal Realm. He might advance to Dao integration soon. He was also extremely shocked. However, Suyu smiled. He should be soon. Interesting, a sealed Great Dao. Your Majesty Beast Emperor, do you know that ancient Beast Emperor just now? He might be the second Beast Emperor of our tribe. The iron-eating Beast Emperor was astonished. Our tribe has produced 2 emperors. I don't count, I'm only at Dao integration. 2 emperors. The second one disappeared during the primordial era and didn't leave behind any words. I didn't think he would really die. After saying this, he looked at Suyu with a solemn expression. Hell King. Suyu nodded. He betrayed us. It's not important, don't worry about it. The iron-eating Beast Emperor didn't know what to say. In the next moment, he bowed and said, the iron-eating tribe is willing to fight for your Majesty Emperor you. In the distance, the 2 iron-eating beasts that were playing around stopped at this moment. 9 Moon also seemed to understand something. He bowed and said, 9 Moon. Thanks your Majesty Emperor you for bestowing the Dao. Thank you, your Majesty Emperor you. 8 Moon also bowed and expressed his gratitude. He was a little excited. 9 Moon seemed to be about to Dao integration. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. You're welcome. He used a drop of Little White's blood essence to capture an iron-eating beast who was about to reach Dao integration. Suyu didn't reap much himself, but it seemed like the result was pretty good. The iron-eating beast tribe was probably completely loyal this time. Meanwhile, Suyu had gained even more enlightenment. Interesting, the Hell King had sealed off the Dao. The ancient iron-eating beast emperor had died in battle, but the Dao was still there, just sealed off. Forcibly helping a descendant fuse the Dao, all of this seemed to be opening a new world for Suyu. A moment later, loud cheers suddenly sounded throughout the entire iron-eating realm. The iron-eating tribe is willing to fight for your Majesty Emperor you. Cheers resounded throughout heaven and earth. They seemed to have also sensed some changes. Some iron-eating beasts seemed to have sensed that they had gained a new talent. Meanwhile, the iron-eating beast emperor's voice also resounded throughout heaven and earth. Our tribe is about to have a second Dao integration half-emperor. 9 Moon has fused the Dao, and the position of beast emperor shall be passed on to 9 Moon. I will abdicate and focus on cultivation so that our tribe can exist forever in this world. Your Majesty is wise. Countless iron-eating beasts cheered. In the distance, Nine Moon was at a loss. So sudden, I'm not ready yet, my father is still beating me up, I'm going to become this beast emperor? Meanwhile, a smile appeared on Suyu's face as he looked at the iron-eating beast emperor. Interesting, compared to him, Nine Moon obviously owed Suyu more. Furthermore, Nine Moon's relationship with Suyu was slightly better. This was because Nine Moon had fought for Suyu several times ever since the Starry Universe mansion. Previously, he had risked his life to participate in a battle at the human realm, and 2 of his clones had been destroyed. Now, Suyu was helping him attain Dao. Furthermore, he had fused a Dao that didn't exist before. Their relationship was a bit more complicated. Once Nine Moon became the Beast Emperor and the Emperor of this tribe, his cooperation with Suyu would become even closer, who said that being charmingly naive was stupid. This Beast Emperor was very shrewd, of course, Suyu was also very happy to accept this. This is very good, I like this result. Furthermore, the Iron-Eating tribe would gain another Dao integration stage super mighty figure, which would be of great help to me. At this moment, a smile also appeared on Suyu's face, it was extremely dazzling, the Dao was so interesting. It was a complete great Dao of the primordial era. Moreover, there was still a remnant will left behind, and it forced its descendants to fuse with it, helping Nine Moon step into the 9th stage of the eternal realm. Reaching the heavens in a single bound, this was truly reaching the heavens in a single bound. Of course, not just anyone could undo the Hell King's seal. Even Junyu couldn't do it. Under such circumstances, perhaps only the little white dog could undo it in the current myriad of worlds. Even the old tortoise, who was known as the world's #1, did not seem to have a deep understanding of the Great Path, so it would be difficult for him to break the seal. In exchange for a drop of Little White's blood essence, Suyu had created a peerless powerful being who could very well reach the Dao integration stage very soon. At this point, the trip to the iron-eating world had reached an unimaginable level, Suyu was in a good mood. As for the little white dog's blood essence, it might be enough for him to kill a Dao integration stage cultivator. The point was, would there still be a Dao integration stage cultivator standing foolishly in front of him for him to kill? It would be extremely difficult for the little white dog to kill another Dao integration stage super mighty figure with its blood essence. Using this essence blood in exchange for the loyalty of the Iron Eater tribe, that was the real gain. Not far away, Jiuyu avoided his father's vicious beating. He was also rather excited, and he flew toward Suyu. Human Sovereign. No, Your Majesty Emperor Yu, do you still have more items that can allow people to advance directly? Suyu smiled and said, yes, in your iron-eating realm, there might be 2 more. September was elated, Suyu then smiled faintly and said, however, first, your clan's first half-emperor might not have died. Second, if he died, there would be too many people sharing this great Dao, and there wouldn't be any remnant wills left behind, so it wouldn't be possible to merge it together. Unless you try to kill all of your clansmen, there might still be 2 left behind to swallow the great Dao. September instantly shut up. Suyu continued, your fate is very good. At this moment, Suyu had regained his composure. You have a brighter future than His Majesty the Beast King. In other words, in the current myriad realms, you might be the one with the highest chance of advancing to the realm of the Master of the Laws, or the Great Dao realm. At the side, Luyu didn't say anything. She seemed to be deep in thought. Experts from large clans like them still had some understanding of the Dao of Laws. Maybe Suyu was right, Jiuyu might be the expert closest to that level, because he alone grasped a great Dao. September was a little surprised and a little frightened. Then I don't think too much. Suyu smiled. Cultivate diligently and strive to progress to the Dao integration stage as soon as possible. Right now, Dao integration stage super mighty figures were the pinnacle of combat prowess. Even if they couldn't defeat veteran Dao integration stage super mighty figures, they would still have an advantage if they could hold off one of them. I might soon launch the second war of the 10,000 realms. September's expression instantly turned solemn. Even if he was solemn, it still looked ridiculous. It was the same for Luyu. The dark circles under her eyes seemed to have dissipated a little. Emperor Yu, what do you mean? Suyu said calmly, I'm not the kind of person who waits passively. When I have enough strength, I will definitely fight back. All the Wan heavens are waiting for the powerhouses of the upper realm to descend. No, I'm going to kill my way up there. 6 months quake, Suyu smiled again and said, you didn't hear wrongly. Yes, I won't sit still and wait for others to choose me. If I accumulate enough strength, I will bring people and take the initiative to kill my way to the upper realms. If I am not mistaken, the so-called upper realms do not have any human monarchs, right? No, at least not the first few times. Luyu said solemnly. There are many Dao integration stage powerhouses in the upper realms, but Dao integration stage powerhouses are also top-notch existences. In fact, the upper realms have migrated many eternal realm powerhouses. Later on, they gave birth to descendants, so there should be many below eternal realm powerhouses. There are no Dao integration stage powerhouses. Suyu smiled. If that's the case, why can't I kill my way up there? Luyu took a deep breath. It's difficult. Let me put it this way. Every time the tide changes, it is a time for the rise of geniuses. Almost all the races can produce Dao integration stage powerhouses. At that time, the rules of the Great Dao are more active, and it is easier to advance. There are even some great Daos in the upper realms that are not restricted. Therefore, there are many Dao integration stage powerhouses in the upper realms, even more than in the primordial era. The primordial era has declined, but under the Great Dao, the number of powerhouses has not decreased over time. How many Dao integration stage powerhouses are there in the upper realms? Luyu thought for a while and said, I'm really not sure about this, but there are 3 Dao integration stage powerhouses in the upper realms. 4th month, 5th month, and Marquis Giant Bamboo. Marquis Giant Bamboo is an expert from the Iron Eater clan who survived since ancient times. Both Wu Yue and Wu Yue are experts from my branch. Your Majesty's father and grandfather? Suyu asked. Luyu shook his head. 5th month is my uncle, and 4th month is my granduncle. During the 3rd tide, Uncle 5th month's son died in battle. After that, I took over the Iron Eater realm and advanced to Dao integration stage, becoming the beast monarch of the lower realms. However, it was still the same bloodline. Suyu was shocked. This bloodline was really powerful. A single bloodline from the Emperor realm to Dao integration stage. The power of their bloodline was probably frighteningly rich. This race had 3 Dao integration stage powerhouses in the upper realms. With this in mind, Suyu suddenly said, in that case, there are still many people alive in the primordial era. Then why did you say that there are no corpses of the primordial era powerhouses left behind? There are no corpses left behind. Luyu explained. After the fall of the primordial era, many powerful beings fell. Phenomena appeared, but there were no corpses. Some people said that it was possible that powerful beings on the level of the Master of the Laws had fallen, and their great Dao had collapsed, causing many corpses to disappear. Others said that some of the powerful beings chose to enter the dead souls realm by themselves. They brought the powerful beings under their command with them to avoid the primordial era. In any case, there were no corpses of the powerful beings who died in the primordial era. Those who were alive weren't too affected. Therefore, there really weren't any corpses of the powerful beings from the primordial era. Suyu was still thinking about how a lot of people were interested in him selling corpses last time. He had thought that ancient heaven and the others had no connection with the upper realms. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had misunderstood. There really weren't any corpses of the powerful beings from the primordial era. Did they go to the dead souls realm together, or something else? At this moment, Suyu's understanding of the infinite worlds deepened, and he had some speculations. If there were no accidents, the Dao of the powerful beings from the primordial era who were still alive was either their master had died before the primordial era, or they were still alive and fighting somewhere. Or they had opened their own Dao. As for the powerful beings from the primordial era, perhaps their great Dao had completely collapsed. The Dead Souls realm, Dead Souls galaxy. Suyu thought to himself that the Myriad realms were much more complicated than he had imagined. Of course, the more complicated it was, the more interesting it was. Suyu smiled and said, Your Majesty, what's the difference between the upper realms and our Myriad realms? Is it just that there are more powerful beings? June shook her head. No, the upper realms and the lower realms, although that is how it is said, each has its own merits. The upper realms have their own benefits. First, there is no need to sleep during the primordial era. Second, it is easier to comprehend the power of laws. The upper realm seems to be the source of the power of laws. Third, the previous few times, the upper realms had turned the world upside down. The lower realms are actually more dangerous. Fourth, it is said that there are some ownerless Tao of laws in the upper realms. After saying that, she looked at September and then at Suyu. It might be similar to the one just now. Suyu nodded. This meant that the upper realms indeed had many benefits. However, he still had some doubts. Then why don't many people go up? For example, Ancient Heaven and Heaven Supervisor Marquis. There were so many drawbacks, so why didn't they go? For example, Ancient Heaven, the first primordial era, was in charge of the immortal world. June smiled. The Myriad realms also have their own benefits. Let's talk about the suppression of laws. Actually, we can go to the upper realms, but when the people from the upper realms come down, you saw it. Moreover, once they finish in the heavenly battlefield, if they don't leave, they will be suppressed again. Or even killed. Also, some people say that the upper realms are the source of laws, but others say that the lower realms are the source of laws. Because the powerful beings of the past rose from the lower realms. The upper realms were only created in the later stages. Only there is hope to advance. I have never heard of anyone in the upper realms having hope to advance. Advance, Suyu was deep in thought. Ancient Heaven, Old Turtle, Heaven Supervisor Marquis, these people were actually close to the point of controlling a great Tao. However, the upper realms might not have such powerful beings. Or in other words, the lower realms had greater hope. The upper realms might not have any hope of advancing anymore. June continued, in addition, there are many important places. There are many ruins in the lower realms. Whether it is the Star Mansion or the human ruins, they are all in the lower realms. The upper realms don't have a deep foundation. They all moved there later. Suyu nodded. That was true. June smiled foolishly. Finally, the Dead Soul's domain. The lower realms can connect to the Dead Soul's domain, but the upper realms can't. Suyu frowned. What do you mean? The Dead Soul's domain receives many powerhouses from the lower realms. The upper realms are almost invisible. He explained, in other words, the powerhouses that die in the upper realms will most likely not be received, but the lower realms will. Some people speculate that it is because the power of the Dead Soul's galaxy reaches the lower realms, but not the upper realms. Unless the upper realms are terrifyingly powerful, strong enough to draw the Dead Soul's galaxy themselves. Otherwise, the upper realms will really die if they die. As for us, we still have a chance to be resurrected as dead souls. So that was how it was, Suyu understood. No wonder there were so many dead souls in the lower realms, but he had never heard of the upper realms having such a saying. After chatting with June for a while, Suyu didn't stay for long. Soon, Suyu said, everyone, prepare for war. Sooner or later, I will start a second war that will engulf the Myriad realms. After that, if I have accumulated enough strength, I will fight my way up. Suyu looked at the sky and smiled. I want to see how high the sky is. How strong are the powerhouses? Why can the upper realms fight their way down, but not up? He wanted to fight his way up, yes, Suyu did have such a plan. There were no human king-level powerhouses, so why should he be afraid of them? June looked at him foolishly, but her heart was shaken. This was the first human king to say so. Really, no human king had ever said they would fight their way up after the 10 tides. No, none of them seemed to have such a thought. The best outcome would be for the upper realms to ignore them after the lower realms broke the sky. Even 100 Battle King did not say he would fight his way up. Suyu, on the other hand, might not be the strongest, but he was terrifyingly brave. My clan will be ready. June answered. Suyu smiled, that's good. Also, I will give your clan 10 vessels. I hope the Iron Eaters can give birth to a few more eternal realms. Thank you, Emperor Yu. June thanked. Suyu smiled, his voice spreading in all directions. The Iron Eaters shall be the human race's ally for generations. As long as the human race is not destroyed, the Iron Eaters shall not be destroyed. Emperor Yu is wise. Loud cheers sounded in the world, and Suyu floated away. After he left, 9 Moon lost his naivety. He looked at 6 Moon with a serious expression. Sixth Ancestor, is our race really going to fight to the death for the human race? June said heavily, we must choose a side. Suyu is too overbearing, too monstrous. He is more overbearing than 100 Battle King, and his killing nature is heavier. If we do not choose a side now, we will be destroyed without a doubt. September, between Suyu, Heaven Ancient, Ji-woo, and Mou, who will you support? September thought for a moment. Suyu. Why? September said innocently, he is terrifying, and the human race has a deep foundation that has not been used up. The foundation of King Wen and King Wu has not appeared. Suyu seems to have inherited King Wen's foundation. One King Wen is comparable to the 9 tide changes, and the foundation that the human race revealed. And Suyu is a deep thinker, he only believes in himself. If we do not support him now, he will come after us. June nodded. September said, and he has some trump cards. I saw the scene in the Star Mansion with my own eyes. September took a deep breath, that is a terrifying existence. With just a thought, a face, he easily destroyed dozens of eternal realms. I am a bit worried that this is a trump card left by the human race. June smiled, you are right, so I choose to fight. If the human race wins, that is for the best. If the human race loses, you have to know that if the human race loses, there are still the gods, demons, immortals, dragons, underworld races. June smiled, at that time, we still have a choice. September also smiled foolishly, 6th forefather, you mean, the Beast Emperor nodded. You know what I mean. Even if the human race really lost, as long as the Iron Eaters could not be destroyed in a short time, there would be a second chance. Yes, a second chance. Destroying the human race in the one campaign was only the first step. Next, there was a chance to choose another race to support. This was 2 chances, but if they chose to oppose the human race now, there would be no second chance once the human race won. There was only one chance. There was enough room for error when choosing a race, but there was no room for error when choosing immortals, demons, and dragons. The premise was that the human race would lose and the Iron Eaters would not be destroyed. The 2 iron-eating beasts with dark eye circles looked at each other and smiled. On the side, August took a big bamboo and knocked September's head with it. He said with some regret, Grandpa, does that mean I can't be the Beast King anymore? It seems. I don't have a chance. The second forefather actually chose his own son. What a pity, he clearly wanted to choose me, June smiled foolishly. You vindicated your Tao too early. I also felt it. The second forefather actually wanted to choose you, but you still have to resolve the conflict of the Tao laws. In addition, the stronger you are, the stronger the punishment you will have to bear. The second forefather's remnant consciousness probably knows that he may not be able to resolve this powerful punishment. September did not vindicate his Tao, so the punishment was actually much smaller. August was already a 7th stage Eternal Realm cultivator, so there might be a punishment for killing Tao integration cultivators. At that time, the remnant consciousness might not be able to resist it. August was extremely regretful. For a moment, the group of Iron Eaters, except for their different sizes, were all deep in thought. The row of Iron Eaters all nodded. Suyu was not here. Otherwise, he would have made them nod according to their size. This was the best way to cure obsessive-compulsive disorder. But it just so happened that August was in the middle, and he was a little smaller than September and smaller than June, so he seemed a little unsociable. Suyu had a general idea of what the Iron Eaters were thinking. He did not stay for long. His second stop was the Guho clan. The Guho clan was the last to appear. In fact, Suyu understood that this clan still had some misgivings. Otherwise, they would have joined the battle a long time ago. No, the other party only appeared at the last moment, when Suyu was surrounded and killed by the golden-winged rock. At that time, this Yan Emperor must have been very conflicted, about whether to make a move or not. His father was the Mount of King Wu. A mount was not a good title. The other party did not say anything, and even said that the strong were respected, so it might not be true that he did not have any grudges. Moreover, the Guho clan only sent Yan Emperor to participate in the battle this time, and the other invincible beings did not participate. This was also a characteristic. The other party had made up his mind, but he had not completely abandoned everything and really wanted to live and die with the human race. this clan would be more difficult to deal with than the Iron Eaters. This was the truth. The Nightmare Realm. The sky was dark, the domain was cold, and it was deathly still. When Suyu arrived, two experts came to welcome him. One was the Guho that Suyu met outside the Radiant Bird Realm that day, and the other was the Heaven Devourer, ranked 7th on the Dao verification list. That Guho was very powerful. He had previously treated the Radiant Bird Realm as his breeding farm, and would eat a few radiant birds when he had nothing to do. He was also the father of the Heaven Devourer. There were not many of them, in fact, even fewer than the Iron Eaters. When Suyu stepped into the realm, he felt a deathly stillness. The Yen Emperor sighed at this moment. I did not expect you to become a master. City Lord Su, when we met before, I did not expect it to be so fast. Then, he said, that day, the king of the Great Zhou asked you if you wanted to return to the human race. If you became a king, what would you do? I thought you might not return in this life. Suyu said with a smile, I also did not expect it to be so fast. Beside him, the smaller Yen Emperor, Heaven Devourer, also said in a low voice, City Lord Su, there are very few creatures in our clan. In such a large nightmare realm, there are less than 1,000 Yen Emperors. Our emperor chose to participate in the battle. Actually, we were all very surprised. There really were not many of them. In this entire universe, there were less than 1,000 of them, and it could be said that they were on the verge of extinction. They were all very surprised that the Yen Emperor chose to participate in the battle. This could easily lead to the extinction of this race. Suyu nodded slightly with a smile. I was also very surprised that the Yen Emperor chose to participate in the battle. That day, I was thinking that if there were no more powerful beings participating in the battle, then I would let the Book Spirit and the Tea Tree participate in the battle while I ambushed a Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure. That day, I should have been able to kill a Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure, but I would not have had the battle record of killing so many Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figures. Guho did not participate in the battle. Later on, the two Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figures of the Celestial Tribe also participated in the battle. So you might be able to kill the Golden Winged Rock, but it would be very difficult for him to kill the Dragon Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, and the Soldier King. At least the Yen Emperor stopped the Ape Emperor from beginning to end. The two Yen Emperors were a little uncomfortable. Killing Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figures was a very easy task. The Guho tribe only had one Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure, and they were very concerned about this battle of the realms of infinite worlds. If the Yen Emperor fell, then their entire tribe would most likely be wiped out. Soon, an ancient palace appeared. This was a little barbaric, and it looked like a cave that had been dug out from a massive rock. A voice sounded from within as soon as Suyu arrived. Apologies for the delay, Human Emperor. I was injured during the previous battle, so I couldn't welcome you in person. You're too kind. Suyu smiled. You're far too kind, Your Majesty, the Yen Emperor. I just had to take a few more steps. Just then, the entire Iron Eater tribe came to welcome me, which made me feel a little awkward. I had no choice but to pull out 10 beasts and give away the Dragon Emperor's tail. I'm a very prideful person in public. In reality, I was extremely distressed. I also upgraded 9 moons to the 9th stage Eternal Realm, and he should be able to progress to the Dao Integration stage in a few days or months. Silence, absolute silence. 9 moons, 9th stage Eternal Realm? He didn't dare to believe this. How could this be? Did you say August? Did I get it wrong? Suyu smiled. Yes, 9 moons is already at the 9th stage Eternal Realm. Brother Tenshin, you and 9 moons are both on the Dao validation roll, so you have to work hard too. On the Dao validation roll, Wanfu Prefect and Lan Tian are both walking their own Daos. Tianzhu was killed by me, and Kong Kong has proven his Dao to the Eternal Realm. As for the remaining few, if they don't surrender, I'll kill them all sooner or later. Brother Tenshin, you have to reach the Dao validation roll as soon as possible. Hearing this, Tenshin's huge eyes were filled with surprise, but he didn't say anything. Outside the palace, a huge ancient yen appeared with a strange look in its eyes. How did Human Emperor do it? Suyu smiled. The Iron Eater tribe has a sealed nomological Great Dao. I unsealed it and gave it to 9 moons, and 9 moons instantly stepped into the 9th stage Eternal Realm. If he has reached the Dao integration stage, I feel that as long as he's not an idiot, he should be stronger than the average Dao integration stage cultivator. Because he had only one Dao. A sealed great Dao, the Yan Emperor murmured, its huge eyes looking at Suyu. After a long time, it said, Human Emperor, then do you think my tribe has a sealed great Dao? I'm not sure. Suyu smiled. Ever since I entered the All Heavens battlefield, I haven't killed a member of the Yan tribe. If I don't kill a few, I really won't know the situation of your tribe. The Yan Emperor looked at him. Suyu smiled. Your Majesty, don't misunderstand. I have no enmity towards the tribes that help me. However, does your Majesty know what you are most afraid of in the All Heavens? The Yan Emperor said in a low voice, Human Emperor, please enlighten me. Suyu smiled. An opportunist. I help you today, help me tomorrow, and help him the day after. This is what I fear the most. Since I've made up my mind, I'll do it in one go. Otherwise, it'll be easy to make both sides sick of me. Or else, I won't fight the scholar race. I won't fight no matter who kills who. Only when one side wins will I look for trouble. The Yan Emperor wasn't a fool. It knew what Suyu meant. At this moment, it sighed and said, Human Emperor is right. I have no intention of hesitating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have participated in the previous battle. Suyu looked at it. That Yan Emperor doesn't seem to be as enthusiastic about my arrival as before. The Yan Emperor looked around and said, Human Emperor, come in and have a seat. Many thanks. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony. He stepped into the spacious hall. In the Sea of Will, the Dragon Monarch's blood essence was already floating in the Sea of Will. This time, the Yan tribe didn't seem as enthusiastic as before. He had to be careful. He stepped into the hall. The hall was extremely spacious, and there wasn't even a seat. Suyu didn't mind. He made a chair for himself, sat down, and looked at the Yan Emperor. The Yan Emperor didn't have a seat either. He maintained his true form and stepped onto the highest platform. He squatted on the platform and looked at Suyu. Tun Tian and his father squatted on either side of him. The Yan Emperor was silent for a moment. I shouldn't have been so hesitant. Since I participated in the battle, there's no need to put on airs. However, one of our Dao integration cultivators in the upper realm might have died. There should have been 2 Dao integration cultivators in the upper realm. This time, just a few days ago, I felt the great Dao tremble. One of our Dao integration cultivators should have died. I don't know if it has anything to do with my participation in the previous battle. But now, I'm a little shaken. He looked at Suyu with a hint of helplessness and pain. There's still one more Dao integration cultivator in the upper realm. However, there's only one left. If he dies, our tribe might be completely annihilated in the upcoming battle. I originally thought that even if the lower realm was annihilated, our tribe would still have a foundation in the upper realm. Suyu was enlightened, so that's why, no wonder this Yan Emperor was feeling a little dejected this time. Previously, he felt that even if the lower realm was annihilated, there were still 2 Dao integration cultivators, so they would at least have some support. But now, one of them had died, and he didn't even know if it had anything to do with him. Thus, Emperor Yan's hesitation was understandable. Suyu thought for a moment and said, Then what does the Yan Emperor intend to do now? The Yan Emperor said softly, I have no intention of going back on my word. I've already participated in the battle, so there's actually no way out. However, I hope that only I will participate in the battle. I hope that the other Yan tribes can find a place to hide. If the Human Emperor can provide an absolutely safe area for my tribe, I'm willing to continue fighting for the human tribe. No, not the human tribe. Suyu said calmly, It's me, I'm Suyu. Please understand what I mean, Yan Emperor. The Yan Emperor's eyes flashed. I understand. I'm willing to fight for His Majesty, Yan Emperor Yu. The prerequisite was that his tribe wouldn't be annihilated. Suyu knocked on the chair. Absolutely safe? Where would it be absolutely safe? King Wen's former residence and Star Mansion? There's a place that might be safe, but I can't bring anyone in right now. Also, even if it's absolutely safe, I don't want to bring too many people in. Your tribe can choose 3 to 5 seeds as a path of retreat. Furthermore, they have to abide by the rules. He looked toward the Yan Emperor. I can understand hoping that a few of your brethren can survive, but I feel like it's too difficult to hope that a few of your Yan tribes can rise again. I can only say that this is a way to console myself. What does your Majesty Yan Emperor think? The Yan Emperor was silent for a moment before nodding. I'm thinking too much. However, I've seen many races destroyed. During the 9 tides, there were over 100 ancient tribes that fought for the human tribe, but almost all of them were destroyed. The human tribe is still around, so I'm a little worried. Suyu smiled. I can't guarantee the human tribe, but I can guarantee one thing, and that is that your tribe won't be destroyed before I die. If I die, then I won't be able to control you anymore. The Iron Eater Beast Emperor said that the previous human rulers of the human tribe were biased toward the human tribe, so more of the Wan's allies died. He said that I'm relatively fair, but I don't know if Your Majesty agrees with this? The Yan Emperor pondered for a moment before nodding. He might be right. Suyu smiled. So, Your Majesty, if you trust me, then you can rest assured. If you don't, you can withdraw from this alliance right now. However, let me warn you, it might be too late now. I'm not threatening Your Majesty, but Your Majesty knows that you've already offended some large tribes by participating in the previous battles. That's right. The Yan Emperor sighed. Since Your Majesty you can give the Iron Eater tribe another Dao integration stage mighty figure, I wonder if my tribe can have such an honor. If I can, then I can rest assured. With 2 Dao integration stage mighty figures, I won't have to worry about anything. Suyu thought for a moment before looking at Heaven Devourer and the Yan Emperor. It might not be impossible, even if your tribe doesn't have a sealed Great Dao. Saying so, Suyu suddenly took out an item and looked at the Yan Emperor. Does Your Majesty recognize this? The Yan Emperor's expression changed slightly. After a long while, it said word by word, the legendary Heaven and Earth Inkstone? Suyu smiled. The Yan Emperor seemed to sense something. After a long while, it struggled. It's refined from the corpse of an ancient desolate heavenly beast. My tribe has some records that King Wen's Heaven and Earth Inkstone might be a supreme treasure. It looked at Suyu. At this moment, its eyes were filled with struggle, excitement, greed, and even an urge to attack. Suyu said calmly, it's this. I'm not giving it to you. I'm just saying that I think the Great Dao inheritance in this Heaven and Earth Inkstone might be more suitable for your tribe. If your tribe has a genius, like Heaven Devourer, when I or someone I find masters this Great Dao, Heaven Devourer can choose to rely on this Great Dao to advance to Dao integration. Of course, it depends on Heaven Devourer's own talent. If its talent is really good, and I or someone I find can't fit this Great Dao, then this Great Dao will belong to Heaven Devourer. I think the Great Dao of this ancient scaled creature might not be suitable for the human race. Great Dao, the Yan Emperor's eyes lit up. This item really contains the laws of the Great Dao. Suyu nodded. Of course, this was stored in King Wen's former residence. It was also given to me by a supreme expert under King Wen. That supreme expert is also the expert who lent me his blood essence. Does Your Majesty know him? The Yan Emperor was shocked. Your Majesty Emperor Yu is saying that the one who lent you his blood essence is alive? Suyu was surprised. Of course. The Yan Emperor was shocked. I thought he thought it was dead. It wasn't just him. Many people thought the same. Suyu laughed. Of course he's alive. The Book Spirit and the Tea Tree were both sent by him to help me in battle. Otherwise, how could I so easily control 2 powerhouses who had attained the Dao and made them fight for me? The Yan Emperor sucked in a breath. That one is very strong. When you killed the Dragon Monarch, I felt that powerful pressure and threat, and this is only by borrowing his blood essence. If he fought with his real body. Your Majesty Emperor Yu, why, didn't he fight this time? Suyu smiled. He doesn't want to leave King Wen's former residence easily. That place has too many things that belong to him. Suyu sighed. Soon, he smiled again. However, if there's real danger, he will fight. The Book Spirit and the Tea Tree fighting was enough. If not, there are still Heaven and Earth spirits in King Wen's former residence that can also fight. There are more? The Yan Emperor was shocked. There are such experts? There are. Suyu smiled. I didn't investigate in depth, but there is an ancient wood spirit tree. I don't know how strong it is. It was planted in King Wen's small courtyard. It might just be an ordinary spirit. Would the spirit born in King Wen's small courtyard be weak? It couldn't be. At this time, the Yan Emperor was shocked. Your Majesty Emperor, that heaven and earth ink stone, was given to you by that supreme expert? Yes. Suyu smiled. He hoped that I could find an inheritance for this ink stone or comprehend it myself. But I have too many of these things. I don't have time to comprehend them. Suyu chuckled. I have comprehended many laws of the great Tao. I have many inheritances like this. It's just a new Tao, and it's a non-human Tao. To put it bluntly, I don't lack it, and I don't care. The Yan Emperor wanted to kill someone, he really wanted to kill someone and steal their treasure, however, he really didn't dare. Even if he was at Tao integration, Suyu was only at Sun Moon. Suyu smiled. Your Majesty Yan Emperor, I can't guarantee that your race will produce another Tao integration, but if the heaven-devouring true Tao is suitable, I can help him. He can even prove his Tao without experiencing the punishment of the rules. Is this a promise that your Majesty is satisfied with? The Yan Emperor was silent for a moment. I am willing to fight at any time. Not enough. Suyu said calmly, there are at least half of the Yan tribe's Eternals left. They need to fight at any time. The Yan Emperor fell silent. After a moment, it made a decision. Okay. Suyu smiled. Thank you. The Yan Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It's my duty. Then what about the heaven-devouring true Tao? Wait until I fuse with my Tao. Suyu said, if I don't fuse with my Tao, no outsider can enter that place. If I don't fuse with my Tao, I don't have a deep grasp of the great Tao. It will be difficult for the heaven-devouring true Tao to comprehend a new Tao. The Yan Emperor nodded. It watched as Suyu put away the inkstone. It smiled. Your Majesty, you really trust my race. Just now. I was a little tempted, Suyu smiled. That's normal. But smart people should know how to choose. Since I dared to take it out, I'm not unprepared. This can be considered a test for me. It's fine to be greedy, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to satisfy your greed. For idiots like that. I, Suyu, don't need to cooperate, even if I fuse with my Tao. Suyu chuckled. You can be stupid, but you have to be obedient. If you're stupid to the point of disobedience, you deserve to be killed. Otherwise, you'll just be dragging me down. I'm not afraid to say it clearly. I can understand the Yan Emperor's hesitation and worry. If you don't want to cooperate, then we can part ways. But if you agree to cooperate, then drag me down and play dirty tricks. I'm sorry, I'll kill my own people. Kill them even more ruthlessly. The Yan Emperor looked at him deeply. After a long time, it nodded. I understand. This will not happen in my race. Your Majesty, you haven't gone to the Spatial Beast tribe or the Ancient Giant tribe, right? Not yet. The Yan Emperor thought for a moment. Emperor, you can go to the Spatial Beast tribe. As for the Ancient Giant tribe, you should think about it. I'm also wondering why this race would participate in the war. If Emperor Yu goes now, we might not be able to achieve the desired result. Why don't we go to that race after Jiuyue reaches Tao integration or after your Majesty attains Tao? At that time, we might be able to show ourselves. Suyu had a pensive look on his face. You mean to say, that this race might not ally with the humans in this war? That's right. In the battle between the Ancient Giant King and the Phoenix Monarch, everyone felt that they didn't use their full strength. To put it bluntly, I killed at least half of the Ape Monarch. He and the Phoenix Monarch were almost unscathed. The Spatial Beast tribe member is inferior to Ji Wu. It's already good enough that he was able to stall the Phoenix Monarch. The Ancient Giant King is slightly stronger than the Phoenix Monarch, but he didn't do anything in the end. Suyu nodded. I understand. The Monarch of Great Zhou was the one who contacted me. I'll ask him about it later. Forget about it now. After all, the Monarch of Great Zhou is the first Tao integration stage cultivator of the human race. If I'm not as strong as him, I won't do anything. Don't worry, the Yan Emperor. I'm not that stupid to cause internal strife at a time like this. I just don't want to become someone else's puppet. I want to control the entire situation myself. It's good that your majesty understands. The Yan Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. He was also worried that Suyu would have a conflict with the monarch of Great Zhou. That wouldn't be a good thing. Then I'll have to make a trip to the Spatial Beast tribe. Your Majesty, your tribe can prepare for war. I might deploy troops to conquer the heavens later. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Suyu smiled and tossed out a storage ring. These are some trinkets. Your Majesty, take some. It can be considered a reward for the previous battle. I'll come again when I have time. Suyu's figure disappeared as he spoke. The Yan Emperor didn't say anything. After he left, it opened the storage ring. There were a total of 10 vessels. The Yan Emperor looked at them for a while before tossing them to the Heaven Devourer and the others. Distribute them to the sun and moon below. After saying this, it looked toward the Heaven Devourer. Don't be in a hurry to verify your Tao. Wait for an opportunity. The 9 moons are actually going to Tao integration. The Yan Emperor sighed with emotion. This Emperor Yu is even more domineering and generous than I imagined. However, he's even more intolerant. Heaven Devourer, slay the Celestial Tribe's Gudang and deliver his corpse to the Celestial Tribe. Tell the Celestial Tribe that our tribe has no intention of wavering. Yes. The Heaven Devourer quickly disappeared. A moment later, not long after Suyu left, a great battle suddenly broke out in the void near the ancient Gui realm. Both were very powerful. One was the Heaven Devourer, previously ranked 7th on the Tao validation list. The other was Gudang, an expert of the Celestial Tribe, ranked 8th. A great battle quickly broke out between both sides. The battle didn't last long. With a loud boom, the Heaven Devourer crawled out of the void with injuries all over its body. With Gudang's mutilated corpse in its mouth, it flew toward the Celestial Realm at an extremely fast speed. It threw the corpse near the entrance of the Celestial Realm and its voice reverberated in all directions. The Gui clan Heaven Devourer has slain Gudang outside the Celestial Realm. The Gui clan has no intention of wavering. If the Celestial Tribe sends any more envoys, kill them all. The Heaven Devourer quickly left. A moment later, a furious roar came from inside the Celestial Realm. An invincible being appeared with uncontrollable rage. Just as he was about to leave the Celestial Realm, Suyu's voice reverberated in all directions. Those below the Eternal Realm can fight, but those in the Eternal Realm can be killed without mercy. If you don't accept it, then fight. His voice shook the heavens. At this moment, Suyu was incomparably domineering. He shouted coldly, I hope the various clans will abide by this order. Heavenly Ancient, Solitary Nothingness, Demonic Halberd, take care of your clansmen. If you are ready, then come and kill me. Otherwise, I will start the Tao integration battle again. The world fell silent. The small clans trembled in fear. The human Suyu was becoming more and more domineering. He was actually forcing the various clans not to start the eternal war, and it was the 3 great clans. No one responded. However, that invincible being from the Celestial Tribe did not leave the Celestial Realm. Was he ready to kill Suyu? No, since he wasn't, then he had to accept his fate. Celestial Realm. Heavenly Ancient closed his eyes in silence. Demonic Realm. Demonic Halberd pretended not to hear him. Seeing his son frowning, he said softly, bear with him for now. Right now, the number of Tao integration realm cultivators in the lower realms is not as many as his allies. There is no benefit in standing out now. Mou nodded. I understand. Divine Realm. The Celestial Emperor chuckled. What an increasingly domineering fellow. Forget it, never leave the Divine Realm. It's not worth it to be killed by him. Just wait. Yes. Below, the dozens of invincible beings of the Celestial Tribe all agreed. Some were sullen, while others heaved a sigh of relief. Jiwu looked up at the sky and smiled. He did not say anything. That fellow was not someone to be trifled with. Human Lord, domineering beyond compare. At this moment, the Spatial Beast Emperor walked out of the realm. He sighed with emotion and looked at Suyu. Human lord, you have graced us with your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Suyu smiled. Of course I'm here. I have to thank Kong Kong for taking the blame for me for a long time. Behind him, Kong Kong transformed into his human form and walked out. Beside him, Huangjiu also followed. He looked at Suyu in the void with a strange expression. What an outstanding and majestic person, the young Suyu shook the myriad realms with a single sentence. The invincible beings did not dare to come out. The half-emperor was silent. One had to admit, such a person was too outstanding. He made everyone feel ashamed of their inferiority, the spatial beast emperor sighed. I feel like I'm seeing Kingwen, Suyu smiled. Senior, have you seen Kingwen before? I'm very old. I was fortunate enough to see him once, from far away, the spatial beast emperor chuckled. Kingwen is like the sun and moon, while we are like candlelight. We are incomparable. Suyu smiled. That might not be the case. Our predecessors are strong, but our descendants will only be stronger. It's just that this era doesn't allow us to be stronger. If we break this era, we can naturally go further. It's too difficult. The spatial beast emperor sighed. It's really too difficult. Suyu smiled. Senior, do you think that I can't do it? The spatial beast emperor wanted to say something, but Suyu smiled. Then let's wait and see. I just hope that Senior won't be in a rush to make a decision. The upper realm hasn't opened yet. If we take the wrong path now, it'll be easy for all our efforts to go to waste. The spatial beast emperor looked at Suyu and said after a while, then, of the human race, are you the supreme one or the king of Great Zhou? Me. Suyu said calmly, there's only one voice in the human realm. I understand. The spatial beast emperor pondered for a while. Forgive me for saying too much. The 100-battle king might not be dead. If he returns, who will be the supreme one? Me. Suyu was still calm. Whether he's dead or not doesn't matter. After leaving the human race, I'm still me, and he might not be him. Then, I understand. The spatial beast emperor's voice was ethereal. As long as the human race doesn't fall into chaos, sovereign, you can control the overall situation. The spatial ancient beasts will stand firmly on Sovereign Yu's side. A smile appeared on Suyu's face as a storage ring shot out. Thank you. The spoils of war from last time. I won't say much else. You'll know in the future. Senior, just wait and see. I will wait for that day to come. I think that the world might change color. Suyu smiled and said, definitely. With that, Suyu did not enter the ancient realm, instantly tearing through space and disappearing. After he left, emptiness took a deep breath. Ancestor, the spatial beast emperor said softly, there's no need to say much. Let's see what he does next. As for the king of Great Zhou, there's no need to say anything for now. If he's only at Dao integration, he doesn't mean anything. I understand. Emptiness nodded. Soon. He looked at Huangjiu and smiled. Do you want to return to the Lu family? Huangjiu shook his head. I'll stay here. I'm not familiar with the Lu family. Emptiness nodded. Then stay here. Also, don't look anymore. Suyu is too heaven-defying. If he doesn't die, it'll be inevitable that he'll fight for the rest of his life. If he dies, everything will be for nothing. I'm afraid no one in the Wan world can easily subdue him. Speaking up to this point, emptiness sighed. Since ancient times, there have been too few outstanding female cultivators. I've counted all the female cultivators in history, but I'm afraid there aren't many who can subdue Suyu. Hearing this, the spatial beast emperor chuckled. You're too inexperienced. In ancient times, females held up half the sky. They were unbelievably powerful. Forget it. There's no need to mention these things. Suyu went to the Space Clan, the Ancient Chi Clan, and the Iron Eater Clan. Suyu didn't plan to go to the God Eater Clan for the time being. As for the Primordial Giant Clan, Suyu didn't go either. The Primordial Giant Clan's situation was complicated. Without absolute strength, Suyu didn't want to take the risk. Although he was bold, he still needed to have some confidence and assurance. The Primordial Giant Clan was a big clan. Not only did they have Tao Integration Primordial Giant King, but they also had dozens of invincible realm experts. Once he was surrounded in the primordial giant world, even Suyu wouldn't be able to escape. He had to think of a way to enter the Starry Universe mansion. This was what he should do now. With the dream of entering the upper world, Suyu had to strengthen himself. Not only himself, but his friends and comrades, including Xianxia and the others. As for Xianxia and the others, if he wanted to free them, the best way was to first settle the dead soul's domain and arrange for weak invincible realm experts to suppress it. Then, he would free Xianxia and the others, collect the benefits of heaven and earth, and let them enter the Tao Integration realm. If Xianxia and the others could enter the Tao Integration realm, it would be an extremely powerful force. 36 top experts, Ancient Chaos City. As always, it was quiet. And in this ancient city, just like last time, there was an ignorant little demon wandering around the city gate to cultivate. He didn't dare to enter the city, but as long as the ancient Chaos City was here, he would come and cultivate. Suyu walked in the air. At the city gate, the little demon was a little frightened. A peerless expert, Suyu glanced at him. This was the second time he saw this little demon. With a smile, Suyu casually threw a piece of dragon meat down. Not paying much attention, Suyu walked into the city. The little demon was a little scared, but he couldn't resist the temptation. He carefully swam toward the piece of meat. At this moment, the piece of meat exuded a powerful aura. It was crystal clear, and there was a strong fragrance wafting out. Just as the little demon approached, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He couldn't bear the pressure of the meat. Within the city, the old turtle's laughter could be heard softly. Don't randomly toss the Eternal's meat. It might not be much to you, but to this little demon, it's like poison. It'll kill him. Suyu smiled and said, not to that extent. Moreover, if I'm really so stupid that I can't even feel the dangers and opportunities, then I'll die because I didn't have enough opportunities. I don't sympathize with people who overeat themselves to death. A cold-blooded person. Old Tortoise joked. Suyu laughed and said, Sir, you've really misunderstood me. I only saw it for the second time and gave it an opportunity. How did I become a cold-blooded person? Old Tortoise laughed and did not continue. The door to the city lord's mansion opened, and a tea table appeared in the backyard. Old Tortoise chuckled. I can smell good tea. Sir, your nose is really sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's tea leaves floated down into the sparkling and translucent teacup in front of the old turtle. Then, the old turtle waved his hand, and the starry sea roiled. Drop after drop of water essence condensed and soaked the tea leaves. The fragrance of the tea permeated the air. Old Tortoise's nose twitched slightly. Very fragrant. There's Tao accumulation. Is it the tea spirit's leaves? How prideful. The Tao Integration Tea Spirit. If one isn't a great Tao powerhouse, I'm afraid they won't be able to enjoy such treatment. The tea spirit's tea leaves were really not something ordinary people could enjoy. Suyu sat down opposite Old Tortoise and said with a smile, Sir, you must be joking. The tea spirit did me a favor and gave me a few tea leaves. I thought that you liked tea, so I accepted it. You. Old Tortoise laughed. You're already the master of the mortal realm. In ancient times, you would be the emperor of the human race. There's no need for you to be the first or the last. Sir, you must be joking. Suyu said with a smile, those who are strong are the teachers. I have my current status because of the holy city. If I weren't the master of the holy city, do you think the human race would respect me as their master? Old Tortoise chuckled. Even without us, you will rise sooner or later. That's just a hypothesis. Suyu sat down and waited for the tea. When Old Tortoise finished brewing, Suyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. After enjoying it for a while, he said with a smile, good tea. Drink again. It's still good tea. Old Tortoise also took a sip. After a moment, he sighed. Sir, what's wrong? This tea is good. Unfortunately, after drinking it, no other good tea can enter my eyes. Even the profound heaven tea that Heaven's supervisor brought last time is inferior. Suyu said with a smile, Sir, you said that this profound heaven tea comes from the 8th floor? That's right. Suyu said again, Sir, is the gatekeeper of the 8th floor a human or a rule? Is there a difference between a rule and a human? Old Tortoise said with a smile, what do you think? Suyu thought for a moment and said, maybe it's the gatekeeper marquis? Old Tortoise laughed. You're just randomly naming things. Gatekeeper marquis, there's no such marquis. If I'm not wrong, the gatekeeper of the 8th floor is probably the Skirich marquis. It's really a human? Not a human. Old Tortoise explained, the 8th floor leads to the Wam Parliament. There was a door here in ancient times. It's the door to heaven. If there's someone on the 8th floor, it's probably the Skirich marquis, the spirit of the door. The Skirich marquis proved his Tao in ancient times and advanced to the Tao integration stage. Later, he was also conferred the title of marquis. Only he would still stay in the Starry Universe mansion and guard the door to the 8th floor for the Starry Universe mansion. Old Tortoise did not mention this last time. Clearly, when one's status was different, the other party would tell one different things. Because some things were useless if one was not strong enough. Suyu said with a smile, Sir, are there any other living beings on the 8th floor? No one knows. Old Tortoise said, are you going to enter the Starry Universe mansion again? Get ready. Suyu said with a smile, if possible, I even hope that you can accompany me. I can't. Old Tortoise shook his head, if I leave, the Eastern Sky King will probably cause trouble. However, if you really want to go, you can take a few of Sky Destroyer and the others with you. I can help suppress the dead spirits channel. Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Sir, if I find a few Eternal Realm experts to help suppress the dead spirits channel, is that okay? At least advanced stage. Old Tortoise said in a low voice, it's hard to suppress. Non-advanced Eternal Realm experts. Also, there's no petrification technique now. This is King Gong's technique. Non-cultivators can't use it now. In the past, you could use the Tao of petrification to counteract the death aura. Now, there's no Tao of petrification. If you find someone to replace you, I'm afraid you'll be in danger of death aura in 30 to 50 years. Suyu nodded slightly and said, what if the dead spirit's realm is flattened? Impossible. Old Tortoise shook his head, impossible. Even if you kill the 36 lords of the dead spirits below, the nomological power will soon attract another batch. Suyu said with a smile, what about suppressing them? Suppress all 36 lords of the dead spirits. I won't kill them. In this way, the nomological power shouldn't attract them, right? Old Tortoise looked at him and fell into deep thought. Suyu said again, I need the lords to come out and help me. The kind that completely liberates their combat power. None of the stone sculptures had fully unleashed their battle prowess. Old Tortoise said in a low voice, difficult. Also, if the ancient city is taken away, it will be even more difficult to suppress this channel. Heavenly Annihilation and the others can suppress it now, but once those weapons are taken away, it will be difficult for those below the Eternal Realm to suppress it. Suyu thought for a moment and said, Sir, I think the dead spirits realm still needs to be dealt with. We can't let you keep suppressing the dead spirits channel. It's been 100,000 years, how much longer can it last? Suyu said in a low voice, I don't believe that the lords of the dead spirits are infinite. Suppress the 36 lords first. If you can't suppress them, then kill them. The nomological power attracts one, kill one. Kill as many as they attract. Kill until there are no more lords in the entire dead spirits realm. If that doesn't work, then establish a force in the dead spirits realm and cultivate our own dead spirits force. After saying that, he looked at Old Tortoise and said, Sir has suppressed this place for 100,000 years, did you not establish a force? Old Tortoise looked left and right and said, that's meaningless, Suyu sighed. I understand, during these 100,000 years, you were too busy sleeping and didn't have time, right? What the hell was he talking about? Old Tortoise coughed lightly. It's not just that. Let me put it this way, it is very difficult for dead spirits to stabilize their hearts before they reach the Tao integration stage. If their hearts are not there, their nature is not there. You can subdue them today, but they may betray you tomorrow. In fact, I tried a few years ago, but, sigh. The lords of the dead spirits that I subdued quickly forgot about my existence and continued to be their overlords. Tell me, what can I do? There were some things that could not be done. He continued, I support he too in establishing his own force. He too has actually roped in many lords of the dead spirits, but it is useless. Only the East Monarch has the Dead Spirit Heavenly King seal. He uses the Dead Spirit Heavenly King seal to forcibly suppress dead spirits and change the nomological power of the dead spirits realm. He is the orthodox one. Therefore, he can rule the dead spirits realm, but I can't. I am only a guardian general. I can suppress dead spirits, but I cannot rule them. East Prince Mansion. Suyu raised his eyebrows and said, Sir, can you tell me about this place? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, In the Dead Souls realm, there are 4 Heavenly King stage powerhouses. These so-called Heavenly King stage powerhouses are actually also Dao integration stage powerhouses, but they all stand at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. The true pinnacle. Back then, none of the great Dao cultivators were willing to take root in the Dead Souls realm, so the 4 strongest Dao integration cultivators were recruited by the human emperor. Enlist? Yes, I beat him into submission. The old tortoise laughed and said, Back then, there were a few human kings who fought in the Dead Souls domain. King Ming, King War, and King Wu were all here. They subdued the Dead Souls of this domain, laid down the rules, and unified the Dead Souls domain. For Heavenly Kings, North, South, East, and West Heavenly Kings. Some exits were left behind, which are where the 36 cities are now. This is called a chance of survival. We can't cut off all hope for the undead, and it's also left behind for the unification of the 2 realms. The old tortoise continued, The area that I rule over, including the area where the Starry Universe Mansion is located, all belongs to the East Prince realm of the Dead Souls realm. Of course, it's also adjacent to the other realms, so this can be considered a transit point. The Dead Spirit Galaxy is actually just a circle, marking out a piece of land. This is the area that King Gong and I are suppressing. The outskirts of the Dead Souls Galaxy are their territory, and they are also the rightful rulers of the Dead Souls Galaxy. The old tortoise introduced the situation of the Dead Souls realm to Suyu, and this was something that the old tortoise had never told Suyu before. According to the old tortoise, the area that he and King Gong ruled over was actually more or less the same. They were in a circle, and this circle was the boundary of the Dead Souls Galaxy. The inside of the circle was their territory. Outside of the circle were the 4 most powerful Dao integration stage super mighty figures, all of whom were extremely powerful. Even the old tortoise was no match for the Eastern Heavenly King. The Eastern Heavenly King and the East Prince Palace were the closest to the old tortoise. Prince Gong's side was slightly closer to the West Prince's mansion, but it was about the same. In the Dead Spirit realm, there were actually quite a few Dao integration stage cultivators among the 4 kings' palaces. Many dead Dao integration stage cultivators were resurrected here as dead spirits and recruited by the 4 kings' palaces to serve as officials. At this point, old tortoise smiled bitterly. Sometimes, fate makes fools of us. In the past, very few powerful beings of the human race had perished, so all of the monarch residences were led by 1 Dao integration stage powerful beings. In particular, the human race had slain many Dao integration stage powerful beings during their conquest of the heavens, and all of the Dao integration stage powerful beings were resurrected one after another. However, the human race really didn't have many Dao integration stage powerful beings. Of course, some of them did come back to life. However, the 9 tide flows have caused the realm of dead souls to be in constant turmoil. Some of the marquises of the human race were resurrected, only to be killed again. There's no chance for them to be resurrected. The old turtle sighed and quickly said, As far as I know, the East King Palace has 12 Lords of Death. Among them, there is only 1 human Lord of Death. The other 11 are from other races. We have killed 2 Lords of Death before, so there are 9 more Lords of Death besides the human one. On top of that, there is also the Eastern Sky King, a top-notch Dao integration stage powerful being. Saying this, he continued, As for the Lords of Death, there are even more of them. Old Tortoise looked at Suyu. The Eastern Sky King is the most active in my spirit suppression realm. Moreover, because he is of the ancient Orthodox lineage, he will sometimes come here to detain those resurrected dead souls. Detain them? Suyu frowned and asked, Why did you detain him? According to the rules, if powerful beings above the Tao integration stage or 7th stage eternal realm are resurrected in the spirit suppression realm, they should all go to the 4 monarch residences. Old Tortoise said with resignation, this is also the rule. The ancient rule states that there shouldn't be too many powerful beings in the areas we suppress, in case they attack the realm of the living. In the end, this became the reason why they wanted to detain He Tuesday. He too was indeed not in accordance with the rules. Not only he too, but also Xianxia. As for the other 7th phase eternal undead spirits, they might have advanced to the late stage, but when they come back to life, they'll be at the 7th phase. None of them can stay. He too, I was selfish and forced him to stay. Therefore, the Eastern Sky King came to me several times and wanted he too to go to the East Monarch residences, but I didn't agree. He too shouldn't be resurrected here, alright, he entered the dead soul's realm directly. Even so, he too should have gone to the East Monarch residences. Old Tortoise broke the rules again and kept He Tuesday. Therefore, at this moment, Old Tortoise smiled bitterly. Because I violated the rules first, although I am the spirit suppression general, I should be able to suppress them. But, they also came with orders, and the rules won't help me. They entered the realm, and I can hardly use the rules to suppress them. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for them to enter the realm. Suyu thought for a moment and understood. Then, Suyu said in surprise, Sir, just send He too and Senior Xianxia away. If they come again, use the rules to suppress them. Old Tortoise took a deep breath. How can we do that? What a joke. I killed He too with my own hands in the past. Now, if the dead souls are taken away and he is killed in the East Monarch residences, then Monarch Gong's bloodline will be completely severed. Monarch Gong took great care of me in the past. I killed He too because there was nothing I could do. Suyu thought for a moment. Sir, so many human monarchs have died in the human race. Why haven't any of them been resurrected? Old Tortoise thought for a moment. I'm not sure. They are either hibernating in the Dead Soul Galaxy, or in the 4 monarchs' residences, or in other Dead Soul regions. In any case, I haven't seen any powerful beings above Tao integration stage resurrected here. Then, he continued, perhaps these people haven't been taken away after they died. I'm not sure. Perhaps you can find an opportunity to open a dead soul passageway in your human realm. Old Tortoise smiled. All small realms have a special characteristic. If you open a dead soul passageway there, it will often connect to a dead soul region where many powerful beings have died. If you open a human passageway, you might be able to see a few human monarchs, Suyu chuckled. Forget it. I'm not interested for now. With that, Suyu lightly knocked on the table. My lord, other things aside, the spirit suppression region must be unified. Do you think we can take down the Eastern Heavenly King? In my opinion, the Eastern Heavenly King is the one that Wan has colluded with the most. Old Tortoise furrowed his brows. It'll be difficult. Even I am no match for the Eastern Heavenly King when there are over 10 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. In this entire realm, perhaps, only the one that you borrowed from has a chance of defeating the Eastern Heavenly King. Otherwise, I and another Tao integration stage super mighty figure would probably only be able to suppress the Eastern Heavenly King. Apart from the human race, there are 9 other Tao integration stage super mighty figures. So, it would take 11 Tao integration stage super mighty figures to defeat the Eastern Heavenly King. If Marquis Lan Shan were to intervene, then it would take 10 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. He looked toward Suyu. Furthermore, there are also a large number of dead soul monarchs. If you want to take down the Eastern Heavenly King, you'll need at least 15 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Furthermore, you'll have to be careful of reinforcements from the other 3 monarchs. In the end, you'll have to take down the Eastern Heavenly King as quickly as possible. It'll be difficult to do so without 20 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Suyu's bare one's teeth. 20 Tao integration stage super mighty figures? That's right. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. There are only so many Tao integration stage super mighty figures in the entire realm. If I can pull in so many Tao integration stage super mighty figures, I'll break through the realm first. Saying this, Suyu continued, Sir, is there no other way? Old Tortoise paused for a moment. What's your objective in taking down the dead spirit realm? To liberate the realm. Suyu chuckled. Also, I want to make the dead spirit realm my path of retreat. I want to open the dead spirit realm, and everyone there will be my people, not people who might kill me. Don't come out of nowhere. Are you kidding me? It'll be difficult. Old Tortoise spoke with a grave expression. Suyu, it's too difficult. Suyu nodded. I know, but I have this idea. I want to take control of the spirit suppression realm first and lay a foundation for the dead spirit realm. Then, I'll attack one and kill one Dao integration stage super mighty figures. After that, I'll gather my strength and attack the higher realm. What? Old Tortoise was shocked. Are you sure? Of course. Suyu replied with a serious expression, I'm not joking. Why should I wait for the higher realm to attack me? No, I'm going to attack them. Taking the initiative to attack is better than passively defending. I'm going to take them by surprise and attack the higher realm. I'll kill 8 or 10 of their Dao integration stage super mighty figures first. I'll take them by surprise. Only then can I make one Dao integration stage super mighty figures, the higher realm mighty figures, and all the other races fearful. Some of the smaller races might even give up on fighting me. I'll break their tacit understanding. So what if the divine, demonic, and immortal races are too powerful? If I destroy these 3 races, I'll be able to suppress the other races. Suyu spoke in a solemn voice. Otherwise, if these 3 races have 30 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, then one Dao integration stage super mighty figures will have at least that many of them. If I wait for them to attack me, then I'll have to fight 60 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Including those from the lower realms, I'll have to fight 70 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. If I attack the higher realm, then that number will be reduced by half. I'll destroy a few of their races first. Then, when that time comes, what's the point of fighting me? Old Tortoise drew a sharp intake of breath. You're so ruthless. Not ruthless. Suyu explained, I'm seeking survival. Everyone in this world doesn't want me to live, so I'm going to live for them to see. I'm going to kill them until they're terrified by my name. If I can't make you respect me, then I'll make you fear me. Old Tortoise fell silent and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he murmured to himself, I'll destroy the dead spirit realm first, then free the heavens. I'll help them reach Dao integration stage, then destroy the myriad realms. After destroying the myriad realms, I'll attack the higher realm. Suyu nodded silently. That's right, this was the best choice. Otherwise, there was no point in attacking the myriad realms first. Heavenly destruction and the others couldn't be freed, and you actually didn't have the ability to attack them. Continue the stalemate, stop messing around, continue the stalemate until the higher realm opens up and both sides join forces. The dead spirit realm will tremble again, just like last time, and the old tortoise will be pinned down. It's over. There's no way Suyu can defeat the higher realm. Old Tortoise fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said in a low voice, difficult, it's too difficult. However, there's still hope for us to unify the spirit suppression region, or the region surrounded by the dead spirit galaxy. Suyu turned to Old Tortoise, and Old Tortoise said in a solemn voice, let he too and Xianxia leave. If they leave, then those guys won't have the right to invade my territory again. However, it's too dangerous for them to leave. He didn't want he too to leave his sight. It was too easy for him to get into trouble, so Suyu lightly knocked on the table and smiled. Sir, do you think it's possible to lure those guys from the East King Mansion, including the Eastern Sky King, into the Starry Mansion? I'll see if I can think of a way to kill him. Seize his undead Heavenly King seal and take control of the East King Mansion. Old Tortoise sucked in a breath. You really want to kill him? Of course. Suyu smiled. Is there no hope? The Starry Mansion, Old Tortoise's head was as big as a cow's. You've got guts. To be honest, I've been suppressing this place for 100,000 years, but I've never thought of killing the Eastern Sky King and replacing him. I'm no match for him at all. Suyu smiled. If the ancient humans could conquer the dead spirit realm, why can't we now? Yes, we're weak, but there's someone in the Starry Mansion who isn't. If we can lure him in, there's hope of killing him. At this point, Suyu asked, Sir, do you think I can lure him in if I bring he too and the others in? Difficult. Old Tortoise shook his head. There's almost no hope. The Eastern Sky King won't personally chase after he too to the Starry Mansion. He's not stupid. Besides, he's in contact with the outside world. He might be in contact with immortals, gods, and demons. Suyu frowned. Where did they contact him from? Passage 36 is here. The Tianyuan realm side has been sealed by the great Zhou King. How did they enter the dead spirit realm? Old Tortoise smiled. How do you think you opened the dead spirit realm? There's a lot of death energy, then it's settled. Old Tortoise smiled. Don't tell me you think that these guys haven't collected a bit of death energy after so many years? Death energy is difficult to deal with, but they're strong. It's not a problem to collect some death energy. Find a small place and open a dead spirit passage. As long as they don't mess around and don't let the dead spirits riot, the rules won't punish them. So you understood, so that's how it is, Old Tortoise continued. Of course, unless it's absolutely necessary, they won't dare to open a dead spirit passage. If they open it but don't close it, then it'll be fun, Old Tortoise smiled. When that happens, they'll be punished by the rules. Of course, we won't be any better. We didn't guard it well enough. In fact, if one really wants to risk his life, he can also trap and kill us. For example, he can open dead spirit passages everywhere and let the dead spirits wreak havoc in the world. However, I'm afraid he can't open a dead spirit passage without a Dao integration cultivator. If he opens a passage, one Dao integration cultivator will die with us. If he's really willing, he can open 7 or 8 passages, and we won't be able to suppress them. We'll all be punished by the rules, and 7 or 8 Dao integration cultivators will probably die with them. Speaking up to here, Old Tortoise smiled. So, we're not too worried about them opening them. But if they really do open them, at worst, we'll use our lives in exchange for 7 or 8 Dao integration cultivators. Suyu smiled. That won't do. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Can 7 or 8 Dao integration cultivators from one compare to you, Your Excellency? Old Tortoise smiled. This was a good idea, Suyu thought for a moment. The dead spirits definitely know about the Starry Mansion, but do you think they know about the teleportation spell formation, Your Excellency? Old Tortoise's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? I'm thinking, if I enter the Starry Mansion through that passage, the dead spirits and the Eastern Heavenly King will definitely not go there. But, what if I go through the teleportation spell formation? Suyu smiled. No one in the Infinite Realms knows, including Tiangu and the others. Although they know that he too and the others killed their way up from the first level, they don't know where they killed their way up from. In fact, they might even suspect that I purposely set up an ambush. Your Excellency, if I take them through the teleportation spell formation, then instantly teleport away. Do you think they'll be able to escape? Old Tortoise's eyes flashed crazily. But that passageway is within the spirit suppression realm. The Eastern Heavenly King's subordinates, including himself, may not dare to come here and cause trouble. Suyu smiled and said, You really don't dare? Didn't they come here before? That's different. After killing Marquis Qi Shan and the others, the Eastern Heavenly King Mansion was furious, but they didn't cross the border. Speaking of this, his expression changed. By the way, last time, your human Marquis Lan Shan also fought and stopped 2 Marquis of the dead spirits. Then, she went back. Suyu asked, Will the Eastern Heavenly King cause trouble for her? I'm not sure, Old Tortoise pondered. If you want to attract the Eastern Heavenly King, the best way is to contact Marquis Lan Shan. Marquis Lan Shan is still in the Eastern Heavenly King Mansion. Last time, she only stopped the 2 Marquis of the dead spirits from crossing the border. The Eastern Heavenly King may not dare to do anything to her because the other 3 Heavenly Kings still have the human Marquis of the dead spirits. Among the 4 Heavenly Kings, there may be a Heavenly King who is more inclined to the human realm. After all, he accepted the ancient rule, the title of the imperial court. However, if Marquis Lan Shan betrays, then the Eastern Heavenly King will have a reason to take action himself. If he doesn't take action himself, ordinary people can't do anything to Marquis Lan Shan. At this moment, the two were discussing quickly. Old Tortoise's eyes flickered as he spoke. Maybe, there's really hope. Of course, the premise is that you, Suyu, can deal with them in the Starry Mansion. Otherwise, it will be a huge problem. It will even make you fall into the Starry Mansion. And it will cause the Starry Mansion to be controlled by the Eastern Heavenly King. Old Tortoise said solemnly, a little carelessness and the whole game will be lost. You have to consider it carefully. Suyu nodded and thought to himself, Marquis Lan Shan, betrayed, let her betray the Eastern Heavenly King, and then be chased into the passage. Then, he would ambush there and teleport into the Starry Mansion with her. Let the Martial Emperor deal with the Eastern Heavenly King, take over the Eastern King region and make the Dead Souls world his base of operations, or even devour the entire Dead Souls world. The plan was good, but the key was that the margin of error was too low. Once there was a mistake, or the Martial Emperor couldn't kill the other party, or he could just kill himself. Oh my god, he was going to die, Old Tortoise quickly said, moreover, I can't leave. If I go with you, the Eastern Heavenly King may break out of the Dead Souls domain when he sees that I didn't suppress this place. That will be a big problem. You can only take 3 to 5 Guardians with you at most. Guardians were only eternal, not Dao integration. The Eastern Heavenly King couldn't even defeat Old Tortoise, and Old Tortoise could fight 3 Dao integration cultivators. The Eastern Heavenly King might be able to fight 4, beating the Heavenly Annihilation cultivators would be like beating a child. Old Tortoise continued, moreover, it's best not to bring any living beings with you. You can reverse the aura of death. The Heavenly Annihilation cultivators have been petrified and have been guarding this place for many years. They are also surrounded by the aura of death. Once they enter, they won't be detected very clearly by the dead spirits. However, once a living being enters, they will be able to sense it very clearly. This is especially so for someone like the Eastern Heavenly King, whose senses are astonishingly powerful. Suyu stroked his chin. We don't have to lure the Eastern Heavenly King in. Doesn't he still have 9 Death Soul Marquis subordinates? If we can lure these Death Soul Marquis away, and kill them, then besiege the Eastern Heavenly King, there's still hope, right? Old Tortoise nodded. That's true. However, we have to lure at least 5 of them away and kill them. Only then will there be hope. Otherwise, there's still no hope. That's true. Then, how many Death Soul Marquis do you think will come with Marquis Lan Shan's betrayal? 3 at most. Suyu smiled. Then what if I, Suyu, go and rescue him? If I personally rescue Marquis Lan Shan, will they send more people? Definitely. In fact, the Eastern Heavenly King might even do it himself. The key is, are you going to expose yourself? Suyu narrowed his eyes. It's not impossible. Of course, this is our last resort. Otherwise, on Marquis Lan Shan's side, there's no guarantee that he'll be able to lure enough experts over. And there's no guarantee that those fellows will chase after us all the way to the teleportation passageway. Only I can open the passageway at that time. Given the personality of the dead spirit, it's highly likely that he'll continue chasing after us. As he spoke, Suyu continued, also, I want to bring Heavenly Annihilation, Yun Xiao, and Xing Heng in to see if there's a chance of them fusing with the Dao. Suyu said in a solemn voice, there should be merit for killing the dead spirits, right? Is there no merit for the Guardian to weaken the world of dead souls? The dead spirits broke into the Starry Universe Mansion, which is where the ancient core is located. Is there no reward? This, Old Tortoise said uncertainly, it's hard to say. Suyu smiled and said, maybe there is. If so, once heaven and earth reward us, I think Heavenly Annihilation has a chance of reaching Dao integration. That's true. Old Tortoise nodded. He has a great chance. If not for being sealed, he would have reached Dao integration a long time ago. Heavenly Annihilation is stronger than Myriad treasures. The key is Old Zhou. Suyu said in a solemn voice. Old Zhou? The martial monarch. Suyu said in a low voice, the martial monarch has gone crazy. I'm thinking about how to get the martial monarch to communicate with me. Master, I'm confused about one thing. Do you think the martial monarch and the human monarch really don't know if the martial monarch is dead or not? Impossible. Old Tortoise concluded. Others might not know, but the human monarch and the others definitely knew. Suyu said, if that's the case, why didn't they kill the martial monarch if they knew he was not dead? Instead, they forged him into the Starry Universe mansion? This, Old Tortoise shook his head. This is too complicated, I don't understand. So, they left the martial monarch alive. Maybe there are some restraining methods or other methods to communicate with the martial monarch. 9th level. Suyu said in a low voice, 9th or 8th level of the martial monarch mansion. When monarch mansion, will there be something there? So that I can restrain the martial monarch. Old Tortoise really didn't know. In ancient times, his status was not high. Even if he was comparable to a marquis might not know the situation. Even the human monarch might not know. Meanwhile, Suyu kept thinking. After thinking for a while, he said, Master, the realm of dead souls has opened, and the starry sea might also open. If you don't go down to the realm of dead souls, then don't let anyone teleport in from the outside, lest they cause me trouble. That's no problem. Old Tortoise nodded and said, that's for sure. Besides, Juan doesn't dare to go in rashly now. Suyu said with a smile, also, if something really happens to me, I'll have to trouble you to find a way to enter the human realm, go to Starfall Mountain, and find Fat Ball in the former residence of One Monarch. Maybe it can save me. If not, I'll find a way to turn into a dead soul. Old Tortoise looked at him seriously. At this point, you can actually wait. Do you really want to gamble with your life now? Suyu laughed, Master, you're too optimistic. When the upper realm is about to open, what do you think my chances of winning are? Old Tortoise was silent for a while, then slowly said, less than 10%. At that time, will it be gambling with your life? It's hard to say. Suyu said with a smile, so, gambling with your life now or then, it's all the same. This time, I'm going to ask the martial monarch about his cultivation method. If the martial monarch can't communicate with me, not this time, not next time, it'll be a waste of my time. If I bring people in, the martial monarch can help me kill some people. If I don't bring people in, and can't communicate with him, my life will still be in danger. It's the same danger. Do you think I'll lose by luring Eastern Sky King and the others in? Old Tortoise was speechless. It seemed like there wasn't. Yes, this time, Suyu had to communicate with the martial monarch no matter what. If the communication didn't go well, everything would be in vain. And Suyu said with a smile, if I bring people in, I can drag a few of them to the grave with me. If the martial monarch really goes crazy and kills people, I'll die, and those dead souls will also die. So, I'll only earn, and never lose. When that time comes, Master, think of a way to unify the East King region. Maybe you can help reduce the pressure on the other guardians. It'll be Suyu's way to repay everyone. If I die, maybe everyone can hold on for a little longer. Old Tortoise took a deep breath. Suyu, you're making things very difficult for me. I want to advise you not to take the risk, but I find that I have no reason to advise you. If you don't take the risk now, you may be in even greater danger in 10 years or so. Suyu nodded with a smile. I'm used to it. However, I can't be unprepared. Forget it, I'll go back to the human realm and ask for another drop of blood essence. I still have a lot of Dao integration stage blood essence. The Dragon Monarch and the Golden Winged Eagle's blood essence are with me, so I can at least unleash Dao integration stage power. Suyu took a deep breath. I'll go ask for another drop of Fat Ball's blood essence, and then, find a way to kill those dead souls. I want to reverse the current situation and make the situation of the entire world tilt in my favor. Old Tortoise's expression was solemn. Then, be careful. Suyu stood up and downed the tea in one gulp. In this situation, how can we succeed if we don't take risks? Don't worry, Master. If we win this time, the second battle of the 10,000 realms will begin next. Master, please make early preparations. I will do my best. The old turtle said solemnly. Once the spirit suppression realm is unified, I can spare more energy and combat power for the battle of the heavens. Suyu laughed heartily. Then I'll have to trouble you. If I succeed, I will also find a way to revive he too. Thank you. The old turtle expressed his gratitude. This was the first time he had expressed his gratitude. Before this, it had always been Suyu who needed his help. but now, he was a little excited. As long as you can free Xianxia and the others and revive he too, Suyu, if you have any requests in the future, I will do my best to fulfill them, no matter, anything. The old turtle was extremely solemn. Even if I die in battle. He had let down two groups of people in his life. The first was Xianxia and the others. He led them to suppress this place. They said they would wait for 1,000 years, but in the end, they waited for 100,000 years. The second was he too, a descendant of King Gong. King Gong treated him very well, and the two of them were best friends. When he too was in danger, it was the old turtle who made him the city lord. In the early days, he also condoned he too's collusion with the dead spirits. In the end, he too was personally killed by the old turtle. These two major regrets had made the old turtle extremely uneasy all these years. Today, if Suyu could succeed, perhaps these two regrets could be resolved. At that time, he was willing to fight to the death for Suyu. Suyu smiled brightly. Master, you're too kind. However, I will definitely find a way. If we win this battle, our chances of winning in the second battle of the 10,000 realms will greatly increase, and the day we kill our way to the upper realms is just around the corner. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu flew into the sky. He still had to ask for a drop of the little white dog's blood essence to protect himself. Although he knew that the little white dog had consumed a lot of blood essence, there was only hope if he was alive. He knew that it was almost impossible for the little white dog to refuse. This is the last time. When I'm done with one, I will naturally make it up to you. Suyu thought to himself. Soon, he returned to the human realm and Starfall Mountain. The waterfall of time appeared, and Suyu entered. A moment later, Suyu left. Under the surprised eyes of the king of the Great Zhou, Suyu came and left in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he once again disappeared from the human realm. He was going to the dead soul's realm. This time, there were many goals: obtain the cultivation technique, transform the battle technique into Shunwen, fuse the Tao, kill the Eastern Sky King, unify the spirit-suppressing region. For a moment, even Suyu was a little excited. If he succeeded this time, there was hope for the battle of the heavens. Old Zhou, wait for me. Suyu thought to himself. Emperor Wu, give me some face, don't let me down, I'm counting on you. Heavenly Destroyer City. Suyu flew through the air. Heavenly Destroyer opened his eyes. Within the city lord's mansion, Tian he yawned with a bored expression. He looked up at Suyu and then continued to cultivate. He was used to Suyu's frequent visits and didn't even bother to greet him. Suyu ignored him and entered the back palace. Heavenly Destroyer looked at him strangely. Another fight? Suyu smiled and nodded. Master Heavenly Destroyer is smart. Fight who? Heavenly Destroyer wasn't as excited as before. I can't fight Tao integration stage cultivators. I fight every day, but I can't kill anyone. It's so frustrating. Can you not find powerful and unkillable opponents for me every time? He liked to fight, however, he couldn't kill his opponent. It was very frustrating, Suyu really laughed. Don't worry. I don't need to fight my opponent this time. He'll die. Heavenly Destroyer looked at him strangely. Don't lie to me. He'll die without a fight, and you're asking me to fight. In the next moment, he thought of something and said with uncertainty, don't tell me you're going to fight the dead spirits. Bingo. Unfortunately, there was no reward. Heavenly Destroyer was bored and speechless. He looked at Suyu. Dead spirits are very annoying. If I kill one, two more will come. There's no end to them. Suyu smiled. We can finish them. After we finish them this time, things will be much easier for you, Master. Heavenly Destroyer glanced at him. Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Forget it. I'll just take it as a breather. In the next moment, Heavenly Destroyer turned from a giant to the size of a normal person. He looked down at the passageway and asked, are we taking the holy city with us? This was his weapon. Not for now. Suyu explained. In case we're discovered, we're going into the dead spirit realm to fight people. Master, keep a low profile. Low profile my *s. Heavenly Destroyer thought, who's not low profile? The one who's not low profile is you, Suyu. Every single time you, Suyu, were high profile enough to scare people, and in the end, everyone knew about it. He couldn't be bothered to say more and quickly disappeared from the Heavenly Destroyer city with Suyu. Stepping on the void, Heavenly Destroyer glanced at the silent All Heavens battlefield and lamented, "It's kind of like the All Heavens battlefield when it was closed. So boring. Every time I close myself off, it's the loneliest time. At that time almost everyone would leave, and those who didn't would die. At that time it was also the most boring time for the stone sculpture. He didn't even have the chance to listen to gossip." Suyu said with a smile, "Now that I'm free, I won't be lonely anymore. I can go wherever I want." Sigh, "I can't leave." Sky Annihilation sighed. He wasn't a sentimental person, but after 100,000 years, even he was a bit melancholic. Would he really be able to leave this damned place in this lifetime? It's still too early for you to reach the point where you can unlock the rules. Moreover, in your current situation, you might not even have the chance to live until then if you fight all day long. I think it's hard for me to achieve liberation. Suyu laughed. Does my lord look down on me that much? Not at all. Sky Annihilation also laughed. You're the most monstrous in this tidal transformation. However, this tidal transformation is also when the human race is at its weakest. As you can see, there's only one Dao integration cultivator. How many one are there? I have allies. Allies aren't reliable. Sky Annihilation said seriously, it's no problem to fight a favorable battle. However, how many people do you think will really fight to the death if we fight a favorable battle? Suyu laughed. Then we'll always fight a favorable battle. In your dreams. Once those fellows from the upper realm come down, you'll be finished. Then we won't let them come down. Sky Annihilation looked at him strangely. The two of them had already arrived at Cloud Sky Ancient City, so Sky Annihilation didn't ask any more questions. In Cloud Sky Ancient City, Xianxia instantly opened her eyes and said, "Go kill Xianxia?" Suyu was speechless. Xianxia had been provoked by Xianxia to the point that he was a little abnormal. He wanted to kill Xianxia as soon as they met. Could it be that the city lord that he had seduced back then and Xianxia? Alright, don't think too much. Most importantly, they all knew that I was going to call people to fight. Am I that violent? Suyu chuckled. If we don't kill Xianxia, we'll kill her ancestors. Xianxia snorted. She felt like Suyu was scolding her. Suyu chuckled. It's true. We're going to kill a few death spirit lords. Maybe one of them is Xianxia's ancestors. If we can't kill Xianxia, then we'll kill her ancestors. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Kill spirit lords, this seems like there really might be Xianxia's ancestors. Sky Annihilation drew a sharp intake of breath. Kill spirit lords? Death spirit lords are a bit weaker than normal Dao integration stage beings, but not by much. They just don't have many tricks up their sleeves. They mainly rely on the aura of death. Normal living beings may not be a match for death spirits of the same rank. After all, the aura of death is very difficult to deal with. Are we going to kill Ling Ho? He relaxed after thinking about it. That's true. You can unleash the power to kill Dao integration stage beings, so it's fine. Suyu chuckled. No. I'm counting on you guys to kill a Dao integration stage death spirit lord each. Xianxia looked at Suyu for a while. Don't mess around. I can't kill them. If I could, I would have done it a long time ago, Suyu smiled. There's no hurry now. Let's wait and see. If there's a chance this time, please unseal it. Unseal it? Xianxia frowned. If I unseal it, no one will be guarding this passageway. If the dead spirits break through, everyone else will be doomed. He had a fiery temper and wanted to run away a long time ago. But, what would happen after he ran away? It was fine if he killed himself, but what about everyone else? They were all old brothers. During the past 100,000 years, only these old brothers could chat with him when he was lonely. If it weren't for them, Xianxia would have really run away a long time ago. Suyu smiled. That's fine. Of course, it might be delayed a bit. I'll find some people from the human race and the Iron Eater tribe to help you guys free yourselves. Saying this, Suyu continued, after we take over the dead spirit realm and control the dead spirits, they won't be able to break through the passageway again. In fact, it'll be fine even if no one suppresses them. As long as the dead spirits don't come out, there won't be any punishment. Xianxia looked at Suyu solemnly. Xianxia was also a little strange. What was Suyu talking about? Take over the dead spirit realm, what a joke. Suyu didn't say much and quickly said, let's go. Call Lord Xinghong. It'll be just the 4 of us this time. The group quickly entered Xinghong Ancient City. Xinghong Ancient City. Xinghong heard Suyu's plan and took a deep breath. You're crazy. You want to deal with Eastern Sky King? Tianmia and Yunxiao were also shocked. He actually wanted to deal with Eastern Sky King. They originally thought that dealing with a dead spirit marquis was the limit. But Suyu's ambition was even greater. Suyu smiled. What's there to be afraid of? The courageous will die from starvation. My lords, if we succeed, everyone will eat and drink well. If we fail, we'll all die together. It's not the first time I've dealt with the 3 of you. This time I'll only call you lords. Do you dare or not? We're also familiar with each other. I won't say the same for others. Tianmia was a little restless. Of course we dare to do it. The key is that we can't beat them. Tianmia said in a deep voice, if we really can't beat them, then we can only unseal them. Unseal? It's not a big deal. Even if it's unsealed, I can still hold on for a while. I've long been unhappy with this stone scalp. But against 9 dead spirit marquis and a heavenly king powerhouse. Suyu, the probability of us dying is higher. Suyu smiled. Are you afraid? Tianmia sneered. You're not afraid. How can we be afraid? How many days have you lived? How long have I lived? If it wasn't for boss stopping me, I would have killed my way in and killed those dead spirits. Then there's no problem. Suyu said with a smile. Lord Hongming promised to help guard the city for a while, so there won't be any problems. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the passage to Xinghong Ancient City opened. 1 man and 3 stone statues quickly stepped into the passage. This was one of the few times that these stone statues had stepped into the dead spirit's realm in so many years. In the passage, Xingyu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. Then, she quickly retreated and looked at Xinghong and the others with great vigilance. Suyu smiled. Master Xingyu, it's okay. We're family. We're not here to kill you. Why are you running? Xingyu looked at them coldly. Then, she turned to look at them. In the next moment, she disappeared from where she was. She had run. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Run, really? He quickly chased after her. After exiting the passage, Xingyu was looking at him coldly from afar. Suyu didn't say much. He said with a smile, Master, I got some good stuff for you. As he said this, a fragment of the dead spirit mark appeared. It belonged to the dead spirit marquis. It was killed by Book Spirit and the others last time. Not only that, but there was also some death blood. That was the blood essence of the Dao body, which was equivalent to the blood essence of a Dao integration stage cultivator. Xingyu frowned and said coldly, I don't need it. Suyu smiled. Don't be so polite, Master. If you devour these, your strength will improve. It's best if you can reach level 8 or 9 of the Eternal Realm. Recently, there might be some turbulence in the dead spirit's realm. If you're too weak, you'll die too easily. Turbulence? Suyu nodded slightly. I'm preparing to launch a war against the dead spirit's realm. I might need your help. To expand our Starmoon Kingdom's territory. It's too small. What do you think, Master? Xingyu looked at him, frowning. Her face was dark. Well, it was dark to begin with. The color of her cloak changed. One moment it was black, the next moment it was gray. No one knew what Xingyu was thinking. After a while, Xingyu waved her hand. The things fell into her hand. She said coldly, I accept your gift. What do you want me to reward you? Suyu smiled. Reward? Fine, as long as you're willing. I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll tell you when I think of something. As Suyu spoke, Sky Destroyer and the others arrived. Sky Destroyer glanced at Xingyu. He seemed a little strange. I didn't care about it the last few times. Xinghong, why does it seem like there's only one dead spirit monarch on your side? Suyu looked sideways. Sky Destroyer said casually, what are you looking at? Our side has changed many dead spirit monarchs. Just the one under my city has changed 5 or 6. Some killed each other. Some didn't follow the rules and rushed out. I killed them. After so many years, 5 or 6 are considered few. Xinghong smiled. He glanced at Xingyu and said, Xingyu is more restrained. She rarely attacks the dead spirit channel without the guidance of rules. It was that simple. With such a worry-free dead spirit monarch, why should they change or kill him? How troublesome. Sometimes, when foreign dead spirit monarchs wanted to occupy territory, Xinghong wouldn't agree. Then, Xinghong smiled again. Besides, I've known Xingyu for many years. We can be considered old friends. Xingyu, right? On the other side, Xingyu snorted. She felt these guards were provoking her. Fine, she couldn't beat any of them, there was nothing she could do if they provoked her. However, Xingyu soon thought of something and said coldly, Suyu, take them and scram. I don't want to see them. You're my subordinate, Suyu coughed and nodded. Right away. Lady Xingyu, may I ask where Senior Xia Chen and the others are? Including Lu Hong. That grandson was gone. He should have entered the dead spirit realm. Was he looking for Monarch Wen's residence there? Was he Mo's successor? I don't know. Let's go. Fine, he really didn't know. So you didn't linger. He turned to the others and said, then should we think of a way to contact Marquis Lanshan? Xinghong said in a low voice, he should be in the East Monarch residence. It's not easy to contact him. Let's go to the Dead Spirit Galaxy first. Suyu said, maybe we can contact him. I think the Immortals can contact those Dead Spirit Marquis. Let's try. If it doesn't work, let's find a dead spirit and try. In the distance, Xingyu heard this and said coldly, I can help you contact him. You are all living people. You will be discovered if you cross the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Suyu glanced sideways at Xingyu and smiled. No need. My lord, just focus on absorbing the dead spirit mark. You're too weak. You're only level 6 Eternal Realm, still level 6 since the ancient times. Suyu had to admit defeat. Xingyu felt mocked by Suyu. She disappeared with a cold face and returned to her castle. She felt Suyu was looking down on her. Suyu and the others didn't care about her and left quickly. After a while, Xinghong said, Xingyu's identity should be special. She woke up a long time ago. Let's put it this way. She was here when the passage opened. Come to think of it, he came earlier than me. Xianxia said disapprovingly, that's special? Xinghong was amused and angry at the same time. Nonsense. Think about it. Who was guarding this place before we came? Before us, the Dead Spirit Passage wasn't guarded by us. The Dead Spirit Domain had just been pacified. There were several human kings here. Even King Wu and King Wen often came here. When you first came here, were there any undead monarch-level undead spirits here? Monarchs have intelligence. Don't they know what death is? At that time, the ones here were all unconscious undead spirits. They were the ones with the guts. When I came, Xingyue was already building her castle here. Xianxia was stunned. Really? Why didn't you tell me? Xinghong smiled. There's nothing to say. No matter how special her identity is, she's dead. What's the point of saying this? When I came, she was already this strong. She hasn't improved after so many years. It's strange. Even if she doesn't like to cultivate, after so many years, she should have advanced by now. He shook his head. He didn't understand either. Yun Xiao said disapprovingly, isn't it simple? There must be someone powerful restricting her growth. Why? Xinghong didn't think it was possible. There was no need. Yun Xiao snorted. Stupid. Men are all idiots. Isn't it simple? It's because someone powerful wants to revive her. It's not easy to revive her if she's strong, but it's easy to revive her if she's weak. Look at He Tuesday. Do you think it's wrong for He Two to stay at stage 7? It's all because boss is suppressing He Tuesday. He's worried that he's too strong and it's not easy to revive him in the future. On the side, Suyu was slightly shocked. This makes sense, right? It's not easy to revive if she's strong. The stronger the dead spirit, the harder it is to revive. He too was close to Tao integration 100,000 years ago. After reviving, he was at stage 7. And 100,000 years later, he was still at stage 7, Suyu saw that he ate a lot of dead spirit marks, but his strength didn't seem to increase. This was suppressed by Old Tortoise himself. Suyu sucked in a breath. It was possible. Xianxia continued, it must be that someone powerful sealed her strength. But then that person died, so she naturally couldn't undo the seal. Otherwise, she should have increased a lot. It's been so many years, how could she not have increased at all? Xinghong nodded and smiled. Xiao, you know a lot. I really didn't think about this. I always thought it was because Xingyu didn't care about cultivation. At this point, he looked at Suyu and said, don't say, it's really possible. Xingyu's strength might really have been sealed by someone. It wasn't obvious before, but you'll know when you look back. If she can't reach stage 7 after devouring the Death Spirit Marquis's Dead Spirit Mark, then she must have been sealed. The Death Spirit Marquis's mark, Xingyu was at stage 6. After 100,000 years, she could reach stage 7 even with her eyes closed. If she couldn't, then there was a problem. Suyu was a little curious. Then whose family is she from? She knows a lot. Also, what race was she when she was alive? Was she human? He wasn't sure if Xingyu was human or not. It was hard to tell for a dead spirit unless they revealed their true form. But Xingyu didn't seem to have any. Probably human? Xinghong said uncertainly. Probably human. Normally, dead spirits of other races will have some memories. Some of their race's characteristics will be exposed. She doesn't seem to have them. Alright, so you didn't ask more. It wasn't important who she was when she was alive. Suyu was just thinking about one thing. He heard that King Wen came to the dead spirit realm to revive someone but failed. And Xingyu's strength seemed to have been sealed by someone powerful, not allowing her to increase. It seemed to be to revive her. Was Xingyu the same person as the one King Wen wanted to revive? Xingyu had existed for a long time. She shouldn't be a time master. Then King Wen wanted to revive her. If it was Xingyu, King Wen spent a lot of effort to revive her. Could it be King Wen's wife, Tisk Tsk? It couldn't be, the ancient times were so complicated. Thinking of this, Suyu thought of something else. He asked curiously, I heard that the Star Sea used to be on land. Later, it was lifted into the sky by a powerful figure. It is said that this big shot did it to please his wife. Do you know which big shot did it? The Star Sea was vast and boundless. It took up half of the entire All Heavens battlefield. To rise from the ground into the sky required the power of the laws. Only the power of the laws could keep the Star Sea from falling. The culprit was definitely a master of the laws. Furthermore, they weren't ordinary masters of the laws. Nowadays, Tao unification battles were constantly taking place in the Stellar Sea. In ancient times, there might even have been a great war between human kings, but even then, the Stellar Sea hadn't been conquered. Xinghong glanced at Sky Destroyer. Sky Destroyer was speechless. What are you looking at me for? I didn't do it. I don't have the strength to do it. Then he looked at Suyu. I'm not too sure. It was lifted into the sky a long time ago. It's just said that King Ming did it. I'm not sure. In any case, if it was done, it was definitely done by those peerless powerhouses. The civil, military, Ming, prison, and the human sovereign were the 5 peerless powerhouses of the human race. The human sovereign was in the middle, and the 4 extremities human kings were all extremely powerful. It was because of them that the human race could unify the heavens. Humans again? Suyu was speechless. The human race's powerhouses were so free. It could have been done by King Ming. His ancestor was also terrifyingly powerful. Do you know much about Hell King? Hell King? Xinghong and the others thought about it and shook their heads. Cloudy Sky interjected, not really. Suyu, don't overestimate us. We're just nobodies. We're not too low, but we're not at the top either. In the ancient times, Tao integration was considered to be at the top. Someone like Hell King would only come into contact with some marquee and king-ranked powerhouses. It's very difficult for us to come into contact with them. Xinghong also said, we're just members of the spirit army. Boss might have come into contact with these top-notch martial artists. The most important person we came into contact with was King Gong. If you're talking about King Gong, we might know a little. The other kings, including the parliament members, are not people we can come into contact with. Suyu nodded again. He thought of Heavenly King Jin and said, during the last tide, the All Heavens battlefield was sealed. Did any of you see a female martial artist? She didn't leave the All Heavens battlefield. After saying that, Suyu showed the other party's appearance. It was a female. And her face was always cold as if she was expressionless. Suyu had seen this expression a few times in his memory. Since this person stayed in the All Heavens battlefield, others might not know, but the guards might have seen her before. The three looked at the portrait, and Xinghong shook his head. He had never seen her before. Cloudy Sky also shook her head. She had never seen her before either. Suyu was puzzled. How could this be? An expert would always have a family history. It was impossible for experts to appear out of nowhere, unless they were similar to Book Spirit and the others. But these few also had inheritances from King Wen's former residence. Just as Suyu was thinking, Sky Destroyer said suspiciously, this. I think I've seen her before. Lord has seen her before? Suyu was surprised. Sky Destroyer said with uncertainty, I don't know if it's her. But during the last tide, when the battlefield was sealed, there was indeed a woman who liked to wear black robes to cover her face. She often wandered around. At first, I thought she was from the Heavenly Abyss race. Once she entered the city, I sensed for a bit and found that she wasn't from the Heavenly Abyss race. When was the last time Lord saw her? Almost 500 years ago? Sky Destroyer thought about it and said, it should be not long before the passage to the human realm opened. So you said, you haven't seen her since then? Does Lord know what she is doing by wandering around? I'm not too sure about this, Sky Destroyer said and suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, don't tell me that she might be in the dead soul's domain? Suyu asked, why do you say so? I'm not too sure, but I remember that she came here to extract the death energy. Sky Destroyer laughed and said, I was happy to have her help me extract the death energy. You also know that during the seal period, there was no one in the city. I could only suppress the death energy by myself. That guy came to my place. She was not weak, and she extracted a bunch of death energy. I was quite happy, and came a few times. Every time she came, she extracted a large amount of death energy, so during that period of time, I was much more relaxed. Extracting so much death energy was most likely to open the dead soul's domain's passage. Since she didn't appear and didn't come to extract death energy again, she might have entered the dead soul's domain. But it's been 500 years. She entered the dead soul's domain and didn't come out. She must be dead, right? Sky Destroyer wasn't sure. He looked at Suyu and said, are you looking for her? A lover or an enemy? Enemy, for killing my son. You have a son? Suyu rolled his eyes. What kind of brain circuit is this? She hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Of course I'm the one who killed her son, Suyu made a mental note of this and didn't say anything else. Soon, they arrived at the Dead Souls Galaxy. According to Old Tortoise, the Dead Souls Galaxy was surrounded by the Dead Souls Galaxy. The central area was where King Gong and Old Tortoise were guarding. This area was divided into many smaller areas. Beyond the Dead Souls Galaxy was the territory of the four heavenly kings. Old Tortoise's side was closer to the East King region. Dead Souls Galaxy. The four looked at the Dead Souls Galaxy. This was the first time Suyu was so close to it. He could even vaguely hear the sound of waves. This is the Dead Souls Galaxy? Suyu hesitated, it feels very similar to the Time River. Xinghong nodded, legend has it that the Dead Souls Galaxy was created by a peerless master. The master of the Tao of life and death, guiding the dead souls of the world's masters. It is said that this master wanted to break through the barrier of life and death. He pursued immortality. Even if he died, he could reincarnate. Then, he sighed, however, the dead soul's world seems to be only half a success, it is not a complete reincarnation. So you took a deep breath, you mean, this place was really created by someone? I'm not sure, it might be a matter of the ancient times. Xinghong shook his head, we only know about the dead soul's world after King Wen and the others unified the heavens. At that time, King Wu and the others conquered the dead soul's world, laid down the rules and opened the passage. Only after that, we were able to connect life and death. So you didn't ask any more questions. He stepped into the air and stepped into the dark dead soul's galaxy. Boom, as soon as he stepped in, a claw reached out to grab his leg. So you reached out to grab the claw, and with a loud crack, he grabbed the claw. In an instant, a fish-headed dead soul was pulled out, his arm was stained with the water of the dead soul's galaxy. It was extremely corrosive. It was water formed from death chi, the dead spirit galaxy was actually made of water formed from death chi, the dead soul that Suyu caught wasn't strong. It felt like it was only at the sun-moon tier. It didn't seem to have any intelligence, and it was just an instinctive reaction. Behind him, Xinghong explained, there are countless dead spirits in there, strong and weak. Be careful, some of the top powerhouses have been sleeping in there all this time and have yet to wake up. If you provoke them to wake up, then it will be big trouble. Suyu nodded slightly, and looked across. The heavenly river was very wide, and Suyu couldn't see the end. However, Marquis Qi Shan and the others could come here, which meant that they could also pass. At this moment, Xinghong took out a seal, this is a guardian's order. It can slightly suppress the dead soul ripples. If you want to cross the river, use this to suppress it. Boss's general's order is more effective, and it can even control some power of rules. Suyu smiled, I know this. It is said that the Eastern Sky King's dead soul seal can also control rules. As a Sky King, it is definitely possible. This is also the power given to them by the ancient imperial court. Suyu nodded, and looked around. Divine light burst from his eyes, and he looked down at the water below. It seemed like there were countless dead souls in the water, and there were also countless dead souls floating on the surface of the river. Those that floated outside were generally not strong. Suyu looked on silently. He saw a dead soul floating for a while, and suddenly, a wave appeared in the river. The dead soul was slapped out of the heavenly river by a wave, and it fell to the ground with a blank look in its eyes. It walked stiffly into the distance. That was a sun-moon dead soul, and in the heavenly river, there were countless dead souls. Sometimes, a wave would appear, and thousands of dead souls would be slapped out. Then, those dead souls would wander everywhere, covering the entire dead soul's realm. At this moment, Suyu reached out and grabbed a giant dead soul. It was a giant dragon. Suyu was surprised, you are a dragon? The giant dead soul dragon had a blank look on its face, and there was some fear. It seemed to have intelligence, and its voice was stiff, who are you? Suyu frowned, why do I feel that you are a little familiar? As he said that, he suddenly looked at Xinghong. Xinghong was rubbing his chin, and when he saw Suyu look over, he smiled, it can't be such a coincidence, right? And that fellow's physical body was destroyed by you. Moreover, it can't recover so quickly, right? Who? Sky Destroyer was puzzled. Yunxiao said tiredly, don't you care about the situation of the various cities? Xinghong and the others said that this is his previous city lord, that dark demon dragon. Oh. Sky Destroyer said. Indifferently, the city lord changes every few hundred years, and it has changed countless times. Who would always care about this matter? In my memory, Xinghong's city lord was still a cow. Who knows when it changed to a dragon? Xinghong was too lazy to care about him. He looked at the giant dragon, looked at it for a while, and shook his head, I don't think so. And that fellow is a city lord, a half-dead soul. Although he was not taken away that day, if he died. Not to mention, there is a possibility that he could recover early, because he himself is a half-dead soul. But I think it is only similar, not that one. Suyu said with a smile, it doesn't matter whether it is or not. As he said that, the civilization will appeared, and the giant dragon instantly disappeared. Suyu said with a smile, it doesn't matter whether it is or not. Since he offended me, I will kill him if he is alive, and kill him again if he is dead. You are ruthless, you killed him if he was alive, and you want to kill him again if he is dead. You really are ruthless. It didn't matter whether it was that dragon or not. Anyway, the dragon race and Suyu had a grudge, and it was the dragon emperor who made a move. What do we do now? Go over? Sky's destroyer looked at Suyu. Suyu looked at the river and said slowly, go over there, East Sky King's home ground, the danger level is too high. I am not familiar with Marquis Lan Shan, and I don't know what she thinks. As he said that, Suyu smiled, and the next moment, an incarnation of Shenwen appeared. Burning Sea Monarch could use Shenwen's incarnation back then, so could Suyu. It was the Shenwen's incarnation of Endure. At this moment, the incarnation appeared, and Suyu attached a bit of willpower to it. After a moment, a small seal appeared, which was the Holy Lord's order. Suyu did not transform into a crown, but into a small seal, and gave it to the incarnation. Cross the river, find East King Mansion, and find a way to meet Marquis Lan Shan. Tell her that the current human lord Suyu wants to meet her. Sky's destroyer said hurriedly, you want Shenwen's incarnation to go over? What if the seal is lost? Suyu smiled and said, it's fine, only I can use this thing, no one else can. This is also a symbol of my identity, and it's fine even if it is lost. Others will be useless if they get it, and I will take it back when I have the time. In the world today, only Suyu could use the Holy Lord's order, a generation of human lords, a generation of seals. The previous human lords might not have this. This thing had a greater symbolic meaning. That Shenwen's incarnation instantly put away the human lord's order seal and rushed to the other side of the river. It was completely silent, the Shenwen's word Endure was as immovable as a mountain. However, there were still dead spirits attacking. As for Suyu, he followed all the way, and when he saw a dead spirit attacking, he would use the will of civilization to collect it. The will of civilization escorted the Shenwen's incarnation all the way away. Soon, the will of civilization returned, and the incarnation disappeared on the spot. At most, one Shenwen would be destroyed, Suyu didn't care, this Shenwen also came from the kingdom of Great Zhou. If not for the fact that the word quiet was really useful in Shenwen, Suyu wouldn't even want to draw the kingdom of Great Zhou Shenwen. It didn't matter if the word Endure was broken. When he opened the heavenly gate and transformed his battle technique into Shenwen, Suyu wouldn't lack Shenwen, East King region. East King residence, the huge East King residence stood in the dim sky. In the East King residence, countless dead spirit experts had their own duties and controlled the entire East King region. The main hall was the main hall of the East King. Outside the main hall, there were dozens of side halls, which were the residences of other death spirit marquises. At its peak, there were dozens of death spirit marquises in the East King region, but many died later on. Now, there were only 10 left. 2 of the 12 from before had been killed. Now, only 10 side halls were opened. One of them was the Mist Mountain Hall. That was the residence of Marquis Mist Mountain. Compared to the prosperity of the other halls, Mist Mountain Hall was very bleak. There were not even many dead spirits, and only a few dead spirits were walking around. Among them, there were some monarch-level dead spirits. They were also human race dead spirits. At that moment, some of the dead spirits were extremely heavy. Recently, Marquis Qishan and the others had fallen. Marquis Yuming and the others had reported that Marquis Mist Mountain had colluded with the spirit-suppressing general to kill the other 2 marquises. East King had been angry once, and although he hadn't killed Marquis Mist Mountain, he had whipped Marquis Mist Mountain's Dao body 300 times, and Marquis Mist Mountain's injuries weren't light. A few human race dead spirits walked forward heavily, and very quickly, a main hall appeared in front of him. In the center of the main hall, Marquis Mist Mountain's back was facing the door, and he was looking at a painting hanging in the middle of the hall. It was pitch black. In the dead spirit region, even paintings were black. Sir. A death spirit lord entered, and his tone was solemn. East King has called for a meeting of kings, and he is prepared to attack the spirit-suppressing region and capture he too and the others. Sir's subordinates are the vanguard army, and I am the vanguard general. Marquis Mist Mountain turned around and looked at the dead spirit, saying coldly, does he really not care about the imperial court? The Death Spirit Lord sighed, Sir, the ancient times have become the past. The imperial court has been destroyed. Now, the East King Mansion belongs to the East King, sir, we are helpless. In the past, there were a few human race Death Spirit Lords here, but after a few tides, there was only Marquis Mist Mountain left. Marquis Mist Mountain had been lying low for many years, and she had been enduring silently. Last time, she couldn't hold back and chose to take action, and now it was even more difficult. Marquis Mist Mountain was silent for a while. Fight. All of you just have to listen to my orders. Sir, if this goes on, Sir will be in danger sooner or later. Why don't we escape now? Marquis Mist Mountain didn't say anything. Escape? She had been lying low for so many years. For what? It was to receive these human race dead spirits. Once she left, the East King Mansion would control the entire East King region, and without a single human race Death Spirit Lord, the East King region wouldn't be able to see any human race dead spirits anymore. Could Marquis Yuming and the others let the human race dead spirits grow here? All these years, she had gathered thousands of human race dead spirits, from the sun and moon to the eternal realm. If she wasn't here, these dead spirits would have long become nourishment for the other races. With her around, the East King would have to be cautious. She really left. Marquis Mist Mountain sighed in her heart. She couldn't leave. If she left, it would represent the human race completely giving up on the East King region. As she was thinking, Marquis Mist Mountain's eyes flickered, and she suddenly looked into the distance, murmuring, I seem to have felt something. She suddenly walked out of the door and looked into the distance. She seemed to have sensed something approaching, and it was something extraordinary. What was it? She had a vague impression of it, but she couldn't recall it. The next moment, Marquis Mist Mountain's face changed. Even if the Death Spirit Lord didn't show it, the Death Spirit Lord behind her also felt it, and hurriedly said, Sir, what's wrong? Nothing. Marquis Mist Mountain tilted her head and looked at the East King Hall in the distance, and her eyes flickered. She looked out of the East King Mansion again. At this moment, she was a little restricted, and she pondered for a while, and said, Yu Xing, bring some people to find trouble with Marquis Yuming's subordinates, and tell them that you don't want to be the vanguard. Create some commotion. Yes. The Death Spirit Lord didn't ask much, and quickly left. Soon, he brought 6 or 7 Death Spirit Lords and walked towards another hall. A moment later. Boom, the Rain Spirit of Life and Death's voice sounded, Why should I be the vanguard general, and you bastards still want to laugh at me? Rumble, the sound reverberated, and at this moment, many Death Spirit Lords looked in that direction. At the same time, Marquis Mist Mountain casually shot out a wave of death chi, and the death chi quickly flew out of the East King Mansion. Suyu Shenwen incarnation just approached the East King Mansion, and a voice sounded in his ears, Leave, go far away. Shenwen's incarnation was a little dazed, but he still quickly left with the death chi. After a while, the death chi turned into a phantom, and looked at Shenwen's incarnation with a strange look. Who are you? The incarnation of the current human lord. Are you Marquis Mist Mountain? Human lord? Marquis Mist Mountain's phantom shook slightly. The current human lord is looking for me. For what? Marquis Mist Mountain, please betray the East King Mansion, kill the Death Spirit Lord, and escape into the Spirit Suppression region. This is the human lord's order. Then, a small seal appeared in the incarnation's hand. This is the Holy Lord's order. Marquis Mist Mountain, are you willing to accept the order? Marquis Mist Mountain's phantom trembled violently, betraying the East King Mansion and escaping into the Spirit Suppression region. Then what about the East King region? She struggled. But, our human race still has a large number of death spirits here, Shenwen's incarnation said woodenly. Human Lord has his own way. Marquis Mist Mountain, are you willing to accept the order? Marquis Mist Mountain's expression was complicated. This human lord is so overbearing, he didn't say anything, and just wanted me to accept the order? Human Lord, do you have any other instructions? Marquis Mist Mountain asked. Shenwen's incarnation was silent for a while, and then said, This time, there is a slim chance of survival, or death is certain. Marquis Mist Mountain, you can think carefully before making a decision. If you are willing, the sooner the better. Marquis Mist Mountain said again, If I leave, the human death spirits here might be killed by the East King Mansion. They won't be killed instantly. Before Marquis Mist Mountain dies, they might not attack. Shen Wen's incarnation said woodenly, Marquis Mist Mountain, are you willing to accept the order? Marquis Mist Mountain looked at the small seal, saw the diagram of the 36 matters, and saw the current human lord. Human lord, this was the other party's human lord seal. She didn't know Suyu, and had never seen him before. In fact, they weren't far from each other previously. When Suyu killed Wisdom King, she had seen him once, but they didn't meet. After a moment of silence, Marquis Mist Mountain said softly, Mist Mountain, accept the order. Shen Wen's incarnation handed the small seal to her. This seal must not be lost. When you see Human Lord, return it to Human Lord, and Human Lord can locate your location at any time. With that said, Shen Wen's incarnation quickly disappeared. Marquis Mist Mountain watched the incarnation leave, holding the Human Lord seal in her hand, and for a moment, her emotions fluctuated, and she felt somewhat complicated. The Human Lord seal is in my hands. The other party is so overbearing, so domineering. If she didn't accept the order, would the Human Lord personally kill his way to East King region, and take away the Human Lord seal? Marquis Mist Mountain thought of this, and suddenly smiled. Perhaps, the current human race needed such a human lord. Kill my way out of East King region. Marquis Mist Mountain looked towards the East King mansion, and the phantom image disappeared. Dead Soul Galaxy. A ray of Shenwen returned. Suyu sensed it and smiled, it's done. Marquis Lanshan agreed? Xinghong was a little surprised. She didn't even see you and she agreed? Suyu smiled, that's normal. If she is still willing to fight for the human race, she will definitely agree since I am the current human lord. If she isn't fighting for the human race but for someone else, the result will be the same even if I meet her. Xinghong didn't understand. You humans really don't understand sometimes. Suyu smiled, there's nothing I don't understand. Milord's race might have been wiped out, otherwise, she should know that race is more important than anything else. Alright. Xinghong asked, then what do we do next? Suyu looked at the sky and took a deep breath, kill. No, kill spirits. Once Marquis Lanshan rebelled, Eastern Sky King might not chase us at first. If Eastern Sky King doesn't come, then we have no choice. Let's just hope that Marquis Lanshan can hold on until he gets here, otherwise, it'll be hard for us to kill our way over. That's Eastern Sky King's territory with countless monarchs, we're not their match. It was hard for monarchs to cross the Dead Soul Galaxy, so they could fight here. But once they got there, Suyu's side strength was far from enough. Alright. The three didn't say anything else, the only thing they could do now was wait. If Marquis Lanshan couldn't get here and was killed in the Eastern Sky King mansion, then this matter would be over. Only by killing her way here and luring enough experts over would they be able to succeed. Eastern Sky King mansion. Marquis Lanshan looked at the painting in the hall. It was a map of the human realm. After a while, the noise outside grew louder. In the next moment, an angry voice sounded, Lanshan, control your people. Marquis Lanshan continued to look at the painting and wanted to put it away, but gave up in the end. She held the small seal in her hand. She walked out of Lanshan Palace and headed towards the Netherman Palace. Marquis Yuming, an expert of the Netherworld race, a marquis in ancient times, joined the Eastern Sky King mansion after his death. He had always been at loggerheads with Marquis Lanshan. Marquis Yuming didn't dare to provoke Marquis Lanshan in the past, but now, he's getting more and more arrogant. Marquis Lanshan was a marquis of the ancient human race. She was killed in the process of following the human race to unify the heavens. She was conferred the title of marquis after her death. There was no such thing as a marquis when she was alive. She was born on Mist Mountain in the human realm. Now, Mist Mountain had disappeared along with the changes of the world. Marquis Lanshan had already perished countless years ago. Perhaps only a few people in the human race knew that there was still a Marquis Lanshan in ancient times. One of the 360 marquises of the human race, one of the few female marquises. Of the 360 marquises, dozens of them were posthumously conferred, scenes after scenes appeared in Marquis Lanshan's mind, the figures of many people appeared. The carefree and uninhibited King Wen, the peerless King Wu, the sinister and cunning King Ming, the gloomy and old-fashioned Hell King, the charging War King, the chatterbox King Gong. That era was too exciting, that era was too hot-blooded. She had slaughtered the people of Wan. She had slaughtered in all directions. She had charged through enemy lines and killed her way into enemy cities. She had beheaded powerful enemies and won the cheers of thousands of soldiers, but these years, she was tired and weary. The human race had declined. 9. Tide flows, each one more miserable than the one before. More people died, and yet, she didn't manage to summon many dead spirits. Some of them were secretly killed by the powerful experts of the 4 heavenly kings, and some had yet to recover. The human race, the overlord of the heavens, had declined in the dead soul's domain. Thinking of this, she stepped into the air and soon arrived at a great hall. At this moment, Yusheng and the other dead soul monarchs were suppressed by a powerful dead soul. They knelt on the ground, their auras in disorder. Marquis Yuming stepped on Yusheng's head and looked at Marquis Lan Shan, who had just arrived. He said coldly, "Lan Shan, your people are quite bold. The heavenly king ordered them to be the vanguard because he thought highly of them. But you actually incited these trash to cause trouble?" Marquis Yuming sneered, "What, you're not happy that the heavenly king punished you? You have a complaint against the heavenly king?" Marquis Yuming laughed, "Lan Shan, do you still think this is the same as before?" Marquis Lan Shan looked at her, at the dead soul, and said calmly after a while, "Let them go. Yuming, even if the human race declined and the Wan was unified, immortals, demons, gods, dragons, you can't belong to the dark race. You were a dog when you were alive, and you want to be a dog for these powerful races after you die. Are you addicted?" Marquis Yuming looked at her coldly, the dead soul chi in his eyes exploded. "Lan Shan, are you provoking me?" Marquis Lan Shan said calmly, "Provoking? No. You don't deserve it. Who do you think you are?" Anger rose in Marquis Yuming's eyes. Dead souls were dead souls after all. No matter how strong they were, and how stable their hearts were, they could be impulsive and angry easily. At this moment, Marquis Yuming stepped on Yusheng's head and rubbed his cheek with his foot. "Lan Shan, wake up. This is not the ancient times. This is the East King Palace." Then, he sneered, "Your Tao body was whipped. Have you forgotten the pain? Do you want me to find Heavenly King and ask him to take your blood of death? Are you an idiot?" Marquis Lan Shan walked closer. "If he dares to kill me, he would have done it long ago. Although the human race is weak, there is more than one dead soul Marquis in the 4 king regions. If East King dares to kill me, isn't he afraid that the human race will come after him?" Marquis Lan Shan said coldly, "When the war broke out, he dared to kill a few of us. But there is no war now. If he dares to kill me, he would have done it long ago. Do you have the right to sow discord?" Marquis Yuming's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean?" Marquis Lan Shan said calmly, "Nothing. East King can punish me, but he doesn't dare to kill me. Do you understand? Do you think your brain will work on me? It's ridiculous, you know? Now, get your dog away from Yusheng, or else. Yuming, you will regret it." "Regret?" Marquis Yuming laughed, "Lan Shan, don't tell me that you think you can fight with us after Qi Shan and the others were killed?" At this moment, there were faint auras in the surroundings. The other Marquis experts were watching the show. Marquis Lan Shan's men were punished by Marquis Yuming, and Marquis Lan Shan was punished by East King previously. The death of Marquis Qi Shan and the others also made East King furious. Now that the two of them had a conflict, East King might directly punish Lan Shan and not Yuming. Could Marquis Lan Shan endure it? Not only were the Tao integration stage monarchs interested, but all of the dead spirit monarchs were also watching the show. Things were getting interesting. Was the East Prince residence, which had been peaceful for many years, going to be bustling again? However, Marquis Lan Shan didn't have the upper hand. If things got out of hand, the East King might punish her. Marquis Yuming continued to step on Yusheng, while Yusheng was struggling violently, letting out loud roars, but there was nothing he could do. He was an Eternal Realm cultivator, but his opponent was a Tao integration stage cultivator. Moreover, the other party's rule force was suppressing him here, so he couldn't resist at all. Marquis Yuming's subordinates had more than 10 monarch-level experts around him, suppressing his other comrades. "Yo, still struggling?" Marquis Yuming sneered. His death energy also exploded and suppressed the enemy. Yusheng was not weak, To be assigned as the vanguard general, his strength was naturally also extremely strong, stage 8 Eternal Realm. However, his opponent was a Marquis. At this moment, Marquis Yuming became more and more complacent, looking at Marquis Lanshan provocatively, even purposely provoking Marquis Lanshan. Do it, if you dare to do it, no matter who started it, the East King won't punish you, only Marquis Lanshan. Marquis Lanshan looked at Yuxing who was being stepped on, then looked at the other dead spirit monarchs, sighed softly, and walked forward step by step. Marquis Yuming frowned. What do you want to do? Marquis Lanshan ignored her, looked at Yuxing, and sighed. I've implicated you. My lord. Yuxing let out a beast-like roar. It's us who have embarrassed my lord. That bitch Yuming, I'll kill her with my own hands one day. Bastard. Marquis Yuming stomped down heavily, and with a crack, Yuxing's head was crushed. Marquis Lanshan became calmer, sighing softly. At this moment, he was getting closer and closer to Marquis Yuming. Marquis Yuming shouted coldly, what are you doing? Go away. Marquis Lanshan said calmly, you don't dare to kill me, so what if you're strong? Do you dare to kill me? I'm standing right in front of you, and you dare to kill me? If you kill me, do you really think that no one in the Four Kings region will find trouble with you? Do you think Dong Wang will protect you? How stupid you are. Step by step, she approached Yu Mingho with a smile on her face. I'm right in front of you, come and kill me. Yu Ming, kill me. Marquis Yu Ming's face turned cold as she gritted her teeth. She wanted to kill Marquis Lanshan, but Marquis Lanshan was right. In the Four King regions, humans were the weaker side. However, it wasn't that there weren't any marquises of the human race. If he killed Mist Mountain for no reason, he would also incur revenge. She could complain to the East King and punish Lanshan, but she would not kill her personally. Moreover, she might not be able to kill her, even if Marquis Lanshan was injured and his Dao body was damaged. Marquis Lanshan approached Marquis Yuming step by step. Marquis Yuming was forced to retreat by her, but he couldn't afford to lose his face. At this moment, she was still stepping on Yuxing. If he retreated, wouldn't that be admitting defeat? Wouldn't that be admitting defeat? One must know that there were others watching. Marquis Yuming suppressed her discomfort as she watched Marquis Lanshan approach her step by step. She wasn't afraid of what Lanshan would do to her. This was the East King's palace. In the entire palace, only Marquis Lanshan had her own faction. Unless Lanshan wanted to die, Marquis Lanshan knew what Marquis Yuming was thinking. Therefore, she walked closer and closer to Marquis Yumingho. She was so close that she could see the black light on Marquis Yuming's face. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, at the last moment, both of them were almost face to face. Marquis Lanshan was tall, slightly taller than Marquis Yumingho. He looked down at her and said softly, you don't dare to kill me, then why are you pretending to be fierce? Marquis Yumingho gritted his teeth and said coldly, what about you? Do you dare to kill me? Lanshan, no matter how strong you pretend to be, so what? The human race will be annihilated in this tide. I don't know if the human race will be annihilated. Marquis Lanshan raised his hand and gently pressed on Marquis Yumingho's shoulder. Marquis Yumingho wanted to retreat, but he didn't want to lose face. He gritted his teeth and said, if you really have the ability, try and touch me. Marquis Lanshan laughed. What a stupid guy. She guessed it, Marquis Yumingho was indeed the easiest to kill. Look at her now, both of her hands were on his shoulder and he didn't even want to take a step back. But he didn't dare to kill her. What a coward. 1. He was as stupid and cowardly as always. Marquis Lanshan raised his hand and caressed her cheek. You were very good looking when you were alive. Why are you so bitter after death? If I remember correctly, you were killed by Marquis Tianchong. I heard that Marquis Tianchong liked to torture his opponents. Could it be that your death was too tragic? Marquis Yumingho was furious. He raised his head and looked at her coldly. His eyes were filled with endless anger and annoyance. He even wanted to kill Marquis Lanshan right now. Marquis Lanshan laughed. Stop looking. You are really ugly now, Lanshan. Let me give you a ride, okay? Marquis Lanshan was like a sister next door. He caressed her cheek and said something that made Marquis Yuming pale. The next moment, a deathly ray appeared in Marquis Lan Shan's hand. That deathly ray instantly drilled into Marquis Yuming's head. The next moment, Marquis Yuming's body shook violently, a black Dao body appeared. Marquis Lan Shan swept it as if he was sweeping away rubbish. The black Dao body split apart. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. "Are you crazy? You want to kill me? You are really crazy." She was so close to Marquis Lan Shan because she was sure that Marquis Lan Shan wouldn't dare to kill her. "Don't you want to hide anymore? Don't you want to receive the human tribe anymore? You actually dare to attack me." At this moment, Marquis Yuming couldn't believe that Marquis Lan Shan would attack him. "You see, you are still so stupid," Marquis Lan Shan laughed. Under Marquis Yuming's feet, Yuxing was struggling. Suddenly, he felt that Marquis Yuming was powerless. He looked up and was shocked. He saw Marquis Lan Shan grabbing Marquis Yuming's Dao body with his palm and took out a dead spirit mark. Bang! He crushed it, quickly devouring. Marquis Lan Shan was recovering from her injuries. Although her movements seemed slow, they were actually inconceivably fast. She blocked Marquis Yuming's silhouette, with her back facing the crowd. No one could see what they were talking about, or what they were doing. They only saw Marquis Lan Shan taking out something. Following that, Marquis Yuming's angry voice disappeared. At that moment, Yuxing and the others heard Marquis Lan Shan's voice, "Follow me to the spirit suppression zone. We are going to see the human sovereign." As soon as these words came out, the few invincible monarchs who were being suppressed were all shocked. Human sovereign. Beneath Marquis Yuming's feet, Yuxing's eyes instantly burst out with a brilliant radiance while Marquis Lan Shan's voice resounded in his mind. "Devour Yuming immediately. Later, you will follow me into battle." Yuxing wanted to shout yes. "Battle? How many years has it been since I last heard your voice?" When he was alive, he was the vanguard general of Marquis Lan Shan. After his death, he was found by Marquis Lan Shan. At that time, the human race was still the ancient overlord. How many years had it been? Marquis Lan Shan had never said that they would go to war again, even though Yuxing was dead. At this moment, he still wanted to cry. Battle, to see the human sovereign. Just like in the past, he followed Marquis Lan Shan and fought everywhere. He wanted to shout, but he held it in. He quickly devoured Marquis Yuming's everything. Marquis Lan Shan calculated the time. Yuming was not completely dead yet, but soon. Once he died, the commotion would be huge. She supported Marquis Yuming, who was getting weaker and weaker, and seemed to be whispering in his ear. All around, the experts who were watching the battle felt a little strange. These two, were they whispering to each other? And the few Death Soul Marquis vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a Death Soul Marquis's voice resounded. He laughed and said, "Lan Shan, Yuming, harmony is the most important. Yuming, let Yuxing and the others go." He called out, but Marquis Yuming did not reply. At this moment, not only this one, the other Death Soul Marquis also vaguely felt that something was wrong. How could Yuming not say a word? And at this moment, a Death Soul Marquis suddenly shouted, "Yuxing, what are you doing?" He felt that Yuxing's aura was getting stronger, as if he was devouring something. And at this moment, the heaven and earth shook. Boom. Kill. Marquis Lan Shan slashed out with his sword. Boom. Around her, 3 of Marquis Yuming's subordinates were killed by her with a single slash, and the rest of her subordinates were also unleashing their powers. Boom. A loud noise was heard. In the blink of an eye, the sovereigns under Marquis Yuming were killed before they could even react. The Death Soul Mark was taken. The sovereigns devoured the Death Soul Mark one after another, while Yuxing roared. His aura skyrocketed. He roared, "Kill, Lan Shan army, follow me and charge." Boom. At this moment, in the heaven and earth, the Marquis made their move. Yuming was dead. Presumptuous. How dare you? Kill them. In an instant, countless Death Soul Marquis shouted angrily. And Marquis Lan Shan, with a group of subordinates, madly charged out. The long sword shook the heavens. With one slash, the sky split open. In the distance, in the East King Palace, an expert wearing a crown suddenly appeared, looked over coldly, and said coldly, "Lan Shan, how dare you? Marquis Lan Shan betrayed us. East King Palace generals, kill them all." Yes. The sovereigns and a Death Soul Marquis responded. A massacre instantly broke out. Marquis Lan Shan and the others attacked first. In the blink of an eye, they killed 8 Death Soul sovereigns. then Marquis Lan Shan led a group of people and charged out, his voice shaking the heaven and earth, human dead souls, kill. Kill our way out of the East King Palace. East King betrayed us, betrayed the human race, plotted against the human race, traitor, must be killed. As soon as the words were spoken, the heaven and earth shook. In the distance, East King's expression changed slightly. Traitor, Lan Shan said he was a traitor. Marquis Lan Shan continued to roar, East King, the human race conferred you the title of king, but instead of being grateful, you repaid kindness with enmity, treachery, you will be punished by the heavens. Kill. The roar shook the heaven, rumble, a sword slashed out, forcing a marquis back. Behind, Yusheng roared, to be the king's vanguard, I am the vanguard, Lord, I will open the path. Yusheng quickly rushed to the front, a giant axe appeared in his hand, and he slashed down, boom, several of the experts blocking his way were killed by his axe. As for Marquis Lan Shan, just like in the past, he slashed out with his sword, blocking the encirclement of two Death Spirit Marquis. A group of people quickly broke out of the encirclement, killing in all directions, rumble. At this moment, in the periphery, nearly 1,000 Death Spirit army attacked the unprepared East King Mansion army. They were the soldiers of Marquis Lan Shan. At this moment, the leading expert was also a female Death Spirit, and her voice reverberated in all directions, kill with me, we will break through the enemy formation for Lord. Kill, kill, kill. A great battle instantly broke out in the East King region. In the distance, East King coldly walked towards Marquis Lan Shan step by step, and under his feet, a Death Spirit monarch suddenly broke through the air, charging towards him. That was Marquis Lan Shan's people. Ignorant. East King coldly snorted. The Death Spirit monarch was directly frozen in the void by him, and East King coldly said, traitor, must be killed. Are you talking about yourself? The Dead Spirit monarch who was immobilized burst into laughter and roared, Mist Mountain army, escort the Lord and kill our way out. I will go first. General. A mournful voice rang out, and instantly, killing began everywhere. Rumble, Yusheng killed an invincible Death Spirit monarch with a swing of his axe. Yuguan looked at the expert who self-exploded, blood-red death chi erupting in his eyes. That was his old comrade, a comrade of the past. Today, he completely disappeared from the Myriad worlds. If the Death Spirit monarch died again, he would no longer have a chance. Die. Yusheng's aura surged, burning everything, and with a swing of his axe, he sent a Death Spirit Marquis flying. The Death Spirit Marquis was shocked, but Yusheng directly burned his Death Spirit mark, and looked at Marquis Lan Shan, who was bathed in blood, and gritted his teeth, Lord, let's go. Kill. The axe swept in all directions. He, who had just devoured Yuming Marquis, directly rose to Eternal Realm level 9, and at this moment, he burned his Death Spirit mark, and his battle strength surged. With a swing of his axe, another Death Spirit Marquis was sent flying. On the other side, Marquis Lan Shan's sword shook the heaven and earth, and the sound of his sword resounded through the clouds, as he fought and broke out of the encirclement. Kill out, and see the mortal Lord, bang. He killed a Death Spirit monarch with a swing of his sword, but was stopped by a Death Spirit Marquis. The Death Spirit Marquis wanted to say a few more words, but didn't have the chance. Marquis Lan Shan didn't have the mood to say anything, just kill, sword out, dong. The Death Spirit monarch quickly moved, his long sword colliding with the giant hammer. Marquis Lan Shan's battle experience was also very rich. His sword was blocked, and he instantly pulled back the giant hammer, twisted his body, and attacked again. With a poochie sound, his sword pierced through the Death Spirit monarch's head. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan was extremely calm. Kill, they definitely couldn't win. 8 Marquis, and there was also East King, how could they win? The only way was to break out, kill out. This was what the Mortal Lord meant. The Mortal Lord was waiting for them in Spirit Suppression region. In the void beside him, a chain appeared, and just as it was about to entangle Marquis Lan Shan, a Death Spirit Monarch jumped out from behind Marquis Lan Shan, and the chain locked the Death Spirit Monarch, burning it with black flames, causing the Death Spirit Monarch to howl mournfully. Marquis Lan Shan didn't stop, didn't look back. Back then, these people also died in battle in the heavens for her. Today, the scene of the ancient times was repeated. In the ancient times, she failed to break out and was killed. Today, she didn't want to fail, this mortal lord of the human race. She wanted to meet him. Poochie, death chi burned, a death spirit monarch was killed with a sword strike, and a death spirit monarch was killed. Marquis Lan Shan continued to break out of the encirclement, constantly killing, and soon, he met up with the human dead spirit soldiers outside. At this moment, thousands of soldiers were reduced to a few hundred in the blink of an eye. The leading female general was covered in wounds, but when she received Marquis Lan Shan, she was overjoyed, and shouted mournfully, "Kill out! Charge!" Yes. The female general shouted loudly, "Who is the hero of the heavens? The human race is the hero." Hundreds of soldiers shouted in unison. Since ancient times, who has never been defeated? The human race is undefeated. Who dares to fight for supremacy in the myriad worlds? No one dares to fight for supremacy. Kill! The shouts of the hundreds of soldiers shook the heavens, for a moment, shocking the surroundings, killing the dead spirits in all directions, killing until the 4 death spirit monarchs kept on retreating, killing until their expressions changed, as if recalling the scene of them being killed in the past. The human race, the great army of the human race that unified the world in the past, once again killed their way out. A set of armor appeared on Marquis Lan Shan's body. It was personally sent by King Wu after her death. Marquis Lan Shan was a human marquis in life, a ghost hero in death. King Wu said, "The human race unified the heavens, the living and the dead, the 2 worlds. All I look for is the human realm. What I see is mine. What I see is the territory of my human realm, my race, from the human realm, slaughtered the heavens, wiped out all powerful enemies. It is only 100,000 years, we can still fight again. Follow me, kill our way out." Marquis Lan Shan roared. Boom, the 3 Marquis attacked. Marquis Lan Shan's bravery was boundless, his sword swung out, disregarding life and death. He did not fear death, although the 3 Marquis were strong. At this moment, their momentum was stolen. This was Marquis Wan, killed in the ancient times, killed by the human race, and now, it was as if they saw the human race killing their way out again. For a moment, they were all shaken. On the other side, a few of the human race's dead spirit generals burned their dead spirit marks, fighting to the death. Since Marquis Lan Shan wanted to kill her way out, then, he would kill a way out for her. Boom, violent sounds rang out continuously. The war broke out, thousands of soldiers, in the blink of an eye, killed their way out in all directions, and more than 70% of the soldiers were dead. Marquis Lan Shan's sword pierced through a dead spirit lord, but was slashed by another dead spirit lord. His back was full of black blood. The blood splattered, fell to the ground, and corroded the earth. Even further away, Eastern Sky King watched the war coldly, step by step, walking over. Dead spirits continuously soared into the sky, blocking his way. They were instantly killed by him on the spot. A group of ignorant fellows, simply crazy. There were actually a few quasi-invincible dead spirits that came to stop him. How ridiculous! How long can you stop me? Lan Shan, you are seeking your own death. Eastern Sky King crushed an invincible dead spirit and said calmly, "You have been dormant for so many years, why did you explode now? You finally accumulated some power for your human race, but now you have lost it all. What are you after? Previously when Qi Shan and the others were killed, I was only giving them a small punishment. I never thought that you would actually have resentment in your heart. Killing Yu Ming, your sin is unforgivable." A seal appeared in his hand, and he said calmly, "I think you should stay." Boom, that huge seal directly covered Marquis Lan Shan. This was the Heavenly King's seal, Dead Spirit Heavenly King's seal, and at this moment, a seal appeared on Marquis Lan Shan's body, and a voice with contempt and indifference came out. "The sky belongs to the human race. Using the seal that the human race bestowed upon you, you still dare to punish the human race?" Boom, the golden seal instantly became incomparably resplendent. Countless power of providence erupted, and with a boom, it directly struck the black dead spirit seal on the opposite side. Under this blow, Eastern Sky King's expression changed drastically. And Marquis Lan Shan also did not expect that the human lord seal would actually explode with power at this moment. The next moment, he thought of something, and roared, "Kill out, the human lord is waiting for us in the spirit suppressing region. Kill out of the East King region, meet the human lord. Meet the human lord." The remaining generals and soldiers all roared. The human lord's seal on Marquis Lan Shan's body exploded once, but it was much dimmer, landing on Marquis Lan Shan's body, but it also blocked the power of the rules. Marquis Lan Shan borrowed the momentum, and with a sword, he forced back a marquis who was blocking the way. and led the people, madly killing towards the spirit-suppressing region, and behind, Eastern Sky King's expression was uncertain. Human Lord, Lord of the human race? Damn it. No wonder Marquis Lan Shan betrayed at this moment. So it turned out that the human lord had come to the dead soul's domain today to recruit Marquis Lan Shan. That human lord's seal, the power of providence, was not weak, it actually blocked his dead spirit heavenly king's seal. Don't let a single one escape. Eastern Sky King shouted coldly, and in all directions, more dead spirits chased after Marquis Lan Shan and the others. Along the way, there were endless bloody battles. A large number of human dead spirits died in battle, but they escorted Marquis Lan Shan all the way forward. All around, there were generals, and there were people who stayed behind to cover the retreat. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people. Soon, there were only a few experts left. Yuxing killed an expert with an axe, panting heavily, and said with a smile, "Lord, I can't do it anymore. If there is a next life, I am still willing to fight for Lord, to fight for the human race. I'm afraid, there is no next life." After saying this, he turned around and killed those dead spirits that were chasing after him. An axe shook the heavens. With all the power of his life, Yuxing chopped with his axe, and shouted, "Kill, see the human lord, the human race, conquer the heavens again." Boom, a loud sound came out. Yuxing. Marquis Lan Shan roared, his eyes filled with tears, and in the next moment, he shouted mournfully, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Around him, the remaining 7 to 8 generals roared, and in the next moment, the 3 dead spirit monarchs killed behind them. "We will cover the retreat." General Hong Yun, escort Lord away. Hong Yun, the expert that led the soldiers to open the passage, was now covered in black blood, and he shouted, "We will not disappoint you. Brothers, kill!" Boom, the battle started again, and Marquis Lan Shan was also very decisive. Suppressing the pain, he led the group to continue killing. There was endless slaughter, endless injuries, and endless deaths. Gradually, the dead spirits galaxy was visible in front of them. Beside Marquis Lan Shan, there was only one invincible being left, General Hong Yun. At this moment, General Hong Yun gritted his teeth, his aura fluctuating violently. "Lord, kill, kill. I will cover for Lord, see the human Lord. I hope Lord, tell the human Lord that the Mist Mountain Guards can fight to the death. If Lord can leave today, we will rebuild the Mist Mountain Guards." Boom, Hong Yun instantly killed behind them. Marquis Lan Shan gritted his teeth, and without a word, he flew through the air. A dead spirit monarch wanted to stop him, but Hong Yun roared, and the dead spirit mark exploded. With a loud bang, a dead spirit monarch was injured. The Mist Mountain Guards continued to rush forward, and at this moment, the dead spirits galaxy was right in front of them. In the next moment, the space was torn apart, and a dead spirit monarch panted, and he laughed, "Mist Mountain, this path is blocked, die." Marquis Lan Shan roared, and in the next moment, his Dao body suddenly shattered, and a loud bang sounded. His Dao body exploded. The destruction of his Dao body meant that he had fallen from the Dao integration realm, but Marquis Lan Shan didn't care. His Dao body exploded decisively, and his opponent didn't expect Marquis Lan Shan to be so decisive, exploding just like that. With a loud bang, this dead spirit monarch that had just appeared was blown into pieces, and his Dao body appeared. Marquis Lan Shan's sword slashed out. With a pft, it penetrated the opponent's Dao body, and the Dao body exploded. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and the second dead spirit monarch was killed. Marquis Lan Shan's aura weakened, and he was bathed in blood. But he didn't care, and he directly dove into the dead spirits galaxy. On the other side of the river is the human lord. "I'm coming." Marquis Lan Shan's face was filled with determination. "I'm coming. The Mist Mountain Guards I built, and my brothers and sisters, all died in battle to let me see you. Can you give me hope on the other side of the river?" Suyu closed his eyes, and at this moment, he seemed to see something. He suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a fierce glint in his eyes. "How dare you? Tian Mia, Xing Hong, Yun Xiao." Hearing his shout, the 3 experts were shocked, and Tian Mia hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "Release the seal, kill." Suyu said coldly, "Later, no matter how many strong enemies there are, kill them all. Release the seal and kill." The 3's expressions changed slightly, and in the next moment, they all agreed. "Yes, sir." As for Suyu, the inscribed tombstone in his hand turned into a long knife, and a drop of the golden-winged rock's blood entered his stomach. In the next moment, he swallowed another drop of blood essence. At this moment, the void was torn apart, the rock's strongest point was its speed. Marquis Lan Shan had killed 2 Marquis. On the other side, there were still 7 Marquis and 1 Heavenly King. The human Lord Seal had intimidated the Eastern Heavenly King, and he might not chase after them. Killing a few of his Marquis would make that old thing unable to hold back. At this time, the galaxy of dead souls rumbled. In the distance, a female undead spirit clad in broken armor flew towards Suyu's group. Her sword was broken, and her hair was disheveled. Behind her, 3 Marquises appeared. Behind them, 4 Marquis were also chasing. Lan Shan, you have nowhere to run. Just as he finished speaking, the void was torn apart, and a rift opened up above the dead spirit's galaxy. Suyu seemed to have torn heaven and earth apart, and he instantly appeared. Countless projections of the will of civilization appeared, suppressing the 3 Dao integration stage cultivators. The sealing formation was activated, and the human Lord Seal instantly fell into Suyu's hand, suppressing one of the Marquis. In the next moment, the inscribed tombstone turned into a saber, and he slashed out. This saber was extremely powerful, and it was the power of the golden-winged rock. The saber light illuminated heaven and earth, as if he was going to sever the dead spirit's galaxy. Suyu's voice reverberated in all directions. Dong Wang, you old dog, you've got guts. I'm going to kill you. Boom, the saber slashed down, and with a bang, a Marquis was sliced in half by this sudden saber. Even his Dao body was destroyed, and at this moment, the seals on the 3 stone statues instantly shattered. The Xianxia trio roared, and their strength was also boundless. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked the remaining 2 Marquis. Boom, a huge explosion shook the entire dead spirit's galaxy. Marquis Lan Shan also took the opportunity to turn around and slash at another Marquis. You dare! Behind them, a loud, angry voice could be vaguely heard. That was the East King's voice. Boom, the dead spirit's galaxy shook, and a Marquis was killed on the spot by Suyu. The Xianxia trio joined forces, and another Marquis was instantly torn into pieces. Just as his Dao body appeared, it was slashed in half by Marquis Lan Shan's sword. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook again, and the 4th Marquis was killed on the spot. The remaining Marquis was still fighting with Wen Mingji, and his Dao body was shattered. However, when he saw the situation, he was shocked and immediately retreated. He met up with the 4 Marquis behind him. Even further behind, the East King tore through the void and arrived with a furious expression. Suyu laughed, and his right hand wiped his throat. In the next moment, he grabbed the heavily injured and dying Marquis Lan Shan and flew out. Let's go. With a low shout, the Xianxia trio quickly followed. Suyu's voice reverberated, Traitor, I'll definitely kill you after I reorganize the rivers and mountains. The East King's expression was ugly. Is this the human sovereign? He glanced at the dead spirit's galaxy, then at Suyu and the others coldly. In the next moment, he shouted, after them. The 6 experts instantly crossed the dead spirit's galaxy and chased after Suyu and the others. The East King's eyes were cold. He looked around and sensed for a while. The heavens and earth were peaceful, and it seemed that the old tortoise was still suppressing them. However, he was worried that the old tortoise would cause trouble. In the next moment, his voice shook the heavens and earth. East King guards, enter the spirit-suppressing region and capture the traitor. Behind him, countless dead spirits quickly rushed toward the celestial river. The East King planned to let these people hold back the old tortoise and the other guards. They would be powerless to support them. If they dared to support them, these dead spirits would dare to kill their way out. As for the East King, he led the 5 Marquis and quickly chased after Suyu and the others with anger and regret. In just a short while, 4 Marquis had been killed. Moreover, Lan Shan had betrayed them, and 2 Marquis had been killed. The East King mansion's strength had instantly dropped a lot. This was simply intolerable. Damned bastards. Although this time, they had completely cleaned up the human forces in the East King region and killed the Lan Shan guards, the East King was still angry and regretful. The losses were too great. He had been careless, or rather, he had been intimidated by the human Lord Seal and delayed. Who would have thought that so many people would die in the blink of an eye? Ahead, Marquis Lan Shan coughed up blood while being carried by Suyu. She raised her head and looked at Suyu in a daze. She said with difficulty, King Wen. She seemed to see King Wen. Suyu said with a straight face, call me Suyu, human lord, or you sovereign. If you call me Kingwen again, I will abandon you. If not for your heavy injuries, I wouldn't even want to carry you. Marquis Lanshan coughed up blood and suddenly smiled. She said loudly, the Lanshan guards did not disappoint. I killed my way out. Lanshan greets the human lord. This roar echoed in all directions. She had killed her way out, even though her brothers had stayed there and died there. This was war, wasn't it? Marquis Lanshan shouted with some desolation. Humans, even if they were dead, they could still fight. Suyu's expression was solemn. After a long time, he shouted, dispense with the formalities. Yes. Run first. Yes, Marquis Lanshan was stunned. Run, the domineering human lord just now suddenly said run. She couldn't react for a moment. Suyu didn't care about her. Nonsense, of course they had to run. Eastern Sky King was very strong, he had to be lured away, otherwise, Eastern Sky King could defeat all of them. Even if Suyu swallowed the golden-winged great rock's blood, it was useless. Even if he swallowed the little white dog's blood, he might not be able to defeat him here. To the teleportation channel, when they reached there and left the dead soul's domain, even if old Zhou didn't help, without the support of Death Chi and rules, Eastern Sky King's battle strength would be weakened. At that time, if he swallowed the little white dog's blood essence, he might be able to fight. Suyu quickly tore through the void with a few people and fled into the distance, behind Eastern Sky. King frowned. This human lord didn't run through the tunnel, but straight ahead. Was there a trap ahead? But in this dead soul's domain, even if old Tortoise came personally, he wouldn't be a match for him. What kind of trap could kill him? Eastern Sky King hesitated and frowned. Should he still chase? If he didn't chase. If he didn't kill this human lord, he wouldn't be at ease. Previously, the human lord's seal had actually restricted his Sky King seal. This wasn't a good thing. Once the human lord became stronger, he might be able to restrain him. With some hesitation, Eastern Sky King quickly shouted, hurry, chase. He decided to chase. In the dead soul's domain, he didn't believe that anyone could match him. After devouring the rock's blood essence, Suyu seemed to have Dao marks in his eyes. Following that mark, he tore through the void, traversing hundreds or even thousands of kilometers at a time. Its speed was incomparably fast. Heaven Destroyer and the others were incomparably excited, but also a bit nervous. They grabbed onto Suyu and followed him through the void. As for Suyu, he was still carrying Marquis Lanshan. Marquis Lanshan's Dao body had exploded and his strength had fallen. In addition to his severe injuries, at this moment he didn't even have the strength of a level 8 or 9 eternal powerhouse. At this time, Marquis Lanshan kept staring at Suyu, as if he had already handed his fate over to Suyu. Suyu was shuttling back and forth when suddenly, the void was torn apart. Behind him, Eastern Sky King's face was ice cold as he chased after him with 5 Death Spirit Lords. Their speed was also extremely fast. East Heaven King was indeed powerful. The 4 heavenly monarchs were all top-notch beings of the Dao integration stage. Even someone like the old turtle was no match for them. It was evident how powerful they were. At this moment, the Eastern Sky King's voice was heard, you are that Suyu? He knew Suyu. Because he'd seen the Talisman King not long ago. The Talisman King had come to see him personally to ask him to think of a way to deal with old Tortoise and the others. Suyu's voice reverberated, how dare you? I am the master of the human race, so I am your master. You dare to call me by my name? Traitor, you must be executed. East Heaven King's eyes were cold. It was not wrong to put it that way. But no one wanted to bear this infamy. Rebel? He wasn't. Before East Sky King could speak, a Death Spirit Marquis who had chased after them said coldly, Rebel? Your human clan has gone against the law, slaughtered the heavens, and even interfered with life and death. You even want to control the dead soul domain. The human clan is the one who has gone against the heavens. Otherwise, how could the human clan be destroyed? Suyu continued to shuttle through the void. At this moment, he was even using the Shenwen's shuttle power to comprehend the Tao of space. Hearing these words, laughter reverberated in the air. Ignorant. The destruction of the human race? You've only seen a few undead lords, and you dare to say that the human race has been destroyed? Do you really think that a human king has fallen? He was the king of civil and military affairs, and his strength was unparalleled. The human emperor even unified the heavens. How could he be destroyed just because you said so? Does that traitor Dongwon dare to say that the human race will be destroyed? Behind him, Eastern Sky King's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, Suyu, you can't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu was about to continue tearing space when the void suddenly shook. Behind them, the Eastern Heaven King's death aura erupted, a faintly discernible great path of dead spirits covered the world. At this moment, it trembled slightly, and the space around Suyu suddenly slowed down. Suyu was slightly shocked. At this moment, he also had Dao integration stage combat prowess on par with the golden-winged rock. Aside from the fact that dead spirits were slightly more powerful, they were definitely inferior to living beings in terms of combat prowess. However, the speed of Suyu, who possessed the strength of a golden-winged rock, was somewhat restricted by his opponent. His speed suddenly dropped. Was this the strength of the four heavenly kings? It was no wonder that he could control the dead spirit realm. If a normal Dao integration stage cultivator were to encounter him, they would most likely die. Suyu's expression changed slightly, and a small seal appeared in his palm. Mountains and rivers of the human race, stabilize my time and space. With a murmur, the power of providence surged on the Holy Master Seal, and the power of laws of the void appeared. Wisps of weak power of laws of the void were mobilized, and the void was instantly stabilized. Suyu continued to shuttle through space. Behind him, Eastern Sky King frowned slightly. Human race, yes, this dead spirit realm did indeed have the power of laws of the human race. However, he didn't expect that this Suyu could actually mobilize some power of laws of the human race with the human master seal. At this moment, Xianxia was also surprised. This thing is so powerful? Why haven't I seen it before? It can mobilize the power of laws of the dead spirit realm? Suyu said lightly, did the previous human leaders attack the dead spirit realm? Xianxia thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, he really didn't. Firstly, the guards didn't stand on the side of the human leaders in the past. Secondly, the War of the Heavens usually started before the War of the Lower Realms ended. Where would they have the time to attack the dead spirit realm? There were also battles in the dead spirit realm, but they were usually dead spirits against dead spirits. An extremely small number of powerful beings would fight their way into the dead spirit realm. The real large-scale battle was at the river map, where many dead spirit lords were drawn into the battle. That's it then. Suyu smiled and transmitted his voice. Think of a way to bring these guys in and kill them. Kill them all, and there will be no reward for killing them here. There will be rewards in there, especially for killing dead spirits. There will be a lot of rewards. As a guard, kill a dead spirit lord, kill a Dao integration stage expert. This is your chance. A chance to enter the Dao integration stage. In the dead spirit realm, killing dead spirits was not very useful. When they arrived at the Starry Space Mansion, there would be rewards for killing the undead, and there should also be rewards for killing the undead that had entered the living realm. Only then would the three of them have a chance to progress to the Dao integration stage. The three guards' hearts stirred, but they quickly came to their senses. It sounded nice, but the key was that it was really difficult to kill. As they spoke, Marquis Lan Shan, who was grabbed by Suyu, said with a slight change in expression, "We can't go any further. If we go any further, we will enter the passageway to the Starry Universe Mansion. There is a power of rules guarding that place, and dead spirits cannot enter. That is one reason. Secondly, there are many dead spirit lords blocking the way. Once you are blocked, even if you can kill them instantly, you will be delayed for a while, then East King will be able to catch up." At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan was actually very anxious. Why didn't they find a passageway to leave? 36 guards. She recognized Xianxia and the others. Find a guarded passageway to leave. Of course, if she left through the guarded passageway, she would be in trouble. However, East King and the others did not dare to chase after her rashly. What was this new leader thinking, burrowing deeper into the depths? A trap, an ambush? What a joke. There was almost no possibility of an ambush in this place. The appearance of living beings would be sensed. As for dead spirits, were there any existences stronger than East King and the others in the East King region? If there really was, they could just kill their way into East King Manor. Suyu ignored her. Marquis Lan Shan was a little anxious and shouted again. Suyu said bluntly, shut up and follow us with peace of mind. Stop giving orders. Giving orders blindly. I asked you to kill your way out alone, not with the Mist Mountain guards. But you, humph. Marquis Lanshan was taken aback. Then, her expression changed. The Mist Mountain guards can also weaken East King matter. I can also take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 dead spirit lords and reduce the pressure for human lord. Her thoughts were different from Suyu's. Suyu only wanted to attract East King and the others to chase after them. Marquis Lanshan's thoughts were to kill and weaken East King Manor before leaving. She and the Mist Mountain guards did it. Even if Suyu and the others did not make a move, she and the Mist Mountain guards had killed 2 marquis and dozens of dead spirit lords. With such results, even if she died in battle, it would be worth it. She did not know why she was scolded by Suyu. Marquis Lanshan was a little sullen, even aggrieved and resentful. She and the Mist Mountain guards paid the price of almost being annihilated to kill their way out to meet this human lord. In the end, the other party did not seem to recognize her efforts. Suyu shouted with a voice transmission, "What? Did I let you command? I let you kill your way out, rebel, and attract the attention of East King Manor so that your subordinates could take the opportunity to escape or simply wait there. At least for a while, East King will not clean them up. I naturally have a way to prevent East King from returning. An incompetent general will exhaust the army to death." So you did not stand on ceremony and directly scolded with a voice transmission. You made your own decision. Do you think fighting to the end is very heroic? You ruined my grand plan. If I take down East King region, where can I find so many human dead spirits to manage East King region? If not for the fact that we are still in battle, I will kill you for disobeying military orders. Marquis Lanshan was stunned and felt extremely sullen. Since ancient times, she had been extremely brave and even King Wu had personally praised her. But now, she was scolded by the new human lord and even wanted to kill her. What about me? As Suyu escaped, he scolded, so many dead spirit monarchs were killed by you. Let me ask you, if I take down East King region, will you control the entire East King region? Speechless. Marquis Lanshan was sullen. She felt that she should not be treated like this. She brought the power that she had accumulated over the years and fought a bloody battle all the way out. How can you treat me like this? Human lord, your words are chilling. Those brothers who died in battle, they are heroes, you are trash. Suyu interrupted and said quickly, cut the crap. If you are a general under me and don't listen to my orders, after this battle ends, you can go wherever you want. If you still remember that you are a human, listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you go east, don't question me, just follow my orders. Marquis Lanshan did not know what to say for a moment. After a while, she said somewhat sullenly, yes. The new human lord was so overbearing even when escaping. She felt a little upset. We are escaping, are you really not afraid that I will fall out with you now? Also, East King is still chasing us. Are you really confident that you can escape? As for Suyu, he tore the void again. Behind him, East King and the others were getting closer. At this moment, he too suddenly appeared in the distance and shouted, come here, hurry up. Seeing this, Suyu quickly ran over there. In the blink of an eye, they met up with He Tuesday. He too hurriedly said, go in and teleport away. Once we leave, we will be safe. The group of people quickly entered a black hole. As for East Sky King and the others, they slowed down and watched them enter the black hole with some hesitation. A death spirit lord beside him said in a deep voice, Heavenly King, this place. East Sky King frowned slightly. This place? I seem to have been here once, a long time ago. It seems a little special. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment and said, go in. Yes. A few death spirits instantly entered the black hole. At the end of the black hole, Suyu and the others quickly arrived. 360 stars floated in the sky, a little dim. He too quickly led them to the stars, looked at Suyu, and sent a voice transmission. Can you open it? Of course. Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. He quickly circulated the 360 divine apertures and the heavenly cycle technique. Not only that, but a large amount of energy was instilled into the 360 stars. This was the passageway that the ancient human race used to enter the star mansion. How could Suyu, who had Dao integration stage power, not be able to open it? In the next moment, all 360 stars lit up. He too was a little surprised. It really worked. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan was also surprised. What was this? The 360 stars rotated rapidly. Suyu stepped onto a star and soon sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Destroyer and the others. You go to the 3rd star on the upper left, you go to the 5th star on the upper right. Quickly. Suyu arranged for them one by one, including he too. He still had to let he too lead the team, otherwise, he was not familiar with the first level and had to be careful of being trapped there. After the voice transmission, Suyu quickly said, Heavenly Destroyer, you guys go into the small room and circulate the corresponding divine apertures. He had just finished speaking when Heavenly Destroyer said awkwardly, we are not human, so we don't have the corresponding divine apertures. He too and Marquis Lan Shan also looked at each other awkwardly. We are dead spirits, so we don't have the corresponding divine apertures. Miscalculation. For the first time today, Suyu felt that he had miscalculated. Damn it, he could only pray that the Eastern Sky King and the others would be within the range of the 39 divine apertures that he could control. That's right, Suyu knew that the situation here should be the same as above. Here, there was a divine aperture that could control 39 divine apertures. There must be 9 divine apertures that could control the entire divine aperture system. Of course, that might not be the case. Above was the main aperture that controlled the secondary passageway. There was none here, so Suyu could only make a simple judgment. Forget it, it didn't matter if he really couldn't control it. He quickly activated the teleportation. At this moment, the auras of the Eastern Sky King and the others spread over. Suyu judged the time and suddenly activated the teleportation when he didn't see anyone. That's right, he didn't wait for these people. There was no need, it was too deliberate. What he wanted was for them to have no time to react at all. Either they would chase without hesitation, or, we teleport away, and they didn't catch up. It doesn't matter if they didn't catch up, there's still a chance next time. Once they were given time, these guys might hesitate and consider whether it was a trap. Suyu had lied to people many times, so he could still control this psychological warfare. When the Eastern Sky King and the others appeared and saw the star array, a door suddenly appeared on Suyu and the others, quickly teleporting them into the endless void. Suyu laughed and his voice spread, Eastern Sky King, wait until I settle the matter of the life domain, then I'll deal with you. The Eastern Sky King also saw their situation at this moment, and his expression changed. Teleportation array, teleported to the life domain, impossible, but it might not be impossible, his expression changed. These people were going to escape. He glanced around and saw that the Heavenly Destroyer and the others had separated and were all on various large planets. At this moment, the power of teleportation appeared on those large planets. The Eastern Sky King wanted to consider, but he knew that there was no time. The next moment, he shouted, split up on the large planets, quickly. As soon as he said this, the power of the Great Path vibrated. He forcefully suppressed it for a moment. His strength was valiant, and under the vibration of the Great Path, he really suppressed the teleportation for a moment. Suyu and the others were about to disappear, but they suddenly appeared, and the power of teleportation was slightly stagnant. Ha! The Eastern Sky King growled, and his aura erupted. It was extremely valiant, and it immediately froze the moment of teleportation. He did not choose to attack Suyu and the others because it was too late, and he did not have the time to break the door that enveloped Suyu and the others. He instantly drilled into a large planet. The other 5 Death Soul Marquises were still a little hesitant, and the Eastern Sky King shouted, quickly. The Death Soul Marquises had no time to think, and they went up. In an instant, the few of them occupied the large planets. The next moment, the power of teleportation surged even more violently, and they were teleported away in an instant. At this moment, Suyu's voice was still reverberating with boundless anger. Damn it! The Eastern Sky King heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you're angry. Unexpectedly, he really did not expect that this place could suddenly teleport. This was actually a teleportation array, and the key was that Suyu could still activate it. What did this mean? It meant that Suyu could take the dead spirits and leave at any time, avoiding the rules to enter and leave, whether it was through the passage or other places. There were rules and punishments for dead spirits entering and leaving the living domain. Suyu, on the other hand, actually controlled an ancient teleportation array. There might be no rules to restrict him from leaving this place. In an instant, the Eastern Sky King thought of many things. Then if I leave this place, can I also avoid the rules and punishments? If I can, then, the Eastern Sky King was a little excited. If he could enter the living domain, with his strength, would anyone be able to match him? Another very important point was that dead spirits entering the small realm would not be suppressed. This was the same as the human race. The dead spirits were all dead, and the Great Path was the only one. How could there be any suppression? Unless the rules of the small realm could suppress the Death Soul Great Path and suppress this incomparably powerful Great Path, he would not have any suppression. Passage, a passage that directly teleports away. The Eastern Sky King had some expectations and some desire. I can leave the dead soul's domain without restrictions. If so, today's loss, I can bear it. The premise is that I kill Suyu. No, it's best to capture him and search his memories to see how he opened this teleportation. In the teleportation door, Suyu sensed for a while. He did not know if he could pass through this door and pull some fellows like last time. Who cares, I'll give it a try. Suyu quickly circulated the corresponding divine aperture. In an instant, some light spots appeared in the door. It seemed to really work. If I teleport through here, I will probably enter the basement level. They might be together. That's troublesome, Suyu thought to himself. So once I enter, I have to call for old Joe and shake the heavens and earth. I have to leave quickly while the Eastern Sky King and the others are not familiar with this place. Only by entering the first level will I have a chance to kill them. Where to kill them? There was no need for old Joe. Just a little shake would do. Suyu still remembered old Joe's mouth. Anyone would be bitten to death if he opened his mouth. In fact, Suyu still hoped that he wouldn't alarm old Joe too much. He wanted to let the Heavenly Destroyer and the others reach Dao integration first. Then, he would find an opportunity to chat with old Joe. It would be best to go to the 7th level because there, Suyu could enter the 8th level to protect himself. Old Joe might not be able to affect the 8th level. If he provoked old Joe on the 1st level, it would be difficult to escape if things went south. He hoped that the method of opening the realm wall researched by his teacher would be useful. Don't drop the ball midway. If I can't open the cell membrane when I run, then I'll be in trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu sensed for a while. Among the 39 teleportation points that he controlled, there seemed to be only one Death Spirit marquee. Forget it, who cares, I'll weaken the other party first. Suyu's divine aperture vibrated and came into contact with that light spot. The light spot rumbled. At this moment, in the teleportation channel, one of the Death Spirit marquee's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the teleportation channel he was in was trembling slightly. In the next instant, the spatial teleportation power in the channel sliced toward him. This Death Spirit Marquis was also a powerful being, not like those weaklings from before. He let out a low roar, and death aura erupted to suppress the slicing power. Just as he suppressed it, an even more powerful slicing power came from the other side. This was a teleportation from the dead spirit realm to the living spirit realm. The teleportation pressure was also extremely great. Suddenly, a black crack streaked across his arm, emitting bursts of fiery light. With a rumble, his arm trembled, and his black flesh shattered. Suppress! The Death Spirit Marquis roared angrily. What the hell was this place? Why was there teleportation turbulence? He tried his best to control it, but he was cut by countless cracks. In the blink of an eye, he was riddled with wounds, and his aura weakened. He couldn't help but want to go crazy. Dead spirits were easily enraged. In the blink of an eye, his injuries worsened, and he was even worried that he would die here. However, at this moment, he saw light. He was instantly overjoyed. He was going to teleport out. Damn it, this teleportation array was not stable at all. Fine, perhaps this teleportation array was too ancient, so it was normal for it to be unstable. At least he was still alive. As for Suyu, he wasn't done yet. I'm not dead. Unification is unification. He had no intention of holding back, and kept shaking the teleportation array. Last time he played like this, he almost killed someone. This time, he actually didn't die. Amazing, it was a bit regretful. Forget it, at this moment, Suyu also saw light. He was about to be teleported out. In the next moment, in the blink of an eye, Suyu appeared under countless giant pillars. He knew that it was his hair. At the same time, the others also appeared in all directions. On the He-Tu's side, he was extremely close to a death spirit marquee. He was so scared that his face darkened. Damn it, how could he be so unlucky? As for Suyu, he didn't have time to think at all. He shouted, He-Tu, lead the way. Don't worry about anything. The He-Tu shook, and in the next moment, Suyu's origin apertures all opened. Taishan. A low shout. In an instant, countless voices traveled into his ears. The layer shook violently, and countless giant pillars swept out. Rumble. Taishan, damn it, you're not Taishan. Who are you? Old Zhou's voice was much more sober than before, and it was filled with endless anger. F***ck, who is this? Here he comes again, it hasn't been that long. He remembered this voice. He remembered this bastard who kept shouting Taishan in his ears. He was very angry, so angry that he wanted to kill someone. You're here again. Countless hairs turned into giant pillars that swept out in all directions. Suyu was already prepared. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed He-Tu and the others and flew into the sky. Eastern Sky King and the others had just teleported out. While they were still shocked by the aura of the living beings here, the countless giant pillars swept over. Eastern Sky King and the others were fine, but the injured death spirit marquee was sent flying by the giant pillars. He kept spitting out black blood, which seemed to have angered old Zhou. The voice sounded in Suyu's ears again. Death spirit? Damn it, death spirit dares to appear. Boom, countless giant pillars swept in all directions again, especially the unlucky and injured death spirit marquee. Old Zhou didn't seem to have much consciousness, but at this moment, he felt the aura of blood. A large number of giant pillars swept towards the death spirit marquee. Eastern Sky King originally wanted to chase after Suyu, but seeing that he was about to be killed, he frowned and reached out. With a rumble, many of the giant pillars were broken. He grabbed the injured death spirit marquee and dodged the giant pillar attack. He shouted, Chase. Damn it, what was this place? He didn't recognize it, or rather, even if he reached the first floor, he wouldn't recognize it. He had never been to the Starry Mansion. He was still in the Dead Souls domain before ancient times, when King Wu and the others were fighting in the Dead Souls domain. Later, he was subdued, so he didn't have the chance to see the Starry Mansion. The Death Spirit Marquis kept dodging the giant pillars. Some didn't want to dodge, but when one was broken, dozens or hundreds of giant pillars came, beating them back. This was old Zhou's hair. If you broke it, he would naturally come for revenge. As for Suyu, he quickly avoided the giant pillars. He-Tu's voice was also echoing in his ears. Go up, fly straight up, be careful of being surrounded by the giant pillars. Go to the middle, there are fewer giant pillars in the middle. Understood, Suyu understood, the middle parting line, less hair, I understand. He quickly flew towards the middle and flew straight up into the sky. As for Eastern Sky King and the others, they broke a few giant pillars. When they saw Suyu, Eastern Sky King's expression changed. He quickly tore through the void and flew behind Suyu. Suyu should know where this is. Following Suyu was the right choice. As for Suyu, he swallowed another drop of rock blood essence and quickly left. Like a golden-winged rock, he spread his wings and flew, disappearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. Eastern Sky King coldly snorted and shouted, Suyu, you can't escape. Hand over the teleportation method, and I will spare your life. Living Souls domain, furthermore, there were no rules to punish him. He was out. Eastern Sky King was actually very excited. This place was really the Living Souls domain. He felt a completely different aura. This was not the aura of death. Marquis Lan Shan, who was grabbed by Suyu, was also very excited and shocked. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, you must not tell him, otherwise, the Living Souls domain will be plunged into misery and suffering. Once the dead spirits enter the Living Souls domain, the Dead Spirit Monarch is at least 10 times more powerful than the Living Souls domain. Forget about the number of Dao integration cultivators, the key was that the Dead Spirit Monarch was really more than 10 times more powerful than the Living Souls domain. This was still an underestimation. In the Dead Souls domain, there were really many Dead Spirit Monarchs. Nonsense, even Suyu couldn't be bothered to reply. so of course he wouldn't. He too also transmitted his voice in his ear, "Be careful later, the barrier is sealed. You have to break it by force to enter the next level." Back then, it took me a while to break the barrier with Dumbo. Suyu said nothing and quickly flew up into the sky. Soon, he saw a huge platform, which was probably old Zhou's forehead. He stepped on the forehead and quickly approached the barrier to enter the next level. He too's words about breaking it by force were all bullshit. You just don't know how to open it. The Baihui acupoint on Suyu's head exploded, and with a boom, a vortex automatically appeared in the barrier. Suyu quickly stepped into it, and the vortex closed. He too was dumbfounded. Holy F***, Suyu was more familiar with it than he was. How was that possible? Behind him, the Eastern Sky King and the others also quickly charged over, but the vortex disappeared. The dead spirit monarchs were also extremely powerful, and they forcefully attacked it. Rumble, cracks appeared on the barrier, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Meanwhile, Suyu quickly ran toward the mouth. The most ferocious part of the first level was the mouth. Last time, Suyu had experimented with that huge mouth, and even space was crushed. At this moment, he too still couldn't help but transmit his voice. "Didn't you say that you haven't been here before? How can you open the barrier?" Suyu couldn't be bothered to answer him. "I'm familiar with this place. Even if I haven't been there, I'm familiar with it. Opening the barrier by force, aren't you stupid? This place was prepared for the human race, not for the dead spirits in Wan. Naturally, you can't open it." As for Suyu, he had been extremely calm. Until now, everything was still under his control. The only uncertain factor was old Zhou, everything else was within his calculations. Old Zhou's voice gradually dissipated. It seemed that the stimulation wasn't enough, and old Zhou hadn't recovered. He only recovered for a while, and now he was silent again. Suyu flew quickly. Behind him, there was a loud boom. The Eastern Sky King and the others had also come out. He too and Xiachen had been working for a long time, but these people were powerful, so they didn't need that long. As for Suyu, he didn't care about that. He transmitted his voice to the guards. "Later, if you see anyone about to die, take the opportunity to kill them. Remember, you must get it, especially that injured dead spirit monarch. Whoever kills him will be able to reach Dao integration. Sky Destroyer, you first, you're the closest to Dao integration." Sky Destroyer was still in a daze. Up until now, they had only launched a surprise attack and fought. Could they really kill the dead spirit monarch? If they killed him, would they be able to reach Dao integration? Was that for real? He wasn't sure, but he knew that listening to Suyu was the right thing to do. Suyu, this fellow, only took advantage and never suffered losses. They didn't know much about this place. Even though they had lived in the Starry Mansion, they didn't know much about this place. Since Suyu said so, they would do it. In the blink of an eye, Suyu saw that huge canyon. That was the mouth. On both sides, there were huge teeth as big as mountains. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell that they were teeth. Suyu remembered the bite point from last time. He quickly broke through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he flew to the bite point. Behind him, the Eastern Sky King had already brought a few Death Spirit Marquis to chase after him. At this moment, the Eastern Sky King was also looking around with some curiosity and doubt. One of the dead spirit monarchs was a bit excited. "This is the Starry Mansion. Not the passage from Duke Gong's mansion, but another passage." Starry Mansion, the Eastern Sky King was also surprised. This was the legendary Starry Mansion. This wasn't the time to open it, right? He was also getting more and more excited. Suyu. If Suyu could teleport in, then he could teleport out. Perhaps he could teleport directly to the living realm. Even if he couldn't, it was said that the Starry Mansion was filled with countless opportunities. However, he felt his heart palpitate slightly. This place might not be safe. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but he didn't find any living beings. Apart from Suyu and the others, there was not a single shadow of a ghost here. Could it be that there was danger in the higher levels? In front, Suyu turned his head and looked over with a dark expression. "I didn't expect you to chase me here. I underestimated you. Don't follow me anymore. There are many human marquises guarding this place, and they are all still alive. Eastern Sky King, you and I mind our own business. There's no need to keep fighting. If you really push me too far, you won't get anything out of it." Human marquises? The Eastern Sky King laughed. Are you kidding me? If I really did, I would have left long ago, 9 tides. Do you think I don't know anything? You think you can fool and deceive dead souls? What a joke. This mortal lord's thinking was too simple. As for Suyu, he ignored him. He looked around with a dark expression and suddenly said, we passed the entrance to the 2nd level. At this moment, a Marquis of the Dead Souls seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly exclaimed, Heavenly King, the entrance to the 2nd level isn't in front, it's behind us. The Eastern Sky King looked behind him. Indeed, he saw a spot of light in the void. A vortex. That was the area between the eyebrows. That was the entrance to the 2nd level. The Eastern Sky King almost wanted to laugh. Suyu passed it. Marquis Lan Shan was also shocked and wanted to curse. What an idiot! Was this human emperor an idiot? The passageway was near the boundary wall. This human emperor had been here before, so he knew him. He actually led them to a place far away from the entrance. This idiot, was this really the human emperor? One was the mouth, the other was the eyebrows. The distance was still very far. Suyu's expression was dark, and he instantly flew into the void. As for the Eastern Sky King and the others, they were overjoyed. They didn't expect that Suyu would actually pass the entrance. This was simply ridiculous, the Eastern Sky King shouted, don't give them the chance to escape. Although he felt that there might not be any marquee above, wasn't it better to deal with Suyu and the others here? Why take the risk? Even if it was risky, he had to deal with these people first. The Marquis of the Dead Souls quickly landed where Suyu had just stood. This was also the place where Suyu had deduced that they would stand after chasing after him. Just as they arrived, Suyu's lips moved. Taishan, 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 Martial Monarch, Taishan is here to find you, damn it. I'm going to kill you. Boom, the sky changed. With boundless anger and resentment, old Zhou's brows seemed to be furrowed. The next moment, with a crack, he closed his mouth. That was the action of gritting his teeth in anger. He was flustered and exasperated. He was going to kill this little bug. There was a little bug that had been provoking him all this time. He had finally fallen asleep, but today he was provoked and woken up again. The last time he had woken up, he had exploded from anger because of the situation on the 7th level. This resentment had just dissipated a little when it came again. Crack, the void exploded from the bite. 2 of the Marquis of the Dead Souls landed on the bite point. The speed at which the teeth closed was frightening. With a crack, the 2 Marquis of the Dead Souls didn't even have time to react, much less escape. In an instant, their dead souls' bodies were cut in half. Even the Dao bodies in their bodies were crushed instantly. Old Zhou was truly powerful beyond compare. Little bug, I'm going to kill you. Old Zhou's angry voice reverberated in Suyu's ears, causing Suyu's sea of will to tremble. Suyu's human master token was activated, and he muttered, I am the human master, martial monarch. If you are still human, listen to my orders, order your ancestors. Little bug, you're dead. Old Zhou's angry voice traveled over. Suyu was speechless. F***ck, this won't do. Aren't you a human? Can't you at least respect the human master? At this moment, he rapidly shuttled through the void, and as the Eastern Sky King and the others retreated in horror, he threw out the Heavenly Annihilation. The Heavenly Annihilation didn't care. With a roar, he transformed into a giant ape, clenched his fists, and punched heavily at the Marquis of the Dead Souls that had been cut in half. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. After the Heavenly Annihilation was unsealed, his strength was also extremely powerful. Apart from the fact that he didn't bring his cudgel, he was even more powerful than an ordinary Eternal Level 9 cultivator. At this moment, he was still somewhat confident in dealing with the 2 Marquis of the Dead Souls whose bodies had been destroyed and their dead souls' bodies severed. With a loud rumble, half of the Marquis of the Dead Souls' body was directly smashed by him. Rumble. Suddenly, the power of countless rules descended from the sky. They fell toward the Heavenly Annihilation. As for the Heavenly Annihilation, he roared and threw the other Marquis of the Dead Souls' body at Xinghong and the others. Xinghong and Yunxiao didn't care. Suyu even personally attacked, and the 3 of them attacked together. Rumble, with one move, the Marquis of the Dead Souls' body was smashed into pieces and exploded. Similarly, a wave of power of the rules descended, but it quickly split into 3, appearing much weaker. Suyu didn't want it at all. He just rubbed it and stuffed all the power of the rules into Marquis Lan Shan's body. He quickly retreated. As soon as he left, the Eastern Sky King cracked the void with a palm. Suyu escaped with the Marquis of the Dead Souls, and the Heavenly Annihilation also fled frantically, still absorbing the power of the rules. He absorbed the most. The Eastern Sky King's expression was extremely ugly. Dead. He didn't even have time to react, and they were dead. Two Marquis had suddenly died. What the hell happened? He looked at the mouth again, and his eyes revealed a trace of horror. What the hell was that thing? The thing that merged in that instant seemed to be a tooth, and in the end, the two Marquis of the Dead Souls' bodies exploded, and even their Dao bodies exploded. At this moment, a voice sounded in Suyu's ears again. It was old Zhou's angry voice. Damn little bug, you actually fed me a stinky bug. You're dead. He felt that he had bitten something extremely stinky. That's just like sh*t. This made old Zhou extremely angry. This little bug was humiliating him, and he wanted to kill him. This was too disgusting. In his eyes, the dead souls were shit. As for Suyu, his expression changed. This time old Zhou was even more clear-headed. Previously, when he was angry, he would dissipate, but this time, he was still able to curse. How troublesome. Even though he had killed two Marquis of the Dead Souls, he wasn't happy. Old Zhou might really wake up. And Eastern Sky King was fine. Even if he killed the remaining two Marquis of the Dead Souls, as long as Eastern Sky King didn't die, he wouldn't be able to fight. If he couldn't fight, Suyu would have to call old Zhou. If he did, no matter how angry old Zhou was, and how clear-headed he was. I think I'm going to be unlucky this time. In the distance, the Heavenly Annihilation was howling. Large amounts of power of the rules surged in, causing his great Dao power to tremble. He roared and laughed wildly. I think I'm going to advance. Ha ha ha, 100,000 years. The Heavenly Annihilation was ecstatic. He, who was already one step away from Dao integration, was now being washed by large amounts of the power of the rules. Vaguely, one could see the great Dao appear above his head and quickly fuse together. It was a great Dao that looked like a big stick. The Heavenly Annihilation's Dao looked quite special, and not many people used it. As the Heavenly Annihilation was roaring, a black palm appeared behind him. Boom, the palm slapped toward him. It was Eastern Sky King, and the Heavenly Annihilation suddenly roared and turned to punch. Rumble. With a bang, the Heavenly Annihilation, who had just been ecstatic, suddenly coughed up blood. His great Dao trembled, and he was sent flying in the blink of an eye. He crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to shake. The Heavenly Annihilation coughed up blood, and without a word, he quickly ran toward Suyu and roared, "Take me with you." Suyu turned his head helplessly. I thought you could fight, but you can't. Mount high. The void shook. Boom, the entire level shook violently, and both the Eastern Sky King and the Heavenly Annihilation staggered. However, Suyu was prepared. He shuttled through the void, grabbed the Heavenly Annihilation, and quickly escaped. In an instant, he shuttled through the void and flew to the entrance of the second level. Suyu directly entered it. In the blink of an eye, Suyu disappeared. As for the Eastern Sky King, his expression was extremely gloomy, and he was in no hurry to give chase. Beside him, the three Death Soul Marquises also flew over with palpitations and shock. They didn't even know what had happened. Suddenly, two Death Soul Marquises had died. Today, the Death Soul Marquises' deaths were simply inexplicable. Heavenly King, the Eastern Sky King didn't speak. He looked around with a gloomy expression. What is this? What is this place? He seemed to have sensed signs of life. This. Don't tell me this is a person. He stood up sore and looked down at the first level. His expression became even more unsightly as he murmured, Starry Mansion. What kind of existence is this? He was a little scared. This seemed to be a face distorted by anger. Wasn't the Starry Mansion a treasure land? Why was it so evil? He looked at the entrance of the second level with a heavy heart. It was a bad start. Out of the 9 powerful Marquises under him, only 3 were left in the blink of an eye. One of them was even injured. Damn it, who can tell me what exactly happened? Should I chase or not? If I don't chase, can I still return to the Dead Souls world? He didn't know how to go back at all. Could it be that he had to waste time here? With some struggle and some regret, the Eastern Sky King said in a low voice, Be careful, this place is an evil place. Don't die anymore. The 3 Death Soul Marquises were also extremely solemn. Who wanted to die, but why was this damn place so evil? The Eastern Sky King didn't say anything else. He quickly flew to the entrance and looked at the vortex. With some fear, he said in a low voice, "Go up." Heavenly King. Do we still chase? If we don't chase, are we going to wait here? The Eastern Sky King said coldly, "Do you know how to get out?" The 7th level. Maybe we can only leave this place by going through that tunnel on the 7th level. If we don't go up, then we'll just have to wait here for them to set up a trap. The 3 Death Soul Marquises trembled slightly. Without saying anything else, they followed the Eastern Sky King toward the entrance with vigilance and uneasiness. 2nd level. Suyu quickly flew toward the entrance of the 3rd level. Marquis Lan Shan, who he was carrying, was also extremely shocked. He transmitted his voice to Suyu. "What is that?" The Martial Emperor's mouth. "What?" "Nothing." Suyu didn't bother saying anything else. He looked at the Heavenly Destroyer, who was still throwing up blood, and said in a low voice, "You didn't advance." Soon, Sky Destroyer was powerless. The death energy had been worn away by him. He said helplessly, "Can you not find such a strong opponent for me?" F***ck, he's too powerful. He almost killed me with one palm. So you also didn't expect that the Heavenly Destroyer wouldn't even be able to take one palm. You're too weak, forget it, I should have expected it. After all, the Heavenly Destroyer didn't have the big stick, and he hadn't advanced to Dao integration stage. How much longer? Give me some more time, he had just said that when Yin Xiao and Xing Hong's auras changed. In an instant, both of them reached the 9th stage Eternal Realm. Yin Xiao and Xing Hong were extremely excited. Yin Xiao quickly said, "If I kill one more, I might be able to reach Dao integration." Xing Hong also said anxiously, "Give the Eastern Sky King to the Heavenly Destroyer, and the rest will be split between me, Yin Xiao, and Marquis Lan Shan." F***cku, the Heavenly Destroyer was speechless. "I won't do it. That guy is too terrifying, so you couldn't be bothered with them." It was good that they had advanced. He devoured another drop of blood essence and flew toward a higher level, to the 7th level. He shouted crazily, "Kill them all." At most, he would hide at the entrance of the 8th level. At this moment. The 8th level. The entrance suddenly trembled, and an illusory figure appeared, looking around with some trepidation. "Danger," the entrance disappeared after a murmur. "I'm scared. I'll hide the entrance first. It seems like another big trouble is coming." Suyu led the Heavenly Destroyer and the others to escape to the higher floors. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan coughed. He had just barely digested the nomological power and his injuries were almost healed. However, his Dao body had exploded, and this was not something that could be easily repaired. Marquis Lan Shan's current strength was only at level 9 of the Eternal Realm. Apart from Suyu, Heavenly Destroyer and the others were all at level 9 of the Eternal Realm. Marquis Lan Shan coughed and looked at Suyu with a complicated expression. "Human Lord, are we going to the 7th floor?" "Yes. There's a passageway over there. Dead Spirit Passageway. It leads to the Dead Souls world. We all know this. Going to the 7th floor. Human Lord, it will be very difficult to kill East King. He can escape. There was a passageway on the 7th floor, almost all the big shots in the Dead Souls world knew about this. After all, this passageway had existed since King Gong's era. So you didn't say much. He knew that killing East King wasn't that easy. However, even if he couldn't kill East King, he could still kill the Dead Souls Marquis. So you said quickly, he still has 3 Dead Souls Marquis subordinates. If we can't kill East King, we'll kill the other 3. Even if East King escapes, it's no big deal. I'll bring people to hunt him down. At that time, it wouldn't be East King who would hunt him down. Once Heavenly Destroyer and the others reached Dao integration, East King was powerful enough to fight 3 or 4 Dao integration experts. Then what about 5 or 6? After killing the Marquis of the Death Souls, Old Tortoise and the other guards could also be freed up to kill the East King. Of course, it would be best if they could kill him here, otherwise, if East King escaped to another Heavenly King's territory and summoned the other Heavenly Kings, it would be troublesome. Among the 4 heavenly kings, there might be heavenly kings supporting the human race. However, even if there were, Suyu estimated that there would be 1 at most. If there were 2, it would be even. The East King region wouldn't keep suppressing the dead souls of the human race like this. Marquis Lanshan didn't continue talking about this. After a moment of silence, he said, "Human Lord, can you put me down? I've recovered from my injuries, but my Tao body doesn't exist. I've fallen to Tao integration. Strictly speaking, I'm much stronger than he too." At the side, he too tilted his head to look at her and snorted in dissatisfaction. However, there was nothing wrong with his words. He too was only at the 7th phase, so he was indeed not as strong as her. Even now, it wouldn't be a problem for Marquis Lanshan to beat him. "I forgot." Suyu laughed, casually throwing Marquis Lanshan down. Only then did Marquis Lanshan relax. Being carried by Suyu, she felt humiliated. Of course, this feeling was hidden in her heart. At her level, she was still easily angered, but she could also distinguish between friend and foe. Marquis Lanshan's mood was rather complicated. She quickly followed the group and flew towards the entrance of the 3rd floor. However, she paid more attention to Suyu. This new master doesn't seem to be that strong. It wasn't that he wasn't powerful, but his Tao integration stage combat prowess seemed to have been derived from external sources. He wasn't at the Tao integration stage. The fact that the new human lord wasn't at the Tao integration stage was somewhat unexpected to her. She didn't have a wide range of sources of information, and the human lord, Suyu, was also new. Previously, she had thought that the new human lord would at least have the combat strength of a Tao integration stage expert. In the previous 9 tides, there was no human lord who wasn't at the Tao integration stage. However, this new human lord exceeded her expectations. His combat strength wasn't too powerful, but he seemed to be omnipotent. Under the pursuit of the East King and many Death Spirit Lords, he easily disposed of the Death Spirit Lords who had suppressed her in the past. Moreover, the Guardians actually unsealed themselves to help this new human lord. This was unprecedented. She recognized the Heavenly Destroyer and the others. Others might not recognize them, but the Guardians definitely recognized them. The stubborn Guardians of the Heavenly Destroyer actually chose to support the new human lord in this tide. Marquis Lanshan thought to herself. Also, the dead spirits, she also recognized he too, the thorn of the first tide. He too wasn't the human lord. During the first tide, he was the one who controlled the tide. He too was very similar to Suyu, but he wasn't like Suyu. In the end, he relied on external forces to suppress the human race. After all, the human race was too powerful at that time. This thorn was actually hanging around with Suyu now. With these thoughts in mind, Marquis Lanshan suddenly transmitted her voice to Yun Xiao. "Yun Xiao, what's the situation with the human race in the world of living?" Marquis Lanshan knew that the human race wasn't doing very well during this tide. She wasn't too sure about the specific situation. Yun Xiao looked at her in surprise. "You don't know? Alright, it's normal that you don't know." Marquis Lanshan had helped Book Spirit and the others kill 2 Marquis last time, but that was all. She didn't know what happened after that. Yun Xiao transmitted her voice casually. "It's pretty good. So you gathered a large number of helpers and killed many Tao integration stage beings. Now that all the immortals, demons, and dragons are in the sealed realm, the human race should be able to dominate for a while." Marquis Lanshan was shocked. Dominate? She hadn't expected this. The human race could still dominate this tide? Does the human race have Tao integration stage beings? She asked. Yun Xiao quickly replied, "There is one." This time, Marquis Lanshan was really surprised. That Tao integration stage being is this new human lord's family? Otherwise, if there was a Tao integration stage being, Suyu wouldn't be the human lord. No. Yun Xiao seemed to know what she was thinking and quickly said, "The new human Tao integration stage being the monarch of Great Zhou." The monarch of Great Zhou doesn't have a good relationship with him, and they even have a grudge. Marquis Lanshan, don't think too much. Suyu isn't as powerful as the monarch of Great Zhou, but if the monarch of Great Zhou goes against him, I think the monarch of Great Zhou will die. Furthermore, Suyu becoming the human lord was the decision of the monarch of Great Zhou and the others. The monarch of Great Zhou and the others have been dormant for many years and couldn't do anything to Wan. When it came to Suyu, he quickly turned the tables. She didn't even think about how many Dao integration stage beings Suyu had gathered. Double Balls, Old Turtle, Iron-Eating Beast Emperor, Book Spirit, Tea Tree. Without these Dao integration stage beings, even if the monarch of Great Zhou roped in a few Dao integration stage beings, it would be useless. Furthermore, without the cohesiveness displayed by Suyu, Dao integration stage beings like the Primordial Giant King and the Spatial Beast Emperor might not dare to participate in the battle. The prerequisite for them to participate in the battle was that Suyu's slaughter would strike fear into the hearts of all. In Yinzhao's eyes, all of this was done by Suyu. It wasn't the monarch of Great Zhou's strategy. Marquis Lanshan was digesting this information. She didn't expect this to be the result. She thought that the human race was in a difficult situation. She thought that Suyu sought her out because the human race in the spiritual world was in danger. Suyu wanted her, the Marquis of Death, to enter the spiritual world and participate in the battle to save the human race. She was even prepared to barge into the spiritual world and suffer the punishment of the laws. As long as she didn't die, she could participate in the battle, but now, Yun Xiao told her that wasn't the case. Suyu had already suppressed one in the spiritual world. This human lord, who wasn't very powerful, had done something that other Dao integration human lords couldn't. It wasn't that no one could suppress the myriad worlds. The 100-battle monarch had also done so in the early stages. But later on, when the upper realm opened, all of this advantage disappeared. Marquis Lanshan's emotions became more and more complicated. If she had known this, perhaps Yu Xing, Hong Yun, and the others wouldn't have died. She had only thought that the human race might be in great danger. She could kill a few more marquises here to reduce the pressure on the human race. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this? No wonder this new human lord seemed so angry and felt that she didn't obey his orders. Just as she was thinking this, Suyu yelled, "Hurry up, you two!" He yelled angrily and grabbed the two of them. He was a little angry. "Dong Wang is following us. Why are you wasting time by grabbing me?" Women, they actually seemed to be chatting at this moment. Even their speed had slowed down. Suyu was a little angry. Their enemies were still behind them. "Do you think you're shopping?" In his anger, Suyu directly grabbed the two of them and flew toward the entrance. "Don't give me any more trouble. Do you understand?" Yun Xiao shrugged at Marquis Lanshan. "You wanted to chat with me. Look, Suyu is flipping out." When Suyu was weak, he would call her queen or mistress. Now, he was very arrogant. Fine, Yun Xiao wouldn't argue with him. After all, they had indeed wasted time. In an instant, the group passed through the entrance and entered the third level. Suyu set up a small restriction that wasn't very useful. If it was broken, he could sense that the other party had caught up. It was only used to determine the distance. He led the group again and flew toward the higher levels. As Suyu flew, he observed the Heavenly Destroyer's situation. At this moment, the Heavenly Destroyer's aura was fluctuating, but he still hadn't broken through. The Heavenly Destroyer also sensed Suyu's gaze and said awkwardly, "Without the cudgel, there's still a barrier between me and the laws. Without the cudgel, it'll be a little more difficult for me to comprehend the Dao integration realm." The cudgel was their bearer of the laws. It was also a connection. Without the weapon, the Heavenly Destroyer's comprehension of the laws was a little weaker. Otherwise, with his strength in the outside world, he might have succeeded in the Dao integration realm the instant he absorbed the power of the laws. Suyu frowned. He had been careless. No wonder he felt that the Heavenly Destroyer could reach the Dao integration realm after he unsealed himself. In the end, he absorbed a large amount of the power of the laws and still hadn't completed his breakthrough. So it was because he didn't have the weapon. If he was like this, then Yun Xiao and Xing Hong would also be like this. In that case, it would be even more difficult for Xing Hong and Yun Xiao to reach the Dao integration realm. However, the ancient city couldn't disappear. If it disappeared, Wan would definitely know. Suyu was still afraid that Wan would cause trouble at this time. The Heavenly Destroyer quickly said, "But it's fine, I'll be very fast." Then, he said helplessly, "Even if I advance to the Dao integration realm, I probably won't be able to defeat that Eastern Heavenly King." I've never won a fight. Fine, it was a sad thing. It wasn't that he hadn't won before. At least he had defeated many treasures before. Many treasures then reached the Tao integration realm. After that, he lost to the Dragon Emperor and the Eastern Heavenly King. Next, when he fought the Eastern Heavenly King, there was a high chance that he would still lose. He couldn't win this fight, so he didn't really want to fight anymore. His eagerness to fight was also built on the basis that he could often win. Even at this juncture, everyone wanted to laugh. Xinghong couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly Destroyer, didn't you say that you were the most powerful person below the Tao integration realm? That's below the Tao integration realm. The Heavenly Destroyer was furious. If I unseal myself and bring my staff, I'll be number one, so you couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He continued to shuttle through space and devour another drop of Depung blood essence. This was already the 5th drop he had devoured today. He had extracted the most Depung blood essence, 9 drops. If he continued for a while longer, he would run out of Tao integration blood essence. However, the Dragon Emperor still had some. His speed soared again, and Suyu instantly tore through space and entered the 4th level. He didn't look around, nor did he care. During the period when the starry universe matter was sealed, there were actually quite a lot of fluctuations. Perhaps old Zhou was recovering his vital energy, but the vital energy fluctuations on the entire level were very strong, rushing in all directions. So you couldn't be bothered to look around. He had to hurry up and go to the 7th level first. If the Eastern Heavenly King and the others didn't come up, it wouldn't matter. If they didn't come up after a long time, when the old turtle settled the chaos, the East King region would become the old turtle's territory. Could the Eastern Heavenly King hide in the lower level forever? Furthermore, the other party was very powerful. Suyu felt that he wouldn't hide. If he really couldn't do anything to him, the Eastern Heavenly King would definitely leave through the 7th level's passageway. 5th level, 6th level, Suyu rapidly tore through space after space. Soon, he arrived at the 7th level, 7th level. It was a flat stretch of land. Last time on the 7th level, old Zhou showed his might and flattened the entire 7th level. All the mansions, including Duke Gong's manor, were flattened by old Zhou. Therefore, not a single blade of grass was left on the entire 7th level. Old Zhou was really enraged and went crazy. Therefore, at this moment, he could see the dead spirit passageway in the distance. But without the origin restoring blade. Even without it, the passageway wasn't open randomly. He could vaguely feel some power of the law converging there. Previously, the power of the law was concentrated in the origin restoring blade. Now that the blade was gone, the power of the law could only be dispersed near the dead spirit passageway. And over there, it seemed like dead spirits were probing and attacking, wanting to enter. So you quickly tore through the air and went to the 8th level entrance to check out the situation. He made preparations to evacuate at any time. This time, when the Eastern Heavenly King came up, Suyu planned to directly call old Zhou. Old Zhou could show his might on the 7th level, but the 8th level might not necessarily affect him. The pressure on the 8th level was too strong. The Senate headquarters, various lords' mansions, countless marquis mansions, and even some generals' mansions were there. In ancient times, even if old Zhou was resurrected, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to the big shots on the 8th level. There was more than one master of the laws, perhaps more than 100, after all, there was a high chance that the senators had the combat strength of a master of the laws. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to contend with humans. Suyu quickly flew toward the 8th level entrance. When he arrived at the Dead Spirits Tunnel, he could vaguely see a few sovereigns trying to break through. They seemed to have seen Suyu as well. Suyu also found the sovereigns somewhat familiar. He suddenly shouted, "Ta Fa?" He too also recognized them. He laughed heartily. "Ta Fa, you guys are still here?" Behind the Dead Spirit Gate, Ta Fa and the other sovereigns were stunned. "Holy shit, why are you guys here again?" The next moment, a ripple spread out. He too. "How did you get in?" "Right, last time you said there was a transfer channel, but didn't you say it couldn't be opened now?" He too laughed heartily. "I came in with someone else." Ta Fa was speechless. Here, Ta Fa was the strongest. So you already knew that he was a 7th stage Eternal Realm cultivator. He didn't want to waste words. He quickly said, "You guys should leave as soon as possible. The group of dead spirits behind you might try to break through the tunnel. When they see you blocking their way, they'll kill you in an instant." Ha ha ha. Ta Fe laughed heartily. Dead spirits? I've been here for many years, but I've never seen a dead spirit. You're that Suyu. I remember you. Last time, you lied here, and now you want to lie to us? I don't believe it. Last time this guy lied, he was here. In the end, a bunch of people died, and a bunch of dead spirit monarchs died. This time, this guy is here again. Who is he going to lie to this time? Marquis Lan Shan looked at Suyu strangely. This human lord knew quite a few dead spirits. Most importantly, when the dead spirit monarchs saw him, their first thought was that he was lying. Was this the label of a new human lord? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Suyu knew that these guys might not know about the Four Kings domain. Because Old Tortoise guarded this area and didn't allow others to enter, many of these dead spirit monarchs didn't know about the situation outside the dead spirit galaxy. He too didn't know before, thinking that he was the boss of this domain. He only warned them because these dead spirits had helped him solve some problems last time. As for whether they listened or not, it was up to them. These dead spirits were stupid, not as shrewd as those in the East King region. Suyu ignored them and looked around. Suddenly, he froze and couldn't help cursing. F***ck, where's the entrance? I remember the entrance was here last time. Suyu thought of something and shouted, Marquis Tong Tian, come out and meet me. The entrance to the 8th floor wasn't a natural entrance, but a gate that had turned into a spirit. Suyu didn't pay much attention to Old Tortoise's words. Now that he sensed the disappearance of the gate, he guessed that Marquis Tong Tian must have sensed something and moved the gate away. Damn it, how can I go to the 8th floor if it's gone? Suyu said quickly. Marquis Tong Tian, I'm Suyu, the current human lord. We've met before. I have something important to do, can we meet? As he said that, he quickly looked behind him. Eastern Sky King and the others might be coming. The gate was gone. Are you kidding me? Suyu gritted his teeth. He couldn't go to the 8th floor like this, so he could only leave through the dead spirit passage. Otherwise, he would be the one being surrounded and killed. Nonsense. And at this moment, in the void, there seemed to be a huge gate in the middle of a void crack, trembling slightly. A phantom appeared and looked down from the void. Without Suyu seeing it, the phantom in the gate murmured, Suyu, it's him. Of course he remembered this guy. Last time, it was this guy who seemed to have caused chaos on the 7th floor and killed a demon expert on the 8th floor. After that, he didn't stay at all and left directly. He even praised this guy. This guy was here again. Moreover, he brought some guys who looked familiar. That's Heavenly Annihilation? He looked for a while and frowned slightly. He was the spirit guarding the 8th floor. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. Moreover, he felt some danger. Should he go and meet Suyu, the current human ruler? Human ruler, did the human race have a new ruler? Wasn't it the last time, and now there was one? Thoughts rose in his mind. And on the 7th floor, Suyu was a little anxious. Something had happened at this time. This Marquis Tong Tian had moved the gate away. At this moment, Heavenly Annihilation also roared, Old man Tong Tian, don't you recognize me? I even knocked on your gate. Why are you running? Hurry up and open the gate. Xinghong nudged him with his elbow. Be more polite. He was a marquis, after all, and now he had a favor to ask. Suyu kept looking back. The restriction he left on the 6th floor had been broken, which meant that Eastern Sky King and the others had reached the 6th floor. Very soon, they would go to the 7th floor, but the gate was gone. The disappearance of the gate meant that he had one less escape route. Perhaps Marquis Tong Tian didn't want to participate, or was worried that something would happen, so he moved the gate away and hid himself. He hid himself, which gave Suyu a headache. He didn't say anything more. If the other party didn't come out, could he still attack, provoke another marquis as an enemy? At this moment, Heavenly Annihilation was also anxious. Then what do we do? This old man isn't coming out. He should also be restricted by the rules and has been guarding the gate all this time. He is the incarnation of the gate, and his only mission is to guard the gate. We aren't familiar with him. If we ask him to open the gate now, he's probably worried that the gate will be broken. We aren't familiar with the rules, so it's impossible to count on him to break them. For example, if you weren't familiar with the old turtle, it was unlikely that he would help you break the rules. So you took a deep breath and looked toward the entrance of the 7th floor. He was thinking about something. After a moment, Suyu said gravely, "Heavenly annihilation, how much longer do you need to advance to Tao integration? Just give me a little while more." Suyu looked at the others, then at Marquis Lan Shan. Marquis Lan Shan, one of the death spirits Marquis, is seriously injured. Can you deal with him? Marquis Lan Shan nodded. That's Marquis Mo Yen. His injuries aren't light. I've just recovered a little. Although I've fallen from Tao integration, it shouldn't be difficult to fight him. Suyu looked at Heavenly Annihilation. Can you deal with a Marquis alone? Heavenly Annihilation frowned. If I advance to Tao integration, then it shouldn't be a problem. After all, this is the living realm, not the dead soul's realm. I've advanced here, so I can deal with him even without the big stick. Suyu looked at Xinghong and the others again. Can you deal with a Marquis after you advance to the 9th stage? Xinghong said gravely, it'll be difficult. It'll be quite difficult. After all, Yun Xiao and I are only at the 9th stage. Of course, it shouldn't be a problem for us to delay him for a while. The others looked at Suyu, not knowing what Suyu meant. At this moment, there were 3 Marquis and 1 King on the East King's side. Was he going to fight them head-on? Could Suyu deal with the East King? Suyu didn't know, but he had a drop of the little white dog's blood essence. He had begged for it before, and the little white dog had given it to him without hesitation. The little white dog was very strong, that was for sure. However, could it deal with the East King by borrowing its power? It was hard to say, so you didn't want to call Oel Zhou now. The entrance to the 8th level had disappeared, and Oel Zhou was much more clear-headed. If he hid in the cell membrane, he might be discovered by Oel Zhou. Unless Suyu could guarantee that he could enter the 8th level, he would really be risking his life. Suyu took a deep breath. I have a few options now. I can use the Martial Emperor to kill them, but the chances of me being killed are not small. The second option is to retreat through the Dead Soul's passageway, but if I leave, it will be very difficult for me to kill the Spirit Lord with the reward. It will be very difficult for the 2 of you to advance to Tao integration. The third option is to fight them head-on. Suyu thought of this and suddenly said, actually, the best way is for Xinghong and Yun Xiao to kill the injured Spirit Lord, while Marquis Lan Shan to deal with the uninjured Spirit Lord. That way, Yun Xiao and the others would have a greater chance of advancing. However, Marquis Lan Shan's cultivation base had fallen, and there was a high chance that she would die fighting a Spirit Lord who was uninjured. Marquis Lan Shan said in a low voice, then I'll go fight Shenping Marquis. I'll buy time for everyone, and the 2 guardians will have a chance of killing Mo Yen Marquis. Once we kill him, both of you will have a chance of advancing to Tao integration. As she said this, she looked toward Suyu. Human Emperor. Are you confident in dealing with East Monarch? No. Suyu said bluntly. Even little white dog might not have this confidence, let alone him. He was only borrowing a drop of blood essence, and the battle would only last about 5 minutes. Of course, in a battle between powerful beings, 5 minutes was enough. 5 minutes was enough for them to fight for tens of thousands of rounds. Xinghong frowned slightly. It's too dangerous, Suyu, why don't we forget about it? We've gained a lot this time, and if we can't do it, let's retreat first. Advancing to Tao integration depends on fate. If we can't do it this time, then we'll talk about it in the future. Now, they could leave through the Dead Soul's passageway. The Eastern Heavenly King and the others might not pursue them to the end. Of course, if they fought in the Dead Soul's realm, there would be no reward for killing the Eastern Heavenly King and the others. Here, killing the Dead Souls would give the Guardians more rewards. Only then would they have a chance of advancing to Tao integration quickly. Once they succeeded, they would have 3 more Tao integration stage beings. Suyu was also hesitating. At this moment, he quickly walked to the entrance of the Dead Soul's passageway and looked up at the sky with some hesitation and annoyance. Heaven-reaching Marquis, this person had closed the door, and he was a little exasperated. He was wondering if he should wait for the Eastern Heavenly King and the others to come up and call him Grand Mountain. The key was that when Old Zhou appeared last time, he killed many dead soul monarchs with a single breath. Even the ones outside the Dead Souls passageway were killed. If he called Old Zhou, would Old Zhou chase him all the way to the Dead Souls realm? That would be terrifying. He was conflicted. The Dead Souls passageway did not have 8 levels of stability. Also, Suyu knew that this Dead Souls passageway could be used to exit. But could he enter? He really did not know. He had never entered it before. Also, last time, it was Old Zhou who destroyed the nomological power of this place, which allowed him to enter unimpeded. What about now? Suyu was still contemplating the pros and cons. Behind him, separated by some nomological power, Tua Fa and the other dead soul monarchs were looking at them in confusion. Sensing their strength, Tua Fa seemed to recognize Xianxia and the others. With a strange expression, he said, "He too, Suyu, are you really going to fight a powerful enemy? Dead Soul Marquis? Where did this Dead Soul Marquis come from?" As he spoke, he glanced at Marquis Lanshan. This Dead Soul's aura was also very powerful, but he did not recognize him. Could it be that a Dead Soul Marquis had really awakened? How come I don't know about this? Suyu could not be bothered with them, but he still said, "Of course it's true. A Dao integration battle might erupt later. If you're not afraid of death, then continue to block the way." With this thought in mind, Suyu suddenly extended a hand and passed through the Dead Souls passageway. Boom, nearby, the nomological power trembled, but it did not obstruct Suyu too much. Suyu suddenly shouted, "Marquis Lanshan, you come and try." Marquis Lanshan did not say much. He quickly walked over and stretched out his hand. In the next instant, a wave of nomological power blasted over. Marquis Lanshan quickly withdrew his hand and frowned. "I should be able to get out, but, after I get out, I can no longer enter from this side. If I enter, I'm afraid I'll be killed by a large amount of nomological power." Beside him, Xianxia said uneasily, "Then do we still fight? If we fight, it's indeed dangerous. East Monarch is too powerful. Suyu, you may not be able to stop him. I saw your last burst of power. The owner of the blood essence you borrowed is very powerful, but, even if his true body comes, he may not be able to match East Monarch, let alone you borrowed power. Then we can only hope that Xinghong and the others can kill Marquis Mo Yen quickly. Count on me to hold back the other guy. Count on Marquis Lanshan to hold back Marquis Shenping. There are too many unexpected factors." Yun Xiao also said, "Suyu, let's retreat. East Monarch Mansion has suffered great losses. Call for boss, we can beat them." Suyu exhaled. "I'm worried that if he goes out, he won't return to East Monarch Mansion. Instead, he will go to another Heavenly Monarch Mansion." When he said that, the others frowned slightly. Yes, if East Monarch did not return to East Monarch Mansion but went to another Heavenly Monarch Mansion to ask for help, that would be troublesome. Right now, the other Heavenly Monarchs most likely did not know the situation. When they knew that East Monarch had been killed, one of the remaining 3 Heavenly Monarchs would probably support the human race. With Old Tortoise here, he would be able to support one of them. Once again, they would reach a balance and tacitly agree that East Monarch had been killed. However, if East Monarch went out, the situation would change. Suyu looked at the sky again and cursed in his heart, "Heavenspan Marquis, you ruined my plan," otherwise, he would have called Old Zhou at the gate. Now, he was playing with him. Also, this time, he had come for the cultivation technique. If he left just like that. If he could not go to the 8th or 9th floor, and he could not find a way to communicate with Old Zhou, how could he use his battle technique to transform into Shenwen? Then, the goal of this trip would not be achieved. Martial Monarch. I will have to face him sooner or later. If he could not, then he would continue to gamble with his life. If he could not communicate with Old Zhou, then there would be problems sooner or later. Once the upper realm opened, his chances would be slim. At this moment, Suyu had made up his mind. When Eastern Heavenly King and the others came up, he would call out Mount Tai. Then, he would see Old Zhou's condition before deciding whether to leave this place or not. Marquis Lanshan and the others looked at Suyu, waiting for him to make a decision. Fight or flee. If they won, they would have 3 more Dao integration stage cultivators. If they lost, then there would be no more. Suyu was silent for a while, then he quickly said, "Prepare to retreat. If the entrance to the 8th floor doesn't open, I will alert the martial monarch. If Eastern Heavenly King and the others are injured, then we will kill them. If they are not injured, then we will give up. I will come back later. Sky Destroyer, you guys don't have to come with me." Hearing this, Sky Destroyer sneered. "Who are you looking down on? Are you worried that we will die here?" "No." Suyu smiled. "I am worried that Lord Hongmeng cannot suppress so many ancient cities. If you guys really die here, the other guardians will be in trouble. I haven't arranged for someone to take over your positions." With that, Suyu raised his hand. "Okay, it's decided. My idea was good, but I didn't expect that the entrance to the 8th floor would close by itself. Man proposes, God disposes. Last time, the entrance had disappeared, but Suyu didn't care. This time, however, he knew that Marquis Tong Tian could close the entrance himself. It could only be said that luck was very ethereal and didn't always stand on one side, and at this moment, an aura fluctuated at the entrance to the 7th floor, so you took a deep breath and shouted, "Mount Tai. Little worm." And at this moment, the expected rage didn't happen. Instead, the martial monarch's voice sounded in his ear. "You use Mount Tai to provoke me again and again. Do you really think I am an idiot? I will be used by you again and again. I feel that you have an enemy, a pretty good enemy, who is coming to kill you. Little worm, you are dead. I will not be used by you again." The next moment, the martial monarch said angrily, "You made me eat a smelly worm. If I want to kill someone, I will kill you first." He woke up, so you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The worst result had happened. Old Zhou could communicate normally now, however, this normal was not friendly to him, but hostile. Old Zhou didn't fly into a rage and didn't attack. It was unknown whether he couldn't control himself or if he would lose control if he attacked. So you didn't know, but he knew that the plan to use Old Zhou to kill Eastern Sky King was completely ruined. He had to retreat. Let's go first. As for Old Zhou, he would think of a way to communicate with him later. After mastering the teleportation method and consuming energy, Suyu could come again. Just as he was thinking, Old Zhou's eerie voice sounded in his ear. "Little worm, you are dead, do you know that? You have angered me. You want to leave through the Dead Spirit Passage? Impossible. If I attack, I will lose control and my memories will be messed up. I won't attack, but you should just be killed." As soon as he said this, the Dead Spirit Passage suddenly shook with the power of rules. The next moment, the Dead Spirit Passage was suddenly sealed. Suyu was greatly alarmed in his heart. He had completely lost control. Old Zhou's proud laughter echoed in his ear. "You are finished. This passage, it is actually opened on me. Bastard, if I want to close it, who can stop me?" The passage was closed. At this moment, the others also felt it. They all looked towards the passage and saw that there was an extra layer of membrane on the passage. Suyu reached out to grab it, but he couldn't open it. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Eastern Sky King's aura had already spread over. Suyu quickly said, "Senior Martial Monarch, I was rash and wanted to use you. Senior, please open a crack and let the guardians leave. They are guarding the dead spirit domain. Once the dead spirits go out of control, the world will be in chaos, and the people will be in misery. I can stay and chat with you." Old Zhou woke up. After waking up, he made the move to seal the Dead Spirit Passage. The entrance to the 8th level was sealed. The idea of escaping into the cell membrane was also completely destroyed. Suyu's calculations were good, but unfortunately, he still underestimated the changes in the situation. It was normal. No one could control everything. Otherwise, it would be a godly diviner. Suyu couldn't be considered one. He was just doing his best to achieve the best result. This result was much worse than he had expected, but it was also within his expectations. Time and fate. Suyu didn't have too many regrets. He just wanted to send Sky Destroyer and the others away, but the possibility wasn't too big. Sure enough, Martial Monarch said coldly, "Give up. If I wasn't afraid that I would lose control and let a crafty little bug like you escape, I would personally kill you. If he attacked, it would be easy to lose control. Once he did, so you might find a chance to escape. Although Martial Monarch didn't have many memories before, he still had some impressions. Forget it, he wouldn't attack. If he attacked, he might even help this annoying guy. If he lost control and killed those dead spirits in a rage, what would he do if they escaped? Suyu smiled. This was a good thing. He didn't say more. He looked at Sky Destroyer and the others and said with a smile, sorry, I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's follow the plan just now. I will try my best to delay East King. Xinghong, Yunxiao, try your best to kill him. If I can't kill him, everyone will die together. I won't lose anything. You guys, don't feel like you're losing anything. If we can become dead spirits, then we'll gather again. He looked at Marquis Lan Shan and said with a smile, do you regret it? Marquis Lan Shan said in a low voice, human sovereign must be joking. It's just a battle. That's true. Suyu took a deep breath. In the Sea of Will, Little White's blood essence appeared. In the distance, Eastern Sky King and the others were already flying over. Eastern Sky King's eyes were a little hesitant and vigilant. He looked at Suyu and was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he sensed for a moment. His expression was slightly strange as he said softly, this passage is blocked by a powerful rule power. He looked up again and didn't see the entrance to the 8th floor. He wasn't familiar with this place, but he had heard that there was an entrance to the 8th floor here. Beside him, the other dead spirits also looked for a while. Marquis Shenping suddenly said with a smile, Heavenly King, Marquis Tong Tian probably ran away. The entrance to the 8th floor is gone. Marquis Tong Tian, Eastern Sky King nodded slightly. He knew this person. In that case, the entrance couldn't be opened, and the passage was also blocked. He looked at Suyu but didn't attack. Instead, he had a strange expression, Suyu, is this also your plan? Suyu said with a smile, of course. I will trap you and kill you. You have no way to escape. Eastern Sky King laughed, why, do I feel that something went wrong with you? Just now, I seem to have felt a wave of resentment. This passage was just blocked. Suyu, you seem to have succeeded in courting death. He laughed, he seemed to have understood something, that terrifying existence here wasn't Suyu's backer, but Suyu was just using it to kill people. Now it seemed that he had messed up, Suyu said calmly, even if I lose, you won't be able to leave if you kill us. No, no, no. Eastern Sky King laughed, don't think that I really don't understand. The seal here won't last for long. As long as we kill you, we will first hide in the 7th floor. After a period of time, this terrifying existence will enter a deep slumber again, and then we can leave. Suyu, what do you think? He was, after all, a peerless expert. At this moment, he completely understood. He smiled, it seems that Human Lord has miscalculated this time. You are very bold. You want to use this terrifying existence to kill me, right? That's dangerous. If you really succeed, then I will be in danger. Cut the crap. Suyu shouted. The little white dog's blood was instantly swallowed by him. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted, boom, the great Tao collided, the great Tao of dead spirits actually appeared, and a dog appeared above Suyu's head. However, this time was different. This dog bit the great Tao of dead spirits, but it didn't move at all, the Tao that Eastern Sky King had fused into only trembled slightly. Eastern Sky King's death aura erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. He laughed, what a powerful Tao. If the owner of this Tao was here, he might be able to fight me. Unfortunately, you are only borrowing strength. Kill. Suyu shouted. The next moment, Sky Destroyer and the others exploded and attacked the other 3 marquises. Let's see who's the real deal. There was no point in talking too much nonsense. Eastern Sky King said all this just to break Suyu's confidence. A great battle instantly broke out. Suyu fought Eastern King. Sky Destroyer's aura erupted, and he quickly attacked an intact Marquis. Marquis Lan Shan gritted his teeth and roared. He also attacked an intact Marquis. Xinghong and Yunxiao looked at each other. Yunxiao sent a voice transmission, Xinghong, you are slightly stronger than me. I will find a way to injure him instantly. You kill him. You are at Tao integration. I hope you can survive this battle. Kill that bitch Han Xiang for me. Xinghong was silent, the three of them were prepared before coming. Suyu's calculations were good, but everything might not go according to plan. Sure enough, things had gone out of control. No matter. In this era, even if one didn't die in battle, one would go crazy sooner or later, then they would fight with all their strength. This time's tide battle was not in vain. Kill. Their shouts shook the heavens. The two of them instantly attacked the injured Marquis Mo Yen. Rumble, a great battle instantly broke out. On Suyu's side, he had only fought for a moment when he was sent flying back and vomiting blood. The little white dog's Dao bit wildly, but it could only shake Eastern King's Dao. It could not bite through Eastern King's Dao for a while. Eastern Sky King smiled. Suyu, looks like I won. A huge palm attacked Suyu. Suyu turned into a gust of wind and disappeared instantly. The five elements purgatory appeared. The will of civilization blotted out the sky. Shenwen exploded one after another. At this moment, Suyu was also giving everything he had, fighting with his life on the line. The gate of heaven opened, the inscribed tombstone turned into a blade, and the human master seal suppressed heaven and earth. There was nothing to regret after killing them all. His calculations had failed because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, there was no need to calculate, and at this moment, a faint will appeared in the void. That was the will of a martial monarch. He was a little surprised. It really is the human master. Why is the human master so weak? Old Zhou was puzzled, surprised, and at a loss. What year was it today, human master? The human master was so powerful. How could they accept such a weak guy as the human master? He could not believe it. How could Taishan and the others agree? He was a little confused. For a moment, he also fell into deep thought. A great battle erupted. Eastern Sky King was indeed extremely powerful. Previously, Suyu had used the little white dog's blood essence to fight the Dragon Emperor and Spirit Emperor. Even the Dragon Emperor's Dao had to retreat. But today, under the little white dog's Dao, Eastern Sky King's Dao merged with the Great Dao of the Dead. The Great Dao of the Dead was too powerful. Legend had it that there was only one Great Dao in the world of dead souls, therefore, this world was filled with the Dao of the Dead. There might only be one master of the law, but some top-notch Dao integration cultivators, like some ancient human kings, could fight the Great Dao realm. According to Suyu's judgment, it might be similar to the human race's physical Dao before it was damaged, or even stronger. Suyu had many tricks, but no matter how many tricks he had, the difference in strength was still there. The little white dog's power was ultimately borrowed. Suppress. The human lord seal erupted, and providence surged like a tide. Eastern Sky King's body trembled, but he sneered. The Great Dao trembled, and with a rumble, the providence power retreated. Eastern Sky King covered the sky with one hand, and with a creak, he crushed those phantoms. Suyu, is this all you can do? Eastern Sky King walked toward Suyu step by step. Suyu snorted, and with Shenwen's blessing, the gate of heaven opened, and a drop of the Dragon Emperor's blood essence was directly dripped into the gate of heaven. Boom, his body cracked a little, but Suyu didn't care. He punched through the void, and on his fist, the tombstone turned into a pen, and he pointed. In the void, the martial emperor's will was watching. At this moment, his will trembled slightly. He saw many familiar things on Suyu. However, he was still thinking about a problem. The human lord was too weak. Little worm, you're so weak. Why are you really the human lord? Where are those bastards from Mount Tai? The martial emperor's voice sounded in Suyu's ear. Suyu's fist collided with Eastern Sky King, and he retreated hundreds of meters, stomping through the void. Blood splattered everywhere. A long sword appeared in Eastern Sky King's hand, and he slashed toward Suyu. The previous punch hadn't hurt him at all. Suyu swiftly dodged and said with a smile, Taishan, they all are gone, the human race's glory has long passed. Now, the myriad worlds are exterminated, and the human race is struggling to survive. Senior, do you want to save the human race? Gone, the martial emperors will fluctuated. Taishan and the others were gone. Impossible, he didn't believe it. Impossible. That bastard Taishan is incomparably powerful. Moreover, there are still those bastards who are even stronger than him. How could the human race have declined? Senior, forget it if you don't believe me. Cough, as Suyu spoke, he was swept away by the East King's sword. This sword even affected the little white dog. In the void, the little white dog that was tearing at the great Tao was cut open by this sword. Suyu's body shook and he coughed up blood. He stopped retreating and instantly closed in on his opponent. A reversal, yes, the origin aperture reversal. At this moment, Suyu's essence aperture exploded, reversing life and death. Grabbing the Eastern Sky King's arm with both hands, the power of reversal exploded. Boom, the chi of life and death clashed. On the Eastern Sky King's arm, countless chi of death was reversed into chi of life. The chi of life and death dissipated, and a wound appeared on the Eastern Sky King's arm, and a drop of black gold blood flowed out. That was his blood, an extremely powerful blood. The Eastern Sky King's expression changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. Soon, he smiled and said, "Interesting, Suyu, so that's how it is. You know the chi of life and death reversal. But, how much can you reverse me?" His right hand clenched into a fist and instantly collided with Suyu thousands of times. Suyu's Shenwen exploded one after another: shock, force, break, suppress. With the help of the little white dog's great Tao, Suyu's physical body wasn't weak. His essence aperture had already merged, and each aperture had one combat skill. All kinds of combat skills and talents were easily mastered. Suyu didn't lack combat experience. The number of battles he had fought in the past few years even surpassed some of the old antiques. It wasn't his first time fighting the strong as the weak. However, the gap in strength was an insurmountable chasm. After fighting for less than 20 seconds, there was a loud boom, and the great Tao trembled. The little white dog's mouth shattered, and its teeth fell out as it flew backward. Meanwhile, Suyu's fist pierced through the Eastern Sky King's abdomen, but the Eastern Sky King's palm also pierced through Suyu's chest. Suyu retreated, and blood flowed continuously. However, the wounds on the Eastern Sky King's body were rapidly recovering. At this moment, the Eastern Sky King looked at Suyu and smiled. "I'm very curious, how long can you last?" "The power of a drop of blood essence, this dog, is very powerful. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance to see it. This dog is quite powerful, and it has walked its own Tao." His eyesight was also very good. At this moment, he finally revealed his peerless battle prowess. The little white dog had always been successful against other Tao integration stage cultivators, but the more it fought against him, the more difficult it became. The void shattered where the two of them were fighting. On the other battlefields, there was also a frenzied battle. Marquis Lanshan's side was the weakest. Her Tao body had been shattered, and her battle prowess had fallen to the Tao integration stage. At this moment, she was already in a precarious situation against a Tao integration stage Marquis. Perhaps before Suyu's side was finished, her side would be finished first. On the other hand, Xinghong and Yunxiao had the upper hand, but it was difficult for them to suppress each other for a while, even though that Marquis was injured. The Eastern Sky King was also watching. After watching for a while, he smiled. "I'm afraid it's difficult to determine a winner on their side. On the other hand, if I defeat you, Suyu, it looks like you guys have no hope." Although they had suffered heavy losses this time, if they could defeat Suyu, just his treasures alone would make the Eastern Sky King green with envy. He could even vaguely sense the power of Tao. Suyu might have grasped some extraordinary things. Suyu ignored him. He looked up at the sky, coughed up blood, and smiled. "Senior Emperor Wu, are you willing to help me kill this stinky bug?" The Emperor Wu remained silent. Suyu smiled. "That's true. If it were me, I wouldn't do it either. After being made into such a state, who cares if you're the master or not? I've been resurrected. The first thing I'll do is kill the Martial King, and then kill the Martial King's entire family. Why would I help you?" Therefore, Suyu did not count on the Martial King. He just wanted to make use of him. If he couldn't, then so be it. At this moment, there was no time for him to chat with the Martial King. If it was a normal day, he could still chat a little. At this moment, if he was slightly distracted, the Eastern Sky King would seize the opportunity. 5 minutes. Suyu calculated in his heart. In the blink of an eye, almost a minute had passed. As for him, he might not even last 5 minutes. The power of the little white dog had disappeared, so he could only use the power of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor and the Golden-Winged Roc were both trash. If they encountered the Eastern Sky King, the Eastern Sky King could fight 4 of them alone. Therefore, he did not expect their power to be useful at all. It could only be said that they would die a little slower. This time, fortunately, he went to find the little white dog and asked for a drop of blood essence. Otherwise, Suyu might not be able to hold on anymore. In the distance, Xianxia shouted. Suddenly, a sword light appeared above his head, and a sword slashed through the sky. Emerald blood illuminates the blue sky. At this moment, Yunjiao's body shone brightly. The previously gray robe instantly became incomparably gorgeous. It shone with dazzling light. Sword chi soared into the sky. Kill you. With a sharp howl, the sword slashed down. That was the sword of the Great Tao. Boom. On the other side, the injured Marquis of Death also let out a mournful roar. The Great Tao trembled, and the Great Tao of Death appeared. However, the Great Tao he summoned could not compare to the Eastern Sky King. The difference was quite large. Boom. A loud sound spread throughout the world, and the 7 layers shook. The next moment, another sword slashed out. That was Xinghong. 10,000 swords returned to my Tao. Countless long swords gathered into one and slashed out. With a boom, the small path attached to the Great Tao trembled and showed signs of breaking. Roar. The Marquis of Death also roared. Death aura covered the world, and the Great Tao trembled. With a boom, he smashed Xinghong's sword with a palm. At the same time, a tearing sound came from Marquis Lanshan's side. Marquis Shenping grabbed with both hands and tore off one of Marquis Lanshan's arms. He also snorted coldly, and the impact of the Great Tao shook Marquis Lanshan, causing black blood to spurt out of his mouth. Even further away, the heavenly annihilation was extremely crazy. He roared again and again, transforming into a giant ape. He wielded a large staff formed from vital energy and slashed at the Marquis of Death, forcing him to retreat. On the battlefield of the 4 sides, there were wins and losses. However, the core was actually with Suyu. Suyu could not hold on any longer. The 4 sides were defeated. Emperor Wu and Marquis Tong Tian did not make a sound or move. Outside the Passage of Death, the Lords of Death had already fled in fear. In the entire battlefield, only he too did not make a move. It was not that he did not want to make a move, but that he could not interfere. They were all Tao integration battles. He didn't have much use in intervening. At this moment, he too was also extremely anxious. However, there was nothing he could do. He was only at the 7th stage. If he was still alive, his strength would still be passable, quasi-Tao integration. In fact, he was not inferior to the heavenly annihilation. If he still had his strength when he was alive, he would have helped Yun Shao and the others and killed that injured Marquis of Death. He too was anxious, but he was powerless to participate in the battle. He could only wait and see who was heavily injured and go over to fight. He too was extremely anxious as he looked around. Right at this moment, a loud boom rang out. In the distance, Suyu's chest was pierced through, and he was sent flying backward. He vomited blood continuously. Suyu! He too shouted in a low voice. His voice was extremely heavy. It's over. Suyu had consumed the blood essence, but he was still no match for the East King. In fact, it was difficult for him to even contend against him. Suyu panted violently, powerful. This was the first time he had experienced what Tao integration was and what it meant to be the pinnacle of the universe. Yes, he had not felt it clearly before. He had killed Tao integration cultivators before, and he had even looked down on Tao integration cultivators. A drop of the little white dog's blood essence represented a Tao integration cultivator. Suyu had even felt that Tao integration cultivators were only SOSO, but now, the Eastern Sky King had shown him what true Tao integration was. Not to mention Suyu, even if you consumed the little white dog's blood essence, you were only SOSO, that was not your Tao. If the true body of this Tao came in person, the Eastern Sky King could also fight, and the outcome would be difficult to predict. Suyu chuckled and panted, while the Eastern Sky King was as still as a mountain. He stepped on the air, and the great Tao shook again. In the past, it was Suyu who restrained the Tao of others, but now, it was the Eastern Sky King who was suppressing the little white dog's Tao. The Eastern Sky King used the Great Tao to suppress, and his true body to fight, he destroyed Suyu's physical body. So what if you have opened the heavenly gate? The Eastern Sky King was extremely cold. Suyu, you are indeed a talent of your generation. You have opened the heavenly gate, perfected the essence aperture, and perfected the divine aperture. Even in the primordial age, there were not many people like you. Unfortunately, you are too young, and being young is a mistake. The heavenly gate is only SOSO. Boom, his palm pierced through the void. Suyu kicked out, and the river of time shook and surrounded the void. However, it was still destroyed by this palm. The river of time was blocked, Suyu's foot was pierced, and the deathly aura covered Suyu. Suyu quickly reversed the situation. The deathly aura of the Eastern Sky King was too strong, even Suyu could not bear it, and could only choose to reverse it, turning the deathly aura into vitality. Suyu smiled. Thank you for replenishing some of my vitality. Eastern Sky King, you are not weak, but this is not your territory after all, not the dead soul's domain. How much deathly aura do you have to consume? At this moment, Suyu seemed to have found a way. He frantically operated the reversal method. The next moment, he fought fiercely with the Eastern Sky King. He did not seek to injure the enemy, but only to reverse the deathly aura and turn it into vitality. In this place, the Eastern Sky King could not replenish the deathly aura. It could also weaken his combat power. In the blink of an eye, countless deathly auras were reversed, and Suyu was once again sent flying, bathed in blood. However, the Eastern Sky King was extremely calm. Are all living creatures so ignorant? The Eastern Sky King walked towards Suyu step by step, and said indifferently, reverse life and death? Is it very powerful? Your so-called reversal of life and death, the so-called deathly aura into vitality, are all jokes in my eyes. The next moment, the great Tao above his head, a great Tao that led to the heavens, the great Tao of dead souls. In this myriad world, there are two realms of life and death, and the great Tao of dead souls is the strongest Tao. I am in charge of the Eastern Sky King region, and I have integrated the Tao of dead souls. How powerful is it? How can an ignorant person like you understand? That great Tao penetrated heaven and earth, and the next moment, countless deathly aura surged down from the great Tao, instantly replenishing all the deathly aura that he had previously consumed. The Eastern Sky King chuckled. Childish. At my realm, do you think you can still rely on a battle of attrition to kill me? Opposite him, Suyu's expression changed. All replenished, he was taught another lesson. In the past, when others attacked him, he would devour blood essence to recover instantly. But now, the Eastern Sky King was telling him that it was a joke to fight a battle of attrition. Suyu revealed a look of helplessness. Very quickly, it turned into determination. He rarely encountered failure, but it didn't mean that he couldn't accept failure. When he was young, he had been killed by dreams countless times. Every time, it was as if he was really killed. The first time, he was so scared that he cried, followed by fear, not daring to sleep, panic and helplessness, until now, he could actually accept everything, including death. That day, the moment he turned into a half-dead spirit, he was ready to welcome death. These days, he had lived a wonderful life. It was just that he had some regrets. There were many things that he hadn't seen through and unraveled those mysteries. Where was King Wen? Where was the Time Master? Was the human emperor, who was rarely mentioned, dead? Were there any traces of these people in the dead soul realm? Everything was a secret. Suyu stood up and straightened his back. The injuries on his body were also recovering rapidly. The Eastern Sky King attacked again, and Suyu's shadow transformed into wind, fire, sword, mountain, and shadow. The shadow was pierced through, and the great Tao was torn apart. In the void, the little white dog was extremely weak. It couldn't beat it. It wasn't that the little white dog couldn't beat it, but this Tao was borrowed from it. It was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and it wasn't the true body of the fat ball. Suyu coughed up blood, taking advantage of the opportunity while he was flying. He looked around. The battle seemed to be completely defeated. Yun Xiao and the others still couldn't kill the Marquis. As for Marquis Lan Shan, she couldn't hold on anymore. She couldn't beat the uninjured Marquis of Death. Yun Xiao screamed mournfully. Xinghong, you're useless. Kill him. She transformed into a sword, and the heaven-piercing sword swept in all directions. However, the injured Marquis of Death only laughed coldly. Kill me. You guys think too lightly. After all, I was a Dao integration cultivator when I was alive, and a Dao integration cultivator after I'm dead. Did he really think that Dao integration cultivators were so easy to kill? Dream on. The battle continued, however, everyone knew that the decisive point was on Suyu's side. Suyu was defeated, boom, Suyu was sent flying again. The crown on his head disappeared, and his robe fluttered in the wind. The Eastern Sky King sent him flying. Seeing him put on the crown and change into a clean robe, he couldn't help but laugh. You. Why did you have to do this? Suyu's bare one's teeth laughed. Be a little more dignified. I still lived a glorious life. He looked around and laughed. You don't understand. What does a dead spirit like you know? I rose up from a small city and walked step by step to where I am today. I've seen, and encountered too many things that make me excited, hot-blooded, disappointed, and grateful. I never thought that one day, I, Suyu, would become the ruler of the human race, the overlord of the myriad realms, and sweep through the heavens. I thought that I was the smartest under the heavens, but I schemed and schemed. I forgot that the essence of the heavens is power. I've underestimated some people. No matter what, as long as I walk in glory, as long as the myriad realms are not destroyed, there will be a place for me, Suyu. As the ruler of the 10th tide, I once killed so many people that they trembled in fear. His aura skyrocketed, and the Dragon Emperor's blood essence was swallowed drop by drop. The phantom of the little white dog gradually solidified, and Suyu's body cracked again. In his mind, the Book of Time operated. Suyu chuckled. I've underestimated you. No matter, I'll kill to my heart's content. Kill. With a low roar, more than 30 Shenwen beads erupted, and the willpower shook the world. The great Tao shook, and time traveled. Reverse. Reverse time, time flowed backward, and a river of time ran through the world. Suyu stepped on the river of time, and like a peerless assassin, he instantly traveled to the past and the future. On this river, he seemed to see the past of the Eastern Sky King, a weak undead spirit. Okay, it was an illusion. When Suyu slashed out with his saber, the weak dead spirit suddenly became boundlessly powerful. With a rumble, it burst Suyu's river of time. Suyu bled. In the river of time, the Eastern Sky King walked out step by step, and said with a smile, "You can reverse me? Suyu, you are too childish. I've existed since the ancient times. Can you reverse back to the ancient times? When I was weak, it was still the ancient times. If you can reverse back to that time, you can kill me. But, if you can reverse to that point, why do you need to kill me like this? In the myriad realms, perhaps only the Time Master can do it, and if the Time Master wants to kill me, why do you need to reverse?" The Eastern Sky King laughed. Suyu was still too weak. He had underestimated him too much. Suyu smiled and said, "That's true, I just want to experience it. I haven't tried killing the past and the future in the river of time, it's just for fun. In life, one has to broaden their horizons. Then take a good look." A river of dead spirits floated in the air. At this moment, it was as if the long river of the dead soul's domain had pierced through. The long river's huge waves were monstrous, and instantly rushed towards Suyu. On Suyu's body, the aura of death was overflowing. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was going to turn into a skeleton, into a dead spirit. "I'll let you see the real Tao of the dead souls." The Eastern Sky King was quite impressed. This guy, Suyu, was actually able to fight to this point, but still did not collapse. His mentality was not bad. The gap between the two sides was obvious to all. Not only that, Suyu was still gradually declining, but he, the Eastern Sky King, did not have many injuries. His Tao was only slightly shaken, and he was bitten a few times by the dog. Tisk. A disdainful voice came into Suyu's ears. "Great Tao of the dead souls? What great Tao of the dead souls? It's just a half-finished great Tao. The dead souls world is not complete at all. You really think you're something?" Suyu was a little dazed. The martial emperor was talking. Why did this guy speak? He did not have time to think about it. Reverse the aura of death, regenerate the skeleton. He walked out of the dead souls galaxy again, At this moment, the martial emperor's voice sounded in his ears again. Little worm, the human race, has really declined? So you did not have time to reply. What Eastern Sky King? A Dao integration stage cultivator like him can actually kill a human sovereign? Isn't this human sovereign too useless, too worthless? The martial emperor's voice was full of mockery and disdain. Where's Taishan? What about his companions? All dead? Is this what they mean by dominating the heavens? Ha ha ha, what a joke! In the end, the human sovereign was killed by this dead spirit. What a joke! So you wanted to reply, but there was no time. In the next moment, the Eastern Sky King charged at him again. Boom, a great battle broke out again. Suyu was much weaker than before, and after less than 100 moves, he was defeated again. In the distance, a shrill roar rang out. Marquis Lanshan suddenly let out a fierce roar, and the aura of death erupted. As if committing suicide, he charged at Marquis Shenping. Who is the hero in the heavens? The human race is the hero. Only I have been undefeated since ancient times. Kill. An ancient battle song sounded. No, it was the slogan of charge. The primordial human race shouted this slogan of charge, conquering the heavens again and again. Only I have been undefeated. Countless humans died in battle in the heavens, but never retreated. There would always be someone coming again. As the human sovereign of Lanshan, I will fight one last time. Marquis Lanshan roared. Her sword appeared, and her broken armor appeared. She wanted to fight one more time for the human sovereign of this tide, so you tilted his head and smiled. Childish, the primordial human race was really too childish, but, suddenly, he yearned for that era, the era when only I have been undefeated, the era when I swept through the heavens, the era when both you and I dared to fight. I charged at the front, and I led the way. That era must have been very exciting. It's good that she died. When she was alive, she fought for the human race. After death, she still fought for the human race. No wonder she died so early. Some thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. The next moment, a giant palm came crashing down. Suyu wanted to dodge, but the void around him seemed to solidify. Suyu roared. At this moment, a giant mouth suddenly appeared in his mind and bit down on the palm. Whoa, with a childish voice, the little fur ball had been silent all this time. But at this moment, it bit down. With a crack, its mouth broke, but it bit down on the palm. East King felt a stabbing pain and frowned slightly. As for Suyu, he took this opportunity to slash through the void and quickly rushed out of the solidified void. In the sea of will, the little furball's mouth was broken, and death energy flooded out. Its eyes were filled with grievance and pain. It smells good. It hurts. I can only bite him once. I can't bite through it, my mouth seems to have disappeared. Will I be unable to eat in the future? The little furball's grievance echoed. It felt like its mouth was gone. It only had such a small bite, and this was the only thing it could do. It was only a sun and moon tier god eater. Interesting. East King laughed. This was really interesting. I seem to have seen this thing at King Wen's place. It's quite powerful, but this doesn't seem to be that one. This wasn't a big furball. If it was a bean bun, this bite could at least break his palm. In the void. The martial monarch's willpower gathered as if he was thinking about something. Soon, he seemed to laugh. Human race. Ha. Ha ha. The martial monarch sneered. Human race, the battle song of conquering the heavens was still fighting for the human race as a dead spirit. Taishan and the others really knew how to brainwash and deceive others to die, a bunch of hypocrites. He heard Marquis Lanshan's battle song and saw Marquis Lanshan turn into a dead spirit. He was still extremely crazy, and when his Taoist body exploded, he fought with a dead spirit until the sky changed. Ridiculous. The martial monarch's tone was a little angry. Ridiculous, do you know that all this is just a bunch of hypocrites' deceit? The next moment, he suddenly looked in a direction with some surprise and strangeness. He murmured, Are you also this stupid? At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a white-haired elite appeared. Without a word, he slashed his sword at the injured Marquis. Boom, with a loud bang, the injured Marquis Mo Yen was sent flying, black blood spurting out continuously. The white-haired elite looked a little old. He looked at Marquis Lan Shan in the distance, then at Suyu. He suddenly laughed softly. The next moment, as if he was murmuring, the battle song of charging rang out. Who is the hero in the heavens? The human race is the hero. Who is undefeated throughout the ages? The human race is undefeated. On the other side, Marquis Lan Shan turned around and shouted with surprise and delight, Lan Shan of King Wu's Mist Mountain Guards. Tianyu of Heaven Supervisory Pavilion under King Wen's command. Yes, Tianyu. At this moment, Tianyu's aura was much stronger than before. He smiled. Fight! Marquis Lan Shan shouted. Fight! Tianyu also roared and slashed with his sword. Killing intent surged into the sky, and Marquis Mo Yen was sent flying, blood gushing out. Human Lord, please hold on for a while. Tianyu of Heaven Supervisory Pavilion will kill the enemy and protect you. Kill. On the other side, Yun Xiao and Xing Hong were also overjoyed. They roared and their blood chi surged into the sky. Even further away, he too's eyes flickered and he murmured, descendant of King Gong, Heavenly River Guard, he too. I am also a general, unfortunately, I have long forgotten. Today, I seem to have remembered many things. In the next moment, a ray of death chi shot out toward Marquis Mo Yen. I can still surround and kill him, kill, he too is here to save me. At this moment, his human nature suppressed his dead spirit nature. So. I am still a human, kill, there is only slaughter in this world. Rumble, at this moment, the injured Marquis Mo Yen could no longer hold on. The head of the Heavenly Department, Tianyu, was here, his battle strength had reached Dao integration. He was already severely injured, and now he was further injured by Yun Xiao and the others. At this moment, he was facing a complete Dao integration cultivator. He had no strength left to resist. After a while, Tianyu withdrew his attack and disappeared instantly. He charged toward Marquis Lan Shan. Yun Xiao withdrew her sword and retreated. She snorted and looked at Xing Hong. Xing Hong did not hesitate. He punched Marquis Mo Yan's Dao body and shattered his dead spirit mark. In the next moment, a powerful nomological power descended and fused into his body. In the distance, Tianmia's great Dao shook. With a rumble, he also officially reached Dao integration. He punched out and sent the Marquis flying. Tianmia laughed loudly. Xing Hong. No, Yun Xiao, I'll kill him. Come and take his head. Kill this bastard. I've finally reached Dao integration. He had reached Dao integration, and Xing Hong had also killed a Marquis of Dao integration. This is unexpected. The Eastern Heavenly King tore apart Suyu's arm. He frowned slightly. You guys are very bold. Tianyu is very brave. I really didn't find him. He actually came out to die. He didn't find Tianyu. Tianyu seemed to be hidden in a river of time. He didn't pay attention to him before, now, he found him. Opposite him, Suyu stood up again. Bear One's teeth smiled. I'm surprised too. You want to save them? No, you have to kill me first. Save them? The Eastern Heavenly King said lightly, no need. Everything will be worth it if I kill you. He punched out again. Suyu swallowed a drop of great golden-winged rock blood essence. This was also his last drop. He quickly flew into the sky and circled around the Eastern Heavenly King, fighting fiercely. Bam, bam. Bam, blood splattered everywhere. The Eastern Heavenly King looked at Suyu coldly. He also attacked continuously. He frowned slightly. Although he said that, he still had to save the Marquis of Death, otherwise, he would be all alone. However, Suyu was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how he fought, he still stood up. It was mainly because of the power of the white dog's blood. However, it was almost used up. The Eastern Heavenly King could feel that the powerful power was fading away. Suyu was just barely holding on. Without this power, even if Suyu swallowed the blood essence of the great golden-winged rock and the Dragon Emperor, it wouldn't be of much use. I really want to meet this person. The Eastern Heavenly King said lightly. He was talking about the white dog. It was really powerful. He wasn't sure if he could really win against that dog. He was just borrowing the path of the human lord, but he was actually so powerful. In the distance, Tianyu, Xinghong, Yun Xiao, and the others were fighting crazily with the Marquis of God Pingho. As for Tianmie, no one cared about him. You hold on, you fight your own Marquis, a few experts besieged the Marquis of God Pingho. As for Lan Shan, he had already fallen to the ground. He too used his death energy to maintain the dead spirit imprint. At the same time, in the gap, the Marquis of Tongtian was also watching the battle. At this moment, he frowned. Human sovereign, the human sovereign of this generation wasn't very strong, but his tenacity was undying in hundreds of battles. Marquis Lan Shan, Tianyu, and even he too were fighting for him. Was he very charismatic? Also, did the old turtle of primordial chaos also rely on this person? Otherwise, why would the spirit-suppressing army fight? Did he cause some trouble by disappearing with the Tongtian gate? At this moment, the Marquis of Tongtian fell into deep thought. Dead spirit, Eastern Heavenly King, this human sovereign obviously wanted to kill the Eastern Heavenly King and use that person's power. Unfortunately, that person seemed to have awakened and was not used by him. All his efforts were in vain. Sigh, this is not good, the Marquis of Tongtian frowned. His job was to guard the gate. But this gate was the gate of the human race. So conflicted, at this moment, how should I choose? It was useless to open the gate now because that person had awakened. In fact, even if it was opened before, without the chaotic consciousness of a martial emperor, it would be useless. The Eastern Heavenly King could kill his way to the 8th floor, and no one could stop him. As he struggled, he saw that everyone was still fighting, and that Suyu was still standing up. The power of the little white dog seemed to be gradually dissipating. The Marquis of Tongtian was depressed. Was it stupid for me to participate in the battle now? But this Eastern Heavenly King killed the human sovereign. What if he forced his way to the 8th floor? I am no match for him. Little white dog. Fat ball? The Marquis of Tongtian was depressed as he thought of something. Fat ball was not to be trifled with. It was King Wen. This was King Wen's inheritance. It's over, dead. Forget it. The next moment, Tianyu and the others who were fighting Marquis of Shenping were slightly stunned. At this moment, a huge gate suddenly enveloped them all. I'll suppress him and kill him quickly. In an instant, the huge gate enveloped the surroundings. Marquis of Shenping felt his power being suppressed. He roared, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, 3 long swords came and tore him into pieces. Boom, the great Tao was broken, and Marquis of Shenping's indignant voice rang out. Marquis of Tongtian, you're crazy. They're going to lose. You're joining the battle now. You lunatic. The Marquis of Tongtian's voice came from the gate, and he sighed. There's a difference between life and death. A dead spirit is a dead spirit after all. The Eastern Heavenly King is too powerful. I'm afraid he'll force his way to the 8th floor. In the distance, the Eastern Heavenly King's expression instantly became ugly. Bastard. This Marquis of Tongtian actually chose to join the battle at this moment. F***ck. Don't these people know that I'm about to kill Suyu? What are they thinking? However, this group of people ignored him. In the next moment, all of them charged toward the Heavenly Destroyer. As for the Marquis who was fighting the Heavenly Destroyer, his expression changed drastically. Without saying anything, he fled frantically, crazy. At this moment, including the Heavenly Destroyer, there were a total of 3 Dao integration stage cultivators. There were also Yun Xiao and Xinghong, 2 cultivators who were close to Dao integration stage. He was not the Eastern Heavenly King, so what was the point of fighting? Run. However, the Heavenly Destroyer was not to be trifled with. In an instant, he transformed into a gigantic ape. In the void, a gigantic cudgel appeared. It was an illusion of the great Tao, and it smashed down. Boom, the Death Spirit Marquis stopped in his tracks, and a gate instantly enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, Tianyu and the others arrived. Heaven and earth shattered. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the nomological power appeared and landed on Yunjiao's body. At the same time, Suyu flew backward. Above his head, the little white dog disappeared. The power of the fat ball had been completely exhausted. In the next moment, several powerful beings surrounded the area with solemn expressions. Tianyu pulled Suyu out and looked at the surrounded Eastern Heavenly King, Tianyu, Marquis of Tongtian, Sky Destroyer, Yun Xiao, and Xinghong. 3 Dao integration stage cultivators, and 2 quasi-Dao integration stage cultivators. However, no one was confident, yes, no one was confident that they could kill the Eastern Heavenly King. This was an inconceivably valiant existence. How many in the 10,000 worlds could be a match for it, the little white dog? In any case, the old turtle was no match for him. As for the Eastern Heavenly King, his expression was frighteningly ugly. He said coldly, "What a grand lineup. Suyu. Human leader, the human race has long been destroyed. Is it really worth it for you to do this? How many humans are there here?" He did not understand. The human race had been destroyed. He was about to kill this human leader. Why did Marquis Tongtian choose to participate in the battle now? He looked toward the gate to heaven. The illusion within the gate appeared, and Marquis Tongtian had a conflicted expression. "I don't want to either. I still have to guard the gate." "But, if you kill the human leader, will you go to the 8th level?" "No. If you say you won't, you'll go." Marquis Tongtian was exasperated. "See, I guessed it all." At this moment, the Eastern Heavenly King felt like vomiting blood. "I said I won't, F***ck, you Iron Gate cultivator, you're really stupid, even more stupid than the dead spirits." Behind Tianyue, Suyu panted heavily. He looked at the Eastern Sky King, who was surrounded in the middle, and smiled. "Looks like, the providence of a living person is still stronger than that of a dead person." "That's true. You've already died once. How can your providence be stronger than mine?" Suyu smiled. Panting, he looked around, then at the sky. "Now it looks like I'm going to lose." The Eastern Sky King looked at him coldly, then at the surroundings. "Do you think you're going to win?" 3 Dao integration stage cultivators and 2 quasi-Dao integration stage cultivators. They were not weak, however. Don't forget that these 3 Dao integration stage cultivators, whether it was Tianmia or Tianyue, they were all beginners. Only heaven-reaching Marquis was a veteran Dao integration stage cultivator. However, this path also had its limitations. As for Yun Xiao and Xinghong, they were not Dao integration stage cultivators, so they were nothing to the Eastern Sky King. This kind of strength was not even comparable to the combined strength of MOG, MOU, and the Emperor of the Underworld. However, Old Turtle could suppress all 3 of them, and Old Turtle was slightly weaker than the Eastern Sky King. The 4 heavenly kings ruled the Dead Souls realm and were extremely powerful. In the current Myriad worlds, it seemed that only one person, no, one dog, could match them. No, there was still the half-mad Emperor warrior. Of course, the other 3 heavenly kings might also have the strength to match him. However, apart from the Emperor warrior, the rest were not here. The Eastern Sky King recovered a little of his aura of death. He looked at them and said coldly, "Suyu, if you came to kill me personally, I would be interested. But now, these people are not qualified." As soon as he finished speaking, heaven and earth shook, the great Tao appeared. The Eastern Sky King's aura was extremely powerful. "Your blood essence has been used up. These people may not be comparable to you just now." Boom, the great Tao of death swept in all directions. With one strike, the 5 surrounding cultivators all retreated. The next moment, they attacked at the same time. Rumble, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Great Tao swept across heaven and earth. However, none of them were as powerful as Suyu. In fact, the gap was huge. This was because Suyu used Little White's Tao. And at this moment, Suyu also had the energy to chat with the Martial Emperor. Suyu opened all of his yuan apertures and panted, "Senior Martial Emperor, are you not willing to fight for the human clan again?" The Martial Monarch sneered, "Why should I help you idiots?" Then, he said coldly, "Do you think you can order me around just because you are the human lord? Ridiculous. You bunch of idiots, for the sake of so-called glory, you're selling your lives for those hypocrites." What a joke. Hypocrite? Isn't it? The Martial Emperor said coldly, "You are all hypocrites. Especially the King Wen and the human emperor you speak of. I remember them. They are even more hypocritical than Taishan. In the past, those fellows wanted to unify the heavens. I merely had a slightly different opinion, and I was targeted by them. They instigated Taishan to kill me. Heh, hypocrite. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. The martial monarch's tone fluctuated slightly and was incomparably cold and fierce. Taishan came to find me and said that I slaughtered the common people. Slaughtered his ancestors. At that time, the human realm hadn't been unified yet. I was an overlord of a region. My subordinates went on an expedition and the army killed their way over. *ck their ancestors, how could there be no deaths? That was slaughter? The martial monarch was a bit deranged as he said crazily, they wanted to kill me. At that time, several experts died. Were they killed by me? I didn't even go out, but I was killed by that bastard Taishan. Bastard? He was very angry, very sullen. Taishan was a bastard. Those who instigated him were all bastards. What King Wen or King Wu? Not a single one of them was good, of course, whether it was King Wen or King Wu, they were all titles later on. However, the martial monarch had some memories at this moment. After all, he was awake. He seemed to remember a group of people living in his body. He seemed to remember a bunch of hypocrites who had raved in his ears. They were all bastards, and Suyu's group was instigated by those bastards. They were brainwashed into complete idiots. What ancient glory, what a joke. The martial monarch seemed to have been sullen for too long. At this moment, he didn't care about the battle on the other side. In fact, only Suyu could hear his voice. At this moment, he said angrily, little worm, don't be too happy too early. Although this dead spirit is not worth mentioning to me, to you. You are not his opponent at all. You will die sooner or later. Suyu said weakly, Senior, can't you help the human race? We are separated by 100,000 years from King Wu and the others. There is no relationship between us. 100,000 years? The martial monarch said coldly, but in these 100,000 years, you have only inherited their glory. You are all hypocrites. You want to use the righteousness of the human race to coerce me? What a joke. Suyu sighed helplessly. He said again, Senior, it's fine if you don't do anything. Can you teach me the great heavenly cycle method? I will connect to the gate of heaven and fight this bastard again. Dream on. The martial monarch sneered, dream on. I will watch you die. Suyu sighed again. We may not die. There are 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, and Xinghong and Yun Xiao are about to reach Dao integration. Once they succeed, do you think they will lose? Childish. The martial monarch sneered, you are too childish. Too stupid. Can you turn the tables just because you have more people? If that is the case, then wouldn't 30 to 50 Dao integration stage super mighty figures be enough to kill me? Then why would I need a higher cultivation base? 30 to 50, so you didn't know how to respond to this. Suyu said, that may not be the case. I think we still have a chance to defeat him. What a joke. The martial monarch sneered, you actually don't believe in my judgment. You are too arrogant. And too laughable. You will definitely lose. In the end, all of you will die in battle, and he will at most be severely injured, but he still has a chance to survive. He was a top-tier powerful being, so his judgment would not be wrong, even if the 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures fought to the death, even if Yun Xiao and Xinghong successfully reached Dao integration stage, the final result would be that all 5 of them would die, and the Eastern Sky King would be severely injured and on the verge of death. Suyu gritted his teeth. I have already exhausted him for a long time, and he is also injured. I don't believe you. You are an arrogant maniac. The martial monarch laughed. He was amused. When Suyu fought the Eastern Sky King previously, he felt that apart from his weakness, this generation's leader was actually quite good, but he was a bit overconfident. Now it seemed that he was not overconfident, instead, he was too arrogant, he actually didn't believe in his own judgment, and instead relied on his own imagination. The martial monarch laughed maniacally, you little worm, you are too laughable. Suyu's expression was stern. Then I will make a bet with Senior. He will definitely lose, and we will definitely win. How about it? Bet? The martial monarch seemed to have thought of something, and in the next moment, he said in an extremely cold voice, "Bet? You want to bet on the great heavenly cycle technique? I get it. Laughable guy, you dare to provoke me. It seems that you are very competent. No, or rather, you want to go crazy one last time. You want to bet with me on cultivation technique?" The martial monarch understood Suyu's meaning. What arrogance, what arrogance. It was all to provoke him to bet with him. Suyu didn't care what he said, and said in a low voice, "Then senior martial monarch, do you dare to bet once?" "Laughable worm, what do you use to bet with me?" The martial monarch laughed faintly. "You are too laughable. If you lose and you die, do you think I am an idiot? If you die and go back on your word, what can you give me? If you win, I will give you cultivation technique. If you lose, you'll die, and you won't have to pay anything." Dream on. As expected, the hypocrites were all hypocrites. Suyu said calmly, "There are some things that I can get to senior before I die." As he spoke, Suyu said, "Senior, you waking up should be related to me, a very big relationship. Right now. I am afraid your will is not so clear. Senior may know something." The martial monarch directly interrupted Suyu, and said with a cold smile, "Who do you think you are? You want to unseal me with just you? What a joke. If you want to bet, I will satisfy you. Bet on the great heavenly cycle cultivation technique. If you win, I will give it to you. However, if you lose, I want something. Senior, please speak." The martial monarch said coldly, "You can't give me anything, but if you die, before you die, shatter all the karmic luck on that human master's seal and let me devour it. Since you are the human master, you should know the consequences. After being devoured by me, the human realm will change, it will be difficult for the human race to cultivate, bad luck will befall them, there will be the danger of destruction. Use the future of the human race to bet on a cultivation technique. You are the human master, you can also control the karmic luck power, as long as you offer it to me. I will satisfy you." Suyu was silent. "Don't dare?" The martial monarch sneered, "If you dare, then I will bet with you once. Aren't you trying to provoke me? The hypocrites are all so hypocritical." His tone was full of resentment, full of disdain. Suyu was trying to provoke him. What a laughable fellow. "Now, I will turn the tables on you. Do you dare? If the human master seal shattered and Suyu died in battle, then most of the karmic luck power could return to the human realm. Of course, the loss would be great. However, if Suyu took the initiative to transfer all the karmic luck power to the martial monarch, then it would be hard to say. Karmic luck was not evil, but it was not evil. This was also a kind of Tao, a kind of rule. Prosperous karmic luck was good luck. This was the rule. If one's karmic luck was inferior, then one would be suppressed. This was also the rule. Once the human race's karmic luck was completely lost, then the human race would be plagued by natural and man-made disasters. Suyu struggled for a while, then said, "Senior, if you are willing to teach me the cultivation technique first, if I can't win, I will, haha, scram." The martial monarch was more shrewd than Suyu imagined. He sneered, "Little worm, don't play tricks with me. If you win, I will naturally give it to you. I don't want to lie to a worm." Suyu said, "That's hard to say, senior's will is unclear. How about this, senior, tell me the method to circulate the 720 apertures, no, tell me the method to circulate the 715 apertures. That way, even if I know the cultivation technique, it will take me time to deduce it myself. There are at least hundreds of possibilities for 5 apertures, hundreds of possibilities, and every failure will seriously injure me. Even if I try all the methods now, I don't have the time to learn and strengthen myself. But if I die in battle, then senior naturally doesn't need to teach me anymore. If I don't die, even if senior goes back on his words, I can slowly deduce it myself." The martial monarch fell into deep thought, and after a while, he sneered, "What an interesting person. That way, even if I go back on my words, you will be able to deduce it if you survive. But if I give you a guarantee, how can you guarantee that you will transfer the karmic luck power to me if you die?" Suyu smiled and said, "I'm guessing that senior wants this in order to break free. If I really die, I look forward to senior's escape. Senior is powerful, it's best if you kill all the experts of the all heavens. If I die, the human race will be in trouble too. If I die, can the king of Great Zhou and the others protect the human race? Rather than that, I might as well let Senior escape and drag the all heavens to die with me. As long as Senior guarantees that you kill one and destroy all the worlds, I will definitely transfer the karmic luck power to Senior. As he spoke, a loud boom rang out. With a bang, the heavenly annihilation flew out, his huge body shattered, revealing bloody wounds. Blood splattered across the void, and he roared angrily, I have never won before. He didn't want to fight anymore. Anyway, he had never won before. Suyu's expression changed slightly, but the martial monarch smiled, his voice shaking. Do you still believe that you have a chance of winning? Suyu said calmly, it doesn't matter whether I believe or not. It's just a chance. If I win, I get the cultivation technique. If I lose, the result is the same. That's true. The martial monarch said with a smile, looks like you aren't arrogant, but have given up on yourself. No matter who wins or loses, it's not a loss, right? Senior's eyes are like torches. The martial monarch said again, but, according to what you said, if you die and I want to escape, then why don't I wait for you to die first? Suyu was incomparably calm, that's different. If Senior doesn't give me the cultivation technique, after I die, the karmic luck power won't be given to Senior. There's nothing else, I'm a person who values face. If Senior doesn't give me face, I'd rather the karmic luck power dissipate than let Senior devour it. Before I die, I have to explode the karmic luck power. Face? The martial monarch sneered, little worm, don't say any more hypocritical words. After you die, if you don't give me the karmic luck power, after I escape, the first to be exterminated will definitely be the human race. I hate those hypocrites' legacies. At most, I'll exterminate the human race and rebuild the human race. The martial monarch said coldly, do you think the human race in your eyes is the human race in my eyes? Wrong. Do you think I won't exterminate the human race? You're wrong as well. The ideas and hypocrisy passed down by those animals make me disgusted. If you transfer the karmic luck power to me after you die, if I escape, I won't exterminate the human race. Suyu was silent for a moment, and then he said, all right. As long as Senior is happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he said, forget it, the martial monarch doesn't deserve to be called Senior. I'm the mortal lord, and this is just a transaction. I'll call you martial monarch. Martial monarch, be more polite, it's best if you call me mortal lord or you sovereign. You sovereign? The martial monarch laughed, your ambition isn't small, and your tone isn't small either. In my era, if one didn't become the master of the laws, how could one be called an emperor? You, a sun moon, dare to call yourself an emperor. Suyu was incomparably calm, the martial monarch has fallen. I can call myself whatever I want. Why should I care about what others think? Even if I call myself the Lord of all worlds, the number one under the heavens, and even a professional killer of emperors, so what? It's just a title, I can call myself whatever I want. I can't control others, but can't I control myself? The martial monarch was stunned. Suyu smiled faintly, the martial monarch really isn't strong enough. If you're really strong, why should you care about this? What martial king saying I slaughtered the common people, it's all bullshit. The martial monarch actually can't see through karma. The karma is that you're not as strong as martial king Taishan. If you're stronger than him, and he says you slaughtered the common people, then you kill him, then kill his family, then kill King Wen, then kill the human monarch, who dares to say you slaughtered the common people? Since I, Suyu, rose up, I've killed many humans. Why doesn't anyone say I slaughtered the common people? One of my elders, an eternal descendant, killed a bunch of them. The strongest human before was only an eternal, but he killed them all. Before, everyone called me a human demon, but now, no one calls me that. Why? Because I'm strong. Because I killed those who didn't obey me. The martial monarch is still obsessed with why Martial King wrongly accused you. I want to laugh when I hear this. Is this the key? Isn't the key that you're weaker than Martial King? The martial monarch was silent. Did this make sense? Of course it did, and it was the truth. Why was he wrongly accused by Martial King, but he couldn't redress his grievances? Because, he couldn't beat Martial King, therefore, he could only cry out injustice, he could only sulk, what slaughtered the common people, it was all a joke. The key was that he couldn't beat him, so he could only let him say whatever he wanted. If he could beat him and kill Martial King, who said he slaughtered the common people, the martial monarch sighed, "You, maybe, are right. Although you're weak, you can see things clearly." "Yes, what injustice? The key is that I can't beat him." At this moment, the martial monarch wasn't so resentful, but rather melancholy. "Strength, although I'm unparalleled in the world, I'm not invincible, that's why I ended up like this." He couldn't help but think, back then, if I defeated Taishan and said he slaughtered the common people, then what, who would dare to oppose me? After living for so long, he still couldn't see through these things. "Little worm, call me whatever you want," the martial monarch said indifferently. "Great heavenly cycle technique. I can teach you the 715 apertures method, as well as the heaven gate technique. Actually, it's not too difficult. Combine the apertures into one, enter the heaven gate, and the great heavenly cycle technique will naturally be done." "You've done some research." "Indeed, it's fine as long as you grasp the key points. The 720 apertures method, since the creation of the world, countless people have died before it was discovered. Countless experts have derived the 715 apertures method. If you're really alive, you'll naturally be able to derive it soon." Suyu smiled. "If I'm alive, won't Senior teach me the other 5 apertures method? Why do I need to derive it?" "That's true," the martial monarch said indifferently. "I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. However, some things, words don't count. We'll talk about it when you're alive." The next moment, a wave of willpower surged over. One scene after another appeared in Suyu's eyes. Those were the origin apertures and divine apertures operation methods. Suyu frowned slightly. Soon, he raised his eyebrows and said, "I have to unify the divine apertures. I still have 9 divine apertures now. Unifying the divine apertures still requires a technique." The martial monarch said coldly, "Stupid guy. If you're a little stronger, the divine apertures will naturally unify. After unifying, the 2 apertures will enter the heaven gate, and the heaven gate will be the transit. With the heaven gate as the foundation, you can naturally unify the origin apertures and divine apertures. However, the prerequisite is that you can circulate all 720 apertures. You can also try to circulate them without following the order I gave you. I also want to see how the heaven gate looks like when it explodes." Suyu was deep in thought. Very quickly, Suyu had memorized the circulation method of 715 acupoints. This person was really a man of his word. He had given Suyu 715 acupoints. Suyu still had to unify the divine aperture before incorporating it into the heavenly gate. After that, he could experiment with the other 5 acupoints. Suyu had actually tried such an experiment before. That time, Suyu exploded over 100 times with a single heaven connecting aperture, and this time, the 720 apertures exploded again. The result would probably be even better. At this moment, Suyu revealed a smile. The great heavenly cycle method was in his hands. Yes, although it was not complete, it did not matter. At most, he would be injured 100 times. If the 5 apertures were not complete, he would just have to experiment 120 times. No, 119 times, the last time, it must be correct. In the most unlucky situation, he exploded 119 times. With such luck, Suyu felt that he would not have another chance. Maybe 30 times, maybe 1 time, even if the martial monarch really did not give him the follow-up cultivation method, it would be fine. This time, he had actually completed one of his goals in entering the Starry Mansion. And it was quite simple. Well, the premise was that he was alive. If he died, he would be useless. And at this moment, the battle at the side also reached its climax. With a rumble, this time a door flew out. The huge door had some cracks on it. Marquis Tongtian sighed helplessly, "Maybe I shouldn't have made this choice." "Eastern Sky King, do you still have a chance to regret?" "Of course." Eastern Sky King smiled faintly. He could not wait for him to scram. Marquis Tongtian said helplessly, "As expected, you agreed so quickly, but you are actually preparing to settle the score later. As expected, you still want to kill me." Eastern Sky King's eyes were cold. "This door is an idiot, no matter what I say, he has a reason." He no longer had any thoughts of forcing these people to leave. He would kill them all, even if he would be seriously injured. Boom, another explosion sounded. In the void, the crisscrossing Great Tao collided with each other. Eastern Sky King fought 1 against 5, but he had the upper hand. Without the little white dog's Tao, they could not do anything to him. As for Suyu, he watched silently. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fight him to death. Even if we die, we must seriously injure him and hit his great Tao. I don't believe that the other 3 heavenly kings will not want to kill him when they find out that his great Tao is weak. Even if we die, he will not dare to look for the 3 heavenly kings. With 1 less person to share the great Tao, the other 3 heavenly kings will naturally be stronger." Hearing this, Eastern Sky King's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and did not say anything else. That's right, if he was seriously injured, he would not look for the 3 heavenly kings. That would be courting death. At this moment, the few experts were also holding their breaths and attacking with their great Tao. In the void, the great Tao collided, the aftermath swept through heaven and earth, the entire 7th level was completely flattened this time. Who knew if what was exposed was the butt of a martial emperor? So you did not think about it. It was meaningless. Perhaps it was the pelvis. Boom. The first to retreat from the battle of the great Tao was Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's face was pale, and his great Tao trembled. The Tao that had fused with his body was also broken. His body cracked, and he flew backward. Blood instantly splattered everywhere. So you walked over with difficulty and pulled Yun Xiao, who wanted to continue fighting. He panted and said, "Stop fighting. Your great Tao is not stable. While the battle is still going on, stabilize your great Tao and see if you have a chance to step into Tao integration." Yun Xiao's face was extremely pale. With some indignation, he said angrily, "If I had a weapon in my hand, he would not have injured me so easily." Filled with resentment, Yun Xiao retreated and left the battlefield. She quickly began to heal. Perhaps, this battle would be over before she could finish healing, because immediately after, Xinghong was sent flying by a palm strike from the Eastern Sky King, exposing his true form. His injuries were even more severe than Yun Zhao's. It was a giant fish-type demonic beast. No, it had the body of a fish, but the head of a toad. It was a little ugly. Xinghong was sent flying. His huge body was covered in cracks. Seeing Suyu looking at him with a strange look in his eyes, Xinghong helplessly said, "What are you looking at? Everyone is the same. You're not much better than me." "Am I looking at your injuries? I'm looking at your true body," Old Turtle did not say. Xinghong was a water demon, and Tian Miao was a giant ape. Suyu was actually curious. What was Yun Xiao? He had never seen Yun Zhao's true body. Even now, Yun Xiao had not been exposed. At this moment, Suyu seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled. "Let's go to Yun Zhao's side. If we die later, we'll die together. Perhaps we can appear in the Dead Spirit Galaxy together and revive together. Then, we can fight again together." Xinghong felt helpless. Your mentality is really quite good. At this moment, he and Yun Xiao had almost no combat strength left. There was also Marquis Lan Shan, who had been completely beaten up. The 3 Tao integration stage cultivators were also riddled with injuries. Of course, after being besieged for so long, the Eastern Sky King was actually also injured. The Tao he had fused into the giant dead spirit Tao had been shaken off and was somewhat damaged. However, he was much better than the others. The Eastern Sky King smiled. His aura was also unstable, and his death aura was somewhat dissipating. However, he still smiled. "You guys seem to be easier to deal with than I thought. Looks like I still won." Among the 3 Tao integration stage cultivators, Tian Miao was irritable and covered in blood. Tian Yu had a distressed expression. He felt somewhat helpless. Marquis Tong Tian transformed into a door and could not see anything. However, he still said, "Eastern Sky King, I'm serious. If I leave, will you chase after me?" The Eastern Sky King's eyes were ice cold. "It would be best if you shut your mouth." Whatever he replied now, this idiot would have something to say. Marquis Tong Tian continued, "If you promise not to go to the 8th level, I definitely won't fight anymore. I know I can't beat you." "Shut up." Marquis Tong Tian said very seriously, "Can you answer me seriously?" The Eastern Sky King was infuriated. Are you looking for trouble? I'll kill you first. This stupid spirit of the door was simply unreasonable. If he said not to go to the 8th level, he would probably get the same answer as before. If he said to go, there was no need to say anything. In any case, there was absolutely no way to communicate with it. The battle continued. At this moment, only the 4 Dao integration stage cultivators were fighting. Xianxia, who had just attained Dao and did not have a weapon in hand, was sent flying again. The great Dao above his head, the giant staff, was now trembling. Xianxia was also helpless. He was somewhat despairing and resentful. The outside world still doesn't know that I've reached Dao integration. Can I live on and tell everyone that I've reached Dao integration? He had reached Dao integration. However, apart from these people, no one else knew. If the Eastern Sky King won, no one would know that he, Xianxia, had really reached Dao integration. This was too depressing. He had fought this tide countless times, but not once had he felt so carefree. Suyu ignored him. At this moment, he walked with difficulty to where he too was. He glanced at Marquis Lanshan. At this moment, her body was dissipating, and the dead spirit mark was exposed. He too supported her, not thinking about the dead spirit mark. There was an inexplicable sorrow in his eyes. When he saw Suyu, he said in a low voice, "She probably can't hold on any longer. The Lanshan guards have completely disappeared from this world." Suyu smiled. "What's the rush? If we die together." "She won't die. After killing the Eastern Sky King, I'll give her one last stab, eat the Eastern Sky King's blood of death, devour the Eastern Sky King, she will naturally recover. It's just a small matter." He too laughed self-deprecatingly. "That's true. I was too sentimental. In any case, she would die if she was going to die." He didn't care if it was sooner or later. "You guys might have one more chance, but Marquis Lanshan and I probably don't. It's a pity that my strength hasn't improved in these years. I didn't care before, but today, I have some thoughts. Maybe I have a grandson who imprisoned me, but I didn't know about it. That grandson is so annoying." He had discovered it. Or rather, his will had become clear. Today, he was more human than dead spirit. This was a sign that his heart had stabilized. Under normal circumstances, only some marquises could stabilize their hearts. Of course, if one's will was strong, then after a long time, they would be guided by others. For example, those Lanshan guards who had died in battle. Marquis Lanshan had guided them for many years, using the ancient glory as a foundation. To put it bluntly, he had brainwashed them for countless years, and these Lanshan guards had also recovered some of their original hearts. He too didn't have this before, but today, he had recovered his human nature. He looked at the 4 Dao integration stage cultivators and sighed. "There's a high chance that we'll lose. Even if we lose, let's not admit defeat and severely injure this grandson. If worst comes to worst, we'll all self-detonate. Even if we can't kill him, we'll still severely injure him." Marquis Lanshan, who was supported by him, looked at Suyu and mumbled in a weak voice, "I think I saw King Wen." "King Wen, is that you?" Suyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did this guy like Monarch when he was still alive? He too chuckled. During that era, the number of female generals who liked Monarch could probably fill up the entire Star Sea. Suyu smiled and didn't bicker with Marquis Lanshan. He led the two of them toward the stars with a wide smile on his face. "Let's go together. Let's go together. We won't be lonely." At this moment, all of the Dao integration stage cultivators chuckled. Xianxia laughed heartily. "Suyu, only now do I have to admit defeat. You're so young, but you've already seen through life and death. I'm impressed." Boom, he was sent flying again. Xianxia threw up a mouthful of blood, but he still laughed heartily. "You're not strong enough, grandson. Come at me again." Suyu chuckled. "Be careful. You should at least injure him. Otherwise, it'll be such a waste if he dies. Let's talk among ourselves. If you really can't fight anymore, then come at me together and self-detonate. Let's teach this grandson a lesson." "Alright, I'll listen to you." Xianxia didn't say anything else and charged into battle again. Meanwhile, the martial monarch's voice sounded beside Suyu's ears. you're quite open-minded. I'm a little interested in you now. Are you not going to beg me to help you? There's no need for that. I'll help someone like the martial monarch when I need to. If I don't want to help, then why force it? Suyu chuckled lightly. Besides, I'm the human monarch, so why would I beg you to do anything for me? I've lost face for no reason. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to, then so be it. I'd rather beg the foreign tribes because they're here to help. If the human tribe doesn't want to fight, then I have to beg them. Am I a fool? That's right, he could beg the foreign tribes for help. That's to help, human tribe. Why would I beg you? You make it seem like I'm fighting the heavens for myself. In the end, isn't it all for the human tribe? For example, Marquis Lan Shan. If you don't want to do it, I'll give the order. If you don't agree, then so be it. If you don't agree, then I won't treat you as a human tribe. The martial monarch fell silent. So you didn't beg him? He could ask the foreign tribes for help. He didn't need the human tribe to fight. If he won, he'd settle accounts with Qiao Shou. If he lost, then they'd all die together, so you silently watched the great battle over there. For great Dao crisscrossed and collided with each other. As the great Daos collided, their bodies were constantly injured. The first to be completely exhausted wasn't Xianxia, who had just fused with the Dao. Instead, it was Tianyu, who had been silent all this time. He fought the most fiercely. With a loud bang, his sword cut off the Eastern Sky King's arm, but his body was blown into pieces by that arm. His head flew off. Suyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He flew up and grabbed the head with a gloomy expression. Tianyu opened his eyes and looked at Suyu. With regret, unwillingness, and helplessness, he opened his mouth and said, I didn't want to betray. I'm King Wen's subordinate. I'm defending, Suyu smiled. It doesn't matter. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis isn't human after all. It's normal for him to betray you. You're a human. Teacher or inheritance, it's a difficult choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu tossed his head back. As for the Eastern Sky King, he had lost an arm and hadn't recovered. His death aura was overflowing, but he couldn't hide his smile. He was panting as he spoke. It was rare to see a dead spirit panting, let alone a powerhouse like the Eastern Sky King. Suyu, you've lost. The Eastern Sky King looked at the heavily injured Sky Destroyer and Marquis Tongtian, who was full of holes. He smiled and said, this king has won. On Suyu's side, Sky Destroyer and Marquis Tongtian slowly approached. Sky Destroyer kept wiping his mouth. He couldn't stop the blood and spat out his organs. Bare One's teeth said, Suyu, you've lost. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you really can't beat him. No wonder boss doesn't dare to provoke him and can only guard against him. You can't beat him. Boss has probably been beaten before. The Eastern Sky King approached step by step and said with a smile, you're right. That year, Hongming came to my Eastern Sky King mansion and wanted me to calm the dead spirit riot in the spirit region. He wanted to help he too in the war. What a funny guy, but I beat him away. He naturally doesn't dare to provoke me. Sky Destroyer and Marquis Tongtian retreated step by step. Marquis Tongtian said helplessly, that. I want to leave, can I? I'm really leaving. I won't lie this time. Eastern Sky King, if you don't kill me, I'll leave. So you couldn't help but look at him. What was he thinking? Were these words to provoke the Eastern Sky King, or was he serious? Whether it was real or fake, the Eastern Sky King must have been provoked. As expected, the Eastern Sky King said coldly, then you better die. Boom, the three great Daos collided again. This time, Sky Destroyer's body collapsed. He couldn't hold on anymore. He whined, my cudgel isn't with me. Otherwise, I could have hit him. There was a loud rumble as Sky Destroyer flew backward. Only his skeleton was left. It was still intact and was caught by he too in the distance. He too knocked on the bones and lamented, Sky Destroyer, your bones are still considered hard. It's just that they're a little cracked. Sky Destroyer's weak voice came out, we all died together. I still have a chance to do it again. You're about to die, and you still have the nerve to mock me? He too laughed, that's true. Congratulations in advance. Do it again. Forget it, I don't want this congratulations. As the two of them chatted, only Xianxia was left in front of Suyu. As for Suyu, he put on the crown and changed into a clean white robe. Soon, a golden cloak was draped over his body. He held the inscribed tombstone in his hand, and the will of civilization floated in the air. Suyu laughed. Xianxia, you go and have a chat with him too. At this last moment, let me have a moment of glory. I'm the ruler of the human race and also the killer of all worlds. Eastern Sky King, kill me and you might be able to brag about it for the rest of your life. Eastern Sky King dragged his broken body and walked toward him step by step. He laughed, perhaps. Indeed, this is the first time in so many years that I've been injured so badly. Perhaps you guys should be proud. His smile was bright. This was a difficult battle, but he won. 3 Dao integration cultivators were crippled by him. The 2 quasi-Dao integration cultivators were even easier to deal with. Previously, he had even fought with Suyu. He single-handedly suppressed everyone and all the powerful cultivators. This scene might really be unforgettable for the rest of his life. However, he was a little impressed by Suyu's magnanimity. He chuckled. How about I leave your corpse intact? If you beg me, I'll leave your corpse intact so that you can die with more dignity. After you die, I'll tell some people about your battle today. If there's a chance, it might be worth remembering. The ruler of the 10th tide was killed by me. That's right, it might be the last ruler of the human race. Suyu chuckled. Forget it, there's no need for that. Suyu dusted off his robe and raised his head to look at him. Come on, I've said what I needed to say. It's time to go. Alright, then I'll send you on your way. Eastern Sky King was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared before him. His broken arm reached for his heart. At this moment, there was a peculiar look in Suyu's eyes. His aura began to fluctuate. A scene from the past surfaced in his mind. Entering King Wen's former residence. At this moment, he was thinking that the little white dog was really good. He went to ask it for blood essence, and the little white dog readily agreed. Soon, it said, 1 drop. Might not be enough. If you die, what will happen to Master and Little Master? Otherwise, I'll seal a drop in your body. Unless you're definitely going to die, don't use it. I'll add some willpower into this drop of blood. If I use it, you're going to die. If you're going to die, I'll go save you. If I can't save you, I'll ignore the family and bite those bad people to death. Scene after scene appeared in his mind. Suyu had a smile on his face. Why, do all of you think that I only have 1 drop of the little white dog's blood essence? Did I say that I only have 1 drop? Fine, I might have said it. The point is, didn't the little white dog seal a drop in my body of its own accord? This grandson's Dao is broken. He couldn't bite through it before, but what about now? Fat Ball can't even bite through a broken Dao, can it? Undead spirits are never very smart. Suyu sighed. The next moment, all the weapons erupted with the power of confinement. The 10,000 Gates formation exploded. The human master seal extracted the power of providence to the extreme. It only needed to confine you for an instant. In the record of civilization, more than 300 shadows of the sun and moon exploded in an instant. The East Sky King had just arrived when his expression changed. The next moment, a powerful force emerged from Suyu's body. Above his head, a little white dog appeared. It seemed to be more conspicuous and powerful than before. There was even some intelligence in its eyes. It seemed to say, you're going to be beaten to death. It's over, woof woof. As soon as the little white dog finished speaking, it instantly flew toward the great path of undead spirits. It wrapped around the great path and bit one of the winding paths. That path was already somewhat broken. At this moment, it was bitten by the little white dog and couldn't escape. Crack, the sound of biting echoed throughout the world. Suyu bare one's teeth, you're really honored. The East Sky King's body trembled. That was caused by the violent vibration of the great path. At this moment, Suyu suddenly burned his blood essence. You're the first expert that I paid such a huge price to kill. You're really amazing. This really amazing seemed to be a compliment, but it also seemed to be a mockery. The next moment, a saber slashed out. This saber slashed through the void. This saber slashed through heaven and earth. this slash even caused the entire 7th floor to split open. Vaguely, one could see the shape of the 8th floor. This saber even lit up the heaven and earth, piercing through the void, causing the entire starry universe mansion to emit a dazzling light. A saber light appeared on the starry sea. Buzz, the sound of the saber resounded in all directions. The heavenly destroyer and the others were all swept up by the airwaves and heavily knocked out. Bang, the East Sky King roared mournfully. With a loud shout, he forcefully punched out. Boom, the fist and the saber collided, and the fist directly shattered. The long saber fell, and with a puff, the saber slashed down. 2 halves, the East Sky King was instantly cut into 2 halves. This was because at this moment, under the frenzied biting of the little white dog, the small path that was entwined with the great Tao suddenly collapsed. The East Sky King's aura instantly weakened. With a slash of the saber, that aura instantly disappeared. A crack appeared on the East Sky King's head. He looked at Suyu with some helplessness, some relief, and some bitterness. He murmured, betraying the human race will definitely lead to death? I'm so powerful that even 3 to 5 Tao integration experts can be killed, but I was still killed. Is the providence of the human race really so powerful that it can't be resisted? Suyu didn't say a word. And at this moment, the entire Dead Souls domain was shaking. The East King region was in turmoil, and some dead souls collapsed. Dead, the East Sky King, who had ruled the East King region for countless years, had perished today in the Starry Universe Mansion, the place where the human race had unified the heavens in the past. Suyu didn't say a word. He had exhausted all his strength, and he had no more strength to speak. In the next moment, he looked at the crowd over there. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his lips trembled slightly. The crowd was incomparably confused. What are you talking about? Marquis Tong Tian, who was in a slightly better condition, looked for a while and reacted. He said to let us approach him. It's probably because the power of the law wants to reward us, right? Suyu bare one's teeth. In the next moment, his face darkened. Oh my god, at this moment, he's actually a traitor who understands me. In an instant, the others all flew toward him, to kill the East Sky King. Everyone participated in the battle. At this moment, it seemed like it was time to claim the reward. In an instant, an incomparably thick power of the law descended from the sky. It covered everything. That huge power of the law reward illuminated the entire 7th level. And in the void, the martial emperor was silent. I seemed to have been tricked, and one drop of blood. So you actually endured until everyone was beaten to a pulp before he made a move. This guy was ruthless enough, and he was very patient. The sky really changed this time. In the outside world. Ancient primordial mist city, Old Tortoise was the first to sense it. He was a little shocked and a little puzzled. Was it killed by the martial emperor? If it was killed by the martial emperor, it wouldn't be strange. But if it wasn't, he didn't dare to think about it. In this world, there weren't many who were stronger than the East Sky King. If he could kill the East Sky King, then he could kill him. Did he win? Old Tortoise murmured. If he won, then Suyu's plan might succeed, and he could kill his way up to the heavens. Starry Universe Mansion. On the 7th floor. A large amount of power of the laws of heaven and earth descended. This power of the law seemed to be filtered by heaven and earth, leaving some essence for you as a reward. The Eastern Sky King was an extremely powerful Tao integration cultivator. Today, he was killed by everyone here, and the reward of the laws of heaven and earth was extraordinary. Most importantly, it was Suyu. At this moment, Suyu was also crazily absorbing the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The first was to heal his wounds, and the second was to strengthen the Sea of Will, strengthen the divine aperture, and let the divine aperture and primordial aperture all enter the heavenly gate. In this way, he could break through the barrier of the heavenly gate and achieve the true primordial spirit unity. Suyu crazily absorbed the power of heaven and earth while recovering from his injuries. Soon, he could speak again. Tianmia, you Tao integration cultivators have recovered from your injuries, retreat quickly. Yun Xiao, Xinghong, you too retreat after Tao integration. Lan Shan, you are a dead spirit, devour the remains of the Eastern Sky King. He too, stop absorbing. Go and collect the remaining marks and blood of the other dead spirits, and let Lan Shan devour them. You are restricted by Hong Meng, and this is to prepare for your resurrection. You can't become stronger, and it's useless even if you become stronger. In the crowd, he too looked sad. I knew it, no wonder I can't become stronger no matter how I absorb and cultivate. This old guy is really a good for nothing. Resurrection, do you have the confidence to resurrect? If you don't, then you're restricting me, you are really not human. That's right, that old tortoise was not a human in the first place. Helplessly, he too did not know whether he should be happy or helpless. There was no way for him to improve, unless he broke the restrictions. It was not impossible. Although the old tortoise was strong, there were also many experts present. It was still possible to break the old tortoise's restrictions. But, forget it, he too cursed in his heart. Forget it, I'll be restricted by you. If not, I can at least reach the 9th stage of the eternal realm this time. He didn't say anything. Soon, he too went to collect the marks and blood of the dead spirits around. Except for him, only Lan Shan was a dead spirit, and these things were of great benefit to the dead spirits. Everyone was frantically absorbing the energy, including the little furball. It was as if it had found a mouth and was extremely happy. It had a mouth again. Suyu, on the other hand, was on high alert. He sent a voice transmission to the elite gate, Marquis Heavenspan, prepare to open the portal and teleport to the 8th floor. Don't forget, there's something even more dangerous here, Martial Monarch. From the very beginning, Suyu had never thought that the Martial Emperor would speak nicely, negotiate nicely, and help him. That was impossible. From the very beginning, his goal was to use the Martial Emperor. Later, when the Martial Emperor came to his senses and couldn't be used, he switched to deceiving the Martial Emperor. In any case, Suyu did not intend to have a good talk. It was the same for martial monarchs, putting himself in someone else's shoes. Who did this to him? How could he talk to him about gifting the cultivation method? How could this be? Now that I've become like this, I'm going to take revenge on the entire world. Everyone was absorbing the power of the laws. As for Suyu, his physical injuries were also recovering rapidly. This was a reward for killing a peak expert who was second only to a human king. There was no lack of rewards. However, he was extremely cautious. Actually, the Martial Emperor still wanted to kill him, Suyu knew very well in his heart. Otherwise, even if the Martial Emperor couldn't attack at will, he could still open the dead spirit channel and let them leave. However, the Martial Emperor didn't say or do anything from the beginning to the end. Obviously, he didn't want Suyu and the others to leave smoothly. This battle was a great victory. The biggest contributor was actually the little white dog. The second was not Suyu, but Marquis Lan Shan. Judging from the current situation, if Marquis Lan Shan hadn't killed two Marquis earlier, the result might have been different. It could only be said that there were mistakes. Suyu's judgment was wrong once. The Martial Emperor woke up too early. According to Suyu's thoughts, even if he woke up, it wouldn't be so fast. Of course, if there were really two more Marquis, Suyu might not have endured until the end. But killing the Eastern Sky King would probably be difficult. As these thoughts rose in his mind, the Martial Emperor's voice still sounded in his ears. Little worm, you're really scheming and ruthless. Aren't you afraid that all your followers will die? Suyu could actually endure until the end. Among them, if there had been the slightest mistake, the others would have died. Marquis Lan Shan was really almost dead. At that time, Suyu didn't make a move until Tianyue appeared. Also, if Marquis Tong Tian hadn't also participated in the battle, Suyu's strength would still be inferior. Fight to the death and come back to life. Suyu didn't mind chatting for a while to buy time. He said with a smile, "This is war. The essence of war is to fight for the greatest harvest with the smallest price. There is a gap between us and the enemy. If we fight the strong with the weak, can it be a fair confrontation between two armies? If there is a gap in strength, then we have to win by surprise. If we crush the enemy, then we have to suppress them with our strong momentum and destroy them. The point is, aren't we weaker?" The Martial Emperor seemed to be thinking. After a while, he said, "What if that gate and that white-haired fool didn't participate in the battle? I still have a way out. If no one participated in the battle, or the Martial Emperor didn't make a move. It's not that I have no way out. The Martial Emperor didn't seal the passage of time, he just covered it up. I came here last time, and I think I still have a chance to escape with my people. Even if we get lost in the river of time. Suyu said, and then flattered, the martial emperor still left us a chance of survival. The passage of time, the place where Tianyue killed his way out, it was also the passage behind the nine-leaf sky lotus, of course, where the river of time led to, and whether they would get lost were uncertain. It was possible that Suyu and the others would wander in the river of time, and when they came out, it would be thousands of years later in the outside world. No matter how strong an expert was, you couldn't return to the past. However, you could go to the future. It wasn't that you could travel through time, but in the river of time, you might feel that not much time had passed, but perhaps thousands of years had passed in the outside world. It wasn't time travel, but you really spent that much time wandering. Survival? Huh. I really forgot about it. The martial emperor sneered, little worm, so you were prepared to escape from the beginning. If that's the case, why do you have to act so righteous? Hypocritical people are really as hypocritical as those hypocrites. It turned out that Suyu had long been prepared to escape, he even fled to an unknown place, into the river of time. He wasn't prepared to die, Suyu smiled, hypocritical? Hypocrite? I just want to live. In this world, who doesn't want to live? Since I can live, why should I seek death? Is there any value in dying? The martial emperor is so powerful, so righteous, why do you still want to live? Why don't you just commit suicide today? After being trapped for so many years, why do you still want to escape? People always like to have double standards. I want to live, which is hypocrisy. The martial emperor wants to escape, which is righteousness. Martial emperor, what do you think? Suyu spoke with assurance. At this moment, after absorbing the rule force, his injuries had healed. The 9 great divine apertures were merging into one, Suyu absorbed a large amount of rule force and was merging these divine apertures. He continued unhurriedly, the complete cultivation technique that the martial emperor promised before, you should give it to me now, right? You actually dare to ask me for it? The martial emperor had some indifference. Suyu said calmly, why not? Finished speaking, he continued, I know that the martial emperor is incomparably powerful. If we really make a move, all of us together are not the martial emperor's match. However, when the martial emperor makes a move, the clarity that was maintained with great difficulty will soon be in chaos. After this chaos, I will never come to wake the martial emperor again. In this world, other than me, no one has opened 360 origin apertures. No one can help the martial emperor awaken his heart. Suyu said calmly, I'm not an idiot, the martial emperor shouldn't be either. Some things, everyone can see clearly. If the martial emperor feels humiliated, you can try to make a move. Do you really have the confidence to kill us in the chaos? If you can't kill us, then the martial emperor will continue to sleep. Maybe in the next 100,000 years, another genius like me will appear to save the martial emperor. The martial emperor said coldly, little bug, do you think this seat will be intimidated by your words? Suyu's voice gradually turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, no. But I feel that if the martial emperor really makes a move in chaos, I won't die. It's so difficult to kill a martial emperor who isn't awake. At most, I'll just be seriously injured. I still have the confidence to escape. After escaping, we'll see how we go. The martial emperor was silent. He was threatened by Suyu. Suyu was quite savage, or it could be said that Suyu knew that using other words, it was impossible to communicate with the martial emperor normally. A peerless powerhouse who was humiliated and sealed, was filled with resentment towards the martial king and the others. And today's human race, all of them were the inheritances of those people. Would the martial emperor talk to you nicely? Impossible. What righteousness of the human race, what life and death, what did it have to do with him? It was precisely because Suyu knew that he couldn't be bothered to be perfunctory with him. He went straight to the heart of the matter, pointing out the drawbacks of the martial emperor's attack. Not only would he not be able to kill him, but he would also fall into chaos. Without the stimulation of Suyu's Mount Tai, the martial emperor might no longer be able to maintain his consciousness after the chaos. And at this moment, beside him, Xinghong roared, and his huge body floated into the air. In the void, the great Tao surged. Boom, qi and blood shook the heavens, the great Tao interweaved in the void. Xinghong was overjoyed and laughed wildly, I've advanced to Tao integration. He had advanced, and immediately after him, Xianxia also shouted. The void shook, the great Tao interweaved, and a long sword great Tao traversed heaven and earth. Xinghong also walked the sword Tao, but the great Tao of the two seemed to be slightly different, and Suyu couldn't see any difference. He didn't care about this, and only revealed a relieved smile. This time, of the three guardians he brought out, all three had advanced, and of these three, the first one he met was Sky Destroyer, the first city he controlled was Xinghan Ancient City, and the first one who dared to attack without regard for the rules was Yun Xiao. They were all old acquaintances of Suyu. Today, all three guardians had advanced, they guarded the passage for 100,000 years. The two of them succeeded in Tao integration and quickly left the area covered by the power of the rules. And Sky Destroyer and Tian Yu also quickly left. On the other side, Marquis Tong Tian was still absorbing the power of the rules. He was very happy, and as he absorbed, he turned into a human figure. Yu Guan looked at Suyu. Seeing Suyu staring at him, Marquis Tong Tian smiled. I've recovered, I'll leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly left. He felt that this person despised him for absorbing too much. Forget it, although he was reluctant, he should leave first. The human race was not to be trifled with, and he was still quite afraid of the human race, especially people like Suyu. Last time, he felt that Suyu was not to be trifled with. That was the first guy to go up to the 8th level just to kill people, and then leave after killing people. He was not reluctant to leave at all. Such a guy looked easy to talk to, and his heart was extremely firm. Marquis Tong Tian had lived for a long time and had seen everything. If this kind of trash did not die, whoever provoked him would be unlucky. Suyu did not say anything. The anti-fans had misunderstood him. He was still quite magnanimous. Since the anti-fans had participated in the battle, he had no qualms about absorbing more. 5 Tao integration stage powerhouses. Suyu looked at the 5 powerhouses who had left. They were all Tao integration stage powerhouses. This time, when he went deep into the Dead Souls realm, he did not bring a single Tao integration stage powerhouse with him. But now, he had 5 Tao integration stage powerhouses. No, it was more than that. There was also Marquis Lan Shan. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan was devouring the dead spirit mark that belonged to the Eastern Sky King, while frantically absorbing the power of the rules. She absorbed the most because her Tao body was broken and she needed to repair it. The Tao body was actually like a vessel, and it was also a bit similar to the 3 movement techniques. It was a medium that carried a large amount of power of the rules and connected to the great Tao. This thing needed the power of the rules to repair. The effect of killing the Eastern Sky King was extremely good. Marquis Lan Shan's aura gradually strengthened. Soon, with a rumble, a dead soul great Tao appeared, and Marquis Lan Shan's Tao body was restored. She was just about to withdraw when Suyu shouted, "Continue absorbing. Digest and improve yourself." The Eastern Sky King was killed, and the East King region will definitely be in turmoil. The other 3 heavenly kings might covet it. You are a dead spirit, and I still want you to stay here and take charge of the East King region. Without sufficient strength, how can you protect yourself? Marquis Lan Shan still had to stay in the Dead Souls realm, help Suyu take charge of the East King region. Of course, Old Turtle would help her. However, it was extremely difficult for a Marquis to take charge of the East King region. The other heavenly kings, not to mention themselves, had more than 10 marquises under them. They might not dare now, but after a period of time, when they knew that the Eastern Sky King was dead, some heavenly kings might be tempted. Invade the East King region. At that time, there would probably be a huge battle in the Dead Souls realm. When Marquis Lan Shan heard this, he continued to close his eyes and absorb a large amount of rule power, digesting what the East King had left behind. Suyu said again, after you go back, take charge of the East King region first. See if you can gather the other human Marquis of Death spirits to gather in the East King region. Of course, you have to have absolute control. Any Marquis of Death spirits who come to the East King region will be your subordinate, and you will only listen to my orders. If you have any difficulties, you can look for Senior Primordial Chaos. In addition, you can gather the Iron Eaters, Gu Dai, Space, and Primordial Giant races of the Dead Spirits realm. I will soon take control of these races. So you kept talking to Marquis Lan Shan, or rather, giving orders. Marquis Lanshan was a valiant general who led the charge. But not a strategist, you have to make it clear. If you don't, she might do as she wants. That would be troublesome, and it would easily interfere with Suyu's plan. Marquis Lanshan silently remembered it. As for Suyu, while talking to her, he was observing the movements of the martial emperor. The martial emperor did not move at all. He did not even tell Suyu the follow-up of the cultivation technique. Suyu did not know what he was thinking. Maybe he was measuring something. But it was fine if he did not give it to him. He would deduce it himself. The living soul's realm. At this moment, there was some movement. A large number of experts, with their wills attached to the outside of the realm, looked towards the star sea. Over there, in the direction of the star mansion, a flash of saber light was reflected, causing many people to frown. What happened to the star mansion? At this moment, they did not think of Suyu, nor the dead soul's realm. Separated by life and death, other than some guards who felt the movement of the dead soul's realm, others could not feel it. Besides, no one dared to think about anything, because the experts were all in the realm. So were the humans. Old Tortoise was there. Old Tortoise could still be seen wandering near the star sea. Needless to say, King of Great Zhou was still in the human realm. As for the other experts helping Suyu, at this moment, the two furballs were tearing the void. Watching curiously. Under such circumstances, who would think about what happened to Suyu? It was normal for Suyu to run around. However, there were still people who thought of something and murmured, did he enter the star mansion again? This was also the thought of some people. They did not see Suyu in person. Could it be that that guy found a way to enter the star mansion again in advance? Was this movement caused by Suyu, celestial world? Tiangu frowned slightly, looking at the talisman king who had just returned. With some uneasiness, he said in a low voice, there are some changes in the star mansion, maybe Suyu entered again. Could it be that he entered through the dead soul's realm? There is a passage to the 7th level in the dead soul's realm. You went to see East King previously, what did he say? The talisman king hurriedly said, he will arrange people in the near future to deal with Hongmeng first. If Hongmeng is not eliminated, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with Suyu. East King means that when he deals with Hongmeng, he also hopes that we can help. Attack from both inside and outside, not giving Hongmeng any chance. As he said, he added, East King also said that among the 4 kings, there are still people who support the human race. He cannot act rashly, in case it causes unrest among the 4 kings. Tiangu frowned. I have some understanding of these. Among the 4 kings, there were probably 2 who supported the human race previously, but later, one of them changed his stance. Now, I'm afraid only South King is still insisting. South King. Did East King say to contact the other 2 kings to deal with South King? He did not say. The talisman king shook his head. Maybe he still has some misgivings or other thoughts. Tiangu sighed. He was rarely like this, but at this moment, he was vaguely uneasy. What exactly went wrong? Suyu's side wasn't weak, but it was still a bit lacking to attack the major realms. He looked into the distance. He had also felt that saber light just now, but he didn't know who had unleashed it. It must have been very powerful. It had actually seeped out of the starry mansion. Was it because someone was fighting, or was it because of some restriction? In the 10th tide, the human race was the weakest, but in the end, such a great change had occurred. Tiangu was a bit hesitant. According to their current arrangements, they had the advantage in the dead spirit's realm. The higher realms were about to open, which was definitely an advantage. Although the various realms were at a slight disadvantage, it wasn't as if they couldn't fight again. If all the old antiques gathered, including the Eternals, to fight the human alliance, it wouldn't matter if the human race had a few more Dao integration cultivators. If 3 to 5 Eternals couldn't defeat one, then what about 10 or 20? In terms of Eternals, they were still much stronger. However, if that really happened, then the various races would suffer great losses. After defeating the human race, they wouldn't be able to fight again. Thus, everyone was waiting for the higher realms to open so that they could destroy the human race at the lowest price possible. Tiangu took a deep breath. Forget it. Let's wait for the fated kin's reply. This lifeless seems to have other intentions. He hasn't given us a clear answer yet. He was also a Dao integration cultivator. Moreover, this was related to the higher realms. If the fated kin really wanted to attack, they could still wear down the power of laws. Because Lifeless was a Dao integration cultivator, even if Tiangu went to the life realm, they would still be suppressed. The life realm was very important, because any expert who descended from the higher realms would be suppressed, except for the human race. Controlling the life realm was a very terrifying existence. It wasn't that one hadn't thought about forcing the fated kin to retreat, but this race wasn't weak. It really wasn't weak. The Heavenly Abyss tribe was just a branch that had split off from them. The life realm had always maintained a neutral position, and destroying this tribe would require a heavy price. In the past 9 tides, the fated kin had always maintained a neutral position. Tiangu had some vague ideas, but he didn't think it was very likely. Lifeless wasn't an idiot. The human race had the upper hand, but that didn't mean they could actually win. He rubbed his forehead. This was one of the more irritating days Tiangu had in recent years. So you had gone to the Starry Mansion. Would his strength have increased greatly? If so, then it would be troublesome, the human realm. King of the state of Zhou didn't have the mind to pay attention to anything else. A dog had suddenly appeared in front of him. That dog suddenly ran out, and then suddenly stopped. It happened in an instant, no one else saw the dog's shadow. But at this moment, King of the state of Zhou saw it. It was an ordinary-looking little white dog, and it even looked a little weak. But, at this moment, the dog was looking at him, making King of the state of Zhou feel a little pressured. The little white dog looked at King of the state of Zhou. It didn't say anything, just looked up at the sky. So you seem to be fine again, but he had used his second drop of sealed essence blood. He should have killed his opponent. If that was the case, then he didn't need to go. He still had to watch the house. However, it saw a person, an interesting person. The little white dog looked at King of the state of Zhou. After a while, it blinked and ignored him, disappearing from the spot. It wanted to go home and guard the house. It wasn't interested in chatting with this person. King of the state of Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and transmitted his voice. Senior, did something happen to Suyu? Nothing. The moment he said that, the little white dog had already entered the waterfall of time. Yes, it entered directly. As for the book spirit and tea tree, Suyu had brought them in, using the power of the book of time to counteract the effects of the waterfall of time. As for the little white dog, it entered directly, it could come out, moreover, it could return easily. This was something Suyu wasn't clear about previously. And for 100,000 years, no one had seen the little white dog. It was obvious that it hadn't come out. King of the state of Zhou watched as the waterfall of time disappeared and frowned. Where did Suyu go? The little white dog suddenly came out. Maybe Suyu met with trouble. Since it returned, maybe Suyu solved the problem. Starry Mansion. Blade Light, King of the state of Zhou looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. To be honest, Suyu wasn't his ideal human master. He was too egoistic, overbearing, and conceited. He didn't want to listen to anyone's suggestion. He was the only one. With this kind of personality, he might have been able to become the ruler of a new world. But now, this was not the case. This was a human sovereign, the 11th human sovereign. The previous 10 human sovereigns were all human sovereigns. Of the 9 human sovereigns, those 9 were all within the realm of control. Or perhaps not, everyone knew what they wanted to do. Only Suyu, the human emperor who created the world of the human race, if you didn't know what he wanted to do, if you didn't know what he was thinking, he wouldn't come and ask you. Even if you said it, he might not listen. This was something that had never happened before in the 10 tides. That was because practically all the other lords had been protected from the very beginning, and had been decided internally. Those human lords would listen to their elders. They would listen to the words of some old people. Sigh. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. King of the state of Zhou sighed. He really didn't know. He originally thought that Suyu would stop for a while or take advantage of this rare period of peace to improve himself. In the end, this guy. Starry Mansion. Right, this might be a good place to improve. He didn't need to think too much, it was fine as long as he didn't die. But today, the providence of the human race fluctuated a few times. He felt that his great Joseal's providence was drawn a few times. He didn't know what Suyu was doing. King of the state of Zhou was slightly vexed. He had met his match, an extremely troublesome opponent, at the same time. Dead Soul's domain. In a domain that was extremely far away from the East King region. There were also 3 incomparably huge halls with countless dead spirits shuttling back and forth busily. North King region. North King mansion. An expert wearing a black crown with his hands behind his back looked at the dark sky with a solemn expression. East King was dead, he was killed. Who killed him? The 4 heavenly kings were all peerless experts. In the past, the human race unified the heavens and killed some disobedient experts. Later, the 4 heavenly kings submitted. They were powerful, but the human race didn't kill them all. Instead, they were given titles and were given control of the dead soul's domain. Now, the human race's hegemony had disappeared for 100,000 years. The 4 heavenly kings were extremely free and unrestrained. The reason why they rebelled against the human race was to prevent the human race from rising again. They had to work like slaves again. East King was closest to the spirit suppression region and resisted the most. But now, he was dead. The commotion of the battle in the dead soul's domain wasn't huge. Did Hong Meng kill East King? Hong Meng could kill East King, or did something else happen? The North King was still thinking. Soon, an armored marquis stepped in and said in a deep voice, "Heavenly King, there is news from the East King region." The North King lowered his head and looked at him. The great general said, "A huge battle broke out in the East King mansion. Marquis Lan Shan led the Mist Mountain Guards and betrayed the East King mansion. They killed Marquis Yuming. After that, all the experts of the East King mansion chased after them. Apparently, Marquis Lan Shan was ordered by the human lord to kill his way out of the East King region and return to the human lord." Human lord? The North King frowned. Which human lord? The human lord of this tide. The great general said in a deep voice, "Suyu." Suyu? The North King murmured. "I've heard of this name. But I heard that he's only a young man in his 20s. The so-called human lord seems to be just some humans who saw that he had a good relationship with the guardian and forcefully pushed him to be the guardian of the alliance." Is that so? Yes. The great general replied. This person isn't very powerful, but he can devour blood essence to strengthen himself. His battle prowess can sometimes reach Dao integration. Reaching Dao integration with external help can't possibly defeat East King. The North King frowned. How did East King die? He couldn't understand this situation. Just as he was thinking about this, he frowned and said coldly, "You came uninvited and barged into my territory. Do you want to die?" North King, you're so cold and heartless. A chuckle could be heard. In an instant, a black figure appeared. It was a woman in a black robe. She laughed softly. North King, long time no see. The North King said coldly, "West King, why aren't you in the West King Palace? What are you doing here?" West King, the great general's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He bowed slightly and quickly left. Among the 4 heavenly kings, the South King and the West King both supported the human race. The North King's attitude was unclear. The East King was against the human race. However, after the last tide, the West King's attitude changed. It was said that he had a close relationship with this West King. Soon, the West King became a staunch opponent of the human race's rise. After the great general left, only 2 people remained in the palace. They were both very powerful. The West King smiled softly. North King, do you know that the East King is dead? The North King said coldly, "I'm not blind." He might have been killed by the human race, the West King said softly. The West Duchess said softly, "North King, now that the East Duchess is dead, there might be some trouble if this continues. This time, I came to the North King to discuss whether we should join forces to kill the South Duchess." Kill the South King? The North King looked at her and said coldly, "You're quite ambitious. After killing the South King, you'll join forces with the West King to kill me? To unify the undead realm? How can that be?" The West King said bitterly. "I'm weak, and the North King is strong. Besides, we can only suppress the undead realm by working together. Why would we fight among ourselves and cause chaos in the undead realm? Now that the East King is dead, I'm worried that the human race will come to deal with the North King. The South King is stubborn. Isn't it better to be the overlord of this realm? Why do you want to be the human race's dog? The North King said coldly, enough. Don't worry. It's good that the East King is dead. With him dead, the few of us will naturally become stronger. Just because he can kill the East King doesn't mean he can kill us. We'll see what happens next. North King, how can you be so irresolute? The West King said regretfully. If you hadn't been so ambiguous and contacted the East King to kill the South King, the undead realm would have long been peaceful. At that time, if you were afraid of the West King and me, you could have joined forces with the East King to suppress us. Why did you have to end up like this? Then, the West King said, North King, I know you're worried that the West King and I will join forces to harm you. There's no need to do this. Actually, I can't hold on any longer. I have to leave the undead realm. If I don't leave now, I'll completely turn into a dead spirit. I'm afraid I'll have to make a trip to the Dead Soul Galaxy. The North King looked at her coldly. Leave? You said you would leave long ago, but I haven't seen you leave. If you really want to leave, you'll probably wait for the upper realm to open. You've been hiding here for so many years, waiting for the upper realm to open, right? North King, you have sharp eyes, but that was in the past. The situation is different now. The West King sighed. The human race has some advantages in the undead realm. Those useless people from the ancient heavens actually watched the rise of the human race. Now, they're forced to hide in their own realm. If this goes on, the human race will become even stronger. I have to leave. If I go to the undead realm, I can at least find a way to suppress Hong Meng. It's best to find a way to kill Hong Meng with a pincer attack. The West King quickly smiled. On the human side, Hong Meng is the strongest. Now that the South King and Hong Meng have opened up the East King region, if they join forces, there'll be big trouble. Hong Meng must be dealt with. The North King raised his brows slightly. Kill Hong Meng. This guy is not easy to kill. He's slightly weaker than us, but he can travel between the life and death realms. Moreover, the spirit suppression region is also suppressed by his rules. Those are the rules given to him by the imperial court. In the spirit suppression region, his strength is not weaker than any of us. In the spirit suppression region, Old Tortoise's strength was comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. Of course, outside of the spirit suppression region, Old Tortoise would be weaker. Even if the gap wasn't too big, he would still be slightly weaker and would be suppressed. The West King smiled faintly. That's because the outside world didn't pressure him, and the connection between the inside and outside was not perfect, giving him a chance to escape. This time, if I go out and find an opportunity to kill him. Once he's dead, it's only a matter of time before we kill our way out of the undead realm. Kill our way out, the North King looked at the sky. Was there still a chance to kill their way out? Could they really be reborn if they killed their way out, live another life? He didn't know. The West Duchess smiled and said, think about it, North King. The death of the East King might be an opportunity for you. North King, if you cultivate well these days and become stronger, even if you enter the spirit-suppressing zone, that Old Tortoise's rules will not be able to suppress you. The 3 heavenly kings would all become stronger. With East King's death, the great Tao of undead spirits would give them more power of rules and the right to use them. The North King didn't say anything, and the West King quickly disappeared. The North King frowned slightly. It might not be a good thing for the West King to provoke such a woman. Of course, it wasn't a good thing for him either. This woman was very strong. All these years, she had been staying at the West King's mansion, helping the West King to suppress all the different voices, including the Marquis of Death of the West King's mansion. The Marquis of Death of the human race had all disappeared without a sound. The entire West King's mansion had become this woman's world. She controlled 1/4 of the power in the undead realm. What was the West King thinking? The North King felt a slight sense of crisis. It was better to become stronger as soon as possible. It would be best if he could truly reach the level of an ancient human king. At the moment, they were actually still a little weaker than those human kings. Of course, some human kings who had reached the pinnacle of the Tao integration realm were stronger than them, but their strength was limited. For example, the 100 Battle King had reached the pinnacle of the Tao integration realm and was said to be comparable to a human king. However, in reality, he might be comparable to those human kings who had reached the pinnacle of the Tao integration realm. He was still slightly weaker than some human kings who had mastered their own great Tao. Of course, the 100 Battle King was slightly stronger than them now. The East King is dead, the West King. Hong Meng. Human king? With some doubts in his mind, he thought of Suyu, a young man in his 20s. Was he really in control of all this? Or was he just a puppet with someone else behind the scenes? There was no way he could not think about it. Suyu was too young. He was so young that everyone found it inconceivable that he had become a human king. There had never been a human king who had reached the pinnacle at such a young age. The 100 Battle King had only officially become a human king when he was over 300 years old. Before that, the human race had been ruled by some old antiques of the 8th tide. Only after the 100 Battle King had reached the Tao integration realm did those old antiques hand over their authority, allowing the 100 Battle King to become the human king. The 10th tide, the North King muttered to himself and disappeared from the palace. On the 7th level, Suyu's body trembled slightly. The Sea of Will trembled. The 9 divine orifices were beginning to merge. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He was also a little confused. Why hadn't the martial emperor made a move yet? Should he make a move or not? Forget it. Who cares? The power of the laws had almost been absorbed. On the other side, Marquis Lan Shan also opened his eyes. His aura was much more powerful than before. This time, he had killed both the Death Spirit Marquis and the Heavenly Kings. All of the dead spirit imprints had been given to him. After absorbing a large amount of the power of the laws, Marquis Lan Shan's Tao body recovered, and the power of the Great Tao was even more powerful than before. Although he hadn't reached the level of the Eastern Heavenly King, he was still much more powerful than the average Marquis. Marquis Lan Shan opened his eyes and looked at Suyu. In the next instant, he dropped to one knee and yelled in admiration, "Lan Shan thanks the human king." This human king was incredible. Eastern Sky King, this hidden danger, had existed for 9 tide flows. But this tide flow had actually been killed by this generation's leader. In the 9th tide, the 100 Battle King had come to the realm of dead spirits several times, but he hadn't been able to kill the Eastern Heavenly King. In fact, the 100 Battle King had almost succeeded once, but he had attracted the attention of the other Heavenly Kings. The North King had joined forces with the Eastern Heavenly King to force the 100 Battle King into retreat. There was no way to kill him. Moreover, the 100 Battle King didn't dare to fight to the death in the realm of dead spirits. That would affect the overall situation. However, this time, Suyu had succeeded. He wasn't as powerful as the 100 Battle King, and although he looked weak and scholarly, he was incomparably terrifying. This made Marquis Lan Shan think of King Wen. If the 100 Battle King was King Wu, then Suyu was King Wen. In ancient times, King Wu had been defeated, but King Wen had led an army that was almost invincible, as if he had never been defeated. She was a general under King Wu, but that didn't stop her from worshipping King Wen. Suyu looked at her, guessing what she was thinking. How annoying, Suyu didn't think he resembled anyone. King Wen. It was said that he liked to wear white like him, and that they were both scholars. But a scholar was King Wen. Suyu was speechless. Who said that only King Wen could wear white, really? Dispense with the formalities. Suyu waved a hand, gesturing for her to rise. He looked around, satisfied. 6 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Aside from he too, who was a 7th stage eternal realm mighty figure, he had brought out 6 Tao integration stage super mighty figures from the dead spirits world. Once this was brought out, it would definitely shake the heavens, including the book spirit, tea tree, fat ball, bean bun, cooking cake, iron-eating beast emperor, 9 moons, and Hong Meng. So you could bring out 14 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. He didn't count a few of them because he wasn't sure if they were on his side. The King of Great Zhou, the primordial giant king, the spatial ancient beast emperor. Suyu wasn't sure if they were on his side. It could only be said that they were on the side of the human race. Just because they were on the side of the human race didn't mean that they were on Suyu's side. At this moment, Suyu didn't think too much about it. He looked up at the sky. The martial monarch hadn't said anything. Should he leave now, or should he go to the 8th and 9th levels? Perhaps there was a way to control the martial monarch. The martial monarch was now awake, which was a hidden danger. He was filled with resentment toward the human race. He hadn't attacked yet because he was worried that no one would wake him up again if he lost control. If the martial monarch really didn't have any resentment, he would have passed on the complete cultivation method to Suyu by now. He didn't. This was the basis for Suyu's judgment. He would rather go back on his word than let Suyu obtain the cultivation method. In reality, this was only delaying Suyu a bit of time. Just from this small matter, one could see the martial monarch's thoughts. I resent you all, so, even if I go back on my word, I'm going to make you suffer. Suyu understood him, but understanding didn't mean that he could let him go. You can resent the martial monarch and the others, but don't make trouble for me, Suyu. Couldn't be bothered to care even if you and the martial monarch perished together. What he was afraid of was that this martial monarch really broke free and went to deal with the human race instead of one. The martial monarch wasn't dead, so the human monarch and the others definitely knew. With this thought in mind, Suyu sent a voice transmission to the Heavenspan Marquis. Open the gate to the 8th level. Go to the 8th level. He still had to go and take a look. If he didn't restrain the martial monarch, Suyu wouldn't be at ease. The chaotic martial monarch was very cute, but the sober martial monarch was very terrifying. I don't need this kind of peerless powerhouse to break free unless I can control him. The Heavenspan Marquis didn't say anything and quickly opened the gate. Suyu didn't waste words and directly jumped in. The others all followed. The gate instantly disappeared. The martial monarch's willpower fluctuated slightly. In the void, a faintly discernible face appeared, looking at the gate that had disappeared with an incomprehensible expression. 8th floor. Suyu had been here before, but he had not gone deep. He had left quickly after killing Shuehua. This time, Suyu had come up again. Unlike the last time, Marquis Tongtian brought them up together. As soon as they entered the reception hall on the 8th floor, Marquis Tongtian swept his gaze over everyone and said, 3 Guardians, level 5 authority. He too was the Celestial River Guard Surplus General, level 6 authority. Marquis Lanshan was conferred Marquis after his death, level 4 authority. Tianyue, Sky Supervisor's 4th Department Head, level 5 authority. Human Lord, holder of the Human Lord Seal, level 3 authority. Compared to last time, Suyu was only 1 level higher. The last time he had come, he had level 4 authority. Because he had been holding the Wind Tombstone, he was considered a guardian and had the same authority as a marquis. This time, the holder of the Human Lord Seal was 1 level higher. Level 3 authority. In ancient times, this was the authority of some human kings and half-emperors of various races. It was not low. It was quite high. Suyu felt relaxed. He was much more relaxed after going up to the 8th floor. There seemed to be no martial emperors while on the 8th floor. At this moment, hearing Marquis Tongtian's words, Suyu smiled. What is the use of authority? I heard people say that even level 3 authority is fine. For example, level 4 authority can go to the level 1 area. Marquis Tongtian explained. Human Lord also said that it's just a walk. But with level 4 authority, you will be killed if you barge into some human king residences. Human kings usually have level 3 authority, and some have level 2 authority. Human Lord has level 3 authority now, so he can take the initiative to visit. If Lord is not here, he can also investigate the situation. We are all colleagues, so it is not against the rules in ancient times. Suyu nodded slightly. At the side, Sky Destroyer curled his lips and snorted. 8th floor, the 8th floor has a lot of rules. They are all created by those old fellows. So annoying. I hate coming to the 8th floor the most. Saying this, seeing Suyu look over, Sky Destroyer explained, this place used to be the meeting hall. The rules are strict. Which normal person would live here? There is no other way. Anyway, I don't live here. Yun Shao sneered, because you don't have a residence here. Not qualified to live here. Almost all conferred generals can stay in this place. Only a small number of surplus generals can stay here. You're just a surplus general, how can you have a place to stay? Sky Destroyer snorted. That's because I don't want it. Otherwise, would some conferred generals be a match for me? His strength was not weak at that time. The marquis and titled generals were all at the Tao integration realm. Most of them were at the 9th stage eternal realm, but most of them were no match for the heavenly annihilation realm. With heavenly annihilation here, there would be no peace. So you didn't mind. At this moment, he led the group out of the main hall. This time, it was no longer endless darkness. Up ahead, the doors of the great hall opened, and Marquis Tong Tian personally led the way. As they walked, he said, "Human sovereign, the 8th floor has been empty for countless years, but the residences of the past are all here." So you asked directly, "You've been guarding here all this time?" "Yes." "Then how was the ancient era destroyed?" "I don't know." So you turned to look at him. "You don't know, Marquis Tong Tian had always been here." Seeing him look over, Marquis Tong Tian said seriously, "I don't know. I only know that King Wen disappeared first. After disappearing for a period of time, King Wu also seemed to have gone to investigate, and then he didn't return. King Wen and King Wu disappeared one after another. At that time, the entire Starry Universe residence was actually a bit restless." Marquis Tong Tian sighed. The human emperor, King Wen, King Wu, Hell King, and Wisdom King are the 5 pillars of the human race. 2 of them disappeared at once. No, Hell King was punished by King Wen and left, leaving only the human emperor and Wisdom King. The Wan parliament was restless at first, but later on, they became somewhat unscrupulous. Marquis Tong Tian recalled some things and said, "I only know that after the disappearance of the ancient era, it was quite peaceful. At the end of the ancient era, the Wan conference was held. On that day, all the eternal realm and above in the Starry Universe residents had to attend the conference." Marquis Tong Tian recalled. Anyway, on that day, countless eternal realm cultivators entered the conference hall, and then went to the 9th floor for a conference. In my opinion, it was actually to force the human emperor to abdicate. The disappearance of the ancient era has a lot to do with the human emperor. He shrank his neck. Although the human emperor doesn't show his face much and doesn't speak much, he is very terrifying. At that time, the parliament wanted to take advantage of the absence of the human powerhouses to resist the rule of the human race, and then they all disappeared. All disappeared? So you said, what do you mean by all disappeared? Marquis Tongtian's bare one's teeth said, "It means all disappeared. They seem to have gone to the 9th floor, and then, there was no then. The wind was calm, and in the calm, the primordial era disappeared. In the Starry Universe residence, the Eternal caught them all. Not a single one was left." He sighed. There were still some under the Eternal realm left, but soon, the residence was shaken, shaking heaven and earth. Many under the Eternal realm died, and those who didn't die couldn't leave because they couldn't teleport. After that, a large number of people were trapped to death. In the end, it was all over, and I was the only one left. Marquis Tongtian said awkwardly, "I didn't need to go to the conference, and I was the only one, because I was the door, and all I had to do was guard the door. It didn't make sense, every door had to go to a conference, and even if there was a conference, there had to be someone guarding the door, and that was me." So you looked at him in surprise. The ancient era disappeared so peacefully, in a single day, the place became empty. Everything was gone, and only this door was left. Was this the only living person in the entire Starry Universe residence? No, there was still a martial emperor, heavenly annihilation, and the others also sucked in a breath. Iron lump, you mean the ancient era disappeared in an instant? That can't be. There were so many members of the parliament, and they were all above the Tao integration stage. The human emperor relied on King Wen and King Wu to suppress him, and in the end, they were all killed by the human emperor? Marquis Tongtian shook his head. "I don't know about that, but there must have been a lot of deaths. There was a period of time when the great Tao was frequently shaken. In fact, I vaguely saw a large hand appear from the 9th floor, and it erased some of the great Tao's existences, and even the existences attached to the great Tao. Perhaps it was done by the human emperor, and he erased some disobedient fellows. He was also somewhat frightened. At that time, in any case, I was scared to death. Fortunately, they probably saw that I was a door, and the 8th floor still needed someone to guard it, and no one cared about me. I just had to do things according to the rules. These years, I've been conscientious and conscientious. He looked at Suyu. Human Emperor, I've been conscientious and conscientious in guarding the door all this time. Previously, letting the door disappear was also a rule. Once there was an uncontrollable factor, I had to close the door to avoid affecting the 8th floor. Suyu chuckled. It doesn't matter. The bar spirit gate's expression changed. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Suyu with some fear. It's over, I'm going to die, it doesn't matter, he understood the meaning of these words. It's over, this is going to settle the score. As expected, I knew I was going to be out of luck. At first, Suyu didn't care, but when he didn't hear the heaven-reaching Marquis's voice, he turned his head and saw the heaven-reaching Marquis's face full of fear and helplessness, with some grief and indignation. Seeing Suyu look over, the bar spirit gate sighed. I understand. Human Emperor, just tell me how to punish me. As expected, I still can't escape this fate. Perhaps it's time for me to go and see those ancient friends. Suyu looked at him, and so did the others. All of them thought of something, and all of them were speechless. This? Are you serious, or are you joking? Previously, when he was chatting with the Eastern Sky King, everyone thought that he was purposely provoking the Eastern Sky King. Yunxiao kicked the Sky Destroyer and transmitted his voice. Sky Destroyer, you're quite familiar with this fellow. Has he always been like this? The Sky Destroyer transmitted his voice. How would I know? I'm not familiar with him. I've only seen him a few times, and everyone is too lazy to talk to him. Who would talk to a door every day for no reason? Isn't that a lunatic? Suyu glanced at him, and after a while, he said, I'll punish you to shut up. In the future, when I ask, you can say. If I don't ask, don't speak. As expected. The bar spirit gate sighed again. Human Emperor and King Wen are really alike. King Wen also punished me to shut up. King Wu didn't, but King Wu directly beat me up. The group of people were speechless. The bar spirit gate continued, actually, I don't speak much anymore. Human Emperor can also see that up until now, I haven't said much. I've been restraining myself, and I speak very carefully. I know that my words aren't pleasing to others, sigh. The group of people were speechless again. The bar spirit gate continued, don't worry, I understand. In the future, when I see Human Emperor, I will speak less. Why isn't everyone speaking? Suyu's heart was tired. This fellow. Was he born to talk a lot? Is this called not speaking? Isn't it tiring to imagine things all day long? Forget it, I can't be bothered to bicker with you. As expected, the Skirich Marquis spoke as if he had opened the Skirich aperture. Suyu seriously suspected that the origin of this title was not simple. It was not simply the meaning of the Skirich Marquis. Suyu asked, your title, who gave it to you? This. Speaking of which, there's an origin. The bar spirit gate's interest was immediately piqued. In the 369th year of Yong'an, I gained intelligence and became a spirit. At first, I was not conferred the title of Marquis. However, in the 380th year of Yong'an, during the second conferment of Marquis, someone said that I worked hard and should be conferred the title of Marquis. Soon, news spread that King Wen personally named me and conferred me the title of Skirich Marquis, saying that I guarded the Skirich Gate. Skirich Marquis, King Wen, Suyu raised his brows and said meaningfully, King Wen is right. This gate of yours is indeed the Skirich Gate. There were many meanings, talking was like farting, never ending. Another point was that the area he guarded was near King Gong's residence. One King Gong and one Skirich Marquis, it felt like King Wen was implying something. Suyu asked again, who conferred the title of King Gong? The Human Emperor and the others. Skirich Marquis explained, the titles of Human Emperor and King Wen were decided upon by the Human Emperor and the others. A small number of marquises were also decided by them. The rest were either applied for themselves or given to them by the parliament. Saying so, he said smugly, I was also one of the few marquises who was conferred the title by King Wen himself. Suyu asked again, how long did the ancient era last? Yong'an is the Human Emperor's era title, right? Yes, the ancient era lasted for more than 30,000 years. In the 3000 to 5000 year of Yong'an, King Wen and the others disappeared. In less than 1,000 years, the entire ancient era was destroyed. More than 30,000 years, that sounded like a very long time. However, to those people, 30,000 years wasn't a very long time. The imperial court of the human race, which had unified the many heavens, collapsed. From then on, all the races were exterminated. 10 tide flows, each 10,000 years, and each defeat. There was no longer the glory of the ancient era. A thought occurred to Suyu again. The old turtle seemed to be very ancient. That old turtle might have been born before the ancient era. It was indeed very old, perhaps it had even lived through the ancient era, so ancient, only Tao integration stage. Cough cough, it was hard to say. Sure enough, the upper limit could still be capped sometimes. As they chatted, the group walked out of the reception hall. The sky was bright, and the environment was beautiful. There were huge mansions everywhere, and the space between them was actually quite large. The flowers and trees were still there, and the white jade path covered the entire 8th floor. They formed a ring around the Wan Parliament. Outside the Parliament stood 99 gates. Even from here, one could vaguely see those incomparably tall gates. The 99 Parliament members represented the 99 gates. Skirich Marquis continued, the outermost area is the residence of some surplus generals. All the surplus generals who were bestowed with mansions here were top-tier powerful beings who were just one step away from being conferred titles. Then, the inner area is the residence of conferred generals, then the residences of the marquises, then the residences of parliament members, half-emperors, and human kings. Then, the residences of the top-tier human kings, and finally, the Wan Parliament. Suyu listened for a while, then asked, aren't parliament members and half-emperors the same? Skirich Marquis was confused. Same? No, parliament members are parliament members, half-emperors are half-emperors. Parliament members are all half-emperors, but half-emperors aren't necessarily parliament members. Almost all the Wan have half-emperors, but only 99 powerful half-emperors entered the parliament. The others didn't enter. Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded. He got the gist of it, half-emperors. Some powerful beings from small tribes might only be at the Tao integration stage or eternal stage. They might be called half-emperors, but they didn't have the strength to enter the parliament and become a parliament member. Suyu felt that the parliament members were probably at the master of the laws level, because they had set up some rules. How many human kings were there in ancient times? Suyu asked again. Skirich Marquis quickly answered, there were 40 human kings in ancient times, including the 4 extremities human kings and the 36 celestial kings. The number of celestial kings. There were 360 marquises in ancient times, the number of heavenly cycles. Later, unless someone died, the quota would be increased. Otherwise, there would be no more human kings or human marquises, no more titles. In addition, there were 99 parliament members in ancient times. One was under the jurisdiction of the parliament. The parliament had 99 parliament members, the number of extreme 9. Under the parliament, there were 720 marquises, the number of heavenly cycles. Suyu sucked in a breath. That many? This was the first time he'd heard that there were so many marquises in ancient times. Many? Marquis Skirich wanted to retort, but after a moment's thought, fine, I'll bear with it. Still, he explained, actually, not many. For example, the parliament only has 720 marquises. Each tribe doesn't even get one. Some small tribes almost go to war every day for the sake of a marquis title. Then he said happily, I've been conferred a marquis title. Unfortunately, I'm the only one in my tribe. Forget it, my sect is a special tribe and can be considered part of the spirit tribe. However, the spirit tribe mainly consists of plants, mountains, and rivers. Even among the spirit tribe, I'm still extremely special. Marquis Skirich was a gatekeeper, but he knew the ancient times like the back of his hand. At this moment, Suyu had gained a thorough understanding of the ancient times through him. In ancient times, the human race had unified the world. The human sovereign wielded great authority, and under him were the 4 extremities human kings. Under the 4 extremities human kings were the 36 human kings and the 99 parliament members controlled Wan. Below them were the 1080 marquises, and below them were countless titled generals and surplus generals. These were all part of the management. After that, the management didn't count. Suyu said softly, in other words, in ancient times, there were 140 masters of the laws, or experts at the master of the law's realm. We can't rule out the possibility that some of the marquises were extremely strong. The human race had 41, while the Wan race had 99, it wasn't strange for the human race to unify the heavens. With so many masters of the laws, that was almost half the number of the Wan race, and there were even a few extremely powerful ones. They didn't need to outnumber the other, just half was enough to make any race unable to resist. The Wan race wasn't even one race, however, it was also difficult for the human race to completely annihilate the Wan race. At most, the human race was the boss, and there was a group of subordinates who could join forces to resist. I don't know, Marquis Skirich said. In any case, I have no way of prying into that realm. Suyu nodded. Then he thought of something and asked, Senior Grand Mist, I heard that King Gong wanted to confer the title of Marquis upon him, including Sky Destroyer. I heard that after he fused with the Tao, he also wanted to confer the title of Marquis upon him. Isn't the number of marquises fixed? This time, there was no need for an explanation. Sky Destroyer said, some of the 720 marquises of the Wan race had already died in that era. They were only there in name. In the future, some people can be added to take their place. So you heard something unusual. So, even if the human race unified the world, the Wan race and the human race might still be fighting? And there are still people who died? Sky Destroyer said matter-of-factly, of course. There are few open struggles, but there are many hidden struggles. Some powerhouses die while exploring the endless void, or die of old age, or die from cultivation deviation. In any case, there are reasons for all of them. Some powerhouses die while exploring the endless void, or die of old age, or die from cultivation deviation. In any case, there are reasons for all of them. In ancient times, during the Yong'an era, there were no more major wars, but there were many small wars. Also, the human race would secretly encourage and support some small tribes. The new tribes would challenge the older tribes. Suyu looked at Sky Destroyer, and Sky Destroyer said innocently, what? It's like that. The human race has done this before, and it has been exposed several times. For example, during ancient times, they supported the giant whale tribe to fight against the dragon tribe. In the end, the giant whale tribe was defeated, and the dragon tribe found out that it was the human race's doing. The giant whale tribe patriarch was forcibly fused with a great Tao, and he fought against the dragon monarch. In that battle, 7 or 8 marquises of the dragon tribe died. Marquis Skirich nodded. Yun Xiao and Xinghong also seemed to remember this matter and nodded. They were not surprised, this was a normal occurrence. During that time, the human race did not want to start a war, but they also did not want to be unable to completely suppress the Wan race. Thus, it was not uncommon to incite disharmony. It was not uncommon for them to support some mid-sized tribes and have them challenge the larger tribes. This had always been done to weaken the parliament. If it were not for the disappearance of King Wen and the others, perhaps the Wan race would have been completely defeated in another tens of thousands of years and become a subordinate race of the human race. King Wen and the others had spent tens of thousands of years preparing to unify the heavens. This was an incomparably grand plan, but unfortunately, it had come to a premature end. The Wan parliament had also discovered and felt this, which was why they had taken the risk out of desperation. With the disappearance of the 4 human kings, they had become restless and plotted a rebellion. In the end, they had been wiped out by the ruthless human emperor. This was Suyu's judgment and guess. The human emperor might have thought that King Wen and King Wu wouldn't be able to return, or for some other reason, that he could not wait for them to return. In order to solve this hidden danger, he had chosen to perish together with them. If this was really the case, then the human emperor, the overlord that was rarely mentioned, was the truly ruthless one. Since the plan could not be completed, then there was no point in playing around. Otherwise, there would be a major upheaval later on. He would kill them all and be done with it. As Suyu thought to himself, he walked onto the white jade path. At this time, the heavenly gate appeared on his forehead. The next moment, the aura on his body changed slightly. In the Sea of Will, a snow-white acupoint flew toward the depths of the Sea of Will like a huge star. There seemed to be a door there. The Heavenly Gate. This was also the primordial spirit acupoint that Suyu had mentioned. The acupoints had returned to one. All the acupoints would eventually enter the Heavenly Gate. This was also the conjecture of Suyu and some of his companions in the past. A human's acupoint might originally only have one. Later on, it had split apart and split apart. The primordial spirit and acupoints had returned to one. After returning to one, only one acupoint would be cultivated. This was the true unification of the acupoints. The moment the divine acupoint flew into the Heavenly Gate, all of Suyu's acupoints also returned to one and flew toward the Heavenly Gate. The primordial spirit had returned to one. Boom, the Heavenly Gate erupted with a resplendent light. At the side, several experts looked at Suyu. A bright light flashed in Suyu's eyes, and he quickly recovered. The aura on his body had strengthened slightly. It had returned to one, however, it was still lacking the cultivation technique. In the Heavenly Gate, there was an acupoint that was like the sun. That was the origin acupoint, and a star that was slightly gentler and not too dazzling was the divine acupoint. And now, he needed the sun and moon to become one. He needed the cultivation technique to be the connection point, the great heavenly cycle technique, and the martial monarch had only given him the method to connect 715 acupoints. If he wanted to become one, he still had to try the remaining 5 acupoints one by one. Once he failed, he would probably be injured by the explosion. Actually, it was still quite dangerous. Because all 720 acupoints were in the Heavenly Gate. Once the Heavenly Gate was destroyed, it might cause serious injuries or even death to Suyu. Suyu could already vaguely feel it. After his acupoints returned to one, the cultivation technique would be connected. The power that the Heavenly Gate had previously increased would all become his own power. Previously, he had only borrowed the power stored in the Heavenly Gate. The Heavenly Gate was actually the shell of Suyu's acupoints. In the future, the Heavenly Gate would no longer have any increase, because there was no need for it. The power of the Heavenly Gate would be Suyu's own. Marquis Tong Tian looked at the small gate on Suyu's forehead, inhaled, and said, "The Heavenly Gate has become one. The human sovereign is indeed powerful. Since ancient times, it seems like no one has completed the great feat of becoming one with the Heavenly Gate. In ancient times, there weren't many who could become one with the Heavenly Gate. It was said that only the 4 extremities human kings and the human sovereign had completed it." At the side, Sky Destroyer curled his lips and said, "That's not all. I heard that there are others." Marquis Tong Tian retorted, "Then give me an example?" "Time Master." Sky Destroyer had a proud expression. He didn't know about Time Masters before, but now he knew. "How about it?" Marquis Tong Tian's expression turned ugly. "I was actually refuted." "Very good," he quickly said. "Have you seen a Time Master before? How do you know that a Time Master has opened the Heavenly Gate? Even if it opened, how do you know it has become one? Even if it has become one, how do you know if it is real or fake? Almost all the people that a Time Master has seen are dead. Do you know anyone who hasn't died?" Sky Destroyer held back his anger, but soon, he suddenly sneered and said, "Fine, forget about Time Masters, I will also open this martial sovereign." TSK, martial sovereigns are people from ancient times. I'm talking about people from ancient times. Sky Destroyer was speechless. Then, in ancient times, there were people who opened the Heavenly Gate aperture and became one with the Heavenly Gate. He thought about it, and soon, his eyes lit up. He said, "Immortal sovereigns, demon sovereigns, and the others should have also opened it." Marquis Tong Tian snorted, "Have you seen them before?" "No, but I know that when the humans fought against these races, it wasn't easy. They must have opened it." "Do you have proof?" "Then do you have proof that they didn't open it?" "I don't, but do you have proof that they opened it?" "I don't either, but you don't have proof." Suyu turned his head and glanced at the two of them. These two guys had nothing better to do. Sky Destroyer had also become talkative. At this moment, Suyu couldn't be bothered with them. He was looking at the layout of the 8th floor. The world in his eyes was different from the others, and it was somewhat similar to the little white dog. He saw something special. Faintly discernible great paths covered the entire 8th floor like a huge net. "Rules," Suyu murmured. The 8th floor was covered by the rules, no wonder it was said that the rules were strict. He also saw that in the distance, above the parliament, there was a figure that seemed to suppress the ages and the parliament. It wasn't a real person, but the rules. The dense great Tao of the rules surrounded the entire parliament, that should be the great Tao rules woven by the humans. The 99 parliament gates also seemed to be weaving great Tao rules to resist that figure and not be suppressed. At this moment, Suyu, who had opened the gate of heaven, seemed to see many things that ordinary people couldn't see. He didn't come to the 8th floor to look for treasures. He just wanted to see if there was a way to restrict a martial emperor. Of course, if there were treasures, that would be even better. On the human side, many eternal cultivators needed to switch to cultivating the great Tao. It was best if they had enough carriers to cultivate the art of weapon fusion. The flaw of the art of weapon fusion was quite obvious, and he saw it this time. Without a weapon, his strength dropped a lot. However, with a weapon in hand, he was definitely much stronger than those who advanced with 3 movement techniques. Another point was that the consumption was quite large. He needed a large number of carriers, and it was best to have a main weapon that could be used to fuse with other carriers to strengthen himself. The 8th floor must have a lot of carriers, right? These were all residences of top powerhouses, so there shouldn't be no treasures. 1080 marquise residences. Perhaps not that many. Suyu had seen some marquise residences on the 7th floor before. Even if a manor had a carrier, there would be over 1,000. Carriers, main weapons, a way to restrict a martial emperor. This was Suyu's purpose for coming here. As for the rest, there was no need to delve into it. For example, why the primordial era was destroyed. Whether the human emperor was dead or not wasn't important. He wasn't even at the Tao integration stage, so why did he care about the master of the laws? All of you, shut up. Let's go. Suyu berated. Sky Destroyer and the argumentative sect had become repeaters, asking each other if they had any evidence. How annoying. Sky Destroyer was a bit helpless and aggrieved. He transmitted his voice, Suyu, I can't beat them in a fight, but now I can't even win an argument. I want to go back to my lair. Agreed, he couldn't beat them in a fight, and he couldn't win an argument. There was really no way to continue living like this. Suyu was also speechless. That's right, it was quite aggrieving. More importantly, why did you pick a fight with the argumentative sect? Suyu hadn't interacted much with the Heavenspan Marquis, so he knew what the other's personality was from a few words. It was obvious that he would fight you to the end. You would only continue arguing with him if you had nothing better to do. He couldn't be bothered to say more. He walked along the White Jade Avenue. The White Jade Avenue was densely covered in the power of the laws, but as soon as Suyu arrived, the crown on his head emitted a faint radiance, and the power of the laws retreated. His level of authority was quite high, Suyu carefully observed the 2 sides of the avenue. After walking a certain distance, he would arrive at a manor. The arrangement of the mansions was quite interesting. Along the White Jade Avenue, if the left side belonged to the divine race, then the right side might belong to the demons or humans. Generally, it wouldn't belong to the divine race. Different areas were dominated by different races, but there would be mansions of powerhouses from other races interspersed here and there. To disperse the opponent's power, these mansions shouldn't have been randomly distributed. At this moment, Asu Yu walked. He connected the acupuncture points in the gate of heaven. He knew how to connect the 715 acupuncture points. If his luck was good, he could complete the connection in one go and Suyu would be able to completely open all the acupuncture points in his body. In the next moment, the 716 acupuncture points lit up. Hong, the gate of heaven trembled, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at Suyu. Suyu had a calm expression, but he was secretly cursing. Something was wrong. Why is it that every time I circulate my cultivation technique, my luck is gone? The first acupuncture point, 1 out of 5, I actually lit it wrong. I think it's that acupuncture point. The connection was very pleasing to the eye. Cultivation techniques were like this. If the connection of the acupuncture points was not pleasing to the eye, then the possibility of it being wrong was very high. It was pleasing to the eye, so why was it wrong? It was only the first one. The Heavenspan Marquis and the others stopped arguing and looked at Suyu. Yun Xiao opened his mouth and said, Suyu, are you circulating your cultivation technique? Why did you make yourself vomit blood? It can't be a fake cultivation technique, right? Suyu was speechless and didn't know what to say. His luck was bad, the luck of the human race seemed to be useless at this moment. It's fine. As Suyu spoke, he saw a mansion. His nose twitched slightly, and the human lord seal flew out, directly dispersing the law energy in the air above the mansion. Suyu reached out and grabbed at one of the houses in the mansion. Hong, the law energy erupted and clashed with Suyu's hand. Suyu let out a low grunt and crushed the law energy. He quickly reached out and grabbed. In the blink of an eye, a medicine cauldron was pulled out by him. Soon, Suyu retracted his hand and opened the medicine cauldron. There was a golden pill inside. Suyu took a sniff and swallowed it. The gate of heaven that had just been injured quickly began to heal. The others looked at Suyu in surprise. This nose was very sensitive. He actually smelled the medicine. Suyu kept the medicine cauldron into the record of civilization. It was a good item and should be able to be used as a carrier. As expected, the mansions of these ancient experts didn't lack good things. He casually opened a titled general's mansion and obtained a good pill and a medicine cauldron that could be used as a carrier. He had also obtained an even better medicine cauldron previously. Suyu continued forward. He didn't loot everywhere like a locust. He knew that if he looted too much, it might cause the law energy to go berserk. He had to go to King Wen's mansion to take a look. As for whether he could enter, that would be another matter. Previously, Lu Hong said that he needed a key to enter King Wen's mansion, but Suyu didn't think much of it. Lu Hong couldn't enter. That was Lu Hong, not me. I have the Book of Time, King Wen's younger sister's item. You won't let your younger sister enter the mansion? I have Tombstone Wen, his great Dao inheritance. You won't let your younger sister enter the mansion, no matter what. It should be more reliable than a key. Who knew if Lu Hong was telling the truth? There were only 3 possible ways to control a martial emperor. King Wen's mansion, Martial King's mansion, and the human emperor's mansion. I don't need to subdue a martial emperor. I just need to lock this old fellow here and not let him leave. It's fine as long as he doesn't spoil my plans. With this thought in mind, Suyu walked along the main path. As for himself, he continued to experiment with his cultivation art. He only needed to connect the 716th acupoint 5 times. He had failed the first time, but there were still 4 more times. Suyu felt that he wouldn't be so unlucky. It was impossible for him to choose the right acupoint 5 times, that didn't exist. Actually, he didn't need over 100 times. The first one only had 5 possibilities, the second 4, the third 3, the fourth 2, and the last one didn't need to be chosen. 14 times, so you could complete it. That was the most he could do. As for telling the martial emperor a few hundred times, that was based on the fact that he hadn't chosen the other 715 acupoints yet. Since he had chosen it, he just had to connect the acupoints. It was just 14 times, he had already failed once. At most, he could do 13 times, Suyu was in a good mood. I feel that I can solve this problem in 5 times. That idiot martial emperor wants to fight with me. Boom, another explosion sounded. Cough, 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 blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Everyone looked at Suyu again. This, you failed again? Suyu's face was calm, but he cursed in his heart. I failed again. I feel that this acupoint is the most likely one. Why? Do I have to succeed 5 times? Exploding once is very painful. The gate of heaven trembled. The other 700 acupoints were also trembling. Every time it happened, it was like being hit on the head by a hammer. It was very painful. For some people, they would explode and disappear. Some people could get used to it. Pain would always accompany them, and it would be fine once they got used to it. In fact, Suyu vaguely understood something. The heavenly cycle technique could not be imparted easily. Yes, he understood. It was not because of luck, but because the heavenly cycle technique could not be imparted easily. This was a terrifying cultivation technique, or rather, a perfect one. The great heavenly cycle technique, primordial spirit unity, humans were born imperfect. It was also difficult to open the aperture to perfection. When you opened it to perfection, it would be even more difficult to turn it into a single aperture. Hence, the minor heavenly cycle technique was hard to come by, and so was the great heavenly cycle technique. Suyu was even thinking about a problem. Could the 720 aperture circulation technique really be preserved in the world? Previously, he had written a 360 aperture circulation technique for biphone, but heaven and earth did not tolerate it. The rules were destroyed, and the lightning tribulation descended. What about the 720 heavenly cycle technique? Hence, could this cultivation technique only be passed down by word of mouth? Would the written records be passed down, including the heavenly cycle divine aperture technique? It was passed down to Suyu by the book spirit. Suyu had never seen it before. When I derive the technique, I can give it a try. Heaven and earth do not tolerate this cultivation technique. Hence, every time I think it is right, it is wrong. It is because the rules are interfering with me, not allowing you to obtain it easily. This was Suyu's own deduction, but he felt that it should be correct. Hence, should he choose the aperture that he disliked the most? Hence, when Suyu chose the aperture that he felt should not be the most, it exploded again. Suyu laughed. He understood, the rules were interfering with him. When he felt that the wrong one was right, he was deceived and there was a deviation. What an interesting rule. Forget it, he would try it one by one. Suyu was prepared. He would probably only succeed on the last try. This was a test given to him by the rules. As for who said it, who knew? All rules were set by humans. That was what Suyu thought. Since that was the case, this rule might have been set by a bastard. Perhaps he had suffered a lot, just like himself. If he were to inherit this cultivation technique in the future, perhaps it would also be the same. Let him blow himself up for fun. As the group continued walking, Suyu had already exploded a few times. He was injured. It doesn't matter, who doesn't get hurt in life. A Xianxia that was not wounded was not a good Xianxia. At this moment, Marquis Heavenspan suddenly said somewhat solemnly, ahead is the human king domain. Human sovereign, I'm afraid we can't go any further. Although passing by isn't a problem according to the rules, there's no one here, only the rules. If we really get into trouble, no one will come to our rescue. Even a Marquis was solemn. Marquis was, after all, a person with level 4 authority. Logically speaking, he should be able to enter the parliament. However, Marquis Tong Tian did not recommend that he leave, as it would be easy for him to get into trouble. Not only that, Marquis Tong Tian didn't argue this time. Instead, he said solemnly, Human Lord, even if you want to leave, it's best if you go to the 3rd level zone and not the 2nd level zone. There are only 4 mansions in the 2nd level zone. The 4 extremities human king mansions. King Wen's mansion is in the south, Martial King's mansion is in the north, Wisdom King's mansion is in the east, and Hell King's mansion is in the west. Saying so, he added, the area we are in now is the south. The parliament is in the north facing the south, and the main entrance of the parliament is King Wen's mansion. This arrangement, it had to be said that it was very interesting. The main entrance of the ancient parliament was King Wen's mansion. It faced the parliament. Was this meant to suppress the parliament? One person to control the parliament? The front and back doors, a King Wen and a Martial King, were all blocked by you. Although there were 99 doors, the parliament still had a front door and a back door. Suyu said with a smile, King Wen's mansion is at the main entrance of the parliament? Yes. Marquis Tongtian nodded and sighed. You don't know, in ancient times, when the parliament was in session and you walked out of the main door, you would most likely see King Wen reading at the entrance of his mansion. The person reading was panic-stricken. Later, there were 99 side doors, one for each clan. Very few people left from the main door. One could imagine, when the parliament members finished discussing how to deal with the humans and went out, King Wen was reading and smiling at them. It was a little perverted and chilling, so you couldn't help but laugh. This is something a scholar can do. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt that even if others didn't say it, he felt that he was somewhat similar to King Wen. There was no other reason. If he were in King Wen's position, he might do the same. I'll block your door while you discuss how to deal with the humans inside. When you come out, I'll read to you. What to read: loyalty, filial piety, righteousness, and faith. I'll read loyalty and serve the country. I'll read the history of killing rebels. I'll read the laws of torture. As Suyu thought about this, he felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, I'm not in that era. Otherwise, I'll read to them every day and stop plotting. Just wait for death, otherwise, I'll scare you to death every day. As Suyu was thinking, Marquis Tong Tian couldn't help but say, human emperor won't do this in the future, right? I won't. Marquis Tong Tian heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I was afraid you people would be the same. Then, he heard Suyu say with a smile, if such a day comes, I'll kill all those who don't listen. Why should I keep them alive? If King Wen and the others can't kill him, then don't be in a hurry to unify the world. Just keep fighting. If they can't, then obediently return to the human realm. If they want to unify the heavens, then they have to be governed by others. Suyu chuckled and said, I've read a lot of history books. In such a situation, there are too many problems. Many dynasties either perish from internal strife, collapse, or have their nest taken over by others. Wanting to unify is too difficult. Ordinary people can't do it. I think King Wen and the others made the right choice. Actually, the idea is good, and they did it well. Give them a little more time, and perhaps the myriad worlds will be completely unified. Those fellows at the beginning will die, and the later fellows will be taught by the humans and gradually be brainwashed into only listening to them. But, it'll take too long, and too much effort. If you have the strength, the best way is to kill off the older generation and leave the younger ones. If the older generation has a rebellious spirit, the younger ones will gradually forget about it. After 3 or 5 generations, you'll naturally be able to unify the world. Suyu spoke with fervor and assurance. He didn't say that King Wen and the others were wrong, but that everyone chose different paths. Suyu's method was very difficult to accomplish. If it were really that easy to kill 99 counselors, King Wen and the others would have done it long ago. Unfortunately, it wasn't that simple, so they could only choose to slowly unify. To divide, to rope in, and to resolve some remaining problems. However, it would take too long, so long that the Yong'an era really did become history. These weren't ordinary people. To outlive a group of masters of the laws to death. Suyu's heart ached for them. How many years would it take to outlive a single master of the laws? As long as the masters of the laws didn't die, their resistance would never be extinguished. Marquis Tong Tian chose to shut up, not speak. He was a little afraid of talking to this person. Although he was old and strong, he was a little afraid. This generation's leader was arrogant, domineering, bloodthirsty. But he wasn't the rash type. He was calm amidst his madness. This kind of person was the most terrifying. In any case, Marquis Tong Tian was a little afraid of Suyu. He wasn't afraid of a madman being strong. He was afraid of a madman with a bit of intelligence and culture. That was even more frightening. Suyu chuckled and dropped the subject. You guys stay behind and look for some good stuff. I think I saw General Homing's residence. You guys can go take a look at Senior Homing's lair. Maybe there's something good there. I'll go take a look. Human Lord. Marquis Lanshan hesitated. How about I escort you there? No need. Suyu smiled. You don't have enough authority. Marquis Lanshan, is there a residence here for you? No. Marquis Lanshan shook his head. This place was built after the unification. I died in battle. Just as she finished, Marquis Tong Tian said, there is. Although Marquis Lanshan died in battle, he was conferred the title of Marquis after his death. All Marquis of the human race have residences here. It's just that no one lives there. However, there are a few old soldiers of the Lanshan guards who used to manage the residence for Marquis Lanshan. They all died later on. Marquis Lanshan was surprised. He was a little touched. He said softly, the lords haven't forgotten me, they should have. I think it's like this. You dead Marquis don't get a salary. If you really haven't forgotten, you should get a salary. Bad mood, Marquis Lanshan glanced at him coldly. Annoying guy, so you couldn't be bothered with them. He continued, then go around by yourselves. Don't touch these mansions, lest you cause any disturbances in the power of laws. Without my mortal lord's seal, the power of laws here will be even stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu stepped forward. Very imposing, the few of them were filled with admiration for Suyu. However, a loud bang rang out, and Suyu staggered. The few of them instantly turned their heads to look at their surroundings. Please ignore this scene and pretend that you didn't see it. Otherwise, it would be easy for this narrow-minded human sovereign to remember you. Sky Destroyer and the others waited until Suyu was far away. Sky Destroyer chuckled. I didn't have the nerve to laugh just now. The explosion was tragic. Xinghong, don't say that. You're a human lord now. To be honest, I'm a little nervous seeing this guy with a straight face. Xinghong also laughed. You're nervous? Nervous my ass. But, he has indeed grown. Xinghong also sighed. Now that he has mastered the cultivation method, he might officially start Dao fusion. I don't know what Dao it will be, but I think he's confident in it. Maybe his strength will improve a lot and he will truly become a top powerhouse. The current Suyu was not weak, but he was still lacking. But when he truly stepped into the Dao fusion realm, it would be different. He would open the major heavenly cycle acupoint. Suyu's accumulations were much deeper than everyone else's. His foundations were too strong. After he rose up, he might be the next sovereign personage. As for higher, no one thought about it. At the very least, Suyu had not shown any potential to surpass King Wen and the others. Sky Destroyer chuckled. Good. It's so exciting to follow this guy. Look, he's beaten up every day, but he can't lose. Although he's beaten up badly, we've never lost, we can beat anyone, he continued. This time, we've all advanced. After we get out, will this guy really sweep through the heavens and then attack the higher realms? It'll be difficult. Xinghong sighed. Suyu hasn't experienced it, so he doesn't know the situation. You and I both know that the higher realms have many powerful beings. Many of the 720 marquises in Wan have died or disappeared. But in the past few tides, which one of them didn't descend? Just from what I remember, there are at least 30 marquises. There are also new Dao fusion cultivators. Which tide doesn't have a few new ones? As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts sank. The higher realms really weren't weak, Xinghong continued. There's one more thing, the human race itself. Xinghong said solemnly, in the 9th tide, almost all of the old antiques of the human race have been killed. But since they haven't been wiped out yet, I think there must be a group of them. If Suyu was a normal human lord, it wouldn't be a big problem. But this guy is used to doing things his own way. Do you think those old antiques will be happy to dominate the world? Will they listen to a young man in his 20s? Sky Destroyer snorted disdainfully. Those guys want to control him? It's fine if he's weaker than them, but when he's stronger, he'll definitely settle accounts with them. If you ask me, if there really are old antiques in the human race, they should just listen to him. Otherwise, after all these years, one won't be able to kill them. That would be a real loss. As the two of them spoke, the bar spirit interjected, will he settle accounts with them? Of course. The bar spirit wore a sorrowful expression. Then will he settle accounts with me? Xinghong coughed dryly. It's fine. Didn't you participate in the war? Then he smiled. Alright, Marquis Skypass, let's not talk about this. Take us to Boss's territory to see if there are any obstacles from the power of laws. I remember Boss's mansion has a large pool specially for him to bathe in. It's really cool. It's all the essence of the sun and moon. I wonder if it's dried up. Sky Destroyer interrupted, I remember Boss's mansion has a large millstone made from his shed shell. I wanted it before, but he didn't give it to me. Now that I've advanced, my stick isn't strong enough. I need to fuse some treasures into it. Boss's shell is not bad. That's true. I also need to fuse some treasures into it. As they spoke, Cloudy Sky seemed to think of something. She whispered, the most amazing thing about Boss's mansion is his bed. It was made from heavenly ice stone from the endless void after the heavens were split open. She excitedly said, this is mine. Xinghong and Sky Destroyer looked at her. Marquis Lanshan didn't react, but he too said strangely, Cloudy Sky, why did you go to the old turtle's room to look at the bed? The bed was a very private thing. Cloudy Sky's expression changed and she gave a cold snort. I like to look, so what? You people are really shameless. The group of people thought about it and nodded. They almost exploded with anger as they walked towards the old turtle's mansion. They weren't familiar with the other mansions, but they were too familiar with the old turtles. They were going to bring some good things back. After coming here, if they didn't bring everything from boss's house, they would be letting him down. Pung, accompanied by an explosive sound, Suyu smiled. The 718th acupoint had been confirmed. There was only one left unconnected, and it was quickly connected. This wasn't a big problem, there were only two left. The 719th was a problem of choosing one of the two. At most, he would blow himself up once. After he blew himself up, it was over. This cultivation technique would appear. My luck isn't bad. Suyu comforted himself. Although he was the last one to connect, didn't he only blow himself up a few times? The gate of heaven was just a bit cracked, he just needed to fix it. Once this cultivation technique appeared, he didn't know if there would be a reward from the heavens or a punishment. Suyu couldn't be sure, thus, after connecting 719, the last one would be decided based on the situation. This was the Senate's lair, so he wouldn't die here. He continued walking. In the third level area, he saw many mansions. Cloud King Mansion, Battle King Mansion, Incipient God Mansion. Suyu looked at an enormous mansion. It was a bit bigger than the average mortal king's mansion. In the center of the mansion, there seemed to be a phantom path leading to the heavens, connecting to the Senate's side gate in the distance. There seemed to be a giant ancient god guarding the side gate, the divine race. Suyu's eyes flashed. This was the mansion of the divine race's emperor. What a great place, a master of the laws, and a powerful one at that. The mansion of such a master of the laws would definitely have many good things. But forget it. If he trespassed now, he might not have a good ending. The power of laws here was dense and could be used against him. At the gate of the mansion, there seemed to be two giant gods standing. They looked like door guards, but it felt like they were only phantoms. It was the power of laws, not real divine race powerhouses guarding the gate. Suyu didn't look any longer. Another explosion sounded. It didn't matter. The gate just cracked a little more. Soon, he chose another acupoint. There was no other choice. This one, done, all 719 acupoints were connected. Only the last one was left. There was no need to choose this time. He'd chosen a total of 14 times before and got it right 4 times. He'd only exploded 10 times. Suyu was delighted. My luck is so good. I actually chose 4 acupoints correctly. He comforted himself. Even though all 4 were the only choices. Emperor Wu didn't pass it on to me because he couldn't complete it, did he? Think on the bright side. Suyu thought of Emperor Wu and curled his lips. Forget it. I could inherit it last time. Although there was a lightning tribulation, Emperor Wu purposely didn't give it to me. The cultivation method is complete. Suyu revealed a smile. His biggest goal this time was accomplished. He'd also accomplished the goal of killing Eastern Sky King. This was secondary. After all, his own strength was the key. He didn't connect the last one. There was no hurry. Go to King Wen's mansion first. He continued forward. Gradually, there were fewer mansions. After a while, King Wen's mansion was in sight. It was independent of the world. The mansions of the 4 poles human kings were independent. They didn't stand side by side with other mansions. That was the dignity of the 4 poles human kings. In front of him, a huge mansion appeared in front of Suyu. He didn't see the main gate. It corresponded to the main gate of the parliament. However, he saw the back gate. It was also very big. From afar, he could see the huge back gate. There were 2 big words floating above it, observation of the sky, observation of the sky. Suyu looked at it from afar. He didn't know what these 2 words meant. Observation of the world, or was it a frog in a well, or did it have the same meaning as the sky supervisor, to monitor the world? Forget it. He didn't need to understand. King Wen's mansion wasn't far from the Divine Emperor residence. Perhaps it was to monitor the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor was quite unlucky to have a neighbor like King Wen. He didn't know if the other 3 parties had 3 human kings, corresponding to the demon and immortal sovereigns. Suyu walked toward the back gate. He didn't plan to go through the main gate. The main gate corresponded to the parliament. It might be a trap. That would be troublesome. He walked down the white jade avenue and walked along the small path toward the back gate. As he walked, he crossed the third-level zone and entered the second-level zone. This was a place outside of Suyu's jurisdiction. He could walk, but Suyu could feel some pressure. Around them, strands of chaotic rule force floated in the air. It wasn't a reward, nor was it a punishment, but an offensive one. If you dared to break the rules, you would be dealt with. Human king was clearly not enough. Kingwen was higher than the human king, or at least higher than the human king of the future. People like Suyu were equivalent to the crown prince. As for the crown prince, his status wasn't as high as King Wen or the other 3 kings. The 4 human kings all had higher status than the crown prince. Suyu lightened his steps and walked forward step by step. Soon, a small path led to the back gate. The words heaven gazing became clearer. Suyu felt as though he was walking on the edge of a cliff. His surroundings were empty, but he felt a slight chill. He looked at the back door and frowned slightly. If he shouted this time, would there be anyone who would answer? Last time, the little white dog had answered. It was said that King Wen also had a mansion on the 9th floor, and it was in the human king's palace. The treasure Lu Hong mentioned last time seemed to be related to the mansion on the 9th floor, not the 8th. Could the method to restrict martial sovereigns be on the 9th floor? If it was, then it would be troublesome. Even the old tortoise had warned Suyu not to go up to the 9th floor. Why do you have so many mansions? 1 former residence, 1 in the dead soul's domain, 1 here, and 1 more on the 9th floor. You're on vacation, building houses everywhere. And Pingli, lord of the human race, Suyu, is here to pay a visit to Senior Kingwen. Suyu shouted, wondering if there would be a reply. This time, he thought too much. It was very quiet, and there was no reply. However, just as he finished shouting, the crown on his head flickered slightly. Above the huge back gate, 2 words, heaven gazing, appeared and shone on Suyu. The light did not have any killing intent. Suyu frowned slightly and wanted to retreat, but he was not as fast as the light. In an instant, the light fell on him. At this moment, the 2 words heaven gazing appeared with some brilliance. Gradually, the back gate moved without any wind. The next moment, the back gate opened. In the quiet environment, there was a slight squeaking sound. The gate opened, it opened automatically. What came into view was a small courtyard with a rock garden, a pond, flowers, green trees, and there seemed to be a swing. It was similar to what Suyu saw in King Wen's former residence. This should be the back courtyard. Suyu looked at the 2 words above the back courtyard. Were these 2 words used to identify him? What identity did they use to identify him? Heir, human lord, or his sister's book of time? Suyu took a deep breath. King Wen gave him a very mysterious feeling. He had often heard of King Wen, but the more he talked about him, the more he felt that this person was incomparably mysterious. He seemed omnipotent. He seemed to have taken every possibility into account. However, he had disappeared. He seemed to be on an expedition, on the verge of death, unable to hold on any longer. Who could deal with the incomparably powerful King Wen? Who could? The Time Master's call for help caused a chill to rise in Suyu's heart. If an existence like King Wen was in danger, what about him? Suyu no longer thought about it and stepped into the back courtyard. The back gate closed automatically. In the courtyard, the swing moved without any wind. It actually began to sway as if someone was playing on it. If one didn't cultivate, they would think that this place was haunted, and at this moment, something suddenly floated out from Suyu's sea of will. It was the Wen tombstone. At this moment, the Wen tombstone was flowing with light. Suyu's expression was solemn. The Wen tombstone was moving on its own. Damn, what did this mean? Did it mean that King Wen could still control this thing, and that the great Tao within the Wen tombstone was still under his control? As he was thinking this, an even more shocking scene appeared in the next moment. A phantom gradually appeared on the Wen tombstone. Its back was facing Suyu, and one could vaguely see its robes fluttering in the wind. You've come. An illusory voice sounded in Suyu's ears. Suyu's expression was solemn. After a while, he said in a low voice, Senior Kingwen? I shouldn't be here anymore. Just as Suyu was about to speak, the white figure with its back facing him spoke again with a strange color. This is a mark I left on the Tao of the brush blade. This blade should have been inherited by my students, but I know that my cheap students might not be able to control this Tao. The Tao of the brush blade is the strongest and hardest to control among the brush, ink, paper, and ink stone. If I appear, it means that you might have inherited some of it. Perhaps there is hope for you to control this Tao. This Tao is very strong. This Tao was not created by me, but is a natural Tao. However, I have no use for it. When I became famous, I used this Tao. My brush is like a blade. Who in this world can block the power of my brush? The King Wen Phantom spoke to himself, his back facing Suyu the entire time. At this moment, Suyu suddenly had a bold idea. I want to walk in front of you. He really did it. Yes, I want to see what you look like. I can play the mysterious game too, but I still want to see. In the next moment, Suyu's body flashed and he appeared in front of the back. Then, he was stunned, because it was still the back view. Suyu spun quickly and circled the back view. After spinning hundreds of times, Suyu collapsed. Me. Damn, King Wen was a talent. The mark he left was his back view. No matter which direction you looked at, you would see his back view. I'm impressed, this creativity was too amazing. I want to learn. At this moment, Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really respected this fellow. No matter how you looked, you would only see my back view. Was there any meaning behind it? Did it mean that no matter who you were, you would only be able to see my back view and you would never be able to catch up to me? Or did it mean that you weren't worthy of seeing my face? As for King Wen's back view, he didn't seem to care about all this. Or rather, this was just something he had said many years ago on this Tao, and today, it was triggered. Since you came to this manor, maybe you have encountered some trouble? To be able to come to the 8th floor and enter my manor, perhaps the imperial court has already been destroyed. I know that after I left, the Wan domain became restless and the imperial court might be in danger. However, I had no choice but to leave. I needed to save people. I had no choice, so I left behind 4 inheritances. If you obtain one and control it, you will be able to fight against those masters of the laws, rival the senators, and even suppress them. The Tao of the brush blade is both a scholar and a martial artist. It is even sharper and can suppress and even kill ordinary masters of the laws. King Wen himself said that he was very strong. However, no matter how strong he was, this wasn't his true body, but just a remnant mark. So you couldn't be bothered to reply. He knew that he couldn't. Even if he did, the other party wouldn't know. Whether or not you have encountered trouble, whether or not you want to seek help or reminisce about this senior of mine, since you are here, you are a guest. Perhaps you are the founder of the next era? There are still some things that I need to explain. As the silhouette spoke, he quickly continued, I have left some backup plans in the infinite worlds. I don't know if they still exist or if they can still be used. Perhaps countless years later, these words will be known by others. By then, my era will have long since become a legend. The Tao of the brush can only be inherited by humans. Since you have come, mastered some of the Tao of the brush blade, and entered my manor, you should be a human. Whether or not you can use it, tell me so that it won't go to waste. I left behind 4 rooms in this manor. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. You can open 1 room each. Of course, if your strength surpasses the heavens, you can open them yourself. If you aren't stronger than me, use those inheritances to open them. If you can't open them, that means your destiny isn't good enough. There are some things left behind in each of the 4 rooms. Go see for yourself what they are. Apart from that, there are no other treasures in this manor. If this manor is still here, please preserve it for me. Don't destroy it. After living here for tens of thousands of years, I still have some feelings for it. Those who come later. I will say one last thing. If you see my younger sister coming back, please tell her that I went to find her. If she comes back, wait for me at home. Don't run around, don't look for me. As the voice faded, the phantom gradually dissipated with a smile. Don't worry, the Tao of the brush blade only left behind a trace. There are no traps. So you silently watched as the phantom dissipated. In the next moment, the inscribed tombstone returned to his hand. So you held the inscribed tombstone and carefully observed it. He felt helpless. Forget it, even if he left behind some trump cards, there was nothing he could do. This Tao was controlled by him and was later separated from him. brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. 4 Dao, 4 rooms, 4 items. 1 inheritance, 1 room. Suyu had a brush, an inkstone, and half a piece of paper, but no ink. Can I open 2 rooms? I might not be able to open the 3rd, but I definitely can't open the 4th, right? Room. Suyu walked along the small courtyard. Soon, he saw the rooms that Kingwen had mentioned. There were indeed 4 rooms. They stood on both sides of the courtyard path. They were quite conspicuous because of their unique designs. A towering house seemed to be a brush. A book-like house should be paper. 4 rooms with different designs. He didn't have to worry about finding the wrong one. Suyu was still thinking about a question. Was this only in the Tao of the brush, or did the other 3 great inheritances all have it? Then why didn't he see the phantom on the inkstone? 4 rooms. Suyu looked at the towering brush room and walked over. Would there be records of the martial emperor? Kingwen had said that he had left behind some trump cards. Was the martial emperor counted as his trump card? If he was, then there should be some records. If he wasn't, then there definitely wasn't. If there was, then there was a higher chance of it being in the brush room. This was because the Tao of the brush was an inheritance that he had left for his students. Only humans could walk this path. The inkstone had come from an ancient monster beast. Outsiders could also take it. If the martial emperor had a trump card, he wouldn't have left behind an inkstone. This was Suyu's judgment. The Tao of ink was hard to say. The Tao of paper had been left to the Heaven Overseer. The Heaven Overseer wasn't human, and the martial emperor was a human. Kingwen likely wouldn't have left it to an outsider. He was the true master of the laws. So if the martial emperor had a trump card, it would definitely be in the brush room. Suyu rapidly deduced everything with some anticipation. As long as he could find something related to the martial emperor, it didn't matter if he opened the other 3 rooms. Soon, he arrived in front of the brush room. There was a lock on the door. The key seemed to be a pen. Suyu rapidly transformed the inscription tombstone into a pen and inserted it into the keyhole. With a twist, the lock naturally opened. The heavy lock was about to fall to the ground. Suyu caught it and was about to enter when he was startled. He suddenly lifted the lock and glanced at it. This was a rule, a kind of rule power. This, to materialize the power of the rule and lock the room, this is a great Tao. It wasn't that the lock was a Tao, but that Kingwen had grasped a great Tao that was related to locks. It could be used to imprison or suppress. Suyu sucked in a breath. How could you control such a strange great Tao? Suyu felt that if he absorbed the power of the rule within, he might be able to outline a Shenwen. Moreover, there was a high chance that he could step onto this Tao of lock. Amazing. Suyu sighed with emotion. Soon, he stored the lock into the Sea of Will. It was mine. This thing was a treasure. Even if he didn't comprehend it, it would be good to strengthen the Shenwen. When he pushed the door open, the first thing he saw was a small square table with a box on it. Suyu entered and directly picked up the small box. He sucked in a breath. I profited. This box is also a kind of rule power. Is it used to seal time? It won't let the thing in the box rot. He had a good eye and could determine the use of this box at a glance. Kingwen was amazing. Other people still used materials to forge treasures, but you started to use the power of the rule to make these things. How extravagant. In the future, when I have money and control the great Tao, I want to play like this too. It made people feel that he was amazing, an existence on a different level from ordinary people. Opening the box, there was a piece of golden paper and a small seal inside. There were some words written on the paper. There were no traps or tests. There was no need for that. Kingwen was extremely confident in himself. If the mansion and the room were destroyed, it would be useless no matter what he left behind. Suyu first picked up the paper and glanced at it. With this look, Suyu revealed a happy expression. As expected, my guess was right. It was related to the martial emperor. The martial emperor didn't kill them on purpose, not because he couldn't. As he read, Suyu frowned. Kingwen didn't deliberately mystify things. He simply explained the situation. The martial emperor was his backup plan, but not completely. According to Kingwen, the martial emperor was tyrannical. During the conquest, he killed many people, including the innocent. Therefore, when the martial emperor went to deal with him, he didn't stop him. Even though he knew that the experts killed weren't killed by the Martial Emperor, later, when he built the Starry Mansion, he used the Martial Emperor's body to build the mansion. There were many reasons, but King Wen didn't explain in detail. On the paper, there were some methods to deal with the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor wouldn't be willing to become a hired thug or a pawn. This was normal. If one was too weak to control the Martial Emperor, they would be courting death. King Wen left behind a seal. In fact, it wasn't very useful. The seal's only use was to suppress the Martial Emperor's tyrannical nature when he was tyrannical. However, the seal's residual power was limited. Simply put, this seal was very similar to the Shunwen seal that Suyu had, Sage. It could comprehend the Martial Emperor a few times, allowing him to calm down and no longer be tyrannical. According to King Wen, the only way to truly subdue the Martial Emperor was to master the brush blade, to completely control the Martial Emperor. In this way, according to King Wen, he could find the Martial Emperor's Grand Dao and use the brush blade to carve something onto it to restrict the Martial Emperor. Of course, he also had to prevent a backlash. This was unavoidable. Suyu looked at the bare one's teeth. This wasn't going to be easy. If he really did grasp a Grand Dao, would he still need the Martial Emperor? Perhaps he could. After all, the Martial Emperor was a master of the laws. As for the seal, it didn't seem to be very useful. However, Suyu's thoughts raced. It was hard to say. A seal that could comprehend the Martial Emperor was actually quite useful. For instance, the next time he lured in an enemy or the Martial Emperor escaped, he could use this seal to save his life, or perhaps it could even be used to kill the Martial Emperor. If you don't listen, then I'll use the seal to make you listen, and then I'll kill you. That's not bad. Suyu thought to himself. However, it didn't meet his expectations. It wasn't a method to completely control the Martial Emperor. Of course, the brushblade seal that King Wen had left behind caused Suyu's heart to stir. To be able to control the Martial Emperor's Grand Dao, the Martial Emperor's Grand Dao was a bit more powerful than he had imagined. Even a Martial Emperor could be controlled. Previously, Suyu had thought that one Grand Dao wasn't bad, but King Wen had left behind 4. It didn't seem like much. Now that he thought about it, the Martial Emperor's Grand Dao might be even stronger than the Martial Emperor's Grand Dao. At this moment, the words on the paper faded away one by one. They could only be read once. Clearly, they didn't want others to accidentally see them. Suyu's eyes flashed. He put away the seal, the box, and the paper. Good stuff. Just as he was about to leave, he thought about it and put away the table with the box. Good stuff, it could be used as a carrier. After some thought, Suyu put away the only chair in the room. Good stuff, it could also be used as a carrier. He was in dire need of it. King Wen was really rich. Holy seal. Suyu thought about the name of the seal. Bare one's teeth. King Wen Shunwen had drawn out a lot of Grand Daos. Most importantly, it coincided with Suyu's thoughts. I've also drawn out a holy character. Even if this seal wasn't used to deal with a Martial Emperor, Suyu felt that it would be very useful. If even a Martial Emperor can be controlled, then what about a Dao integration cultivator? Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. If I use this seal, won't a Dao integration cultivator just kowtow and call me daddy? I've comprehended it. What a terrifying thing. If it could reform a master of the laws, then wouldn't it be easy to deal with a Dao integration cultivator, and it could be used several times. My god, so you didn't even want to use this against a Martial Emperor. I might as well use it against a Dao integration cultivator. This thing might be even more powerful than the little white dog's bite. Ancient Sky, the 3 Necromancer Heavenly Kings, the Heaven Supervisor. At this moment, Suyu thought of a few top-notch Dao integration cultivators. If I were to deal with them, would I be able to? These people were very difficult to deal with. I'm rich. A radiant smile appeared on Suyu's face. He really was rich. Moreover, there was a heaven and earth inkstone room for him to open. Suyu was full of anticipation and quickly walked toward another room. End of chapter 653. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.